Hey, how are you?
Hello.
I'm all right.
Good morning.
All right, Sean, you're gonna make announcements, right? Okay, so
Yep.
we got about 10 seconds and you just go. And then you want me to call the first person that's in here?
Yeah, I'll kick it back to you.
Okay.
When you're done.
All right, you're ready to go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the March 15th public hearing of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sean Scanlon. I'm the House Chair of that committee. Wondering if my co-chair, Senator Farah, has any remarks this morning before we get started.
Good morning. That was weird. Just wanted to say that if what you've told me, Mr. Chairman, in terms of the number of people who have signed up, if that's accurate, I would ask our members in particular to refrain themselves or restrain themselves, whichever, today. You always have access to folks if you needed to, and I would hope that your questions are something that you feel are absolutely necessary. And maybe even more importantly, your comments. And that goes for yours truly as well, that we try to limit ourselves today as much as possible, or else you probably may see this time with a PM instead of an AM after it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And as the Senator just alluded to our members this morning and to the public, we have over 300 people who have signed up to testify this morning on these bills. I don't have to tell any of you that we are in session tomorrow. I know these public hearings have a tendency to go on much longer than they probably would if we were all together in person. We're doing the best. We have an amazing administrator in Tom Spinella, our clerk, Christina Penn, who have been doing incredible work behind the scenes to prepare us for all these hearings. But obviously today is going to be a challenge. And so to the sense that you can limit what you're saying would be helpful to us. Don't want to stifle anybody from asking any questions or saying their piece. That's your right as a duly elected representative or senator. But just asking folks to help us try to get through today. A lot of the testimony will be repetitive. A lot of the people who have signed up are either for or against it. I'm sure all of us will become very familiar with the most prevalent arguments within an hour or so for each of these bills. And if we can try to maintain some semblance of just rolling, that would be helpful. As we have done in all our public hearings, we will limit member interactions with witnesses to 5 minutes per member. And obviously the public is limited to 3 minutes. So with that, any comments from Representative Cheeseman or Senator Martin before we get going?
No, just kudos to everybody for keeping all the balls in the air, and let's get the show on the road.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Spinella,
Yes.
take us where we got to go.
Number one is Audrey Patterson. She is in the room. She should be ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Audrey. Go ahead.
Hello. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes,
It's a
ma'am.
beautiful day. Good afternoon, Senator Barella and Representative Scanlon and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, Bonding Committee. My name is Audrey Patterson. I live in Vernon, Connecticut. I have been a program aide for whole life for 31 years. I have worked a similar position at Network E for almost 11 years. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. At Whole Life and Network, I work with people with mental and physical disabilities. I enjoy my work because I make a difference in other people's lives. I have developed very close relationships with individuals I care for. I really enjoy working with them to develop life skills and help them with to live a quality life. We provide care for Connecticut's most vulnerable and forgotten population. We aid our individuals with everything from feeding to toileting to even end of life care. Group home workers are the bedrock of the population that the state has forgotten. And that includes their caregivers as well, because I feel forgotten. We are paid barely enough to survive on, and most deals with such low staffing that we work ourselves to a breaking point. This, of course, as you would know, impacts the quality of care we are able to provide for our individuals. When we are exhausted and stressed out about how we are going to put food on our tables and keep lights on, it is very difficult to provide the type of compassionate care these individuals need. Short staffing only perpetuates this issue. With appropriate levels of funding, group homes will be able to pay their staff living wages. This would turn help to hire additional staff, which would then lighten the load on the existing staff. This is the simplest thing possible. We simply need to make the decision as a
30
state to
second
value
warning.
these
This is your
individuals.
30-second warning.
Even the funds of the service we appropriate. In order to do this, we need to raise revenue. It is not acceptable to cut the funding of other essential services in order for our essential services. One of the richest states in the country, we can afford to fund all services appropriately. Please pass Senate Bill 821, House Bill 6187. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patterson, for being with us this morning. I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to witness number 2 or whoever is next in the room.
Yep, John Lee.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John Lee. I live in New Haven, and I'm an organizer with New Haven Rising and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I work for the education nonprofit LEAP in the Dixwell and New Hallville neighborhoods. I graduated from Yale in 2018, and I currently live in the Edgewood neighborhood. Working for LEAP, I have the privilege to work alongside 16 incredible New Haven high school and college students. We mentor and care for our 100 children ages 7 to 12. Our children are resilient despite their circumstances. Underfunded school programs, a lack of safe spaces to play and just be kids, strained finances at home from decades of systemic racism and beyond. As I bike from the LEAP office in Fairhaven through downtown New Haven to Dixwell every day, the disparity in care for basic infrastructure is intense. Huge shifts in the quality of simple things like road maintenance are visible and emblematic of the fact that equal opportunity does not exist for our children. Few recognize this or seem willing to address intense disparity with action, especially those who hold wealth and power. Throughout the past fall, kids at King Robinson often told me they were hungry and asked for more snacks. We had animal crackers to feed them. Some of our kids, like Maya and Kylie, were so hungry they told counselors that being hungry was causing them to disrupt class and get into fights. This pained me when I remembered that a mile away are luxurious buffet-style Yale dining halls where I used to eat my fill and watch plenty of food go to waste. This spring, I'm grateful that we were able to implement an after-school supper program for our 5 LEAP sites, feeding 300 kids daily meals with entrees, vegetables, and fruits. This supper program is state-funded and has real benefits for our kids. They can enjoy a meal, focus in class, run around, and have fun. But something as simple as this wasn't something other LEAP staff members had previously thought of as possible. I think it's just one example of how we perceive or assume scarcity in New Haven, how we assume there isn't enough to go around. In reality, that's just not true. There are an abundance of resources and wealth in our city and our state. It's just amassed and sat on by a few institutions and individuals. Shouldn't our city and state budgets reflect abundance?
This is your 30-second warning.
When this affects our ability to provide for our children, and especially when our children are clear sources of hope, joy, and resilience. Our kids were already at a huge disadvantage when it comes to their education. COVID has made those inequalities even worse. We've seen how hard it is for families to adapt to remote learning without access to laptops, decent Wi-Fi, and data plans. Now is the time for our elected leaders to take bold action. because we need to address the many crises that arose during COVID, but we also can't just go back to the way that things were before. Because of the inequality in our state, the status quo was failing our most vulnerable residents and our children. I urge you strongly to support these bills and to begin to right those wrongs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate your testimony today. Seeing no questions, next witness.
I have, is Joseph Agley in the room? A-G-L-I?
Yes, I see him.
Okay, he's up.
Go ahead, Mr. Agley. Just unmute yourself. You're on mute, Mr. Agley. You have to unmute your camera.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm a little confused right now because I signed up to testify at for the Senate Bill 171, and it sounds to me like this is not that public hearing.
No,
am I correct or not?
Mr. Agley, your internet connection is not great, but I think I hear you asking about whether
this is the public hearing for the.
Yeah, Mr. Agley, we are hearing that bill, so
171.
A little dicey. We're going to try to come back to you, Mr. Agley, if you can fix your internet connection. And in the meantime, Mr. Spinella will call the next witness. Okay?
I signed up to give testimony.
Hey, Tom, if
Okay.
you can just mute.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
He's muted. He should be all set now. We'll come back then. Catherine Diaz is next.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Kate Diaz. I am a teacher and lifelong resident of Manchester, Connecticut, and I come here this morning to implore you to support the progressive income tax measures and progressive tax measures that are outlined in Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. The pandemic, as you're going to hear probably all day today, has laid bare probably some of the worst inequities across the state. No more prevalent than in education, to be perfectly honest with you. Last March, we closed the doors of our buildings, but had to continue to pursue educating all of the beautiful children in our state. The inequities of that endeavor were overwhelming. In my district, some people had access to resources, some people didn't. Some people had laptops, some people didn't. It took us a long time to get devices and even accessibility to education. And it took a lot of resources that we had to pull from other things to put into that action. Our wealthier communities got off the ground in a snap. And they did so because they had family-funded devices, family-funded internet. We did not enter this endeavor on a level playing field, even remotely. If you give a district $10,000 to spend on initiatives regarding education, we don't have the same entry point. Districts that had those resources were able to jump into programs, activities, educational resources, ways to really excite and engage children in educating them online. Those of us who are stuck on the devices and the Wi-Fi access still struggle to this day to get over that hump. And you'll see today in the Connecticut Mirror, there was an article about how desperate these situations are, that we have children who are still trying to engage online. And really that's about resources. And that's about how the state of Connecticut takes income and distributes it. And for a long time, we've focused on a concept of fairness, the idea that everybody should get a part. But the problem is that fairness is not equity. Equity is people getting what they need to succeed. And that needs to be our mindset
30-second warning,
in this environment. We need to look at how to distribute the tremendous wealth in an equitable manner so that everybody gets what they need. We have systemic issues and we're going to need systemic solutions. And so I implore you as bold representatives to make that step and make a big difference in the lives of children and families in the state of Connecticut. That's what you were all elected to do. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Diaz. Appreciate you being here this morning to testify. Thank you so much. Next question or next witness, Mr. Spinella?
I see Joseph here. Should we try him again, or Joseph, can you speak and just see if your internet is working a little bit better? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Keep going. Let's see if it's working.
Can you hear me better?
Not really.
Okay.
We'll come back to you again.
I could give my testimony that I signed up for Senate Bill. Pardon me?
Sean, we'll come back to him. I think he's still having issues.
Yep, that's fine.
Christina, who do we have next in here? Hold on one second. Trying to find out who's next. All right, we have Callie Hellman.
Hi, good morning. It's Callie Heilman. Hello, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scallon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and all the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Callie Gail Heilman, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I am the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now, which is part of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. For those, if you don't know, Gen Now is a member-based grassroots organization in Bridgeport. We organize to end systemic racism and corruption in our city so that we can have the just, equitable, and livable city we know is possible. In July of 2019, our Public Safety and Police Accountability Committee held a space where community members gave testimony on their experience with violence and misconduct within the Bridgeport Police Department, and were able to speak their truths directly to our now former police chief and other members of the Bridgeport Police Department. At this forum, a Bridgeport resident who is both a probation officer and a mother spoke deeply about the fear she holds for the safety of her 18-year-old Black son who has autism. In her words, "He has an invisible disability, and I'm concerned about officers dealing with Black and brown children who have invisible disabilities because they will become combative, non-compliant to a simple request. What are you doing?" We all know her fear is justified. The deaths of Daniel Prude, Patrick Warren Sr., and our own Mubarak Soliman, who was killed by a Connecticut state trooper, show us that armed police responses to mental health and substance abuse crises can end in tragedy. In fact, in last week's Judiciary Committee hearing, we heard from Brian Presleski, the New Britain state's attorney, who affirmed that, quote, "introducing a firearm into a volatile situation turns that situation deadly." To transform our society and create a system of public safety that keeps us all safe, we must shift our perspective, our policymaking, and our budgets, and how we fund them. We must look at public safety through a public health lens and make strong investments in addressing the root causes of community violence, like mental health, substance abuse, underperforming schools, high cost of housing, lack of healthcare, and more. Bridgeport currently has no structural mechanism in place for people needing mental health services when police are called. With the progressive revenue proposed in HB 6187.
This is your 30-second warning. 30 seconds.
We can fully fund the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Service mobile crisis intervention teams to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week statewide, dispatching trained mental health professionals to all 911 mental health calls instead of an armed police response. Think of passing HB 6187 and SB 821 as a form of reparations for the deep damage that systemic racism, classism, segregation, over-policing, and underfunding has done to Connecticut's Black, brown, low-income, and working-class communities. Thank you for your leadership and commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Heilman, for being with us today. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Agley, is the fourth time the charm, my friend.
You want to try him?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Try turning your camera off, Mr. Agley. Sometimes that makes the connection work better. And now just unmute yourself and you should be good to go, hopefully.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Agley.
Okay. I have testimony for proposed Senate Bill 171. My name is Joe Agley, and I reside in Kent, Connecticut. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 171. Now is not the time to be increasing taxes. The state will be the recipient of 10 million of federally assisted COVID relief. Money in this package will be used to aid struggling states and cities, many of which have been in fiscal danger for years, such as Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven. Governor Lamont has stated against any new taxes. What do some other authoritative sources have to say about tax raises used to target so-called wealthy? Well, a Pioneer Institute of Massachusetts has said raising of tax 3 times on wealthy in 2009, 11, and 2015 has caused high-income earners to leave the state, not solving any budgetary issues. Source B, Internal Revenue Service. Connecticut has a net loss of more than $12 billion in adjusted gross income between 2012 and 2018 due to outmigration. 64% of that loss has come from those earning over $200,000 per year. Source C, Yankee Institute for Public Policy. The last state estimate revenue being in January 2021 indicate Connecticut this year will have a surplus of roughly $70 million due to revenue increases tied to Wall Street
Your
gains,
30-second warning, Mr. Agley. 30
tax, and the
seconds.
cutting of expenses. The state's balance in the rainy day fund is over $3 billion. It cites a $2.5 billion deficit due to the pandemic. Now, getting back to the American Rescue Relief bailout, a $10 billion figure is the amount Connecticut will receive. This was cited by Congressman John Larson. Aside from stimulus checks and unemployment funds, $6 billion will go to the state of Connecticut's needs. From there, $130 million goes to municipalities and cities. We've gone from a property tax credit to a conjured up new tax foisted upon mid to upper level taxpayers. Senate Bill 171 is simply wrong and is not needed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Agley, for being with us this morning. Apologize for the technical difficulties if that was on our end, but we hear you and we appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you very much.
That's my finished testimony.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, next up, we have Representative Michael Winkler, and from what I understand, he is joined by David Gandish. So Representative Winkler.
I don't see Mr. Oh, there he is. Okay, go ahead, Representative.
I will yield my time to Professor Gamage, who's a specialist in, or is a professor of law and a specialist in tax policy at Maury University.
Thank you. I'm, as said, a professor of law at Indiana University Maurer School of Law and a national expert in tax law and policy. I served in President Obama's Treasury Department and on state-level tax reform commissions, and I regularly advise state governments on tax reform. I am testifying in favor of proposed bills 6187 and 821. Connecticut's economy is unbalanced. It has been for decades, increasingly so, and the pandemic has greatly magnified these imbalances. For decades, the lion's share of economic gains has gone to the wealthiest few and most profitable corporations, while ordinary workers and families have suffered. This has been even more so during the pandemic. Again, the wealthiest few have prospered, most successful corporations have flourished, while ordinary Connecticut residents have struggled. The tax and spending measures being considered would go a long way to addressing these imbalances, to helping ordinary Connecticut individuals and families. These measures would help restore fairness to Connecticut's tax system, which is currently regressive, meaning it harms the overall fiscal balance of Connecticut's economy and tax justice in Connecticut's economy. Moreover, the proposed measures being considered would have minimal impact on investment by corporations in Connecticut, by the wealthiest in Connecticut, minimal impact on migration by all studies that have considered a robustly migration in response to tax hikes or tax changes, would have very small, the revenue raising measures would have very small impacts in Connecticut's economy. By contrast, giving ordinary Connecticut residents financial assistance would greatly increase investment in Connecticut's communities. Giving ordinary Connecticut's a financial assistance, financial boosts would keep struggling businesses afloat by increasing spending in Connecticut's economy and communities. It would make it possible for ordinary Connecticut residents to build new businesses, to invest in themselves, their communities, and business throughout Connecticut. Again, Connecticut's economy is unbalanced. This should be addressed. The overall balance of measures here would go a long way to restoring tax fairness and encouraging investment and positive economic activity in Connecticut's communities. I'd be very happy to answer any specific questions any of you might have about any of the measures, either as part of this hearing, which I expect there won't be time, but I'd also be happy if any of you wanted to contact me afterward. But I do see hands.
Thank you, Professor. First up, Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today. I was just curious, in the last economic downturn, the Great Recession, a lot of states tightened their budgets and underinvested. Do you see that as a good path forward during this current downturn? And could you talk a little bit about the effects of states tightening their budget during economic downturns?
Yes, absolutely. Many studies, the balance of research has shown that it is very harmful for states' economies to cut during downturns needed spending, needed services during downturns or otherwise. Even for those who think that changes in states' economic balance of spending needs to be done over a long run, to do that suddenly as a response to a downturn has been shown to be very harmful for state economies and steady over steady. On top of all that, this downturn, the pandemic, has worked differently than the prior two major downturn economic cycles. In the prior two major downturn economic cycles, the states with the highest income tax rates had troubles as income tax rates revenues declined during downturns. Those revenues skyrocketed again during upturns. So cutting income tax rates was harmful to those states. Later on during upturns, it stopped the eventual recovery. But during this downturn, income tax rates have been what has been keeping states afloat. It's been the states with the highest income tax rates, like California, that have actually done the best in recovering from the early stages of this pandemic. And that's again because in this pandemic-inspired downturn, the wealthiest individuals and families have been doing very well. The most profitable corporations and largest businesses have been doing very well. And it's the ordinary Main Street economic activities that have been suffering. And cutting needed state spending services, cutting jobs, cutting assistance to local communities where that spending is needed is the worst way to deal with any budget problems that might arise from the pandemic.
Thank you. One of the most common arguments I hear against raising taxes on the wealthy or corporations on the state level is that they're just going to flee the state. I was just curious, have you done research into this, and is there data to either back that up or to counter that argument?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, when we're talking corporate tax side, the corporate tax revenue raising mechanisms, including the digital tax, it's important to understand that Connecticut, like most states, has a single sales factor system. That means moving economic activity out of Connecticut in no way affects a large corporation's corporate tax bill, or in no significant way. Connecticut has a destination-based business tax system, meaning it's where spending happens that generates the tax bill. So it's actually putting money in Connecticut's communities, so spending happens that increases corporate tax revenue. It's not like the federal level location-based or source-based corporate tax system. So any arguments about corporate—
You have 30 seconds remaining in your 5-minute question and answer.
Any statements about corporate taxes are just based on misunderstanding. On personal taxes, there's been many high-level academic studies on mobility responses in relation to tax hikes. None of these studies by any sophisticated academics or in peer-reviewed journals have found more than minimal mobility responses. In other words, raising personal income tax rates, it's possible a handful of wealthy folks might move, although there's no evidence in support of that on a high level. There's very large evidence that if any mobility responses happen, it'll be small and a very, very small impact in Connecticut's economy.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you wouldn't mind, if you could send me some of that information, I would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely, it'd be my pleasure.
Representative Ferrara.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Professor. Thanks for being with us in this remote environment. A question for you, I think for all of us, we've been paying very close attention to the details as they've come out of the federal government with the American Rescue Plan. And, certainly there's a lot of conversation on how that fits into so many of our state and local needs with this crisis. But one of the things I think myself and many others are trying to figure out is, my understanding is that, those dollars, are very specific to COVID relief and need to be spent down, in the next couple years. And I'm trying to kind of grapple with, how those fit with where we need to go in reducing our inequality. So can you kind of explain a little bit of, how would these bills that are proposed around, reducing our regressive tax policy really be even more necessary associated with this rescue plan?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the question. A few months ago, I was talking with many state governments and state legislative officials about emergency responses to prevent dramatic slashing of services and other bad responses to a downturn. The recent federal legislation makes that much less necessary, maybe not necessary at all. But the longer term underlying problems that have been exacerbated by the pandemic, where ordinary Americans, ordinary Connecticut residents and families have been suffering, where the lion's share of economic growth has gone to the 1% and the fraction of the 1%, and the largest, most profitable corporations instead of being spread widely, that's continuing unabated. Very little of the recent federal reforms will address these longer term imbalances that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. This is a great opportunity in these bills to address these longer term imbalances, to address the imbalance in Connecticut's economy that's leading lion's share of economic activity to be concentrated at the top, that's preventing opportunities for those at the middle, those who are struggling to try to have their chance to create new businesses, to create investment opportunities for themselves, to invest in education for themselves, their kids, their families. Economic growth for ordinary Americans, for ordinary Connecticut residents, takes money, takes opportunity, and that money, those opportunities aren't there in the middle and in the bottom. The measures being considered would help address this, and I believe would have very positive short, medium, and long-term effects for Connecticut.
Thank you, Professor. And are there any particular, kind of on the flip side, are there certain taxes or tax incentives you think we should avoid to ensure kind of as robust recovery for all as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to know how to answer a question like that in a very short time frame. But I'll pick out Connecticut, like every state, uses a large portion of its corporate tax revenues and revenues in general in location-based incentives for large businesses competing against other states. There's a large literature on these location-based tax incentives. Almost entirely, this literature finds that this money is wasted. I hear, as I talk to many states, calls for doing more of this type of wasted stuff during these times, and I would urge you to resist those calls. For sure, large businesses are going to go after any money they can get when their lobbyists are very sophisticated, but the literature suggests they're going to go after this money for investments they're going to do anyway, and these location-based incentives don't actually create new investments in states like Connecticut. They just add more resources to businesses that were going to invest in the ways they were anyway.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Chairman.
The Vice Chair, Representative Cabros-DeGraw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, where would you say that spending would have the most impact in order to get our economy going?
I consider myself an expert in tax policy, revenue-raising policy, which clearly has relationships to spending. I don't know that I'm the best situated to say what's the best way to spend resources. I will say there's a large body of research supporting both of the following propositions. One, that lessening tax burdens or otherwise putting money in the hands of ordinary Americans, Connecticut residents, and struggling lower income families has large beneficial economic effects. And there's many portions of these bills that would have those effects, including especially perhaps increasing the earned income tax credit, which has been shown to have very beneficial economic effects. Additionally, I'll emphasize again that cutting needed services during a downturn has been shown to have very negative economic effects. And again, even if you think that there should be reform of services provided by the state over a medium or long run, which I don't feel is in my area of expertise, cutting services, cutting jobs, especially state worker jobs in response to budgetary pressures during a downturn has been shown to be among the worst coping mechanisms, among the worst responses in prior downturns that has magnified negative economic effects for states and local communities.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Representative Nuccio.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. I'm sorry, your last name is Gamage?
Gamage, please.
Gamage, hi, how are you? So I think you would be happy to hear that this governor actually stopped doing incentives for businesses to move to Connecticut and made them incentive based, and they actually have to create the jobs before they get the credits. So I think that's a good move on Connecticut's part. But my question was, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding. Are you suggesting that a rise in corporate taxes does not incent a business to leave the state?
That's absolutely correct. So Connecticut has single sales factor, as most states have. That means the share of a corporation's corporate tax revenue starts with the federal calculation. At the federal level, for the federal corporate tax, as compared to internationally, works very different than state level tax systems. So for state level corporate tax liability, the starting point is the federal level, the nationwide income earned by the corporation. Then the share of that income, which is allocated to Connecticut for Connecticut corporate tax purposes, is based on sales in Connecticut. The only way a corporation can reduce its corporate tax burden in Connecticut is by selling less to Connecticut. But
well, I think
the
from a
corporate
sales tax
rate,
perspective, that may be right. But we've actually had quite a few large companies leave Connecticut specifically because of taxes and have been quoted as saying as much, that they're going to Massachusetts for more favorable tax benefits. So from a sales tax perspective, perhaps, but I find it hard to kind of reconcile what you're saying with actions that we've seen of large companies who have left and have quoted that the tax structure, they're getting a more favorable tax structure in Boston or in other areas than what they currently have here in Connecticut. So I'm having a hard time reconciling that.
The reconciliation is quite easy. The literature suggests that there's no possible tax savings from the corporate tax from relocating corporate activities as Connecticut's corporate tax is structured. Lobbyists say all sorts of things. There are other possible tax savings, such as location-based incentives, such as individual income taxes on corporate workers, but the literature suggests that these have very minimal mobility responses. That doesn't mean that corporations' lobbyists aren't going to claim that the changes they're making anyway for other reasons, for business reasons, aren't tax incentives.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just, I understand the literature says one thing, but I think companies are actually saying another. So I understand and value the research of academia in looking at literature and that, but when we've got CEOs and such of corporations leaving and saying they're leaving for these specific things, I tend to listen to the person, not the lobbyist. But thank you for your time. And if you could send that additional information over, I think it would be worth reading. And then we can balance it with what we've actually seen here in the state. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Representative Spinella.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. And Professor, thank you for being here this morning. I'll be very brief. I know that we have a long list today. I was listening very closely to the testimony, and it's a little troublesome to me. Connecticut lost 6,400 jobs between November and December. We also have seen over the course of my time here in the legislature, large companies like Alexion and General Electric leave the state of Connecticut and adversely affect our economy. There was a time not too long ago when there was, basically the only option was to raise taxes because we literally had that much revenue to make up, and our towns and cities were losing revenue from the state, and local budgets were increasing. Then all of a sudden, COVID came around, and we get this talk of a massive bailout for some of the states that have done a poor job, quite frankly, at managing their budget over the last several years. I look at states, and I say this every year in all of my committees, I look at states that are doing better than us. I look at Florida, I look at South Carolina, I look at Texas, I look at Arizona, and I'm encouraged to see what their economies are doing, to perhaps compare us to a state like California. I mean, I love California to go to the beach, but I don't want to be California. I say this all the time. I don't want to be California. They are a mess. And when, we hear folks like you come in here and say to raise taxes, when we've sat through this, we saw the two largest increases in state's history in 2010 and 2014. We saw the proposition of possibly adding in highway tolls and taxing Connecticut drivers. Connecticut residents are paying the highest gas tax in the nation, and now it's going up again. This is troublesome for me. I respect what you have to say, and I really welcome the discussion, and I'll listen, but I really have a problem when I hear anybody come in and try to persuade me or any of my colleagues on this committee to raise taxes even more. There's a reason why Governor Lamont has made a promise not to raise taxes this year. He has said, we are not raising taxes this year. He said it multiple times in multiple places, and I agree with him. And I really give him credit for saying that. But then we see proposals that do the exact opposite. And my fear is that there will be enough legislators to override him. So I'm hoping that that doesn't happen. My hope is that we can stick with the budget that we have and use the funds that we have. And, we don't necessarily take on a proposal that would raise taxes for middle-class families. So with that, I do have a couple of questions for you. You mentioned you're a professor. Are you actually a Connecticut resident? Do you reside here and work here in Connecticut?
No, I'm not a Connecticut resident. I'm a national expert on tax policy and here to provide expertise based both on what the academic literature says about taxation and from hands-on. I worked in President Obama's Treasury Department, served in that capacity. I've served on multiple state-level tax reform commissions, advised multiple states on tax reform. So my understanding was that the committee wanted academic expertise to advise on what they're discussing.
Thank you, Professor. And you have quite the resume, and I really give you props for that. My issue is that those of us that live here in the state of Connecticut lived through the downturn in the last 10 years. We saw tax after tax. Small business owners, restaurant owners in this pandemic especially, are seeing how difficult it is to do business here in the state of Connecticut. So no offense, we lived it. And, you know, expertise is great. And I'm a big fan of research. I love it. But, you know, at times you got to come here, walk the walk, see exactly what's going on, see what the average person is saying in the small town that can't get by here in the state of Connecticut. And, you know, when I knock on doors,
30-second warning.
Thank you. When I knock on doors in my district, the majority of people are asking me, please make Connecticut more affordable, not less affordable. But I will respect the time frame here, Professor, and thank you so much for answering the question and the indulgence. And I'll continue to listen to the debate.
Pleasure.
Representative Yacarino.
Mr. Chairman, before you go to Representative Yacarino, I just want to say that today's debate is going to, as we can tell already, engender a reaction. But no one should be concerned or afraid to come before this body to testify. This is a public hearing. All members will have an opportunity to speak their piece in their mind. Questions are appropriate, no doubt. But in terms of their positions for or against a particular proposal, if it makes its way before us for a vote, and we don't know what that will be, whether that will be or not for any bill that's before us today. But if that were to happen, every member will have as much time as they feel necessary to voice their opinion. But it doesn't matter whether a person lives in Connecticut or not. It's a public hearing and everyone has the right to come before us to speak. They will be allotted the same amount of time as everyone else, and members can question them as necessary. But we're not going to allow folks to feel like what they have to say is not something that we value. Whether we personally agree with it or not is another story. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Yacarino. You're on mute, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A brief question to the professor. When you do your research in 2011, I was a freshman legislator, and Connecticut raised our income tax in different levels. We raised our sales tax. We increased many other taxes. We had almost identical deficit as Massachusetts, our neighboring state. What they did was they lowered their sales tax to one flat rate. They lowered tax almost at every level. Excuse me. They grew out of the deficit. They grew into a surplus. And we went further, spiraled down to a deficit. It's where we had to have another massive tax increase in 2013 and 15. So what is your reasoning for your academic research for that? Why would, when Massachusetts took a proactive approach, lower their income tax to 5.1%, lower than Connecticut's, lower their sales tax, lowered many fees on all people, businesses, corporations, small businesses, and individuals, they ended up gaining more revenue, just like we did in Connecticut a couple of years ago when we lowered our sales tax on boat vessel sales from 635 to I think 299. What is your reasoning for that through your academic research?
We can say a few things here. One, it's dangerous to, well, one, let's say.
No. These are the facts, though. These are actual facts. This all really happened. So what is your explanation of that?
So let's start by understanding that every state has a balanced budget requirement. So it depends. So deficits mean something different in the context of state level than federal level. Beyond that, it's dangerous to reason by anecdote and specific
Representative, you just allow him to answer the question.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's dangerous to reason from anecdote and narrow circumstance and specific details, which can be colored various ways. How academic research works is abstracting from the small details of specific stories and looking across larger numbers of states, larger periods of time, trying to draw out trends through statistical and other forms of research. And the research is not easy, not straightforward, and open to multiple different interpretations. But everything I've said so far in this testimony is backed up by a large body of academic research. And at this point, I've lost track of the various requests to provide follow-up information, but anyone who wants to send me an email with questions for the research underlying everything I've said, I would be very happy to provide. The specific response to Connecticut and Massachusetts during a specific period of years is not something I feel up to commenting on at the moment. I can talk about the general trends that research indicates about how states respond to different economic periods, how different types of state taxes work, and the impact on states' economies.
I appreciate that. Well, research is one thing, and I believe in it. I'm co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus of Connecticut. I love science. I love research. I love the approach to it. The fact is, facts are facts. And the fact was, Massachusetts took a totally different approach than Connecticut. They looked at their past, failures of consistently raising taxes, and they saw the results of it. The results were, it didn't work. If you take too much, if I have $50 in my pocket and then I only have 40, I have less money to spend. And that's a multiplier effect. So they took a different approach that they felt was going to benefit society, which it did in Massachusetts, and they've been thriving since. We took the exact opposite approach, and our economy just kept spiraling down. I'll give you one more example, then I'm done. I know we have a lot of people. Thomas Petfrey was the 31st richest man in the world. I know because my friend's his accountant. I own a shop in North Haven, Connecticut. He left Connecticut just out of principle. He came to this country with $800 in his pocket in 1980, became the 31st richest man in the world. Out of principle, when Governor Malloy was raising the income tax, he left Connecticut. We lost tens of millions of dollars a year because of that, just out of principle. So people do leave. I know we need an equity, fair equity, but we have to look at facts. Academics is one thing, but facts are facts. And the fact is, you have to have a more holistic approach. You can't just arbitrarily raise taxes. You have to see what works. And what worked
30-second warning. 30-second
I'm
warning.
done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Professor, for being with us today. Obviously, you sparked a good conversation, and I'm sure that conversation will continue throughout the day. So thank you for your time. And next up, Tom, who do we have?
Yep, Mark Brault, Brault.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. If you just give me one second here, I just have to bring up what I'm going to say here. Okay. Okay, Honorable Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for my opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Brault, and today I'm testifying in opposition to SB 171. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, and for generations, my family's lived here, and we've enjoyed its glory days. Now I feel pushed out, and I'm opposed to any additional taxes, and my reasons are: I've witnessed the quality of life decline for me and my children because over taxation and fees, state and federal mandates on schools have made the cost of education out of reach for most residents. The state is ranked as the least tax-friendly, and this stifles growth, leaving our children no employment opportunities, so they leave the state. Excessively large state pensions are a burden, and the recipients often relocate to avoid state taxes. The appointment of judges with high salaries and benefits for life is not necessary, as there are far more judges than courtrooms available. The consolidation of state agencies are now too large and powerful and waste tax dollars. One example is DEEP, tagging and collaring bobcats for years and bears for decades. These repetitive studies produce nothing useful for either wildlife or the residents of Connecticut. The tax increase on open space and forest, while DEEP artificially increases their value, will increase development and cause even more fragmentation of our forests. These are some examples of tax dollars wasted, and overall, what should the state be doing to repair the economy and better serve the taxpayers? The state could cut and streamline operations. The state could pursue better investments than legalizing marijuana and gambling, which would further degrade the quality of life. The state could reward businesses by offering tax incentives to create jobs. The state could look at other opportunities that require little state investment and generate huge returns. Nature tourism, for example, which could harness the state's extraordinary wildlife.
30-second warning, 30-second warning.
All right. Wildlife tourism can produce many good jobs and generate millions of tax dollars for the state coffers and income for a host of small businesses. Showcasing and conserving our wildlife can increase the quality of life in many of the most forgotten parts of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Brault. We appreciate the testimony today. I don't see any questions, but thank you again for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Next up, we have Deborah Schultz.
Good morning, committee members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak about my strong opposition to Senate Bills 171 and 172. I am Deborah Schultz. I have lived in Woodbury for over 40 years and am a Connecticut native, having been born and raised in Farmington. My husband and I live in a 2,600 square foot home, which we love, but is by no means a mansion. Further, we are also both retired and living on a fixed income less than $100,000 a year. So clearly in the middle class tax bracket. The proposed mansion tax is an insult to all taxpayers. It's more accurate to call this a let's rob Peter to pay Paul tax. To expect middle-class taxpayers to pay their full property tax and then be double taxed a portion by the state is reprehensible. But what is even worse about your proposed bill is the fact that you and the legislature have for years been unable to properly manage, maintain, and advance the taxpayers' money that you have received. Instead, your go-to plan seems to always be to steal more from the citizens in local towns who have been able to manage and maintain what they receive. I remind you of the $534 million bailout to Hartford a mere 3 years ago. As I say, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Your failure to appropriately manage the money you do receive should have you looking inward and asking, what can we learn from the local towns about proper management? As with any other business which is failing to maintain or advance, you should be asking, what can we do differently with what we have? I am also fully opposed to Senate Bill 172, which appears to be an extortion tax. It threatens local towns with, if you don't do this, Senate Bill 171, we will make you pay this way. It is abhorrent to me to realize that elected legislators actually think this is appropriate. Our town of Woodbury has been diligently
30-second warning, 30-second warning.
Our town of Woodbury has been diligently updating zoning regulations with an inclusion of easier access to affordable housing, which fits our town and heritage. We don't need additional threats from big city legislators. Your introduction of Senate Bill 172 is very obviously just another angle to complete the theft attempted in Senate Bill 171, and it is totally unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I see Senator from Farr's hand, but I just would be remiss if I didn't say something here. My wife is from Southbury. Woodbury is a lovely community. I've been there many, many times. I do not necessarily support the bills we're talking about today, though I would just say for the record and certainly for the committee that the challenges that you face in Woodbury pale in comparison to the challenges that other communities face in the state. And I think it's important for people to recognize that while you may do a great job in Woodbury, as I'm sure you do, and we do in communities that I represent too, in Guilford and Brantford, we have a little bit more resources and a little less challenges to face, and it becomes easier for us to handle our financial obligations than it does for cities that have certainly more challenges than we do. So I think it's important for us to recognize that these bills may not be the right solution to that problem, but the problem still exists nevertheless, Ms. Schultz. And I just wanted to make sure that the committee understands that I believe that there should be a distinction there that we must recognize. Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to piggyback on your comments. And my question to Ms. Schultz is, can you envision a scenario, and you mentioned several times about proper management. And I assume you mean that not just for municipalities in the state, but also probably individuals and their families. And I wonder if you could ever envision a scenario in which an individual or a town could properly manage their resources and their assets and still need the help of the state of Connecticut. Is that something that you could ever envision?
Well, we do get help from the state of Connecticut, but what that ultimately
you made the distinction, as the chairman indicated, between those towns that have properly managed their affairs and those that haven't. I'm just wondering if you could envision the scenario where you have a municipality or a family that has properly managed with the resources that they have, but still need assistance from the state of Connecticut. Is that something that you could ever see as possible?
Well, again, I'm not sure what you're asking me, because yes, we do that. There's money that comes from the state to all the towns. My opposition to this is that constantly coming back to the well of local towns who are managing their money to pay for other towns that are not, as in the Hartford bailout. We've had to pay $354 million to Hartford to bail it out. That's taxpayer money that's being used.
So
yes.
I guess the answer is no, you cannot envision that a city like Hartford, the poorest city in the state of Connecticut by far, and one of the poorest in the nation, would not need additional assistance. And if they do, it's because they did not manage their affairs properly. Is that an accurate representation of your testimony here today?
I guess I'm a little surprised about how insulting you are based on my testimony.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, Ms. Schultz, I'm just trying to understand your position with respect to you. You mentioned 3 or 4 times in your testimony about those that manage their affairs, the implication that there are those that don't. You raised Hartford twice as an example of, I assume, those that haven't. I'm just wondering if an example of Hartford, as poor as it is, by the way, it happens to be a town that I represent, but nonetheless, the facts are that it is the poorest city in town in Connecticut and one of the poorest in the nation. But I would assume that by your testimony that you don't believe that Hartford could use the assistance of the state, including getting assistance with respect to its debt, unless it has improperly managed its affairs.
Well, I guess my response is that Hartford is getting $534 million just from 3 years ago. And now all of a sudden, this quote unquote mansion tax is being proposed to get even more money. So I guess the question comes down to, what do you do with what you have? And can you do something better with it, rather than always coming back to those of us who are worked hard, who have been frugal, who have done what we need to do and are on a fixed income now.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here today, Ms. Schultz. And I'd just like to take this opportunity. I appreciate the interchange between the 2 chairs, but given Senator Fanfara's comment that we have plenty of time to debate this, and we will talk about this going forward, I think trying to pin Ms. Schultz down on philosophical points falls into the same trap as you outlined before. So with that, Ms. Schultz, you said you've been a lifetime resident of Connecticut?
Yes.
Okay, and lived in Woodbury for 40 years?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned mismanagement, quote unquote, of state finances. In your time living in Connecticut, can you give some examples of that? I know, people talk about, oh, what with the lottery, all those things. Can you outline areas where you think we've gone astray and where the resources that were supposed to fix things didn't actually fix them?
The first thing that comes to mind is the lottery money that was supposed to go towards education. I'm a former educator, and that was a welcome kind of thing if the lottery money was going to go for that, but it never did. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And that's a mismanagement. That's where saying, we're going to do this and we're going to collect the money and we're going to use that, and it doesn't happen.
And you've lived, as you say, you've lived in Connecticut your whole life. Do you see your fellow residents leaving the state? Have you yourself thought about leaving the state because of the tax burden?
I have seen many friends leave the state and go down to Florida, especially, and of course, South Carolina, North Carolina. I would maybe consider it. I have family still here. I have 2 daughters. I have 4 grandchildren. And that right now is why I button up the money that I spend. I get my husband and I are very frugal. We do with what we have so that we're able to afford to stay here, to be closer to our grandchildren, which is what is most important to us.
Right. And I take it the people you've seen have not been leaving, have not been the so-called millionaires and billionaires that are theoretically the only ones who leave.
No, sadly, a lot of them are fellow educators who retire and go, as someone else said before, they leave the state, and where they don't have to pay state taxes on their pensions. So we lose friendships and we lose money.
And I believe that we were phasing out the income tax on pensions, and that's been delayed a couple of times. So I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for coming here today and taking our questions. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. The representative from Woodbury, Joe Paletta.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't chime in. Thank you, Mrs. Schultz, for being here, and thank you for the good work that you do for you and your husband for supporting our local community and our business community. And thank you for testifying today. I won't hold up with any questions unless you feel the need to add something more, but I know that you've been a strong advocate for small business and our economy, and I thank you for taking the time coming here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for being here this morning. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Tom.
Yep. Beryl Benson.
Good morning. My name is Beryl Benson, and I'm testifying in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I was born and raised in New Haven, and this is where I currently live. I also have a son who has spent much of his life here in New Haven. New Haven is a city that has a lot of challenges. It is a city that needs more resources. It's not fair that some of the wealthiest in our state have so much while others have so many struggles. This inequality is not fair for our youth in New Haven who need more resources and opportunities. Better funded cities and schools can provide these programs. As a parent, I have figured out ways to find programs and extracurricular activities for my son, but there are not enough of these programs in our city, and there are far too many barriers for accessing them. Many parents cannot afford to put their children in camps during the summer and in after-school programs during the school year. Many parents do not have access to transportation to get their children to these programs, yet these parents are often working many part-time jobs to support their families. These programs decrease violence, and violence is increasing now. And we know that violence increases during and after economic crisis. So we cannot wait for more investment in our youth. The investment will save lives. It will spare families from tragedy. Moreover, investing in our youth will change their lives and move everyone forward in our state. The program spark passions that give kids focus and put them on paths to college and careers. These programs encourage kids to have more hope and plan for their future, giving more kids access to extracurricular activities now will pay off in the short and long term. They help working parents reduce violence and ultimately make our residents more successful.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Appreciate your testimony today. Don't see any questions, so thank you so much.
Yep. Next up, Earl Gibbons.
Mr. Gibbons, are you with us?
If not, we have Kimberly Cushman.
Here, he just has to unmute himself.
Earl. Talking.
Good morning. Can you guys
Morning,
hear me?
Earl. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Earl Gabon, and I'm a member of 1199. I work for Southwest Connecticut Mental Health Young Adult Services Program in Bridgeport. I'm here today asking that you pass the bill 821 for the House and for the Senate, and the House bill of 6187, that we can fund DMIS supported housing services for young adult services program. The young adult services program used to have a 16-hour step-down residential program for the young adults who didn't need the 24-hour level of care. This program focused on helping young adults gain a level of independence so that they could live on their own. It created a sense of security for the clients, knowing that they have staff to assist them if needed. It also created a sense of independence, being able to go out on their own and to take care of their own personal responsibilities. The site was staffed from 7 to 11 and it provided support for clients who needed it. Clients would check in with the staff and coordinate with the staff with any support that they needed for that day. The site has 6 individual apartments and a staff department for respite if needed. Since the 16-hour program has been cut from the Young Adult Services Program, it's been very difficult to access the level of care for our clients. The client movement from 24-hour to out in the community has pretty much stalled. Clients are being moved out into the community and they're not ready to live out on their own. Hospitalizations have increased due to the lack of support of the 16-hour site that the 16-hour site offered. The attendance and programming has declined, and the clients who move out in the community too early lack the ability to maintain their daily schedules, and you see a decline in their case management, employment and education, and other wraparound services. I ask you again to pass Bill 821 and the House Bill 6187 so that we have revenue needed to find services for sites like the 16-hour site that we have the residential
There's
program.
30-second warning. 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Seeing no questions, appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. Could you clarify for me a little bit your concern in the funding? Obviously, the mission you're trying to accomplish is very important, and you're suggesting that the gap in the funding makes it hard to be successful. Could you give me a little more detail? I want to understand better what your concern is on it.
Yeah. So what happens is when our program is a 24-hour program. And so we have a residential component of it, and our residential clients, they, some of them don't need that level of care.
Right.
They do need some care, but they don't need 24 hours. So what we had was a 16-hour site where they had the supports, but they were also able to build on their own, abilities so that they could be able to live on their own. So when that was eliminated, what we started to see was a lot of decline in the client's progression to moving out onto their own. So they tend to start to you can't.
They don't make progress. They regress, is what you're saying.
Right, they regress, exactly. Okay. So right now, even in our program right now, there's several clients who could utilize this actual program that we had, but they're sitting on in a 24-hour site, and the level of care, it seems like they're just regressing. And so we don't have a place for them because they're not ready to live out there on their own completely, where when we put people out on their own too fast, what we find is that they end up in the hospital, or they end up getting incarcerated, or they end up just making a lot of bad decisions. And so this 16-hour site, it was something that where people were able to teach a lot of the independence that was needed, but it was also a lot of security for clients who were just not ready to just live completely on their own.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. This was incredibly helpful. I'm trying to chew into the issues, and if you sat through the last hour, it was a conversation of taxes, no taxes, and policy issues that they have a lot of validity. But here we're talking about it's at some level in for the penny, in for the pound. We've got a program, we've got a structure, and the question is adequate funding so we don't end up with bad results. And I think you've been tremendously, I'm glad I dragged it out of you so I could understand it. It was very helpful. So I really thank you. And thank you for showing up to testify.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Next up, Tom.
Amy O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fonfara, Chairman Scanlon, ranking members, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Amy O'Connor, and I serve as the Chief of Staff for AFSCME Council 4, a union representing over 30,000 public and private employees across Connecticut. I also represent Council 4 in the Recovery for All Coalition, which is a coalition comprised of labor unions, community groups, and faith leaders. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 6187, an act concerning the restructuring of certain taxes and tax equity, and SB 821, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. Connecticut has seemingly adopted a practice of austerity budgets in recent years, as well as continuing to privatize vital services in our communities. Austerity budgets have led to our state being a leader in income inequality, hobbled working families trying to get ahead, and slowed economic growth, which hurt businesses and workers alike. Communities across our state have suffered due to a lack of investment in services, which also disproportionately impacted minority communities. Despite this, the wealthiest in our state have continued to profit, as others struggle due to a booming stock market that has added billions to their wealth. During the pandemic, we have seen how excessively we tax labor rather than wealth that's accrued from the stock market. Now is the time to be bold by making investments and showing that Connecticut doesn't have to be a land of steady habits. HB 6187 and SB 821 are bold proposals that provide working families relief and raises the revenue to make investments in our communities. These bills would provide a $500 direct payment to workers laid off between March 15th, 2020 and December 31st, 2020. These type of direct relief payments would help families at a time when they need it most. This stimulus, on top of the federal payments, will help families stay afloat and have money to spend in our economy. They have to decide right now between bills and groceries. As a state, we need to be there for them so they don't have to make these horrific choices. They would also provide working class tax relief by expanding the EITC to 50% of the federal EITC. Making this change would provide long-term relief for families in the years ahead and help actually lift up these working families. HB 6187 and SB 821 would also raise needed revenue that can make investments into our communities by increasing personal tax rates.
This is your 30-second warning.
Top earners and imposing a 5% surtax on capital gains, dividends, and taxable interest. The revenue raised in both bills would help universal education, provide rent relief so people avoid eviction. It would also help fund vital services at the local level so cities and towns don't have to decide between raising property taxes or reducing services that are needed. Connecticut can address the disparities in our state by making these investments and asking the absolute wealthiest to do their fair share. Every working family deserves these investments so they can get ahead and we can come out of this pandemic together. AFSCME Council 4 strongly urges the committee to support working families in Connecticut by passing HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Kimberly Cushman.
Could the host please allow me to turn my video on?
Well,
Thank you.
yeah, there you go.
First of all, thank you to Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Kimmy Cushman, and I live in New Haven. I'm a graduate worker in the physics department at Yale University, and I am also a lead organizer of Unite Here's Local 33, the Union for Graduate Workers at Yale. I stand with thousands of members of the Yale and New Haven communities demanding that Connecticut end its austerity to cities like New Haven, and that the Recovery for All bill is passed. Living in New Haven, I see the consequences of Yale's tax exemption on the rest of the city. Yale is among the wealthiest organizations in Connecticut. Its $31 billion endowment grew by 6.8%, and its operating surplus ran to $200 million in 2020 alone. This is all meanwhile New Haven is facing a budget deficit of $60 million. Yale's economic growth in 2020 should not be a surprise. It only mirrors the portfolios of the wealthiest corporations and individuals in Connecticut. Similarly, New Haven's budget mirrors the crisis of working class people in our state. Last week, I attended a New Haven budget hearing for the next fiscal year, and what I saw was extremely frightening. The budget proposal showed loud and clear that the consequences of continued austerity from Yale and the state of Connecticut would be. For decades, New Haven's poverty rate has hovered around 25%. The government has failed generations of people living in my community. 1 in 4 people should not have to decide whether to pay rent or feed their families in one of the richest states in America. Leaders of our state who have committed to austerity and have avoided taxing the super wealthy should be ashamed that so many have been left struggling to survive. I support these tax increases on the wealthy because with the estimated net increase of $3.6 billion in the annual budget, the state of Connecticut would not only support working families in the short term with the tax breaks outlined in this bill, but could also invest long-term in our communities of greatest need. New Haven could be prosperous if the youngest generation was provided plentiful school funding. New Haven could be prosperous if Connecticut doubled down on its sustainability initiatives and trained New Haven residents to work in well-paying, clean energy union jobs. New Haven could be prosperous if we passed this bill to reinvigorate our economy and end the austerity. I would like to remind lawmakers of Connecticut that austerity is a
30-second warning. 30-second.
Thank you. Austerity is a choice. By paying slightly higher property and income taxes, the richest in Connecticut would be able to contribute significantly to racial and economic justice that our state needs, especially in New Haven. We can't wait any longer. Local 33 joins our allies to demand that the Recovery for All bill is passed and that the wealthiest in our state pay these proposed taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cushman. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness, but thank you again.
Yep. We have Abby Feldman.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator, or good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Abby Feldman. I live in New Haven, and I am a member of New Haven Rising and of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. In New Haven Rising, we do grassroots organizing, building people power to win racial and economic justice. In Connecticut, we face some of the worst inequality in the world. Too many of my neighbors, members, and friends are in crisis. New Haven has suffered from decades of segregation. The poor neighborhoods of today were marked as hazardous or declining by redlining maps in 1937. The same neighborhoods that had the highest foreclosure rates after the Great Recession have the highest COVID-19 infection rates now. In New Haven Rising, we are working to change these maps of segregated development, and passing these bills will be important to this end. In a state as wealthy as Connecticut, poverty is needless suffering. This past election, I went to Philadelphia for 2 months to knock on doors and lead volunteers to defeat Trump. I then went to Atlanta to knock on doors for the state Senate runoff election in Georgia. I came home to New Haven to continue my community organizing efforts in the Hill and in Westville neighborhoods. I remember a conversation with a young woman in Philadelphia, Nikisha, who had described working hard her whole life to provide for her young children and her family. During the pandemic, she had been laid off and was trying to get back to school to prepare for a new job. One thing is clear from all the conversations I had with voters at their doors and returning to see the struggle in my hometown of New Haven. That is the tough economic circumstances that too many people are going through during this pandemic, and we will all be paying the price. But this struggle isn't new. Too many people have been living on the edge of economic despair even before coronavirus arrived. The pandemic has laid bare the effects of our growing inequality and has pushed too many people over the edge. The time is now for us to struggle to make sure that we have a fair and equitable state where the wealthy are expected to pay their fair share. We see the effects of inequality on our city. As I was saying, anyone who has driven through New Haven can see the demarcation between our neighborhoods and our downtown. We know that when families struggle to put food on the table, to access good jobs, to access healthcare and have quality education.
30-second warning.
It's our young people and our future that is in peril. Eventually, the pandemic will subside and many will go back to their regular lives. Many businesses will bounce back, but too many people may never recover. Connecticut residents deserve a recovery for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Feldman. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, James Bach.
Yes, so Governor Lamont has said that we do not need more taxes, we need more taxpayers. SB 171 and SB 172 would have the exact opposite impact, continuing to drive thousands of residents out of our state to lower cost regions. Over the last 8 years, roughly $12 billion in net adjusted gross income and 163,000 residents have left our state. Rather than leaning on a mixed bag of academic research, look at the data known and use common sense for why people are leaving. Or please ask me, as a business co-owner that employs around 100 people in Connecticut, as to why I'm not going to be investing any more money in Connecticut going forward. We have the highest percentage of net out migration over this period of any state in the country. A high cost of living, an unattractive policy mix to attract productive businesses and residents, and little comparative advantages versus other states are the primary reasons people leave. Technology changes like Zoom have enabled a remote workforce. This is a secular change. This makes cost of living that much more important in deciding where to domicile. This means we're not just competing against New York or Massachusetts, which has around a 5% flat income tax rate. We're increasingly competing in losing to Texas, Florida, and the Carolinas, among other states. Spend some time in Fairfield County if you don't believe that people are leaving because of higher taxes, or just look at what states are gaining residents and which states are losing. Whether someone identifies on the left or right, our current policy mix doesn't work. The $12 billion in net adjusted gross income we've lost since 2012 at a blended rate of 6% could have raised $700 million for social, environmental, and criminal justice reform causes. Instead, it's just gone. Most of the arguments for these taxes center on words like fairness or equity that you'll hear throughout the day. I live in a town that sends around $200 million to Hartford and gets a very small fraction of that back. If that's not a fair amount, I want to hear concretely what is. And taxing people's homes, regardless of the price of the home, whether it's a $450,000 home or a $2 million home, is the most damaging thing that one can do to residents. Homes are the foundation of everything. It's cutting off one's nose to spite one's face.
30-second warning.
I recognize there is a problem with pilot reimbursement to our cities, and I recognize the social ills in our cities that they have to deal with that some towns don't. My suggestion would be to do means-based testing of nonprofits for property and infrastructure taxes. In New Haven, this could be additive, but recognize that New Haven's issues aren't just passive. For example, New Haven actively chose to give a $117,000 pension to their 49-year-old police chief before he got a job supplementing his income somewhere else. Clean up your own governance and budget management and stop being beholden to special interest groups for votes. Then we can get a clearer picture of where things truly stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Josh Bivens.
Thank you so much. Thanks for hearing my testimony today. I'm Josh Bivens, a macroeconomist and the research director of the Economic Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. We're a nonprofit research institute that aims to ensure the economic needs of low and middle income families are given their proper due in policy debates. I just want to make a few short points in my testimony. First, the revenue changes outlined in both HR 6187 and SB 821 would raise revenue progressively and would boost resources available to low and moderate income households in Connecticut. This is a highly desirable policy change, not just for fairness, but also because it will substantially boost economic growth in the near term in the state of Connecticut. To understand why this change will boost growth, you need to understand that the US economy has largely lost the ability to quickly self-correct following recessions, and a rapid return to economic health in recent decades has required active expansionary fiscal policy. When the economy has not gotten this help from fiscal policymakers, growth has lagged. For example, premature spending restraint at both the federal and state level is why it took an entire decade to return to the 2007 unemployment rate following the Great Recession. There's no reason why it should take several years rather than just one or two to return the unemployment rate back to a pre-recession level following a crisis. Every time this happens, even after historically steep and severe recessions, it should be seen as a profound policy failure and one that has horrible consequences for the economic security of US families. The federal government needs to be on the front line of providing this fiscal help. They have more capacity to borrow and to raise revenue progressively to support spending. And happily, they've done their job this time. The American Rescue Plan provides aid that can help state and local governments kickstart their recovery. But state governments absolutely still have a huge role to play. Even in the face of balanced budget constraints, states can smooth their spending over the business cycle. And when faced with the choice of restraining growth or cutting jobs and services versus raising revenue from high-income households and businesses, the choice should be crystal clear. Raising revenue progressively to finance the expansion of public spending and to give resources to low and moderate income families is good for growth. You are taking money from people who save more, you're giving it to people who are more liquidity constrained. That's going to boost spending growth in the near term. States, so not cutting taxes is the absolute least a state can do with the aid received from the American Rescue Plan. States need to see this aid as a force multiplier on top of the revenue they raise progressively to support public investment and provide needed services. Finally, I'd say even if a full recovery is achieved quickly following the COVID-19 recession, a decade of pronounced disinvestment by state and local governments needs to be made up. The 2010s were the decade of austerity for state and local governments. It led to needlessly slow recovery from the Great Recession and left state economies uniquely vulnerable to the COVID-19 shock. The 2020s need to be a decade of public investment if we want a better economy. The federal government has begun to lead in this way. It is time for state governments to step up and do their part as well. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming here today. I have a question for you. So one of the problems is Connecticut has had still not recovered from the last recession has been the lack of growth in higher and income jobs. That our job growth has been disproportionately at the lower end, low-paying service jobs. And my question for you is, how are the tax policies you're proposing going to correct that problem? Because we can fix things in the short term, but unless we see a growth in those higher paying jobs, we will continue to lag the rest of the country. We will continue to not have the revenue to support the programs you want. So I'm just, you're the economist. I'd love to see how this plays into growing those higher income jobs that are the key to our recovery.
I'd say a couple things. First, I think Connecticut is not unique in the sense that its recovery from the Great Recession was incredibly slow. I think it was hit harder than most states because it was a very finance-heavy state, and finance took a really big hit during the Great Recession because it was a bursting bubble, and so it was always going to be a little tougher in that regards. I think job growth across the board will be helped by boosting demand. I think demand has been what has constrained growth both nationally and at most state levels for most of the past decade. And so as you transfer resources to moderate and low income families, they spend a much higher share of the income they get. And so that boosts growth in that way. I think two last things. One, in terms of long run growth and making sure lots of high paying jobs are provided in the state. I think there are policies we can talk about in that regard. I think over the next 3 years, the real issue is going to be, do we boost demand enough to soak up everyone who wants a job in the state? I think that is the crucial priority. It's the priority we never hit nationally following the Great Recession. And so I think these tax changes absolutely help that. And then in terms of providing enough revenue, it is still the case that Connecticut has quite a bit of room to raise revenue from businesses relative even to its surrounding states. And so when I look at the constraints on Connecticut revenue over the past decade, I see those constraints more in they don't raise as much revenue from businesses as surrounding states in terms of rates and in terms of the base, rather than the growth of high-paying jobs.
Well, again, just to refer to a neighboring state, Massachusetts, which has a declining income tax rate, a robust economy, certainly in terms of those knowledge-oriented jobs, and a number of programs, particularly looking at the biotechnology sector that incentivize that growth. I mean, let's face it, we can give everybody a bigger slice of the pie if we grow a bigger pie. And I suppose I don't see how this, in terms of actually writing our economic boat, provides the atmosphere, the environment in which we are going to create those jobs that then have the trickle down effect. I mean, we have a great workforce investment board. The areas where we really want to see growth, skilled manufacturing, biotechnology, all those things. How does instituting the tax policies described in these bills help toward creating that ecosystem that allows us to be the envy of New England the way we were?
I think the biggest way is it provides the resources necessary for the public investments in education, both K through 12 and higher education. We have basically priced more and more people out of affordable higher education. I think when those industries you just named in terms of being the big growth industries, biotechnology, sort of IT, those are high skill industries. We want to make sure we get as many people as possible having access to those industries. That means higher education. And so I think what we need to do is provide the resources necessary to make sure as many people as possible have that access. The number one reason why tuition costs have soared and student debt has increased enormously in the past decade is because states have cut back on that commitment to higher education. So I think in terms of the long run, you need to raise the revenue, which is what the bills do. And then on the spending side, you need to make sure it goes into public investments that will pay off in a more productive state economy.
Thank you. We could go on all day, but I'm appreciative of the limit on my time. And thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Farrar, followed by Representative Chasey.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bivens, for being here. We've heard a little back and forth just about kind of where our tax system is and what improvements we could make for the future. Given your national scope, can you give us a sense of kind of where Connecticut is in regards to our regressive tax system and why changing that now kind of is essential, as we look towards these goals, as Representative Cheeseman said, kind of for growth and recovery? Because I think for us in Connecticut, we sometimes lose sight of kind of where we sit and how regressive our tax system is. So your perspective would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you for your question. In terms of where Connecticut sits, I've looked more at where it sits in the regional economy because I think that's the most relevant place to look. And I think in terms of individual income tax rates, it looked like not an outlier in the New England economy. Where it looked noticeably like there was room to raise revenue progressively was in the business taxes. They were sort of lower than the surrounding states. I have a paper from 2018 that I'm happy to send on and have available to people. I think now is the time to do this for a couple of reasons. One, just nationwide and in Connecticut, we have an economy that's been growing more unequal over time. And so anytime would be a good time to start pushing back on that. But particularly now, when we're coming out of just a horrendous economic shock, that is going to require lots of demand growth over the next year or two to quickly bring the unemployment rate back down, to get jobs available to people who want one. And also, it's an economic shock that more than any other in history has really exploded in the low wage sectors of the economy. Like most recessions hit manufacturing, construction, sometimes finance, and then they radiate outwards. This one has gone right at the lowest wage workers in sort of face-to-face service sectors. And so now more than ever, I think not only do we want a really quick recovery that brings the unemployment rate back down really quickly by boosting spending, we also want to get resources to the people who took the direct brunt of this. And so I think at the state level, that means you have to do tax shifts, since you generally can't do borrowing the way the federal government can. And so a tax shift that raises revenue progressively from high income households and businesses and transfers resources to low and moderate income households, it not only sort of helps heal the direct damage of the recession, it is also going to boost spending in the short run. You're taking money from sectors and people who save it more, and you give it to people who are more liquidity constrained. And I think that's going to boost growth in the near term.
Thanks for walking through that. Thanks, Mr. Bivens. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Bivens, before we go to Representative Chafee, I'm going to exert my prerogative as the chair and ask you a question about what you just talked about. A lot of what we've been talking about today sort of centers around a more progressive tax structure in a goal of getting more revenue to spend it on programs. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about maybe framing that a different way. Why would it not be a better approach to to adjust the revenue on the top end in order to offset revenue, which is obviously regressive on the lower end, by reducing taxes for the working or middle class? If we've seen study after study in Connecticut that shows that Connecticut has a regressive tax structure where folks under $50,000 a year are paying 26% of their income in taxes, whereas folks at the top are paying less than 5%. Why would it not be a better use of revenue to adjust tax rates rather than change spending?
Well, some of the bills that I am discussing today do indeed reduce effective tax rates on low-income households, like the EITC and issues like that. And I think that's a perfectly fine. It transfers resources to low and moderate income families, which I think is really important. I would say, nationwide and in Connecticut, the 2010s were a period of pretty profound disinvestment in public services and especially in the education sector. And so I do agree that if you're going to raise revenue progressively from high income households and businesses, I think some of it just being transferred sort of through the tax system, through the EITC, through sort of a greater exemption of income for low and moderate income families, that makes sense. I also do think public goods and services matter for the health of a state economy. And it looks to me like those trends are pretty worrisome across the board and even in Connecticut. So I would like to see some of it go to the sort of public goods and services, not just a pure tax shift. Although that tax shift, I also think should be part of the story.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today. I second what the chairman stated. I do think that the burden of taxes heavily falls on the backs of working people in the state. And when we talk about tax burden, I think generally that's what people empathize with. Working people paying a disproportionate amount of their income to the state in taxes. And these bills we're discussing aren't doing that. So I think we need to be clear there. These are very targeted tax increases mainly on people making over $500,000 a year, either through income or dividends and capital gains. So I just wanted to clarify that. So a little over a decade ago, we all suffered through the Great Recession. And I know it's come up multiple times in conversation already. I know Connecticut, took basically the entire decade to recover, and I'd say we never fully recovered from that. So in your opinion, I was just curious, how is the current recession similar or different to that? And what are kind of the key lessons that we could take out of the Great Recession moving forward to not repeat the same mistakes?
So I think in terms of similarities and differences and lessons, I'd say a couple things. One, I've mentioned this before. One thing that stands out in the current recession is just how the front line of it has been very low wage workers in sort of face-to-face service sectors. The Great Recession was mostly a story of manufacturing, construction, and finance. These are higher wage sectors. Low wage workers were sort of collateral damage when everyone sort of cut back their spending. And this time, there are estimates that the unemployment rate for the bottom quarter of workers remains well over 20% nationwide. And so I think in terms of just the human damage contained in every percentage point of unemployment is higher this time because it's been such a low wage sort of centric crisis. I think the more hopeful issue is that if we manage to get the virus under control, if vaccines work the way we all hope, if there really is rapid reopening, you're going to have US families generally go into the recovery with better balance sheets than they had following the Great Recession. There's just widespread wealth loss as we tried to enter recovery from there. It was a huge headwind on growth. This time, because of the extraordinary federal aid, and because it was not a recession associated with like an asset market bubble popping, we are poised to have a potentially better recovery if we really do all the right things with policy. And I think we should take advantage of that. Like, we have some tailwinds and we should give ourselves even more tailwinds with better fiscal policy. And so I think the one big difference is the federal government response has been better, balance sheets look better. We really could have a very rapid decline in unemployment and a better recovery if we really push in that way.
Do you think any of the taxes associated with HB 6187 or SB 821 would damage economic growth? And what kind of taxes or tax incentives should be avoided to ensure we have a robust recovery?
Most of the ones I've seen in those bills do not look to me like they'd be a big constraint on growth. I am of the opinion that taxing business and taxes
30-second warning on the 5-minute question and answer.
And taxes on capital income do not have much of a sort of growth suppressing effect, especially when they're done when the economy is sort of so starved for demand the way it still is following the COVID recession. In terms of taxes that should be avoided to sort of keep growth from happening, I think in this environment, the ones I would want to avoid are ones that hit low and moderate income families more. So I would not want to see a big increase in sales taxes. That's the big one that comes to mind. I'm sure there are other taxes that hit low and moderate income families that I'm blanking on.
Thank you. I agree with you there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Bivens, for being with us today.
Next up, Josh Pollock. Josh Pollock.
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am Reverend Josh Pollock. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a leader with the Recovery for All campaign and a resident of Glastonbury. I speak in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. Each of you has heard desperate pleas for help from constituents during these past 12 pandemic months. Pleas from small businesses, essential workers, healthcare, nursing home, rest stop, grocery store, and domestic workers, renters, poor people, low-income people, undocumented people, teachers, students and their parents, elders, people seeking healthcare, mental health resources, addiction resources. The suffering and the need have been immense. You are also aware that most of these needs existed prior to the pandemic and are rooted in longstanding historical race and class-based disparities. The pandemic has made these disparities worse and far more visible to far more people. So we need a recovery for all, not only from the pandemic, but from these crushing, long-standing disparities. The needs are enormous. Affordable quality health care, Husky for undocumented people who qualify, rent relief, affordable housing, fixing the ECS formula so that public schools thrive in every Connecticut community, closing the funding gaps for community colleges, our state university system in Yukon, expanding resources for mental health, addiction, and reentry services, increasing Department of Labor funding to address domestic worker rights. These are only a few critical pressing needs, and I'm sure each of you could easily identify 10 unmet social, economic, or health needs rooted in longstanding race-based and class-based disparities that cry out for funding now. You could do that without even thinking about it. And the answer, as long as we take the path of austerity, is no. And the pleas will continue. Money from the American Rescue Plan will close some gaps this year, but those dollars are temporary and will disappear in future years. They won't enable us to make the long-term investments in our communities and our people that will address decades of race and class inequity. Drawing on the rainy day fund can help, but that too is not a permanent solution. The Recovery for All campaign and our legislative champions, who make up 1/4 of the legislature, are proposing over $3 billion in new permanent revenues, along with tax relief for working and middle-class families. There are no tricks here. There are no gimmicks here. These are new, reliable, sustainable revenues from those who can best afford it, the state's wealthiest citizens and highest earners who have prospered during the pandemic. Friends, we can allow the suffering and the need to continue.
30-second
We can
warning.
allow the racism and the classism built into our systems to continue, or we can ask those who have profited the most to show their Connecticut spirit and pay their fair share. Austerity constrains recovery. Robust investment in our communities and our people spurs recovery for all. I think the choice is clear. I hope you agree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend. And seeing no further questions, we will go to the next witness.
Yep, Denise Weeks.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Denise Weeks, and I live in Glastonbury, Connecticut, as a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and Senate Bill 821. This year has seen many Connecticut families on the margin struggling for survival, while others in the state were able to work from home and watched the value of their investments soar. This disparity between rich and poor in the state is nothing new, but it has been exacerbated and further exposed by the COVID pandemic. It is time that the state take bold action to ensure that those who have benefited the most from our economy, even during this pandemic, bear their fair share of the cost of recovery. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet their needs. Service workers in the hotel, restaurant, retail, and entertainment sectors have lost jobs or seen their hours cut dramatically. Many are struggling to feed their families and pay their bills. Many are facing eviction. We cannot let them bear the brunt of this crisis, while those fortunate enough to continue to work from home and enjoy an investment windfall bear none of the pain of the recovery. The revenue raised by this bill would provide direct payments and tax relief to help struggling families get through and recover from this crisis. Connecticut leads the country in income and wealth inequality that has long been known. This bill corrects the long-standing inequity in our tax code by ensuring that the wealthy pay a greater percentage of their income than low earners in the state. State-level austerity and cuts to the public sector after the recession of 2008 delayed recovery for years. Governor Lamont's proposed austerity budget chooses to ignore lessons made during that time and makes cuts we need, and we need to stimulate investment at this time. We cannot continue to prioritize the ultra wealthy over our state's economic recovery. The lessons from the 2008 recession is that the risk is not going too big, it is going too small. We must take bold
30-second
action
warning.
now or risk damaging our economy for years. With this bill, we have an unprecedented opportunity to stop the hurt so many families are feeling by funding essential services, reducing economic and racial inequality, and setting our state on a path to robust economic recovery by restoring fairness to our tax code. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. Seeing no questions to the committee, we'll move on.
Yep, Sheldon Tubman.
Sheldon, you sound. Hey, Sheldon, you sound like you've ingested a lot of helium, at least to me. I'm not sure if other people are getting the same noise effect, but All right, we can't hear you, Mickey Mouse, but we'll come back to you, I promise.
William Claffey.
Good morning, dear Chairman Fanfara and Scanlon, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of House Bill 5182, an act concerning the cap on research and development credits. Again, my name is Bill Claffey. I'm a partner at Fiandella, Milone, and Lacerra in Glastonbury, Connecticut. We're an accounting firm of 85 folks, homegrown. All of our offices here in Connecticut. And I offer my background just to understand the perspective that I come from with regard to tax credits and other tax policy matters. Again, our firm is homegrown. We have 100% of our offices here in Connecticut, and we've gone from 5 to 85 employees in 19 wonderful years here in Connecticut, and just have a significant interest in not only directly, but indirectly in boosting the Connecticut economy. And I think this bill is a step toward that. The increase in the tax credit limit would allow biotechnology companies to offset the Connecticut corporate tax from currently, they can offset 50.01% of their Connecticut tax. It would increase that to 75%. And this is kind of a return to where Connecticut was a few short years ago, before the cap was moved back down to 50.01%. It allows more mature biotechs in our state to offset Connecticut income tax to the extent that they have it. But it also allows a lot of our startup companies to offset their capital tax, which is currently being phased out. However, there may be delays in that phase out, and it's always an issue that biotechs have when they're getting significant investment, but are pre-revenue and getting taxed on that money. This increase to the tax credit limit cap would allow them to offset additional capital taxes to the extent that they have them. Our firm, we spend a lot of time with biotechs, startup businesses. We have really good relationships with Yale, UConn, and other universities in the state. And we see a lot of their P&Ls. We see a lot of their trial balances, their balance sheets. And one thing I think is true is that biotechnology companies are spenders. They tend not to be holders. It's the nature of the industry, move forward or fall behind. They spend these funds on new jobs, equipment, supplies, capital improvements and build outs and clinical studies. All of those are feeders within our Connecticut economy. So not only are you increasing the ability of the biotech, but you're allowing companies, if there's additional funds that they can get from an increase in the tax credit, allowing other companies to foster as well as their feeders of that industry.
30-second warning.
Yep. In addition to House Bill 5182, I'd like to bring up, I've spoken with Representative Cheeseman and Commissioner Lehman at DECD about potentially trying to mirror some policies in our neighboring states, specifically Massachusetts. Massachusetts has a Massachusetts Life Science Center where they tie their credits to job growth, and there's a direct ROI on that. It's a significant program. I've taken some companies through it, as much as it hurt us to have those companies in Massachusetts. But it ties job growth to job credit allocation, typically $16,000 per new job. And
that is 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Looks like you're going to get some questions, so we're going to go into overtime here a little bit. You'll have some chance to wrap that up. We'll start with Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Yacarino.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us today. You could just finish your point, because I was actually going to ask if you were familiar with what Massachusetts structure is for these type of companies.
Yeah.
I know you got put off at the end. If you want to finish your point, and then if there are more questions, we can follow up.
Yeah, no, my next point was going there anyway. Yeah, no, it's a great question. So they have, they have their existing structure of tax credits, but for defined biotech companies, they have a kind of a specific set off, and they call it the Massachusetts Life Science Center. And that, in addition to providing special funds and loans and things of that nature, they have a very robust tax credit policy as well, whereby companies apply for an allocation of credits. The state allocates, I think it's currently $30 million of tax benefits. And then there'll be a round of applications that are typically due in February. The Massachusetts Life Science Organization select the companies that they want to allocate tax credits to. And then, but there's a job commitment, a job requirement commitment, new job requirement commitment. So it's a minimum of 10 employees, and the applicant must commit to that. So once they determine how many they're going to commit to, the state holds them to that, and then they offer a credit. It varies, but approximately $16,000 per new employee. And these are all good jobs. These are all folks coming out of MIT and Harvard and wherever else they're coming out of, getting paid 100 and 100 plus salaries for sure. And then once they get that credit allocation, so if you're going to hire 10 new employees, you get $160,000, $170,000 of credits. Then they've got like a laundry list of credits that you can apply those funds to. But in either way, the state insulates to some degree that credit, because they know that if they're hiring a new employee at $100,000 salary, they're going to get $6,000 or $7,000 back directly, just in terms of wages, but also all the other benefits that they're getting through capital improvement and getting their contractors up and running. And just a quick note, that program was passed by the state of Massachusetts in 2008. And if you look at kind of like, when was the surge in Cambridge and the biotech world up in Mass, most stories, Boston Globe, et cetera, will kind of point to the 2009, 2010 timeframe. And I'm sure there's some coincidence there, but I'm sure that there's not. I'm sure a lot of it directly relates to this program.
So this bill would raise the corporate tax exemption to 65%. That would be our R&D credit. What is theirs in Massachusetts?
It's very different. They have just.
It sounds like it's just structured completely differently up there. So I don't know if that's so.
It is. I mean, it is. It is very different in terms of their structure. They have an R&D credit. It's almost like you need to look at both things in tandem. You've got an R&D credit that a ball bearing manufacturer could get. They would be eligible for them. But then they have the biotech credit, which is if you are a defined life science company and approved, it basically gives you a kicker and a boost to get additional benefits, and those benefits can become refundable. But you have to be approved, and you have to commit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill, I apologize. I got on your testimony a couple minutes late. I was on another call, but I'm a huge supporter of the bioscience field, the STEM field, engineering field. What I don't think a lot of people realize, and I think you touched on it a little, between 2008 and 2011, Massachusetts invested $10 billion between state legislature, state government, academia, and private equity. And that's how Cambridge really grew. And what I think you did touch on it, it's not just the science jobs, it's the research jobs, the tech jobs, it's the construction jobs. There's so many, you could come out of high school and get a job as a tech, and many companies will send you to go to your bachelor's degree and eventually maybe your master's degree. It's something we have tried to do in Connecticut the last 6 years, bipartisanly, through our bioscience caucus to grow these jobs. And unfortunately, a couple of years ago in the budget, there was a cut in the R&D tax credit, which many of these companies need to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, for their companies for research and development, but also to grow their companies. And in that same budget 2 years ago, the tax credit for STEM graduate students was eliminated. And we're trying to obviously reenact that. So I appreciate your testimony, but I don't think people realize, when we talk about some of these Senate Bill 821 and 6187, those bills, those might raise revenue, but the way to really raise revenue is high-paying, sustainable jobs. People that go to high school, can get a job right out of school in the tech field, or build the buildings. You need engineers, site workers. And I think we have to look at the overall picture. And that's what our neighboring state, Massachusetts, did by lowering taxes, growing those sectors' jobs. So you have any response, Bill? And I like your Ted Williams picture behind you.
Yeah, huge baseball. Representative Yacarino, you and I have talked, me through my involvement with BioCT in the past. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I think, there's a lot of areas in Connecticut. I mean, New Haven is so ripe for this, right, the growth. And, the growth in Massachusetts, while everybody points to Cambridge, we have, it's moved from Cambridge. Now it's getting to Worcester, and it's getting to Springfield. And it's really, while New Haven might be kind of the natural starting point, I think that once you build that ecosystem, it grows and it moves out to other areas, Stanford possibly. But yeah, I mean, and I don't know when you tuned in, but yeah, I mean, I made the comment, biotech companies are spenders. They spend money. Oh, yeah. If they don't get new resources and they're not attracting the top talent coming out of our local schools or any schools, they fall behind. And we've been, my firm, we were involved with our Vinus, and I mean, what a success story that here in Connecticut. And our current R&D credit was a big piece of,
Right.
that. But pairing that with the life science, I think really opened, well, that and the bill that's currently that I'm testifying on, that helps. I think this is just another avenue to bring more to the biotech sector.
I'll make one more comment, Mr. Chair, and I'll end it. If you look at Palo Alto, California, you look at Maryland, you look at Massachusetts, and I truly believe in all my heart that Connecticut could compete with these other states. We have great institutions of higher learning. We have a great workforce, and we are building in New Haven, Branford, Guilford, and it's going to extend. The thing about the life sciences is they love the competition. Why do you think Pfizer, Moderna, and all these companies, they're amazing what they did with the vaccine? Because it's a competition, it's a healthy competition. And men and women could go from company to company. When you have that cluster, there's so many jobs, ancillary jobs that are created through this industry. And I think as much as we have finances, this is much more important industry, not only for jobs, but for delivery of healthcare. And look at the vaccine. So we really need to embrace this and look at it at a larger, wider, long-term picture. That's all I have to say, but thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, both chairs and ranking members for your time.
Representative Meskos, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Mr. Claffey, I want to thank you for your testimony. You know, we've had a lot of conversations about tax credits and the issue of whether or not it's a race to the bottom. And I understand the policy issues and the questions that we face. I think when you look at the biotech sector and you look where we are versus Massachusetts, that becomes the question is, how do we create the ecosystem or the ecosystem for the growth of the industry and get to a point where it's sustainable with the kinds of jobs it throws off. So I think I like the testimony. I think it makes a lot of sense for us to look at the industry. I think the first thing you said is it throws off money, it spends money like crazy. The job levels are in the 100 to 150,000, which puts them in an income tax bracket where they provide us with revenue to the state from the personal income tax, even with those corporate tax credits. And I think if we can get to the point, and you won't finish that comment probably to me, but we get to the point where the ecosystem is so big, this corporate tax credit doesn't become the anchor anymore. It becomes the ecosystem where you can pay a normal corporate tax rate because everybody's here and the industry is self-generating and self-feeding. And really the question is, what's the kickstart to make it significant? When I look at, what I see in Massachusetts and California, which are not cheap tax states, is that they have managed to get to a nucleus where people are there and are not leaving because of that structure. And it sounds like we're nowhere near that tipping point yet. That's kind of what I'm hearing from you, right?
Yeah, I think everything helps. And, I've taken, like I said, I've taken a couple clients through the Mass Life Science Center, which again, for us being a Connecticut firm, it kind of hurts us but we have to look out for our clients. And so we've taken one from a company that was single digit employees. They're now 400 employees. And so while they've gotten, multiple millions of dollars of tax credits, probably somewhere in the 3 to 4 range, look at the return that Mass is getting, has gotten for the last 10 years. I mean, once they got to that critical mass of 400 employees at let's say $100,000 a year, obviously some up, some down, but even at a 5% tax rate, I mean, they're getting back $2 million a year annually. And that's just the one-on-one return on investment to the state. Think about all the contractors that were going in, that were working with them through build out, and all the, like Representative Iacarino mentioned, I mean, all the feeder industries that's serving.
And in this state, the tax rates on the mill rate for supporting local communities and all. So I'd love to have those conversations with you going forward. I think it's something we really need to lean into.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming here today, Bill. Good to see you again. You didn't touch on this in your testimony, but in our conversations you mentioned, because there's such a long on-ramp for many of these companies where the tax credit may not be worth, as valuable. Can you talk about the exchange? Because I'd like to put that on the exchange of tax credit. So I'd like to put on that on the radar of the other members of the committee.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. So currently, and kudos to Connecticut. I from an R&D tax credit, just looking at that in isolation, Connecticut has, and I work with. That's what I do. I do multi-state taxes, and credits are a part of that. Connecticut has a fantastic research and development tax credit. To the extent that a company is in a loss, right? So you look at their income and expenses. If they're in a taxable loss, then Connecticut allows the corporate taxpayer to elect to exchange their credit at 65 cents on the dollar, right? So if you have a credit of $100,000, you can either use that credit and carry it forward to offset future taxes, or you can elect to exchange it, and then the state of Connecticut will write you a check for $65,000. I can tell you from firsthand experience, it has been a huge boost to the biotech community currently here in Connecticut. Certainly helps to fund new jobs, all the things we've been discussing. 65% is great. A higher percentage would be better. I can tell you through this Massachusetts Life Science program for qualified biotechs, they can take those credits and they can elect a refundable provision at 90%. Obviously, 90 is more attractive than 65. So I think if there was a way for the state to look at the exchange, specifically with regard to biotechs, and I think this is where you're going with Representative Cheeseman, we've talked about the long ramp that a biotech has, especially startup biotechs, where they are investing significant funds and going through clinical trials. I mean, they may have 8, 9, 10 years before they even start selling a product, and certainly 8, 9, 10 years before they ever have taxable income. So having that exchange option to them is significantly, cash is king, significantly more valuable than a tax credit that they can carry forward and may be able to use 15 years down the road. So the exchange option is very valuable. And I think if there's any way to increase that percentage, maybe within a defined biotech sector, I think that would be very well received in our Connecticut business community.
Okay, thank you. And I'd just like to, with regard to the Massachusetts Life Science Center, I think it makes a lot of sense for us as a state to look at offering a suite of packages so that it's not just the one-off tax credit or exchange, but that we have a concerted, one-stop shop approach to, if you're a biotech in Connecticut, these are all the things we can do to help you grow your business and those high-paying jobs and investment in the state that we're looking for. So thanks again for coming today. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I neglected to say this at the beginning of the hearing today, but we received over 3,000 pieces of testimony for the bills before us today. Our clerks have done a valiant job of trying to get some of it up there by the time of this hearing, but obviously you're going to notice that some people's testimony is not there. If you have questions, I strongly encourage you to reach out to them directly, or if there's things that you have questions about, let us know, and we'll get you that testimony from the archives. But just be patient as they're working through a lot of incoming here. Next up.
Yep. I don't know if you want to try Sheldon again, but we have Sheldon Tubman and Jeff Simpson. Whichever, we could try Sheldon if you want. It looks like he's back.
Can you hear me now as non-Mickey Mouse?
Great. I sure can. But before you start, can you please explain how that happened? Because I'm dying to know.
I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Let's not worry.
Please go ahead, Sheldon. Good to see you.
Representative Scanlon, Senator Fanfara, members of the committee. My name is Sheldon Taubman. I'm a staff attorney at New Haven Legal Assistance in the Benefits and Elder Law units. I exclusively represent low-income folks. I'm submitting this testimony and talking about in support of SB 821 and HB 6187, which are really important to provide the funding to preserve and expand essential benefit programs for Connecticut's lowest income residents. Obviously, Connecticut already had one of the sharpest disparities in income and wealth in the country even before the COVID crisis, but the pandemic really highlighted and exacerbated those disparities for low-income people, particularly disproportionately impacting Black and Brown residents. Despite these harsh realities, the governor's proposed budget is an austerity budget premised on the assumption that any additional taxes on the wealthy must be avoided, and thus it includes many harsh cuts, just a few of them. Imposing a burdensome asset test on all applicants for and enrollees in the Medicare Savings Program. That's an essential program for low and modest income folks who can't otherwise afford their Medicare premiums and cost sharing. Imposing the asset test will make many people ineligible, but also people who are eligible will no longer get benefits because of the burdensome nature of verification. It would remove the cost of living adjustments. That's only about 1% for people on TFA, SAGA, and state supplement. And this has been taken away year after year after year. And 5 times in the last 32 years did the state supplement people get their increase. Imposing new quantity limits on medical equipment, devices, and supplies for Medicaid enrollees, essential things needed by people with disabilities. Cut contributions to diaper bank in half. In addition to those cuts, there are some improvements that are needed to our social safety net to address dire need. For example, advocates are supporting an increase in the Husky C limits, that's for elderly and disabled folks on Medicaid. Currently, the income limit is 83% of the federal poverty level, about $900 a month. So many people cannot qualify for Husky C, and they have to do something called spending down that basically doesn't work. We're also supporting coverage under the Husky programs for non-citizens, including people who are legal permanent residents, but have not been here for 5 years and therefore do not currently qualify for this essential medical insurance program. Both the above cuts and the unwillingness to make the above expansions are necessitated by the governor's unwillingness to consider reasonable revenue options, such as those set forth in the bills before you, while still having, of course, to produce a balanced budget. And just as one example, Commissioner Gifford, the DSS commissioner, defended taking away the 1% COLA from very poor individuals living on $219 a month on SAGA, and supported taking that away, saying, well, we have a challenging budget situation.
30-second warning.
Thank you. I'll wrap up. And indeed, it's a challenging budget situation, but that is a self-imposed situation because of the unwillingness to consider reasonable revenue. We can do better. It is time to ask those with the highest incomes who have done very well during the pandemic to contribute their fair share to a meaningful post-pandemic recovery so that these kinds of essential programs can be preserved and expanded. We urge you to pass these bills out of committee and work for final passage so that the final budget adopted this year reflects our shared values of fairness and the need to address income inequality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tubman. Seeing no questions, we appreciate you being with us today.
Yep, Jeff Simpson.
Thank you, chairs and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here today testifying in support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. And I'm here wearing multiple hats. First, as a resident of Connecticut, where I was born and raised. I'm also here as a son, which I will get to in a minute, and as campaign manager for the Connecticut Campaign for Affordable Healthcare, which is the coalition trying to pass Senate Bill 842, which you may know is the public option bill. My support for the bills before you today is driven by our state's need for a true recovery from this pandemic, and one that includes all of Connecticut's residents, many of who are still struggling to make ends meet or access the health care they need. In addition to establishing a public option, Senate Bill 842 would expand Medicaid for Connecticut families and provide coverage for undocumented individuals who are currently shut out from the healthcare market. These provisions, along with the public option, are common sense proposals. This pandemic has shown that now more than ever, we must expand healthcare access for working families, small businesses, and the most vulnerable among us. And the reason I bring up that bill is because it will most certainly have a fiscal note, and it'll be necessary for our state to raise the revenue in an equitable way to fund the healthcare needs addressed by Senate Bill 842. On a personal note, growing up, my father was a bartender. He worked for multiple small businesses, none of which provided him health care. He made too much money to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to afford health care on the free market. And in 2012, he began to feel sick. He was fearful of going to the doctor because he was fearful of getting a large bill. And when me and my brother finally convinced him to go, he was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer and had a 14% chance of survival. As many of you here know, with state-sponsored healthcare, colon cancer is something that men are regularly screened for And colon cancer is often found at the early stages and is very treatable. But for folks without healthcare who sort of fall in that in between, they find themselves in positions like my father. Had our state had a broader expansion of Medicaid, my father may have qualified and gotten the healthcare he needed. Had our state offered an affordable public option for small businesses, his employer may have provided him with the healthcare he needed. My father is one of the lucky few who survived, but he still feels the effects today and has been unable to work since. The cost of our healthcare system would have been far less. The cost to our healthcare system would have been far less had he had the preventative care that should be a right for every person in the state of Connecticut. My dad's story is not unique. Our healthcare system does not meet the needs of the people of Connecticut, and it costs many people their lives. Coming out of this pandemic, I hope this committee and the governor recognize the need for Senate Bill 842. I hope you all support that bill without the amendment recently passed by the Insurance Committee. And I hope you all support House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 so that we can have the sufficient funding for the healthcare needs of working families and small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Certainly not a unique story, but appreciate you sharing your father's story with us this morning. I'm glad to hear he recovered. Don't see any questions,
Thank you.
So we'll move on.
Yep, Carrie Cassidy.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Carrie Cassidy. I'm a 6th grade science teacher for Torrington Public Schools and a supporter of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. The past year has been incredibly difficult for many Connecticut families. The COVID pandemic has exposed the economic disparities within the state. Families and their students are suffering. The state of Connecticut has a responsibility to meet the needs of all its residents. Governor Lamont's budget does not meet the needs of my students or the students in many classrooms throughout the state. This budget freezes ECS funding levels and cuts state funding, anticipating federal funds to make up the difference. The students in my district and in all districts deserve a fully funded public school. We need more guidance counselors and more social workers to help our students process the last year of their lives, to help them make sense of their experiences of being in social isolation for so long. We need more teachers so we can have smaller class sizes and connect more easily with the students in our classes. To do this, we need more funding. The state of Connecticut needs to invest $350 million to fully implement the new ECS formula. This new formula will allow us to address the impact of the pandemic and the inequities it has brought to the public's attention. It will allow us to continue our work on social and racial equity to ensure that all students reach their potential. Universal pre-K will give our youngest learners a strong foundation that will ensure academic success. Education is obviously my top priority, but the needs of my students go beyond what I can provide in my classroom. They need access to quality health insurance. They need to know they have a home to return to after school. They need reliable internet access, and they need access to mental health services. I urge you to consider the needs of the many and pass House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. We need to end economic and racial inequity and ensure a fair tax code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy, and thanks for all you're doing for your students during this last year. I know that that's probably not been very easy, and I'm sure your students really appreciate all the great work that you did. So thank you.
Thank you.
Don't see any questions though. So thanks again.
Charles, Charles Dew.
Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is Charles Dew. I'm the Policy Director for District 1199, New England. Our union represents approximately 26,000 workers across the state who deliver care in public and private healthcare settings, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Our state is facing its second economic crisis in just over a decade, but luckily we don't have to guess at what needs to be done. The Great Recession taught us important lessons that would be foolish to ignore. And one of the most important lessons is that cutting our state and local budgets delayed economic recovery. Here in Connecticut, we've gone through what many have called a lost decade, but it's important to look closer at the details of what's actually happened. Comptroller Lembo pointed out in 2018 that while private sector employment had returned to its pre-recession levels, overall, Connecticut had only recovered about 4 out of 5 jobs that it lost during the recession. That's because of massive cuts to public sector jobs. So in other words, the entire reason for our weak job growth was because of cuts to our state and local governments. Cuts to the public sector also create drags on the private sector. Research has shown that states that cut public sector jobs also had slower private sector job growth. Connecticut was one of the worst states in this regard. In the first 6 years following the Great Recession, Connecticut was the state with the 8th biggest cuts to the public sector employment, and it also had the 6th slowest private sector job growth. That's not a coincidence. And Comptroller Lembo noted that although private sector employment levels had returned, wages for those jobs were lower than before. So when we cut state and local government budgets, we do double damage to our economy. First, we're cutting the essential services we need to help our residents be successful on the job market. We're cutting funding for schools. We're raising tuition at our community colleges. We're increasing waiting lists for addiction services. And second, we're also destroying middle-class jobs in the public sector, which are disproportionately held by Black people and women. And by doing so, we're reducing the amount of money that regular folks in Connecticut have to spend in their local economies. The vast majority of Connecticut residents will not see their taxes increase a single penny under these proposals. In fact, working and middle-class residents would receive relief in the form of direct payments and expanded tax credits. So contrary to what's been said, these are not broad-based tax increases. They're proposals that will restore fairness to the tax code, fund essential services, and jumpstart our economic recovery. That's why our union is proud to support these bills. They'll generate the revenue we need to fund essential long-term care, mental health, and healthcare services.
30-second warning.
They'll ensure that Black, brown, and working-class white people will have enough money to spend in their local communities and be the engine of our economic recovery. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Dew, for being here today. Representative Ferrara.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Charles, for being here. Just a few quick follow-ups to what you pointed to, because I think there's broad similarities in these bills and then a couple differences with House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. You kind of mentioned this, but we've heard a lot this morning about broad-based taxes, and certainly our governor being clear in opposition of that. Are these proposals broad-based tax proposals from your standpoint, and what the details include?
That's a great question, Representative Farrar. None of these proposals are broad-based in any way. I mean, if you're just looking at each proposal one by one, you're talking about a tax on the biggest tech firms in the world, Google, Facebook, and Amazon, right? You're talking about a mansion tax only on about 3% of owner-occupied homes in Connecticut, the top 3% most valuable homes. You're looking at raising the corporate tax rate just on the most profitable, right? We're talking about a few dozen companies in the state with gross income of more than $100 million annually. A tax on capital gains just on people making over 500 grand a year, right? So none of these taxes are broad-based. They're very, very narrowly focused on the folks who can afford to pay more right now and who have done quite well actually during the past year.
Thanks. So there's no reference to the gas tax in here. There's no broad-based increases on lower income or middle income taxes. And one of the things, though, that kind of comes to light for me when we talk about kind of how our budget is set up is we reference the rainy day fund often, the spending cap, and the volatility cap. How do these bills kind of fall under or are connected to how a rainy day fund or the spending cap or volatility cap function?
Yeah, it's a great question because some of the tax revenue that comes in the state is subject to the volatility cap, and if it goes above a certain amount, will be transferred to the rainy day fund. These bills would, they would avoid the problem of like, say, all of that revenue going just directly into the rainy day fund, because it's a wide variety of different proposals, and only one of them, I believe, the income tax, would actually be subject to the volatility cap. And I think that's what makes these bills so good, is that it diversifies our portfolio, so that we're not overly reliant on one form of revenue or another. So that, say, investment income is down one year, well, there's a mansion tax, there's a digital ad tax, there's other ways of making that revenue. So it keeps our state finances stable from year to year, so that we're not going up and down like that.
Thank you, Charles. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Chairman.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Du. Appreciate you being here.
Next up, Maureen Chalmers.
Distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maureen Chalmers, and I'm the president of the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, which represents over 3,800 individuals that work and teach in the community colleges and at the University of Hartford. The 4Cs is a member organization of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This year has been a painful struggle for so many Connecticut families. Even before COVID, some of our students' population faced crushing economic challenges such as food and housing insecurity. Students worked one or more jobs to afford college, hoping to create a better economic future. Even some of our part-time faculty are working multiple part-time teaching jobs to cobble together a full-time living without employer-provided health care. The COVID pandemic has further exposed the exasperated Connecticut's deep economic disparities and pushed many to the brink of desperation. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. Our students are suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet their needs. Community colleges, state universities, and UConn are currently facing a deficit of around $200 million due to COVID. Investment in the community colleges would allow students to not have to make the impossible choice between paying for tuition and fees versus food and housing. It would allow debt-free community college to expand. Further, since more than half of the student population at our community colleges identify as non-white, it would allow for more students of color to obtain a college degree. Over a lifetime, some with college degrees earn substantially more than those with high school diplomas or less. State-level austerity and cuts to the public sector, including our community college system after the Great Recession, where the entire reason for economic recovery lagged over the past decade. Austerity delayed recovery by over 4 years. We have an unprecedented opportunity to stop the hurt so many families are feeling by funding essential services.
30-second warning.
Yeah, reducing economic and racial inequality and setting our state on a path to robust economic recovery by restoring fairness to our tax code. I urge the committee to help and support the bills HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Chalmers, for being here this morning. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Ian Skagard. Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ian Skagard. I live in New Haven. I'm a member of New Haven Rising and the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Last year at this time, I testified at a New Haven budget hearing when COVID-19 was just appearing in the United States. But the breadth and extent of the pandemic was not yet clear. Even then, we knew our city was in crisis. The city assessor reported that 60% of New Haven's real estate was tax exempt. It showed that the lion's share of this real estate was owned by Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital. These two organizations own over $4.7 billion of taxes and property. This compared to the city's total taxable real estate of only $5.7 billion. A year later, I had to testify again because this enormous tax exemption continues to leave New Haven in an impossible position to cut city services, raise taxes, or do both. The pandemic has only made this crisis more pressing. Given the suffering in our city today, it's clear that we need to expand city services, not reduce them, and lower taxes, not raise them. New Haven Rising, we are fighting to make sure Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital simply pay their fair share like the rest of us. We need leaders in the state legislature to make sure that the wealthiest in Connecticut pay their fair share too. Like many cities in Connecticut, New Haven suffers from a legacy of segregated development. Yale University Science Park borders Newhallville, the neighborhood with the shortest life expectancy in the city. Science Park also separates Dixwell and Prospect Hill neighborhoods. The individual who grew up in the largely Black neighborhood of Dixwell now earns a median income of $24,000, whereas an individual who grew up in an enclave of white privilege, Prospect Hill, earns a median income of $71,000. Connecticut could take bold action to overcome this legacy of segregated development. You have the choice to take the action needed to finally change the map. The time is now. I urge you to strongly support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, we'll move on.
Yep, Rosalind West.
Hello. Good afternoon. Well, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Rosalind. Go ahead, please.
Oh, you have to forgive me. I'm new at this.
That's okay. You're doing great.
Okay. Well, good morning, Senator Fonfara and Representative Scallion and members of the committee. My name is Rosalind West. I live in Meriden and I'm a PCA. Today, I'm here to ask you to pass the Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. And the reason is because they will raise revenue. They can help fund the PCA waiver program that I work for. I started working with the program in 2007, caring for my brother who has you have to excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Developmental disability. I love him, but he can be aggressive and he had very challenging behaviors. When his day program was suspended for 6 months due to the COVID, we were all stuck in the house together. Routine is very important to him. And not having his day program that he's gone to for over 30 years caused him to be very aggressive and agitated. We've gone through a lot this past year. Those of us who care for people with disabilities can't work remotely. Our loved ones still need care, so we still serve. We need a pathway to $20 an hour. We need benefits like healthcare, paid time off, and retirement. I'm 70 years old, and I can't afford not to work because we've never been paid enough to set anything aside to retire. We need a state budget that will care for our elderly, those with disabilities, and those of us who care for them. We need a state budget that gives us living wages and benefits so that we are not stuck in poverty. My brother did not choose to be disabled, and I did not choose to be a PCA. But when my mom took ill, I had to step in. Taking on my brother's care shouldn't have been, taking on my brother's care shouldn't mean I'm sentenced to a life without living wage and benefits. It's not fair that he or I have to suffer at the hands of a government that does not care for people like us. People, look inside our hearts. Please look inside our hearts and
30-second warning.
imagine what you would do if your loved one needed care. Would you want someone to care for your loved one simply because it's a minimum wage job? Or would you want someone to care for your loved one because they truly care for them and they're happy? Without a decent wage, we go to work unhappy because we stress constantly about how to make ends meet. Without benefits like health insurance, paid off, or retirement, we can't care or secure on our future. We need your help, please, so that we can live with dignity and experience some happiness while caring for loved ones with disabilities and other illnesses. That's all we're asking, some dignity, a little happiness, the ability to care for ourselves and those who rely on us. Please pass this bill so that we can invest in and fund services like these and protect the elderly and those with disabilities and those that care for them.
That is 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
Hey, Ms.
thank you
West,
for listening.
I know you said you were a little nervous, but you did great. So I don't know what you were nervous about. So thank you.
First time.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't know that from how well you spoke. so don't.
Because I care.
No, I know, and it showed. And I want to thank you for telling your brother's story and your story, and for being with us today. So I don't see any questions, but just want to say thank you for being with us, Ms. West.
But I do have just one thing, please. You all think about if it was a reverse, what would you do? What would you want for your, just please look out for the future. We didn't ask for. Thank you. God bless all of you.
Have a good day.
Next up, we have Jim Adams.
Hi, good morning. Am I on the video feed now?
You're good to go, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, good morning. And it's also actually, I feel quite a privilege to go after Rosalind. I very much appreciate her testimony. But Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, thank you this morning. My name is Jim Adams. I live in Bolton. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a recent retiree from Pratt & Whitney. I'm also a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, also known as GIA, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. And I'm testifying in support today of HB 6187 and SB 821. The past year has been quite painful for Connecticut citizens and families as we have all dealt with the COVID pandemic. There has been talk about how we must pull together through this crisis, but race and class-based disparities have once again resulted in disproportionate pain and suffering for those less privileged. The medical world has long understood the importance of social determinants of health, like employment, housing, education, and access to healthcare as key predictors of one's health outcomes. So it should come as no surprise that the rate of COVID deaths for Blacks is currently twice that of whites, and is just over twice for Hispanics and Latinos. But the underlying immoral disparity did not begin with COVID. We know that Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states, yet we are a leader in income inequality. And this situation did not occur by accident or by chance. It occurred with significant help from a government-backed system that allows those with wealth to flourish, while those without continue to struggle. I'm fully in favor of people having the right to work hard, get ahead, and reap the benefits of their success, but we're all doing so on a very unlevel playing field. The wealth disparity in Connecticut is so much greater than can be explained by people's aspirations, capabilities, and work ethic. Those born into poverty endure a lifetime of hurdles, pitfalls, and locked doors, which make escaping their predicament all but impossible. Those of us not born into poverty may have some of those hurdles, pitfalls, and locked doors, but our families and the state provide us with bridges.
30-second warning.
Thank you. That help us achieve a success that is seen as a birthright in Connecticut's wealthiest communities. The time has come for Connecticut to finally take big steps needed to do something about the overwhelming inequity in the state, to make the investments needed for a more just, fair, and successful Connecticut. We need increased funding of essential services, targeted funding for the neediest communities, improved access to health care for all residents, regardless of status, and major changes to a tax code that has far too long benefited the wealthy.
That is 3 minutes.
I urge the committee to consider a new and fairer path for Connecticut and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Don't see any questions. Thanks for being here, though.
Torina Evans.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you able to hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, Torina.
Good afternoon, Senator Bonfera, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Torina Evans. I currently live in East Hartford, and I've worked as a residential program worker at the Oak Hill Group Home in Enfield for 9 years. I come before you today to urge you to pass the proposal and these bills so we can have the money necessary to fund group homes properly. I enjoy working at the RPW because I love helping people. In fact, knowing I am improving my individuals' lives is what energizes me to go to work every day. With that said, it's difficult to work in a group home with the wages we earn. I find it very difficult to support my family and these wages and am constantly worried about making ends meet. This becomes even worse during the pandemic. Even with the so-called hazard pay, we were barely getting by. We are being given crumbs as hazard pay and being asked to put our lives and family lives on the line. Staffing and high turnovers are two important issues we contend with in group homes. With the low wages we earn, it isn't easy to attract talented caregivers to do this important work. Who would want to spend 40 hours plus hours a week doing backbreaking work for poverty wages? This then feeds into the higher turnover. They'll earn, I'm sorry, I'm nervous too. This then feeds into a higher turnover. Maybe we do find someone to hire, but once they realize the working conditions and their poor salary they'll earn, they often leave. This is sad and reflects a shameful fact about our society. We do not value these services or the individuals that rely on them. If Connecticut did care about the group home workers and the individuals we care for, we would have to come begging for money every year.
30-second warning.
Thank you. We wouldn't have to live paycheck to paycheck, destined to dwell in poverty. Our individuals wouldn't have to deal with exhausted, burnt out staff or programs with no supplies due to funding. This reflects how the state views us. This reflects how you as legislators view us. These bills give us a chance to change that, to decide we do not care about those who are struggling and who need help. These bills will empower the state to fund these services appropriately.
3 minutes.
And to decide that these individuals deserve some semblance of dignity in their lives. Please do what is right by my individuals, my coworkers, and me. Please find the courage to make the ethical choice and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. So nervous, sorry.
No, you did great. Ms. Evans, don't be nervous. Thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for your testimony.
You're very welcome.
Next up, we have Jonathan Stakely.
Hello. Thank you for the time here. Good morning, members of this committee. My name is Jonathan, and I'm a home care worker. I care for my brother who has Down syndrome. It means everything that I can care for my brother. My parents are elderly and I don't know how they can make it work without me. I'm here today to call on the state to pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 so that PCAs are protected, respected, and paid on time every time. As home care workers, we work tirelessly around the clock and serve as the invisible backbone of the healthcare system. We all do a job that serves our most delicate and vulnerable citizens, and we do so with the love and quality care they deserve. But what about us? Home care workers have to deal with the fact that we get paid poverty wages and have no benefits. If we had benefits in home care like health insurance, paid sick days, and retirement, I wouldn't be under constant stress. I'm standing with my union to fight for a $20 an hour minimum wage, benefits like paid time off and retirement, and a future where all PCAs are treated like the professionals we are. Because in the end, we do a lot of the footwork that helps the elderly and those with disabilities have lives with dignity at home. We care for the most vulnerable, and all we're asking for is to be able to care for ourselves as well. If you pass these bills, the state can invest funding in the Medicaid waiver program and help PCAs like myself. Please pass Senate Bill 821 and the House Bill 6187. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stakely, for being here today. Don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Diane Keefe. If Diane is not here, we have Beverly Brilo. They're both in the room. I don't know if they're ready.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My dad was born in Bristol, Connecticut. His family had been very poor and his father abandoned the family when my dad was very young. His mother supported her children by cleaning houses. She often had only cooked rice with a little bit of milk mixed in to feed my father and his brothers and sisters. My dad dropped out of school and took jobs to help his mom. I was born 72 years ago in Hartford Hospital. My dad kept his family in Hartford on Stonington Street in barracks that were built for veterans coming home from World War II. When I was 8 years old, my dad had saved enough money working at Colts to buy some land in Colchester. Land in remote areas back then was $50 per acre. He built a house for us with his own hands using a handsaw and a hammer. We still had little money, and I've had to wear boys' hand-me-downs from my cousin Edward. My parents have passed away, but I still live on this property. I do not have cable TV. I have a small antenna in my attic. I never go out to eat in a restaurant. I never go on vacations. I still wear clothes that I bought in my 30s. I cut my own hair and never have my nails done. Out of necessity to keep up with technology, I have a $30 a month cell phone and a $38 a month internet. I do not subscribe to any services such as Netflix or whatever other services I'm not aware of. I have never married and have no family support. I take issue with your calling me wealthy, and I take issue with your calling my property a mansion. If you believe the mansion tax affects only the top 3%, I would ask you to rework your figures. The majority of houses in Colchester are selling right now close to or above $300,000. The owners are middle class. They are ordinary people. They are not wealthy. Their houses are certainly not mansions. If you continue to insist on taxing the middle class homes, then at least call it what it is. Do not insult our intelligence by calling it a mansion tax. I and my family have always been Democrats. I feel the Democrats are no longer in support of the middle class. I just hope you're not using my money. to give to someone else so they can pay for their cable TV, which I don't have, or to go get their hair done, which I don't do. If you want to take my money to give a small child, enough money to eat so she wouldn't have to do what my father did and eat rice with milk mixed in, then that's fine with me. I'm sorry.
I was just saying 30-second warning. It's 3 minutes.
All right, I'm just saying, if you're going to spend the money to help a small child eat or whatever, that's fine. But please don't call it a mansion tax. That's insulting.
Thank you for being here with us today, Beverly. We appreciate your testimony, and I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to the next witness.
Yep, circling back to Allison Weir.
Good morning, Senator, Representative Scanlon and members of the committee. My name is Allison Weir. I'm a policy advocate and staff attorney with the Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and I'm writing in support of HB 6187. Connecticut leads the nation in many ways, but unfortunately, one of our most infamous distinctions is that we have the highest wealth inequality in the nation. That inequality disadvantages not only those at the bottom rung of the economy, but the state as a whole. Although concern is often voiced about the tax burdens on the higher income earners, in actuality, Connecticut asks the poor to shoulder a disproportionate amount of the state's tax burden. The current tax system falls very hard on those with the lowest incomes. The state relies heavily on sales tax, property tax at the municipal level, and an income tax that's not nearly as progressive as it could be. According to Connecticut Voices for Children, median income households have an effective tax rate of 13.66%, while the top 1% of households has an effective tax burden of only 6.5%. For working class households, this burden is even heavier, effectively 23.62% of their income for those with incomes under $47,000. Changes to the tax code, such as those included in this bill, could reduce rather than aggravate the state's inequality and provide the state enough funding to continue to provide those services which help our residents, especially our clients, as well as those making real strides in reducing inequality among our residents. Additionally, services for the poor are often the target when the budget is out of balance. Routinely, the state refuses to fund the statutorily mandated cost of a living adjustment for cash assistance programs, to the point that TANF benefit now buys only a third less than it did when it was first implemented in 1996. In this budget, for example, the governor, as have other governors in the past, proposed an asset limit on recipients of the Medicare savings programs who are elderly residents for whom paying Medicaid premiums would be a struggle. Past budgets have included the income limits for parents on Husky, and multiple budgets have disallowed the federal cost of living adjustment on federal benefits when calculating income limits for the Husky C and supplemental income assistance for the aged, blind, and disabled. Cutting services and aid to municipalities is a go-to for the governor's office rather than tapping the rainy day fund that is currently funded at record high levels. Budget limitations are cited as a reason for not expanding Husky income limits and for not expanding Husky insurance to the uninsured immigrants, as well as so many other programs that would greatly improve the lives of the poor. The inequality is rooted not only at the state budgeting level, but is due to much of that is due to our current tax structure. This bill I've submitted written testimony, so I won't go through all of it, but this bill will create a much more equitable tax structure and will help to reduce the gross wealth inequality in our state. I urge you to support it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Appreciate you being here today.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Isla Duncan.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Isla Duncan. I live in Wilton, and I'm a member of the Connecticut chapter of Resource Generation and the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I grew up in Fairfield County, and after 6 years away, I returned last spring to live with my parents during the COVID pandemic. My family has generational wealth. I have a trust fund, and I expect to inherit more than the proposed estate tax exemption amount. I will see higher taxes with these proposed bills, and that is why I enthusiastically support them. In fact, I see a clearer future for myself in Connecticut if they pass than if they don't. I was extremely privileged to be protected from financial stress growing up, but as I've worked with resource generation, organizing my fellow young people with wealth and class privilege to redistribute land, wealth, and power, I've come to understand the ways that I still internalized financial stress. Despite my family's wealth, there's a lingering fear of losing it that society has instilled in me that makes me want to hold on to those assets as tightly as I can. I'm working hard to fight that fear in myself and others because I've come to understand that it's misdirected. The impulse to hoard wealth to protect myself perpetuates the massive inequities that we see in this state, which grows the fear of consequences of not having wealth, forming a self-perpetuating cycle. I now know that I will never truly feel safe while those around me are at risk. I knew this before COVID, but it's become even more apparent in the last year as Connecticut billionaires have added $3.6 billion to their wealth, while so many residents have struggled and died. Real safety comes from protecting the most vulnerable members of our community, and I will happily pay more tax to build those services because I know that I will need them one day. I'd rather trust that they'll be available because our state values public safety than have my access depend on happening to have been born in a wealthy family and hoarding that wealth at the expense of those around me. We have an unprecedented opportunity to stop the hurt so many families are feeling by funding essential services, reducing economic and racial inequity, and setting the state on a path to robust direct economic recovery. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Seeing no questions, we'll go to the next witness, but thank you.
Yep. Let's see. I think they just left, but Carol Blackburn is next.
Hi, good morning, Senator Bonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is Carol Blackburn. I live and work as a PCA in Norwich, Connecticut. I come before you today to urge you to pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. If we pass these bills, we can increase funding for home care services so that PCAs like myself can continue to care for those who rely on us. I have been caring for my mother as her PCA for a little over a year now. While I've only been a PCA for a year, I've been a caregiver my whole life. After receiving my CNA certification at Bayview in East Lyme, I worked as a CNA for 10 years in the state. My work as a CNA was in different settings, including nursing homes, hospice. It is no surprise I am drawn to this kind of work as my mother was a retired registered nurse. And growing up, all I wanted to do was be like her. Now my mother is retired and is total care, relying on PCAs to help her with every task. I love caring for my mom. She raised me, and so now it's my turn to return the favor to her. With that being said, it is incredibly difficult work. I am not my mom's only PCA, so there are times when I have help, but there are also many times when I do not, and this can get very physically demanding. During these times, I must aid my mother with everything, including moving her, cleaning, feeding, helping her with medication, and much more. This is the work of a professional caregiver, yet we are not treated like professional caregivers. It is incredibly difficult to make ends meet on PCA's income. I've had to put off paying bills or utilizing food pantries. I've never had to do that before. But since I began working as a PCA, I've had many firsts. After incurring a $500 heating bill, I had to apply for assistance. We have central air conditioning in a mobile home. It broke that I had to have replaced 4 times with my mother having Alzheimer's. That wiped out basically most of my savings. And there's no way to account for anything that can happen. And unfortunately, most things are unforeseeable. And on a PCA's
30-second warning, 30-second warning.
Thank you. Lack of benefits is an issue plaguing PCAs. It is sad that we spend all day caring for others, but are not offered health insurance, though our jobs leaving us able to care for ourselves should be a health emergency arise. We are also not offered a pension or 401k, our jobs, so that we may save for retirement. When I go to retire, I will not be able to survive off of what Social Security offers me, so I will not retire or live off the state. Passing these bills would help increase the revenue coming into the state. We could invest in home care services. With increased funding for home care services, PCAs could be paid a living wage and receive benefits we deserve. Please do what is right by PCAs and the consumers we care for. Pass Senate Bill 821, House Bill 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Blackburn, for your time today. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Diane Keefe, followed by Ron Hurt.
Good afternoon. I don't know why my video is not coming on. Can you hear me?
We can, Ms. Keefe, go ahead.
Great. My name is Diane Keefe and I'm a Norwalk resident. I have lived in Norwalk for almost 30 years. And my husband and I chose Connecticut because of its progressive policies. I'm a member of Patriotic Millionaires, so everything that the resource generation young woman spoke about, I heartily endorse. I had a long career in finance and I'm currently an angel investor for companies that are trying to solve world problems through their creation of new businesses. I heartily support these bills as it would be really good for the Connecticut economy to make a $500 payment to anyone who's unemployed. That money goes directly back into the Connecticut economy and has a stimulus effect. Very little of it will go out of state. The idea that you can't call taxing in excess of $1.5 million in home value a mansion tax. There are plenty of people with my wealth and more than my wealth that don't choose to have a home that costs $1.5 million. So it is a very effective measure of asset value to be willing to tax that portion of asset value, because retirees can always borrow against the equity in those homes if they're having trouble paying their bills. But frankly, those are high-class problems, and we're dealing with, in Norwalk, in my city and other cities around the state, 18% of people are behind in their rent and facing eviction. Norwalk has gone through a big multifamily residential development boom lately. Probably many of the other cities in Connecticut have as well. It's very important to the quality of our lives of the people who live in Norwalk that we not create a lot of homelessness by not reacting to the needs of low-income people. And this COVID crisis has certainly created a lot of instability for people who really work hard for every dime that they make. My portfolio was up over 10% this year. That made my net worth go up a lot. I can afford to pay the increase in income tax, and most of my peers can as well. So I ask you to care about all of Connecticut's residents and support HB 6187 and SB 821. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the underlying economic theories behind why I support these bills, but I actually think they'll be good for the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chair Scanlon. Thank you for coming here today, Ms. Keefe, and I welcome your input on this. And with regard to the comments of the young lady before and you, I believe there's a bill before the legislature today that would allow Connecticut residents, and I think there's some gain involved, to donate to the state of Connecticut to fund the kind of programs you want. One, would you welcome that kind of program? And two, I believe Massachusetts has a box on the tax return that you can tick to say you would like to donate additional revenue to the state of Connecticut. If we created such a box on the Connecticut state income tax return, would you avail yourself of this possibility?
Yes, I have availed myself on the federal box checking as well. I think it's a good initiative, but it doesn't generate the kind of revenue that you're looking at when you make a tax. The tax will distribute it across people who wouldn't even think about doing it, whose accountants wouldn't recommend that they do it. Although I support that, it just would not have the economic impact of this law.
Thank you. I just think I hear a lot from patriotic millionaires who indicate their willingness to donate this. And I'm sorry that you're not just doing it anyway, as opposed to volunteering it for everyone else. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Key. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to Alder Ron Hurt.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfare, Representative Scallon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance Review and Bonding Committee. My name is Ron Hurt. I live in New Haven, where I'm honored to serve as the auditor for the 3rd Ward. I'm an organizer with New Haven Rising, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. COVID-19 is hitting my neighborhood especially hard. My neighbors and I are likely to get sick, likelier to die when they do, and the least likely to have health insurance. But what I really want to talk about is how the current crisis reveals the long-standing racial inequalities in New Haven and Connecticut, and how we can and must come together to act now to address these inequalities. My neighborhood is the Hill. My ward includes the Yale School of Medicine and parts of Yale New Haven Hospital. Yale University has an operating budget of $3.8 billion last year and an endowment of $30.3 billion. Despite the presence of those wealthy, prestigious institutions, the Hill is struggling. Too many of my neighbors go to bed hungry at night or can't find a job with a living wage or can't afford a decent place to live. I know these struggles all too well myself. And I know that the only solution is to fundamentally transform the relationship between Yale and the city. Yale can afford to do more, and it needs to do more. My neighborhood doesn't have time to wait. That's why I've been organizing in my community and why I ran for office. In 2015, we won a promise that Yale would hire 1,000 New Haven residents into permanent full-time jobs, with 500 of those hires coming from struggling neighborhoods like the Hill. We've been fighting to make sure Yale keeps its promise. We went door to door in every neighborhood. We've had thousands of conversations with voters, and we got nearly 2,000 people to put up yard signs that say, Yale, respect New Haven. My community was scraping to get by before the COVID-19 crisis. Now, many families are finding it impossible to make ends meet. COVID-19 is an unprecedented crisis, but it's also amplifying the crisis that has already existed. People of color have been excluded from prosperity in New Haven for decades. COVID-19 exposes these injustices. If you look at the map of COVID-19 cases in New Haven, it looks just like the map.
30-second warning.
After the last recession, and the map of foreclosures all the way back to the redlining map of 1930. We know it doesn't have to be this way. There's a huge wealth in this city and state, but those who have that wealth have to pay their fair share. That's why we need to champion the state legislature to step up to the plate, change the maps. I'm urging to support HB 6187 and SB 821 so that all my neighborhood and all the neighborhoods that can have a just recovery. Thanks so much for your time. Have a good day and be blessed.
Thank you, Alder, for being here today, and same to you. And seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
We have Lisa Tepper Bates.
Hello, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit to you today testimony in support of Senate Bill 821, an act concerning the restructuring of certain taxes and tax equity. I serve as president and CEO of the United Way of Connecticut, and I'm here before you today to represent that organization as well as the 15 local United Ways of Connecticut. And we are very much in favor of SB 821's proposed measure to increase the Connecticut Earned Income Tax Credit to 50% of the federal EITC. I think most of you, if not all of you, are aware of the work that the Connecticut United Ways have done to explore through our ALICE research, which stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed, the way to help provide information on the financial struggles that so many Connecticut families face. The 2020 Connecticut ALICE report reflects that nearly 40% of households across our state live paycheck to paycheck. And that was true before the onset of COVID, which we know has only exacerbated the struggles of so many of our residents. And what this tells us is that despite working as hard as they can at the jobs that are available to them, these households in this ALICE group struggle to afford life's most basic necessities. That includes housing, food, childcare, transportation, and healthcare. As I think you all know, the EITC is broadly considered our nation's most effective pro-work, anti-poverty tool, providing needed flexible income for struggling families across Connecticut, while also offering an important economic stimulus for our economy. The EITC offers that flexible income that a family can use to make their own decisions about their top needs. And that really does differentiate it from other anti-poverty tools, which are exclusive to, say, food assistance or rental assistance only, when maybe what a family needs is a pair of steel-toed boots for someone to get a job. So in sum, I would just reflect back to you that if we are able, with your support, to increase the Connecticut EITC to 50%, that would actually allow a household with 2 children to get back an additional $660.
30-second
enough
warning.
to cover 2/3 of a family's monthly food expense, to pay half a month's rent, or to set aside money for an emergency. And for every dollar of EITC, those families will return $1.24 to our economy at this point in time where we really desperately need economic stimulus in Connecticut. So thank you very much, and I will ask for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Base. Good to see you, and thanks for being here. Don't see any questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Yep. Next up, we have Justin Elliker.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Thanks for your service. Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Ranking Members Martin and Cheeseman, members of the committee. I am here to support Senate Bills 171, 172, 742, 821, and HB 6187. First, I want to thank this committee for your work in support of the tiered pilot proposal that passed both chambers of the legislature with wide bipartisan support. That bill and ensuring it is fully funded will do tremendous good for the residents of my city, New Haven, and communities around our state. I'll leave it up to the legislature to determine the appropriate avenue by which to fund tiered pilot in this and future legislative sessions. But that being said, Senator Looney's proposed statewide property tax is one avenue by which to raise revenue that will support pilot programs and other programs like it. More broadly, our overemphasis on hyperlocal property tax funding desperately needs reform if we want to move our state forward and make it more equitable and a more just place. The city of New Haven and other major cities provide services to the wider region that are funded almost exclusively by our residents alone. During COVID-19, our health department has vaccinated thousands of Connecticut residents who do not reside in or pay taxes to the city. Typically between 30 and 40% of the returning residents from incarceration that are brought to New Haven did not previously reside here, but our cities are the only places that fund support for returning residents. Over 30,000 residents commute to New Haven for work, and we are the regional hub for culture, art, restaurants, and more. But in this last fiscal year, despite being deeply impoverished as a city, New Haven residents paid more money in income and sales taxes to the state than they received in return. Despite persistent myths that cities receive disproportionate funding but waste it away. At the same time, Connecticut is one of the most deeply segregated states in the country, and the communities that are most often bearing the brunt of providing social services to the entire region are the same places where residents are least able to afford them. SB 172 would levy, in essence, a segregation tax on our state, making it the responsibility of towns that have failed to provide adequate housing that would reduce our segregation to fund the areas that so often have been left behind. A state with so much wealth and ability to address the struggles of so many people ought to have a system of government that funds these things sensibly. We need to do far better, and the bills I have mentioned today are starting the conversation about how to fix a broken system. There's not one perfect answer to this problem, but Connecticut must act urgently to seriously reform the current system, where we continually leave our poorest areas, both large cities and rural towns, behind. These programs cost money, and when there are not existing resources to make good on the state's commitments, then revenue must be raised to do so. I sincerely appreciate the work that you have all done and the support for greater funding to our communities most in need. And I plan to work with you at every opportunity to ensure tiered
30
pilot
seconds.
is funded. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor, for being here with us today. Looking to see if there's any questions, and I don't see any, but thank you for joining us and thank you for your testimony.
Thanks. Good to see you all.
Next up, we have Alan Coker, followed by Rick Melita, it looks like. Is Alan here? Alan Coker. If not, we have Rick Melita.
Mr. Coker.
Oh, he tried.
Yes, I'm here. How are you today? My name is Alan Coker, and I am a DSS consumer employer of PCAs. I live in Manchester, Connecticut. And today I'm here to testify in support of Bill 21 and also Bill 6187. As I said, I'm a consumer employer from Manchester. I was in a nursing home several years ago suffering from a stroke. I've had Guillain-Barré. I'm losing my vision slowly, and I got hearing aids. So the waiver program that the state of Connecticut provided to help me be independent, for me, I think it's been successful. At present, I'm working right now for CHR on the warm line, and I've benefited from PCAs. And this is why I'm in support of these two bills, because my PCAs have been the source and strength for me maintaining my independence that I have today. I think honestly, they deserve to be treated better by the state of Connecticut. Sometimes my PCAs struggle. They struggle to have insurance, decent health care for their family. And we debate back and forth, but honestly, they deserve to make $20 an hour, to get paid sick time, benefits, job security. They deserve really $20 an hour. You know, I'm considered a PCA employer, but let's just skip the wording or the play with wordings, because I don't sit with regard to the negotiation of the pay with the union. I don't sit and discuss how much they get for raises. That's already determined by the state of Connecticut. I schedule and I make their timesheets. So they're suffering financially, but they're incredibly devoted to helping me. So they shouldn't have to work for nothing. The bottom line is we dealt with the agency Allied that has been, I can't figure out why everyone has stuck up for them. If you just look at their track record and their history of what they've done over the years. Allied, the workforce should be supporting me, the consumer, and not turning their back on the PCAs. By passing these bills, Connecticut can—
30-second warning, sir.
Thank you. Connecticut will invest in their workforce, and this will help them get their basic benefits for these workers. As for Allied, I already expressed my opinion. They should go. But I ask you to consider really to support Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 to raise revenue so desperately needed for these PCAs and to continue good services for here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coker. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next witness.
Yep, Rick Melita.
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you, Rick.
Great. Hi, my name is Rick Melita. I'm with the Service Employees International Union and part of the Recovery for All Coalition. Connecticut is a small state blessed with many riches, and I'm fortunate enough to live in an amazing small city, New Haven. But blocks away from New Haven's gleaming architecture and elite gathering places are inhabitants of another poorer, less fabulous Connecticut. zoned into older and less safe housing in neighborhoods, thousands suffer from the perverse structural effects of our free enterprise economy. 40 years of economic policy that promised freedom and enterprise. For too many, the results are low wages, few opportunities, declining living standards, and life expectancies. We celebrate economic winners, but the sad truth is for many, the system is set up to reward those who have already won. And, excuse me, in order for one winner to thrive, thousands must lose and remain losers. Frank Borman, the chair of the now defunct Eastern Airline, once said, "Capitalism without bankruptcy is like Christianity without hell." While sacrilegious, it points out to the system's need not to only reward the select few, but to punish the many. COVID highlighted this further. While we were all hit by a plague made worse by the actions of our previous president, those effects were not borne equally by all. Some of us were fortunate to work from home, staying safe. Too many were not. Because we live in a system deeply invested in maintaining income and racial inequality, it should come as no surprise that this plague hit low-wage workers and communities of color the hardest. It doesn't have to be that way. We can build a community that benefits us all. We can build a Connecticut not only back, but better. But why talk about this here in this committee today? This committee normally deals with dollars and cents issues and leaves the cognizance of visioning and needs addressing to others. But this is the committee that can protect the economic well-being that a just society needs to fix a system that, as economist Thomas Piketty says, automatically generates arbitrary and unsustainable inequalities that radically undermine the meritocratic values on which democratic societies are based. That's why I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. To build a Connecticut
30-second warning.
better, we need to figure out how to fund it. These bills attempt to redress those structural defects that demand suffering from too many of our neighbors. And I'd just like to close in thanking you all for taking the time and listening to so many of my brothers and sisters today who have talked about the real suffering that they've engaged in. The current Congress and administration have met the moment and realized this country needs them to go big with a COVID relief package, and it's wildly popular. I hope you too go big as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Melita. I don't see any questions, but thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James Alexander.
Good afternoon. My name is James Bindar Alexander. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm the legal director of the Transitions Clinic Network and a member of Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This year has been a painful struggle for so many Connecticut families. The pandemic has further exposed and exacerbated deep economic disparities and pushed many to the brink of desperation. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. I've worked for 13 years representing low-income people here in Connecticut as a legal aid lawyer. I also have served as the co-chair of the state's low-wage employer advisory board on the state's task force for domestic workers, and have taught at Yale Law School for the last 4 years. In my work, I see firsthand why we need fair taxation to meet the needs of our residents. For example, people coming out of prison do not have reentry coordination or supports that they need to succeed. I see the social safety net stretched thin. I see families suffering because of poor public transportation, stretched public health services, and lack of resources for cities. We have a system where people leaving incarceration are dropped off into the middle of New Haven with no ID, and no idea where to return. We need to expand state medical and mental health reentry services. We need to expand funding for DMIS, addiction and mental health services. We need to expand housing supports, respite services, and fully fund essential services in state health agencies. At Transitions, where we treat medically and legally people leaving incarceration, we found that the key to our success is actually hiring formerly incarcerated community health workers. So we need the state to step up and do that as well. I've also represented hundreds of low-wage immigrant and domestic workers who are trapped between a broken federal immigration system and the economic reality of sub-minimum wage domestic work. We have a great State Department of Labor, but one without the resources necessary to enforce wage and hour and other basic laws in a timely and urgent way. My clients can't afford more austerity. We have 8% unemployment 15,000 families in danger of eviction, more than 200,000 residents without health insurance, at the same time that the state's richest residents, some of whom are the same people who hire domestic workers, enjoy hundreds of billions of dollars in profits since the pandemic started. We urgently need the wealthy to pay their fair share, and for you as legislators to have the chance to actually meet the needs of your residents by building back better, which means investing in the lives of our multiracial working class residents and their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here today to testify. Don't see any questions.
Yep. Next up, we have Sal Luciano.
Sal, just have to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Senator Funfar, Representative Scanlon, and members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sal Luciano. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. It's a sad distinction that Connecticut leads the nation in income inequality, leaving the poorest residents to deal with education gaps, health disparities, unattainable home ownership, and other hardships. Years of austerity and disinvestment have worsened inequalities and hampered economic growth. The coronavirus has shown us that we pull through by pulling together. Communities across Connecticut have come together, determined to help each other and leave no one behind. Now we need a state tax policy that does the same thing, allowing us to invest in our future, not just respond to emergencies or fill holes. We need a tax code that allows us to make significant investments in equitable pre-K through 12 public education, robust public colleges and universities, access to affordable healthcare, and realizing affordable housing goals. Our poorest residents pay an effective tax rate more than triple of someone making over $680,000 per year. That's just not right, and it's not a coincidence. I propose 5 bullet points in my written testimony on how to get more income. These aren't broad-based tax increases. On the contrary, they're narrowly focused proposals that restore fairness to fund essential services and jumpstart economic recovery. SB 821 and HB 6187 provide a balanced approach with diversified proposals and relief for those who need it most. With your indulgence, I ask the committee to look closely at the proposal to create a tax on digital advertising, similar to HB 5645 sponsored by Ranking Member Representative Cheeseman. It would tax large big tech companies like Facebook, Google, and Amazon on revenue derived from digital advertisements they place in the state. For decades, these corporations have grown exponentially by collecting personal information and availing themselves of state infrastructure without contributing anything to Connecticut taxpayers. 2 of our 3 pending crises, COVID-19, racial inequalities, and the pandemic-induced recession, will not disappear as vaccination rates increase. The systemic racial and economic inequality will remain long after we return to visiting relatives and planning summer cookouts. We must take decisive action to turn our state around
warning.
and make best use of opportunity presented to us today. Connecticut's future depends on a comprehensive, equitable approach to investing in the essential services that reduce economic and racial inequality and set us on a path to robust economic recovery. I urge the committee to have the courage to take that path with HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you very much for your opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano, for testifying today. I see no questions.
Yep,
Thank you,
you're right.
sir.
Next up, we have Soon. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Last name is Frauen.
Sun-hee.
Sun-hee. Got it.
How are you? I'm so sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm here actually to speak. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
Okay, I'm actually here to speak on SB 171 and 172. My claim to fame is that I'm a longtime resident of Connecticut. Oh, bear with me.
There you are.
All right. My claim to fame is that I'm a longtime resident of Connecticut. And when we first got here over 20 years ago, we were both working, my husband and I were both working in the city and trying to figure out where we should live. So we looked at New York because White Plain, the whole Westchester area, because obviously the commute would be easier. But I fell in love with the character of Connecticut and just the way things were being run at the time. The problem is that 20 years later, the reasons that we came to Connecticut seem to be slowly disappearing. And by that, I mean, we are, anecdotally, just from my own personal experience, I am not from a wealthy family, nor am I a generational, resident of Connecticut. I was a first generation immigrant. My family and I lived in a 1-bedroom, and for many years, probably until I was about 10 years old, 1-bedroom, including my grandmother. And I did not realize that my parents had started a small store. And for the longest time, I didn't realize that weekends included Saturdays, because my parents worked from Monday to Saturday. I honestly had no idea. And the idea of going away for vacation, I didn't even know what that meant. Okay. So here I am. We worked hard, and you can call me the model minority, but guess what? I grew up in Delaware, Biden's world, and I lived through desegregation, through busing and all that. So I have a very different experience, real life experience, with how desegregation works, how well busing worked and whatnot. So that's a whole different thing. But going back to this, they were small businessmen. And I guess in some weird world, that the fact that they,
30-second warning. 30-second warning.
Sorry. Knowing how we live, the fact that a small businessman would be taxed out of existence just is so devastating to me. I can't even, and the fact that the ability for someone to achieve and be penalized for achieving the American dream of any race, I think it's horrific. So please, I would really, really reconsider how our money is being spent, and not to penalize the people who are actually working for these taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Frown. How do you pronounce your last name?
It's Frauen.
Frauen. Great.
I know. Maiden name is Pack, in case you're confused.
No, thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. I don't see any questions, so thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Next up, we have Kalina Sensiker. If Kalina,
I believe that there is an interpreter for Ms. Sensiker.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Coming up.
All right.
Okay. Hi.
There we are.
Yes. So
Kalina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me address the committee. My name is Kalina C. Sanker. I live in West Hartford, and I teach at Gateway Community College in New Haven. I'm a member of the 4 Cs and of the Recovery for All Coalition, and I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. Some of you have seen me quite a few times over the past few weeks. I'm also the current chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the Board of Regents for our state colleges and universities. And we are in a fight for survival, literally. If all goes as planned, my college will cease to exist in 2023, and it will be replaced by something that the faculty and staff have warned will not serve the community. Inevitably, it will be people of color and poor people who will fall through the cracks. The faculty and administration are in a bit of a standoff, but in the larger picture, our differences are simply an effect of the same root cause. Quality education isn't cheap. We've left leadership with nothing they can do except destroy the system because there's nothing left to cut. And the frantic scramble to do more with less has led to overspending and increasing levels of administrators trying to do the impossible. Now, everybody loses in this scenario. Our state colleges and universities are such a benefit to working folks of all kinds. People who like to regard themselves as middle class, whatever that means, benefit from the quality, affordable education we provide. And there's been a lot of conversation today about economic growth and high skill, high paying jobs. Well, you need to hold on to your public education system if you want to support that. We provide the workforce to fill those positions without simultaneously crippling their participation in the economy for decades by saddling them with enormous debt. The bridge from precarity to security has to be maintained. And I want to offer my students a path to safety with quality education, but I also want to contribute to building a society that takes care of workers at every level of society. Early this year on the steps of the Capitol, Senator Anwar used a metaphor that stuck with me. He said that when a patient has been ill, you don't put them on a restrictive diet, you feed them to make them strong, and that's where we are. These bills propose that we invest in places that we need it, and for once, it takes from the right places. The money has to come from somewhere, and if it's not this progressive route, then it will come from those who need it the most, as it has in the past. I also want to address something that currently sidelines
30-second warning, 30 seconds.
Yep, crucial issue as that the bills attempt to address. The issue that we're talking about here is how do we get the revenue we need to recover from the pandemic, and how do we do it in an ethical way? The evidence shows that the revenue lost when those one or two folks will leave the state will not undo the benefit of these reforms. And given that we are single sales factor state, the corporate tax is not an issue. That's what the research shows. And more than one expert has testified to that today. But the conversation returns very often to anecdote. And the question is this: why do those particular anecdotes take precedence for you? Why does your grief over the theoretical somebody who will waltz out of the state to dock his boat elsewhere take precedence
3 minutes.
of the real suffering and desperation of those who bear the brunt of the conditions our society constructed? And understand that for people like me, hearing that allegiance to the person who will leave over the person who's currently suffering stings, because I know that between Mr. Yacht and the suffering essential worker, one of them is statistically more likely to look like me, like my son, and like the majority of my students. So I applaud you for considering these reforms today, and I urge you to pass them. Thanks. And sorry for going over time.
Thank you, Ms. Sensier. I would just say that the committee is hearing, and you and many others have an opportunity to voice your opinion, and we are all listening, as we are listening to those that may not support your views or this proposal. But that's what the public hearing process is for us to learn, for us to get a perspective that we might not otherwise. And we have not made any decisions. This is the first step in the process, other than introducing the bill and agreeing to have a public hearing for it. So I would hope that you would recognize how we do our job, and hopefully that will be clear as we go into probably the evening tonight, listening to testimony. Thank you so much. I do see one legislator asking to question you, and that's Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for sharing your story with us today. I just want to echo a little bit of what you said. The community colleges and the state university system are kind of dear to my heart. I got my educational start at Middlesex Community College. I got my associate's degree there after working construction for a few years. And due to the opportunities these schools gave me, I'm now an engineer today, and I highly thought I would be in this position I am right now as representative if it weren't for those schools. So I see these schools are a crucial bridge for people to make it into the middle class. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't know.
Yep, that's Representative Muschinsky.
Representative Muschinsky, you have a question for Ms. Sensiger.
I do. I wanted to ask the speaker if the schools, especially in South Central Connecticut, are working to add advanced manufacturing to the curriculum. I'll tell you why. In my district, we have openings for people with advanced manufacturing skills, and we can't find enough people to fill those jobs. And I know that transportation is part of the issue. Is there effort being made to add advanced manufacturing to the offerings at your community college so that we can match up these people who need work paid really well with these positions which are unfilled. And the manufacturers in my town are looking and looking for people to fill these positions.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus on that recently, and I can send you information about precisely. I don't feel like I could tell you right off the top of my head exactly what the new programs have been, but that has been an area of focus and investment lately. Yes.
Okay, because I think that's a big potential for getting people reemployed in a new field, and they would make very good money, and they would have a satisfactory middle-class life. And I'd like to see more of that. So I've been pushing my local community college in my area, and I hope to see that statewide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no one else, thank you very much. Tom?
Tom just stepped away real quick. So up next, we have Michael Conroy.
Is Michael?
Hi, everybody. Thanks.
There you are. Great.
I'm here. Everybody, thanks for taking the time. I got a lot to cover, so I'll be really, really quick. I oppose SB 171. I've been a Harwinton resident since 1977. I now have a teenage boy about to graduate from St. Paul Catholic and another one just behind him for the class of 2023. But for the taxes, I would see no reason to leave. Left for college in New York, came back. I live half a mile from where I grew up in a house that could fit inside the garage of my current house. I grew up poor, but I got a great education on loans, scholarships, and Pell Grants, and I've done all right. But it is the taxes, isn't it? Believe me, I pay my fair share. This state has a spending problem. It seeks to solve that problem by creating a tax problem. Short segue. Apple made a killing with the iPod because they made it so easy to comply with the copyright restrictions, people were willing to fork over 99 cents for a song they liked instead of hunting around the internet for an illegal MP3. You could and can still find illegal music. But Apple made it so easy to do the right thing, people were willing to pay that fee. They didn't have to, but they did anyway, because the ease of music acquisition through iTunes made it all worthwhile. So with respect to taxes, the state has to show its citizens why all these taxes upon taxes upon taxes are really worth our dollars. Dropping back to the analogy, if it doesn't, people will start finding ways to get those illegal MP3s because the cost of playing by the rules has become too high. If you didn't follow along on that analogy, I'll break it down. As you continue to raise taxes on us, we will find ways to circumvent the system. My favorite example of this was the assault weapons registration fiasco. It's estimated that there were massive non-compliance with the registry. In New York, same thing. The state went too far and the citizens said no. In that case, non-compliance really didn't hurt the state. Perhaps we could all start asking our employers to drop our salaries and take bonuses as cryptocurrency. You'll never know. Quick, draft some ill-conceived legislation. It's not just about taxes. It's about taxation without representation. I live in a red county and a red town. Looking across the state, we are in a minority, but there are still a lot of us. You're not listening. Enough is enough. Continue to tax us and we will leave. My wife will get her unfunded state teacher's pension, but giving that money back to the state in terms of local spending and property taxes, unlikely unless you stop taxing us to death. I will happily help her spend her Connecticut source pension in any other state. South Carolina is very pretty, colder, but Maine is also nice. And with all the money we'd save in taxes, visiting the snow would be fun and economically viable. Just like the academic at the beginning of the session said, academia looks to evaluate holistically. Fine, then don't look at this one tax as just a little 1% tax for the rich. It's tax upon tax upon tax. That's the problem. There's your holistic view.
30-second warning, sir.
This isn't a band-aid for COVID either. COVID, like Y2K some years back, is being used as a universal excuse to spend money we don't have. Once this tax is here and COVID is long gone, the tax will still be here. Remember the sunset provision for the state income tax? Yeah. Connecticut embraced that revenue and found plenty of ways to spend it. The only real takeaway from COVID is many of us can work anywhere, regardless of where we live. Every pitch I hear for a new tax is sold with the same rhetoric I've been hearing all morning. This will solve the inequity. This will fix the problems in the cities. It won't. Stop spending like it's your money. It's not. It's ours. And this citizen wants accountability and financial prudence. It's only been 40 years or so. Thank you.
All set. We on to the next one, Senator?
Yes, please, Tom.
Okay. Yep. So next we have Guadalupe Garcia, and she has a translator. So we'll have to.
Yes, I will interpret.
Is Ms. Garcia there? Very good.
Yep. Buenas tardes, señores senadores. Good afternoon, honorable legislators. Hoy quisiera dar mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de ley
Today, I want to give my testimony in favor of the bills
821 y 6187,
821 and 6187,
porque los trabajadores esenciales merecemos un respeto económico.
because essential workers deserve tax relief.
Y necesitamos los servicios que salvan vidas como la atención médica.
And we need life-saving services like healthcare.
Soy miembro de Latina en Acción y
I am a member of ULA, Latinos United in Action, and Recovery for All.
yo vivo en New Haven desde hace 17 años.
I have lived in New Haven for 17 years.
Siempre he pagado impuestos. Trabajé durante 14 años en un hotel.
I have always paid taxes. I worked 14 years in a hotel.
Por medio de mi trabajo tuve un seguro médico.
My employer provided me with medical insurance.
Por medio de la pandemia lo perdí.
Because of the pandemic, I lost my job.
En el hotel me despidieron hace un año.
And I lost my health insurance. The hotel laid me off 1 year ago.
Me ha tocado sobrevivir con unos ingresos casi nulos.
And I have been scraping by without work, with very little work and almost zero income.
No recibí ninguna asistencia ni del Estado de mi ex empleador.
I didn't receive any assistance from the government or from my former employer.
Me dio el COVID en diciembre.
I got COVID in December.
Estuve en casa aguardando la cuarentena con los que vivíamos.
Everyone in my house had to do quarantine.
Casi nos morimos de hambre.
We almost died of hunger.
De vergüenza que en el estado tan rico como Connecticut,
It is shameful that in a state as rich as Connecticut,
uno de cada 5 adultos de sus hijos no tiene lo suficiente comida para ellos.
1 in 5 parents say that their children do not have enough food. Hold on, I'm going to ask for a better sound quality. Guadalupe, no te escucho bien. ¿Podrías? Hay interferencia. Hable fuerte, por favor.
Ok. Los multimillonarios no quieren pagar lo que nos corresponde.
And it's because billionaires do not want to pay their fair share.
Hoy me urge un seguro médico.
Today, I urgently need health insurance.
Ya que van a ser 2 años que uso estos mismos lentes.
It's been 2 years since I've been wearing these same glasses.
Y tengo mucho dolor de cabeza.
And it gives me severe headaches.
Y también dolor de ojos.
And pain in my eyes.
No tengo para comprarme unas gotas que me cuestan $100.
I don't have money to buy the eye drops, the special eye drops that cost $100.
Ok, después de limpiar el hotel por 14 años.
After cleaning the hotel for 14 years.
Tengo artritis en las manos.
I have arthritis in my hands.
También tengo unos problemas dentales.
I also have dental problems.
De vergüenza que los multimillonarios no quieren pagar lo que nos corresponde.
And it's really shameful that multimillionaires do not want to pay their fair share.
Y que nosotros pagamos el triple de impuestos.
And that we pay 3 times the tax rate that they pay.
No soy la única. Más de 200,000 residentes de Connecticut carecen de seguro médico.
I am not the only one. More than 200,000 Connecticut residents do not have health insurance.
Los inmigrantes indocumentados de Connecticut
The undocumented immigrants in Connecticut
pagan 400,000 de impuestos locales, estatales y federales.
Pay $400 million in local, state, and federal taxes.
Dice, pero son incluidos de los derechos de los humanos básicos.
But they are excluded from basic human rights.
Hoy nos enfermamos o somos muy frágiles a una epidemia.
Today, we are facing a pandemic that has revealed the fragility of our lives.
Por eso mismo, señores legisladores, exigimos nuestros derechos a tener acceso a una vida digna.
For that reason, honorable legislators, we demand the right to have a dignified life.
Estas leyes merecen marcadas la diferencia entre un Estado influyente con un Estado incluyente.
These bills would make a difference between a state that excludes and a state that includes.
Ustedes pueden ser los héroes de esta clase trabajadora y garantizar un buen vivir para todos los residentes del Estado.
You have the opportunity to be the heroes of the working class and guarantee a dignified, good life for everyone in this state.
Quiero
Ms. Garcia, could you summarize your testimony? Ms. Fountain, could you ask Ms. Garcia to summarize her testimony? We did give
yes,
double the time because of you've had to translate on her behalf.
Absolutely. Si podría concluir, por favor, señora Garcia.
Quiero tener una estabilidad económica para brindarle a mis hijos y a sus mismos hijos y a ustedes mismos una estabilidad buena y digna.
I want to have an economic stability so that I can guarantee the same good life to my children that you give to your children.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. And thank you, Ms. Fountain.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, Tom?
Yep, next up we have, excuse me, Nikki Sterling.
Sterling, you have the floor.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Sterling.
Good afternoon, Senator and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Nicklisa Sterling. I live in Bristol, Connecticut. I am an Assistant Direct Support Manager at the Mosaic Agency and a union delegate with the 1199 New England Healthcare Workers Union. I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This pandemic has impacted the staff at my group home agency as well as the individuals whom we serve. Individuals have not been able to do their normal activities out in the community, leading to an increase in their levels of depression and anxiety. Stress builds up in the group home has a result, making it more difficult for us to provide quality care as staff. We then bring that stress home to our families. My 5-year-old daughter, Amara, this is an overwhelming and this weighs a lot of stress is carried on my shoulder, and it doesn't need to be like this, especially since the people we voted in is supposed to
Ms. Sterling, we cannot hear you. Your audio has cut out.
pandemic. Group home staff receive low wages and lack of proper resources to do our job most effectively in caring for our state's most vulnerable population. More founding would mean liable wages, allowing us to spend more time with our families instead of working tons of overtime or 2 and 3 two and three jobs basically. I am in school full time and I'm
30
working,
seconds, Ms. Sterling, 30
and
seconds.
I'm still trying just to make ends meet. I am tired and overwhelmed. Many choose not to notice our value important work we do as a majority Black and brown female workforce across long-term care sectors. We shouldn't have to fight for the respect we deserve as human beings simply because most of us weren't born white and male. We deserve respect and dignity, time with our families, and livable wages, just like every other working person in the state. We need treatment from the state that reflects
3 minutes, 3 minutes.
virtual services we provide, as well as the sacrifices we've made while risking our lives over the course of the pandemic. It's time for corporations and the ultra rich to pay their fair share in taxes, just like the rest of us. This would give the state a revenue it needs to increase funding for our group homes. This would give my co-workers and I what we need to get by and continue providing the quality and that we desperately need at this moment. Please pass the SB 821 and the HB 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sterling, for your testimony. Tom?
Yep, Joelle Fishman. Joelle Fishman.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Great. Senator Fonfara, thank you. Representative Scanlon, members of Finance, Revenue and Bonding. My name is Joelle Fishman. I live in New Haven. I'm testifying with the Recovery for All Coalition and on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party in favor of HB 6187 and SB 821, restructuring certain taxes and tax equity. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed long-term and extreme inequalities of wealth and race in our state. It is not a distinction we should be proud of, and one that we can and must fix. We all recognize the heroism of essential workers who have kept us moving at risk to their own lives. And personally, I deeply appreciate the providers who care for my 99-year-old mother, Edie, in her home. These essential workers, along with the majority of all people in Connecticut who are struggling in this crisis, deserve better than an austerity budget that cuts vital services and leaves them continuing to contribute a greater percent of their income in taxes than our state's billionaires who have added $3.6 billion collectively to their wealth during the pandemic. To truly honor essential workers and recognize their value, it's necessary to examine how and why they and their families and communities, disproportionately Black, Latinx, and people of color, are being left behind. 25 years ago, the Coalition to End Child Poverty in Connecticut showed the result of regressive tax policies is disallowing our children the opportunity to flourish. Today, in the pandemic, the impact of the status quo with yet more cuts to human services and public workers is even more dire. Children in 1 in 5 households lack food in the wealthiest state. 18% of families need emergency rent relief and a moratorium on evictions and foreclosures. As a resident of New Haven, I know the entire city is stronger when investments are made that raise up low-income neighborhoods and communities of color to reverse decades of discrimination. We can emerge from this pandemic stronger together by making bold investments in housing, health, education, increasing pilot funds to cities in need, sustaining essential workers and all public workers.
30 seconds.
To raise up all of Connecticut, it is time to say, no cuts, no layoffs, tax the rich their fair share. A recovery for all is truly an investment in the sustainability of our state, to honor essential workers, children, and our elders, to address the wealth and racial inequalities in our state. I urge you to pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fishman. Tom?
Yep, Teresa Passarelli.
Now, would you like me to bring up some parish values, or do you want to come here?
Good morning.
Good
Senator
afternoon,
Fun,
Ms. Passarelli.
good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm a little behind.
It's okay.
My name is Teresa Passarelli, and I've worked for Oak Hill for 22 years, and I live in Waterbury and work in one of their Waterbury group homes. I'm not going to read everything that I wrote because that will take too long. I'm just going to summarize for you that I love working with the residents I work for in the group home, and I love being with them. Often we become their family because we work with them so long and they see us more than their own family. I'm going to let you know that enjoying making sure that they have the care that they need, the programs that they need. I work in a behavioral house and have to complete the structure that they need and make sure they get out in the community and have the ability to do things that we do every day. I work double shifts, sometimes I have 50 to 72 hours a week, especially during this pandemic.
Looks like
I find my want to say cousin who I have a cousin who I live with, and he became very ill, and I couldn't go advocate for him in the hospital during his time of need because I got stuck working in the group home. So sometimes their needs are more important than my needs for my family. We all sit here and work sometimes 72 hours a week, our second and third jobs. We really could use some better quality assistance in healthcare, for health insurance for ourselves, better pay raises, and not have to work long, hard hours all the time. As we know through the order
30
of
seconds, Teresa, 30 seconds.
it would be helpful if you could pass the bill for SB 821 and HD 6187 to all of us. And we all live here in the state of Connecticut. I live here for my entire life. And it would be nice if you guys could help us and get what we need in our lives for better quality. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you.
And we appreciate you, Ms. Passarelli, and all those that work in the same field that you are in. Whenever we have family members who need care, and someday us as well, we want the best, and we see that in the dedication. I've seen it in my family, and we're grateful to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Gearing, followed by David Glyden. Andrew Gearing.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Great. Good afternoon to the leadership and distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Andrew Gearing. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, a third-generation New Havener, and a proud product of America's working class. I'm here today in solidarity with the Recovery for All Coalition and in strong support of HB 6187, SB 821, and any proposal to increase taxes for the highest income bracket. I would never ask you, and no one has asked you today, to raise taxes on any middle class or working class residents. I'm only asking you to fashion a bill somehow that requires billionaires and multimillionaires, the statistical 1%, to pay their fair share. During COVID-19, these billionaires and millionaires have, by and large, not had to worry about unemployment, homelessness, or hunger. The experience for working class residents has been very different. Every legislator on this call has at least stopped by one of thousands of food distribution events across our state, where desperate people lined up, sometimes for hours in the cold, for a little bit of food to feed their family. In the last year, our disadvantaged residents have had it the worst, but almost all of us have experienced some degree of stress, hardship, and sacrifice. All of us except for Connecticut's 1%, whose financial position actually improved as they made millions off the stock market. And as you heard today, this frenzy followed a decade in the 10 years following the Great Recession, during which the 1% captured 100% of income gains, while income for the other 99% of our residents remained stagnant. These extremely unfair conditions require extreme measures. But the proposals I've seen in these bills aren't even all that extreme. They're just common sense. In order to effectively raise revenue, we need to restructure our tax system to go after the people who actually have the money and actually can afford to pay these taxes. Because right now, the middle class is bearing more than we can afford. We know from the law of diminishing marginal utility that an extra dollar means a lot more for a poor person than it does to a rich person. And people who can afford to pay more ought to pay more. Also, as somebody who grew up working class and paid his way through Yale Law School, I was horrified to hear today from so many non-Black people who quote unquote grew up poor, who nonetheless opposed this bill in a sad effort to keep other working class people down. These people fail to recognize that privilege and luck had a significant role in their success, as it has in mine. And as Connecticut residents, we should be pulling each other up, not keeping each other down. In closing, I urge lawmakers from both political parties to stop fighting on behalf of multimillionaires and billionaires, while so many of our neighbors are experiencing so much acute suffering. We elected you to protect the interests of the many, not the few, and to stand with the 99%, not the 1%. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your hard work for the people of Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Andrew. Oh, no, that was you. David Glyden. Sorry, David.
Yes, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is David Glidden, and I'm the Executive Director of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, which is a labor union which represents thousands of workers and retirees in Connecticut. I offer the following testimony on their behalf in strong support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. CSEA has members been serving on the front lines of the COVID-19 health crisis in some of the most harrowing workplaces in our state. Correctional lieutenants and captains have reported to work every day, sometimes without appropriate PPE, to correctional facilities with skyrocketing COVID numbers. Instructors at facilities like Southbury Training School have risked everything in order to provide a continuity of care for some of our most vulnerable citizens. School bus drivers kept the wheels turning for Connecticut families, delivering students safely to the classroom. Paraeducators took it from there, providing close contact, one-on-one instruction to our kids with special needs. At-home childcare workers continued to welcome little ones into their homes in order to allow parents to go to work. These examples barely scratch the surface of what CSEA members in particular do and what Connecticut workers in general do during the pandemic. Through it all, many became seriously ill, or they saw family, friends, and coworkers get sick, and in some cases, die. Despite the risks, they do the work that makes our state go, and it has allowed Connecticut to progress to a point where there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But that light is not as bright as it should be. Many of our members don't have access to affordable health care. Even if they have it, most are paying more for coverage that's not nearly as good as it used to be. They also don't know when or if they'll be able to retire because retirement benefits have withered since the days when so many more of Connecticut's workers had defined benefit pensions. And their wages have stagnated, making it increasingly difficult to make ends meet while trying to raise a family. The circumstances I'm describing are true for the vast majority of Connecticut working families, but it's not that way for all. There is a small percentage of our population that enjoys obscene wealth. While the pandemic has presented a life and death crisis for most of us, for the wealthy, it has been at worst a blip. At best, it has been an opportunity to reap breathtaking profits. This year, and with this budget, Connecticut is at a crossroads. Our great state must stop the trend of budgets that cut services provided by CSEA members and other public servants. Connecticut must halt the trend of widening the gap between the ultra wealthy and the rest of our citizens. We must enact a budget that honors the sacrifices that frontline workers have made and that serves as a foundation where all working families can thrive. A budget that incorporates the progressive taxation concepts in these bills is the necessary path to a bright light at the end of that tunnel. Connecticut needs a recovery for all. I urge committee members to support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Glidden.
Next up, we have Stacy Harris.
Good afternoon, Chairman Forfar, Chairman Scanlon, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stacy Harris Birdsong, and I'm the president of AFSCME Council 4, Local 3194, which represents employees at the Capital Region Education Council, where I also work as a lead educator. I am here to testify in favor of HB 6187, an act concerning the reconstruction of certain taxes in tax equity, and SB 821, an act concerning the reformation of certain tax in tax equity. HB 6187 and SB 821 would help fund critical public services and invest in communities instead of another austerity budget. For years, Connecticut has underfunded their obligation to ECS and put a greater burden on local property taxes. This causes a disparate impact in school districts that serve minority communities, creates a greater economic and education inequity. This is mainly due to decades of long injustice from exclusionary housing policies that segregated minority communities. If you look at the top school districts in the state, they all tend to be wealthy, low tax, homogeneous populations with diverse districts struggle because of inadequate funding. Governor Lamont's proposed budget freezes ECS funding and depends on federal funds to increase the revenue. But we need to plan for this when the federal funds stop so we can lift up disadvantaged communities. These bills could fully fund the new ECS formula and develop universal pre-K, raising the income rates on individuals who make over $500,000 and individuals who make over $1 million. HB 6187 and SB 821 would help create equity and bring justice to our state by investing in the communities that need it the most. We can help resolve the lingering inequity in education funding and help lift up all of our working families. I am strongly urging the committee to support the working families in Connecticut by passing HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for your time. I apologize, I'm nervous, but this is a passion from my heart. Thank you so much for the time and opportunity. I hope you guys will do the right thing. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Harris Birdsong. We really appreciate your testimony. And if you were nervous, we could not tell that. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
I have a question, Senator Fonfara.
Yes. Representative Zupkis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming. Stacy, you didn't sound nervous at all, but I do have a question for you. You admitted you talked about the ECS funding. Do you know how much New Haven gets in ECS funding by any chance? You have any idea?
You're on mute.
Sorry, for some reason my computer tends to be sticking whenever I try to unmute, so I try not to mute. I do have the numbers. I actually wrote them down, but I don't have them right here. But I did go through the numbers yesterday. I did go through the numbers for the funding from New Haven yesterday. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Great, because I know in 2020 they got over 158 million, and it's due to go up and for them to get more, so over 161 million. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, and I'm glad that you did.
Yes, ma'am, I did look that up. Thank you so much.
Great.
But also all of the community. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah.
Tom.
Next up, we have David Hayden. David.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, distinguished members of the committee. My name is David Haddon. I want to thank my Senator Kevin Whitkos for sponsoring Senate Bill 169, which I fully support, to clarify that the property tax exemption of Connecticut Institute for the Blind extends to the property of its subsidiaries. In addition to living in Simsbury, I'm the board chair of the Connecticut Institute for the Blind. We're a 501c3 charitable organization, and each year we serve over 40,000 people with intellectual and physical disabilities, and with our affiliate Gilead, persons with mental health needs. I'm also the father of a young man who needed assistance in all aspects of daily living, who was beautifully served in a group home run by CIB Oak Hill through the end of his natural life at the age of 35. Existing law flatly provides that all property of Connecticut Institute for the Blind shall be exempt from taxation. Seems clear enough. We own several, at CIB, several of our group homes are owned in a separate 100% owned subsidiary to comply with federal HUD regulations in order to obtain financing for the construction of those houses through the duration of that financing at considerable savings to the state. Citing the technical argument that those group homes aren't actually owned by Oak Hill CIB, we're faced with an increasing number of assessments by local municipalities for property taxes. The argument for assessment defies common sense and the plain intent of the existing statute. It requires us to devote precious resources, to hire attorneys and devote staff attention to defend against those claims or settle them as best we can. Every dollar we spend in that direction frustrates our ability to discharge our charitable mission with the scarce resources we have to provide human services to those in need. Senate Bill 169 would simply clarify that existing law applies not only to property directly owned by Oak Hill, but also to property owned by its 100%
30 seconds, sir, 30 seconds.
So I urge you please to support 169, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions the committee may have, and appreciate your time and attention.
Mr. Haddon, you cut out when you were reading your what the bill would allow for. You were saying that not only the properties that directly owned by the Institute, but that's where you cut out.
It would apply not only to those properties directly owned by CIB Oak Hill, but also to properties like a group home held in a 100% owned subsidiary, a different corporation, but 100% owned by CIB Oak Hill.
And is the other, are the separate corporation a nonprofit as well?
Yes, we're all part of the same 501c3 charitable exemption. So it is all property held by a larger 501c3 and applied for charitable purposes.
And then why are those subsidiaries treated differently if they are also similarly organized?
It frankly defies our understanding, Senator. I think the concern is that there is an existing statute on the books that flatly states that property owned by CIB is exempt from taxation. And it appears that some municipalities are taking the position that because our group homes held in a separate corporation to comply with HUD regulations are somehow not owned by CIB.
Right, but if those subsidiaries are organized similarly as CIB, unless you were given the tax exempt status by a special act by the legislature, which I doubt is the case, but I don't understand why they'd be treated differently if they're similarly organized.
Senator, I can't explain the logic or the thinking behind the assessors. And this is simply to clarify that property that is within the Oak Hill umbrella that is clearly used for charitable purposes should qualify for exemption from the property tax.
We will follow up with your senator.
That would be great. And if I can provide any further information or respond to any further questions, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up, we have Margaret Henderson. Margaret Henderson.
Are you with us, Margaret? Don't see her, Tom.
Yep. Then we have Dawn. Oops, she might have just left. Dawn Hosever.
That is correct.
All right.
Good job. Hello, everybody. Dear Chair, Honorable Chairs Fontara, Representative Scanlon, and the ranking members of the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee. On behalf of BioCT and our member companies, we are writing in support to House Bill 5182, an act concerning the cap on research and development tax credits. BioCT represents over 250 life science companies, academic institutions, service providers, and patient organizations, many directly engaged in the research and development of manufacturing innovative products to improve patients' lives. The bioscience industry in Connecticut is a strategic and growing technology component of the state's economy, with more than 22,000 employed across 1,300 individual business establishments. Bioscience innovation in health, energy, agriculture supports state and local communities in a variety of ways, including job creation, construction, tax revenue, and other economic impact values. In Connecticut, there is room for significant growth. The Connecticut Research and Development Tax Credit has shrunk over the years from 65% to 50.01% as recently as 2018, which is sending out the wrong message to the industry both in and outside the state. This moving target makes it particularly challenging for companies who want to make long-term investments in Connecticut. Connecticut may be well served to look at similar incentives offered in Massachusetts with the Massachusetts Life Science Center. For instance, small Connecticut biotech companies operating at a loss may currently exchange the credit for 50% of its value. In Massachusetts, bio companies may exchange up to 90% of the credit value as long as job creation metrics are reached. An increase in the credit exchange could make a significant impact on smaller biotech companies that may operate at a loss for years until R&D development comes to fruition. These types of incentives can make Connecticut a national leader in biotechnology through continuing partnerships between policymakers, academic research organizations, and companies large and small to advance this vital sector. R&D investment is fundamental to supporting an environment of innovation in Connecticut. A tax environment favorable to R&D investment means smaller and mid-sized bio companies will find Connecticut more attractive to set down roots and grow. Equally important to creating
30-second warning, 30 seconds.
Equally important to creating an attractive tax environment is predictability and consistency for both small and large companies. We urge this committee to analyze the cap with a long-term mindset and establish a percentage that is both attractive investment and sustainable over the long run. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled that Bill Claffey and Representative Iaccarino had a great conversation about this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Hosever.
If we want to try Margaret Henderson, are you available yet? Margaret Henderson? If not, we have Shomit Sengupta.
I did see him. There he is.
Sorry, good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Shomit Sengupta. I've been a home care worker for 3 years, and I currently provide services for 3 gentlemen, one through DSS, and 2 others through a home care agency. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Allied pays me $15.23 per hour with no sick pay or health insurance. I also work for home care agencies and they pay $12 per hour. Unlike a lot of home care workers, I'm fortunate in many ways. I have parents who are still alive. I do not have to, I don't have family or children to support, and I'm in relatively good health. But I worry what will happen should my health suffer. What should happen if I need a procedure or dental work that is not covered by Husky? I worry about my future. I wonder if I'll ever feel secure enough to get married or have kids. I wonder if I'll ever be able to retire. One of my responsibilities is taking clients out to restaurants, medical appointments, grocery stores, and sometimes even concerts, festivals, and other such events. I've driven as far as Pacific Standard Tavern, an 80-mile round trip, Holyoke Mall, 94 miles, and Mohegan Sun, 120 miles. Yet, we get no mileage reimbursement whatsoever, not 1 penny. In 2020, I drove my clients a total of 1,579.5 miles, which works out to $908.21 using the IRS standard mileage rate. This year, I've driven 492 miles. In addition to the gas and vehicle maintenance, when we go to restaurants, concerts, and etc., I have to buy tickets, food, and parking for myself out of my own pocket. There have been days that my net take-home pay has been almost zero. My car has also been vomited in, urinated in, defecated in, and I've had to pay to get my car cleaned. And yet, when I attempted to get compensation from Allied, I was basically told that it's not their problem because they're not the employer. I spend money on the bare minimum of maintenance and repairs necessary to keep this old car running.
30-second warning, sir.
Thank you. But it's not cheap. And we're called heroes. We're called essential workers, that we're denied a living wage, sick pay, and other benefits. This bill would increase revenue to the state, and which in turn would be used to fund PCA retirement and health benefits. I ask you to put an end to the exploitation of people like me. Please pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. We deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta. I have to say that your testimony is sobering. Are you required to take your clients on trips using your own vehicle?
So that's a gray area because we don't have a job description. So I'm told by other home care workers, as well as his IST and his case manager, that I'm required to do so, but it's not explicit in the contract.
And you use your own insurance? Are your clients covered by your personal insurance if they were to be hurt?
I don't know, to be perfectly sincere. I'm not sure.
It puts you at a great risk.
Yes.
And
I don't believe I'm bonded or insured for other parties.
that's obviously on top of having days where you may actually owe more than you've earned.
Exactly.
I guess it would be harsh to say, why would you keep doing this? We're fortunate that we have people that do, but it just doesn't make sense. We can say, as you said in your testimony, that we call you heroes, but we don't treat you as such, do we?
I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. That's why we have these hearings, to learn and understand.
Senator Fonfara, you said in an earlier testimony, in an earlier hearing, last year, I think, that Connecticut has some of the cleanest air and some of the best schools. So I'm optimistic that you are genuinely trying to help us. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tom?
Yep, next up we have William Meyerson.
I know William's here. There you are.
Hi, good afternoon, senators and representatives. My name is Bill Meyerson. I live in New Haven and teach history at Housatonic Community College in Bridgeport. I'm a member of 4Cs and Recovery for All. And thank you for the opportunity to share my experience and my support for HB 6187 and SB 821. The pandemic has done tremendous damage to our economy and hurt to the lives of working people, with communities of color especially hard hit. This is no less true than with the community college students that I teach. About half the students I teach come from Bridgeport, the rest from neighboring suburbs. At Housatonic, more than a third of the students are Latinx, nearly a third are Black, less than a third are white, and a small number are South Asian and Middle Eastern. And every class I've taught reflects this demographic. Many are first and second generation immigrants, but the one thing that they share in common is they are all virtually from working class families, and most are workers themselves, and most are part-time because they work. Several of my students contracted COVID working in frontline jobs or from family members who were also essential workers. As a result, they had to leave school to recover and or help sick family members. They work longer hours if they can to make up for lost family income due to jobs lost. But the consequences of the pandemic have, of course, hurt all students. And not surprisingly, enrollment has dropped significantly, and the dropout rate has risen dramatically. It is unfortunately also not surprising that a disproportionate number of students who have dropped out since the pandemic are Black and brown. When I've asked students, Black, brown, and white, why they have dropped out, most say that even with financial aid, they can't afford to continue. This is tragic. The pandemic has exacerbated the dropout rate, but even before the pandemic, affordability and declining enrollment was already a problem. Returning to the status quo is not good enough. Currently, only first-time, full-time students can attend community college tuition-free, less than half the total number of students at Housatonic.
30-second warning, sir.
Okay, thank you. Connecticut needs revenue if we intend to seriously address the current crisis. Working people need services to recover from this pandemic. Public higher education needs more funding. Every community college student, regardless of immigration status, needs tuition-free education, and the wealthiest residents, many of whom got richer since this pandemic, must do their part so all Connecticut residents can recover and thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, moving on. Yep. Margaret Henderson, are you there yet? If not, we have Stanley Phillips.
Don't know if we have either of those right now,
Yeah,
Tom.
I don't know either. If not, we have Miss Lanzot, Lanzot.
There's Stanley.
Okay, Stanley. Got it.
Stanley, you're on mute. You took yourself off and put yourself back on. Stanley, you're still on mute. There you are.
Okay. All right. Sorry about
you.
that. My apologies.
Chairman, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, and all legislators. I'm here to speak about Senate Bill 171. And I'm going to alter my text that I sent in because of some of what I've seen or heard. A lot of confusion about property taxes. Am I for it or against it? I'm ambivalent. But I think everyone should know what the proposed bill means. This is a tax which provides state revenue in the amount of $1 mil or $1 for every $1,000 of assessed value in excess of $300,000 of assessed value on residential property, but $1 for every 1,000 assessed value on commercial property with no exempt amount. I have seen it written, and it was sent to me, quote, "It will apply to all houses assessed at 300,000 or more, as well as all commercial property," which is misleading because for the residential property owner, it amounts to only $1 if your house is assessed at $301,000, not $301. For a $400,000 assessed home, the tax is $100. Yes, a tax, and obviously one that is subject to increase when the next legislature is looking to find additional revenue and increases the mill rate from 1 to some higher number, the real fear factor. I write this brief note to make sure that citizens and legislators know what they may or may not pay for or vote on. I think most people would be upset if they had a $301,000 assessed value home and had to pay an additional $301 of tax, but much less concerned if it were only $1. For commercial property tax, the tax is $100, $1 for every 1,000. So they'd pay $100 for $100,000. I had a part about how this is somewhat in conflict with the current property tax credit, but I'm going to skip over that so I can get to the other points. Bottom line is this is confusing for most. My guess is that those affected by 171 will be the more well-to-do who really do not get the property tax credit anyway. For most citizens, this bill will have no effect. It's obviously designed to increase the taxes of people more well-to-do, which in principle I am not opposed to, but our state must weigh the implication of such moves and consider this as just another reason why more citizens might choose to relocate to other states with lower taxes.
30 seconds, Mr. Phillips, 30 seconds.
Okay, out of curiosity this morning, I took a random sample of 5 people who listed themselves as opposed to this bill and looked up their assessed property values. In 4 of the 5 instances, this bill would have no impact on them since their assessed values were less than 300,000. In fact, one person stated, as my accountant says, "Which state are you going to move to for retirement?" To him, I suggest you find a new accountant if this bill is the reason to move, since that person's home value is nowhere near 300,000 and would not be affected. In principle, I would state that I'm opposed to new taxes of any kind, particularly those that provide more incentive for more people to leave our state. We somehow need to live within our means. If I might add, one of the earlier people who talked, and she spoke about a mansion tax, I contacted her. And she similarly was misinformed. And in fact, I will probably help her out with her taxes going forward in one way or another. She was followed by someone who spoke about the Millionaires Club and her willingness to pay. And interestingly enough, 6187 and 821 have provisions for increasing taxes on property, but it's more targeted and at higher levels. Hopefully, 680, these 2 bills that most people are talking about today, people will get, the Senate and the legislature will get together and put together a great bill that works. There's a lot of good stuff in there, in particular the earned income tax credit. So I'm endorsing those bills also. So thank you. And I'm certainly open for any questions, please.
Well, as usual, Stanley, you've engendered a couple.
Good.
So starting with Representative Cavros de Gras.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to my wonderful constituent Stanley for coming again to testify, because I frequently say I don't know if anybody knows our tax code the way that you do, and I so appreciate that. In terms of the piece that you had skipped over about the property tax, could you just share a little bit about what you were going to say in that piece?
Well, basically, it goes back to 1994. There was a property tax credit that was instituted, and basically people could get a portion of their tax forgiven, and it went up to $500 if they already had paid some property tax. It went up to $500 in 2000, and then it's dropped down in steps from 300 to 200, and currently it's 200. And now, although before everybody could take it, now only taxpayers 65 or older, or those with one dependent, or with at least one dependent, can take it out. For them, it's zero. So, this is one of these situations where, here, let's give you some money, and then you come up with a new thing and says, well, hold it, no, we're going to take some back. But chances are, the people who are going to have the house that's has a value in excess of 300 assessed value, and I think that's a key thing. People think that they're talking about selling price, and they say, hey, the person down my street just sold their house for $350,000, but it probably hasn't. Its assessed value is only 70% of market value, so they're under the $300,000 umbrella, and they're just mass confusion. You show this, and it was evident by the comments, and I read them, many of them this morning while I'm waiting for my turn here, and it's just a lot of misinformation and a lot of misunderstanding. So
I truly do appreciate that, because I'm, as you know, I'm one of those representatives who likes to try to clear up as much confusion as possible. It's why I ask the questions that I ask. And so I think, pointing out the assessed value piece is really critical to this, because I know that we've been receiving an overwhelming number of emails on this issue. So I'm grateful to you for clearing that up. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today, Stanley. I just wanted to thank you for the clarification here, because I have noticed there's quite a bit of confusion, whether it's the sale value or the assessed value, which you correctly stated is the assessed value. And I think compounding the confusion as well is there's two different bills before us today that deal with property tax. The one you referenced, and then 821, which would levy a property tax on homes in excess of $1.5 million.
Right.
And unfortunately, the media or somebody dubbed this bill the mansion tax bill, the one you were referring to with the $300,000 assessment. So I think there's a lot of confusion around there, and I appreciate you taking the time to crunch the numbers and clear that up.
Well,
So
thank you very much. Now, I might just add that if this bill does in fact go through, maybe using the theory or the thought process when it is assigned this quote mansion, people call it a mansion tax. Well, make it reflect a mansion. $300,000 assessed home is not a mansion.
I agree with you 100%. Thank you.
Yes.
We have another question, but I can't tell who that is. Representative Ziogas.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was Stanley. I was just interested in what reflections you might have on one provision of the statutes that we're talking about. There's a reduction of the estate tax in Connecticut, and it's a substantial departure from what the federal rules are today. My impression would be that would help hasten the flight from Connecticut if that is the case. And I was just wondering what your thoughts would be.
Honestly, I have not thought about it. I'll be very candid with you. I will, and I'll be glad to pass on my thoughts. Generally speaking, the people whose tax returns I do are not affected by that. So, it's not an issue that I've encountered, quite frankly. But it is a concern that I have ongoing, the number of people that leave our state. And of course, you all know that you don't have to leave our state. You know, you can do the 50-50 deal, you know, which people do. They do a half a year plus a day, and they avoid a lot of taxation here in the state of Connecticut. So that is a very big concern of mine. And similar, the bill I talked about last week, and believe me, this is 2 weeks in a row, never did it before, except last year at the office building. The people that are leaving the state are not necessarily the lower income people, but the higher income people who are, you know, getting hammered. And it's a concern. And, you know, it's the people that I golf with, not the people that, you know, are working in the stores or something. You know, it's sad. It's truly sad.
Yeah, I would just
But
like you to
but
give.
I will get back to you on that.
Yeah, I would like you to give some reflection to the idea, at least there's a state tax credit for deduction against your federal. That would disappear if we lower it. And it's going to have some offsets that are going to be a consequence to that. And I think it's not being represented in the discussions anywhere.
Right. And unfortunately, there's a lot of other confusing things that are going on that I don't think you want me to waste time on or spend time on. But
yeah, I think the bill is just a little too complicated for that easy conversation. There are portions that are, but there's a lot in this that we haven't discussed yet.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Stanley, I have a question. I don't see any other hands up. Is it your belief that Connecticut is not an expensive state or as expensive a state for people who are lower income than those that are upper income?
That's an interesting question. I think let me answer in one respect. As I looked at the bill 6187 and 821, I found that one of the proposals in there was a doubling of the earned income tax credit. And the earned income tax credit is just a phenomenal thing. And fortunately, I have been able to do many tax returns for people that have benefited from it. And I don't have a survey from other states or whatever, but our current one, which was 25% originally, and it's bounced around in a little, and they're talking about doubling it up to, you're talking about doubling it to the 50%. That's outstanding. That's absolutely outstanding. I've had other states who's, you know, I've done tax returns for people from other states, and it's maybe 1%, 2%. It's like insignificant. And that in itself is a very good thing. So it's always a matter of how does it affect the individual. But I don't think that, you know, besides property tax values, and of course, as you know, the tax cut program that was passed in 2017, where they put the cap on $10,000 for itemized deductions for property. That put us at the state of Connecticut and other states at a big disadvantage. So, but it's an equation. Everybody has to work out their own.
You didn't exactly answer the question, but
I'm sorry. My apologies.
That's okay. I just it seems that the contention about driving wealthy people out of our state, but we rarely hear any or never hear any conversation about the cost of living in Connecticut driving poor people out of the state. I think that's happening. I don't know if it's ever studied the way that it seems to be studied about wealthy people leaving our state, and there's a difference of opinion, strong difference of opinion on that, and many held by people on this committee. But still, I rarely, if ever, have heard anybody discuss a study looking at the cost of living in Connecticut driving poor people out or less wealthy people out of the state.
And neither have I. And you know, I can't recall a single person whose taxes that I've done over the years who said to me that they were getting out of the state for that reason. And it's more of the people I've met in social environments.
For what reason, Stanley?
I say that I have never heard anybody say that hey, you know, with a lower income, somebody whose taxes that I might do, which, you know, if it's a VITA site, theoretically, we stop at 55,000 AGI. They're not leaving the state for that reason. They might leave the state because it's too cold here, but we all might think of that.
I suspect a lot of wealthy people do that as well, but that's not usually the representation, but in any event. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. And good luck to you. This is not an easy, a lot of difficult issues.
We will need it, sir. Tom.
Next up, we have Margaret Henderson.
Sorry, Christina. I know Margaret was just here. There she is.
I'm here. Hi. Sorry, I was away. My name is Margaret. I live in Danbury, and I'm the Social Action Chair at our Unitarian Universalist congregation here. And I'm here today to speak strongly in support of 6187 and 821. The pandemic and the resulting recession have not only revealed, but really exacerbated the extreme differences in privilege in Connecticut. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. We, the people, are suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet our needs. I think that's the first duty of a state, to protect its citizens. In Connecticut, 80% of people of color live in only 10 of the 169 townships. This makes it fairly easy for most advantaged, wealthy white people not to see the daily distress or conditions that people in the other cities labor under. We've talked about segregation, I think, today. This is less true in Danbury, where 40% of our residents are immigrants or come from immigrant families. Our public schools here are suffering from a severe lack of funding, only about $12,000 per student, which is about a third of what the students down the street in Ridgefield get. Many of our students don't speak English at home, so we need more funding for education. And it's not only the classroom education, it's also support services like counseling to deal with behavior issues from stresses and things like that in a crisis like the current one. People here have also increased their use of food banks dramatically during the pandemic, as they have all across Connecticut. Many people have lost jobs or had their hours reduced, making it difficult to pay rent. So they're stressed about being evicted. They don't know what's going to happen next month. And people who are already dealing with insecurity about food and housing usually don't have money for medical care, so they postpone treatment for things that would have been simple until they become complicated. This drives up the cost of medical care for all of us. During this economic crisis, in the
30-second warning, 30-second warning.
Connecticut's billionaires have added over $3 billion to their wealth. Our tax system is actually regressive, with people making $50,000 a year paying 3 times the effective tax rate of those making $700,000, while people are literally dying from neglect. Governor Lamont's budget does not address these needs. It cuts pilot payments, it cuts grant to schools, it cuts wages, freezes, not cuts, those things. And it cuts services. You see the same thing with vaccination rates that nearly double white have been vaccinated compared to Black residents. So I strongly urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass these bills that will make our tax code more fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Tom?
Next up, we have Eliza Lanzot.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Elazar Lanzot. I live in the Fairhaven section of New Haven. I'm a member of New Haven Rising and also a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This past year has taken a lot from us. Families have struggled to keep afloat. Businesses failed to keep the lights on, and too many of us have lost friends and loved ones to the virus. Despite these tragedies, hope is on the horizon. Thousands of people across the state are receiving vaccines that will soon cut this virus down to size, allowing us to go back to normal. Unfortunately, what we considered normal left many behind. For thousands of families, COVID only exacerbated the deep economic inequalities of our state, leaving them in impossibly difficult situations. To simply go back to normal would show that we've learned nothing from this experience, truly making it a lost year. Now is the time to make bold changes in our state. People are suffering, and it's our responsibility to help them. For years, New Haven Rising has worked to change the maps of segregated development in our city. Our residents have been victim to the redlining practices of the 1930s. Neighborhoods that were redlined face higher levels of poverty, unemployment, and now COVID-19 than their non-redline counterparts. The sclerotic response of our state has had to right these wrongs is sad to say the least. The economic devastation caused by the pandemic made families more likely to be behind on their rent and face eviction, leaving them in danger of homelessness. Governor Lamont's budget proposes $300 million for new construction and affordable housing, but it may take years for these units to become available, but people are suffering now. This is why the renters relief program proposed in these bills must be fully funded and expanded. We must also establish a universal right to counsel for tenants facing eviction so that they may have a chance to stay in their homes. In my neighborhood of Fairhaven, there is a significant immigrant population who have been
30
hit
seconds,
particularly
sir.
hard
30
by
seconds.
the pandemic. Many of my neighbors work in the service industry, and for many months were either underemployed due to restrictions or had to work as essential workers, putting themselves and their families in danger. Their struggles should not come without some recompense in the form of tax relief through the expansion of the EITC. These bills are what Connecticut needs to set it on a road to recovery.
3 minutes.
The working families of our state take on the largest tax burden, while the wealthiest pay a significantly lower tax rate. During this pandemic, our state's billionaires have added an additional $3.6 billion to their wealth. For years, communities all over the state have cried out for systemic change. We now have an opportunity to deliver it. I urge this committee to make the right choice and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lanza. Just a point of clarification, the wealthy that you spoke about, this is a factual clarification that they don't pay a lower rate. I think what you mean is they're paying a lower percentage of their income. They pay a higher rate, but it's still a lower percentage of their income.
I misspoke, and I'm reading from here. I misspoke and meant to say effective rate rather than just general rate. My apologies for that misspeaking.
No, it's fine. Just I know what you meant. Just wanted to make it clear that it's not a lower rate. We don't do that, but
yeah.
Get your point. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Tom.
Next up, we have Nicholas Rodriguez, accompanied by interpreter.
Yes, I will be interpreting. Nicolas Rodriguez.
Is he here?
He is here. Neri, ¿podrías prender el micrófono? Neri, ¿estás ahí?
Okay, there he is. Welcome, Nicholas.
Bienvenido, adelante.
¿Es para mí, Megan?
Sí.
¿Neri? Oh, sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Estimados miembros del Comité de Finanzas, soy residente de Hamden. Soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción de Recuperación para Todos.
Sí, una pausa. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. I am a resident of Hamden. I'm a member of ULA, Latinos United in Action, and Recovery for All. Adelante.
Yo quiero dar mi testimonio en favor de los proyectos de ley 821 y 6187.
I'm giving testimony in
Estas leyes
support
reducirían los
of
impuestos para los dueños de casa.
I'm giving testimony in favor of SB 821 and HB 6187. These bills could reduce taxes for homeowners like me.
Estas leyes son necesarias para financiar el seguro médico que necesitamos también.
Also, these laws are necessary to finance the health care that we need.
Me mudé hace 6 años. Me mudé a Hamden hace 6 años y vivo en el área de New Haven desde hace 16 años. Tengo 3 hijos y fueron nacidos en Connecticut.
I have lived in Hamden for 6 years and in New Haven County for 16 years. I have 3 children who were born here in Connecticut.
Mi esposa y yo trabajamos en una fábrica desde hace 21 años, pero la fábrica no nos ofrece seguro médico. En el último año,
My wife and I work in a factory. We have worked in a factory for 21 years, but the factory does not offer us health insurance.
En el último año, mi esposa ha ido varias veces a la sala de emergencia con dolor en la vesícula y sangrado.
In the past year, my wife has gone to the emergency room multiple times with pain in the gallbladder and bleeding.
Los médicos nos comunicaron que ella necesitaba una cirugía, pero cuando el hospital se enteró que mi esposa no tenía seguro médico ni papeles, le dijeron que no la iban a operar porque no era una emergencia y no era cuestión de vida o muerte.
The doctors told us that my wife needed a surgery, but after the hospital found out that she had no insurance and was undocumented, they told her that they would not operate on her because it was not a matter of life and death.
La mandaron a casa con mucho dolor y con sangrado, y esto se repitió por 3 ocasiones.
They sent her home with a lot of pain and bleeding, and this happened 3 times.
Ahora estoy pagando $370 al mes por un seguro médico para mi esposa, pero este seguro tiene deducibles y tiene por $4,000 y los copagos también. Pero por fin ya la operaron.
Now I'm paying $370 per month for medical insurance for my wife, but there is a $4,000 deductible and I also have to pay co-pays. She finally had the surgery.
We're coming up on 4 minutes, just FYI, 4 minutes.
Al mismo tiempo estoy pagando por el seguro de mis hijos porque no calificaron para Husky B. Supuestamente mis ingresos son altos, pero yo realmente no lo son.
At the same time, I'm paying medical bills for my children because they qualify for Husky B. They don't qualify for Husky A.
Nosotros estamos viviendo al día a día, de cheque a cheque. Todavía yo sufro las secuelas del COVID-19, pero no dejo de trabajar porque tenemos muchos gastos, los cuales incluyen la hipoteca de la casa, los impuestos de la casa, las cuales son muy caros, más las facturas médicas.
My children don't qualify for Husky A because supposedly my income is too high, but we are living paycheck to paycheck. I had COVID-19. I still suffer symptoms, but I can't stop working because we have so many expenses. We're paying the mortgage, the taxes on the house, which are way too high, and all the medical bills.
We're coming up on 5 minutes.
Okay. Neri, perdón, si podría ir concluyendo. Siga
Falta
adelante.
poco. Mi esposa va a necesitar otra cirugía en el futuro y no sé cómo la voy a pagar. Estoy sufriendo de mucha ansiedad y no puedo dormir. Uno de mis hijos también está sufriendo ansiedad. Hemos sido honestos y nunca hemos mentido sobre nuestros ingresos. siempre pagamos nuestros impuestos y el día que yo necesito ayuda, nadie nos ayuda.
So I'm coming to the end. My wife needs another surgery and I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. I'm currently suffering from anxiety and sleep deprivation, and one of my kids is suffering as well from anxiety, seeing everything that's going on. We have been honest about our income. We pay taxes and we do everything correctly, but now that we need help, no one is helping us.
Necesitamos un seguro médico accesible y gratuito para todos. La clase trabajadora está sufriendo.
We need affordable and free health insurance for everyone. The working class is suffering.
Tengo que trabajar los fines de semana y ya no tengo tiempo para dedicarle a mis hijos. Les pido que por favor aprueben las leyes 821 y 6187 para hacer un rescate económico para la gente trabajadora y para los dueños de casa como yo.
So
Ms.
I have
Rodriguez,
to work. This is the end. This is the end.
Please?
Yes, this is the very end. The last sentence is, I have to work on the weekends as well as Monday through Friday. And I don't have time to spend with my children. So I ask you to please approve these laws for a bailout for workers like me and for homeowners like me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. We're going to call on Senator Kushner. We called on her earlier, but she was unavailable. I'm sure she was tied up with other committee responsibilities. So we'll turn to Senator Kushner at this time.
Thank you so much, Chairman Fanfara. You're correct. I was chairing other meetings. And I want to thank you and Representative Scanlon and the ranking members and all the members of the Finance Committee for allowing me to testify today. I have written testimony that I will not read from. I will submit it, but I want to say that as a member of the legislature, relatively new member of the legislature, I was appointed to the Appropriations Committee that does the other side of the financing for the state of Connecticut. And I quickly learned how difficult it is for us to make appropriations because we have to do it within our means.
Senator Kushner, just to clarify that they don't do the financing, they do the spending.
Well, I should say the budgeting, okay? I'll leave it at that, but you are correct. We do the spending, but the spending that is so essential to our state. And what we always hear is, okay, you have to do it within the means. And, you know, of course, that comes from the work that you do in your committee and how we raise funds so that we can do all the good work that we need to do in the state. I also want to say that when I was running for office in 2018 and again in 2020, what I often heard from people is the middle class and working people just can't afford to pay more. We are just stretched so thin and we're finding so hard to difficult to live. And then I would talk, and I was pretty straightforward. I was very straightforward. And I would say, well, what do you think if we had a fair tax system where super wealthy people in our state paid more? And, you know, I would say that got very high marks, very generally accepted. And even from people who consider themselves to be super wealthy. There were those in my district who said, I can afford to give more. I can afford to pay more. And I agree with you. We need to have more for our schools. We need to have more for our healthcare system. We need to have more for housing. We are facing an incredible pandemic, an opioid crisis. This cannot be overlooked. We need to spend more on fighting addiction and fighting the opioid crisis. You know, we've done some great things this year in terms of pilot, and I'm very proud of the move we took to reimburse cities and states for the payment in lieu of taxes for the public buildings and the schools. That's great, but we just moved to 50%, even at best. And so for me, I felt it was very important to participate with a group of my colleagues in co-introducing Senate Bill 821. And for me, it is really about raising revenue. And we look to do it in a way that won't hurt the middle class, that won't hurt workers. And in fact, as you heard from Stanley earlier, we'll expand the earned income tax credit. We'll expand the property tax credit. We'll create a child tax credit, things that are so desperately needed. But in order to do all of these things, we have to raise revenue. And the best way to do that, I think we've been very careful to do it on wealth, not on the middle class, but on super wealth in our state. And so
30-second warning, 30-second warning.
I urge all of you to consider and support Senate Bill 821. And I apologize, I know there's a matching bill in the House, but I don't have that number in front of me. But I urge you to support it, to consider it, because we need to move from a state that has great inequities to a state that has a level playing field for working families. So thank you for your time today. It's good to see you all.
Thank you, Senator. And while we have many more speakers after you, I just like to say, as a introducer of this legislation, and I'm sure you worked on it and not just put your name on it, knowing you, that there's rarely, if ever, any talk about, in this process of generating more revenue, about growing the economy. And I know of no way better to generate revenue than a strong economy. It generates far more money than what increasing the tax would accomplish. It's stunning how much, when our economy is going strong, how much we generate in revenue and how much the GDP goes up. So can you tell me, in your deliberations with those that in writing this bill, why there was not at least based on the product, some effort made to focus as well, not in place of a tax structure change, but also in terms of helping to grow the economy?
Well, I think, in terms of my participation and my interest in growing the economy, and I agree with you, it's a very important way in which we can help out working families in our state, particularly because when we grow the economy, we are giving people, more opportunity for work, and hopefully work that will pay a little better than the service level jobs that we currently find so dominant in our economy. But I think that it's very hard to predict. I know we have Commissioner Lehman working hard on economic development, but I have seen these efforts before. I've lived in the state for 30 years, and I've seen a lot of discussion about economic development. I am all for that, 100%. And I've looked at ways in our community that we can encourage economic development by bringing in new industries and new businesses. I'm very cognizant of how important that is, but I think that it's hard to predict how we're going to really make sure that happens. And I do believe we can say that we know in our state there's great wealth, and that we can look to those who can afford to pay more to help provide for schools. And I'll just take schools for an example, because my community, as you heard from Margaret earlier, my community, 40% of the people in my community in Danbury are struggling to make ends meet. They're met that out. We don't have enough money invested in our schools. And I recognize that we have the ECS funding, which also I believe needs to be fully funded and more quickly than the schedule that we're on. But in addition to that, I'm not sure it's enough. I'm not sure my community will ever be able to afford what some of our wealthier communities in the Connecticut can pay through property taxes. So for me, I like the structure of additional monies on very high level properties that will go into a pot of money for the whole state, and that will begin to equal the playing field, equalize and bring equity to our school system, so towns like mine will be able to have the same level of quality education that you see in some of the wealthier communities. And so I agree with you about economic development. I think it's an important piece of the puzzle, and I appreciate your work on that, because I know you're very dedicated to that. And I don't think these things are at odds. I think they're very complementary.
I couldn't agree more. They're not at odds, but they don't seem to get the same, even if it were a minority of reflection in terms of the effort. It's disappointing to me that that's not recognized, because it's fact that the government doesn't print money. It taxes people who have somehow generated the revenue. And this conversation is about whether we ought to tax people who have more income. And that's a debate that our committee will certainly engage in considerably in the days and weeks to come. But my point is that if we have more folks with more revenue, more income, then we're certainly, just because even if we don't raise a tax, we're going to generate more revenue. It just stands, it's logical that that will happen. So I think this proposal would, and I don't know, I'm not predicting the outcome here at all, Senator. I'm just saying that it would certainly engender a different conversation than what we've had here today on the two sides of where people stand on these proposals. If the bills had a corresponding aspect that would also encourage more growth in our economy. But thank you so much for your testimony. I always enjoy hearing you. And I have a hand up, and I don't know who that is.
Yep, Rep. Mushinsky.
Representative Mushinsky, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to chime in on your dialogue here with the chairman of the Labor Committee. Before you came up, Senator, we had a discussion about training people for openings in manufacturing, which in my district, we have openings we cannot fill, and they pay $70,000 a year, really good money. And I'm trying to get more emphasis on getting people into these training in the community college territories so that we can fill these slots and people would make a lot more money doing a single job. They wouldn't have to work multiple jobs. And I share Senator Fonfara's frustration here, is that I too would like to see some of this investment into training people who are low wage folks and getting them ready to enter into high wage fields. And it would make such a difference in their lives. I know the jobs are open. I know some of my manufacturers are bringing people in from other states to fill these jobs, which is crazy. And hopefully your committee is working with Commerce Committee and Higher Ed and Workforce to make this connection between the community colleges and advanced manufacturing training. If we do that, if we put some of our money in that direction, we are going to employ people at very good wages.
I really appreciate your comments, and I feel like it's just there are so many areas like this where we could, if we had the resources, the financial resources, we could really make big change in the state. And you know, I know we're going through some changes in the Department of Labor with a new Office of Workforce Strategies that the governor has put together, and it's working in conjunction with the ECD. I have elevated my voice. I don't want to say I'm a loud voice, but I am a voice for including labor in that discussion. I haven't seen enough of that because I do think organizations of workers have an intimate knowledge with how to recruit and get to working families and get people into these programs. But you also underscore a really important thing. We don't have enough money for our community colleges. We don't have enough money for our state universities. We need to be very focused on and really planning how do we put together the growing industries like manufacturing or industries where we know they may not be growing, but there are certainly opportunities there. How do we put those together with the university programs, the college programs that we have? And so and there are some great programs out there. Platform to Employment has done tremendous work getting people, you know, from long-term unemployed people who are facing reentry to good middle-class jobs. And I think that's what we all want. I think there's tremendous opportunity in Connecticut. I love this state, and I can't imagine why anyone would leave. But I do recognize that some of the concerns that have been raised about
30-second warning on the 5-minute questioning.
Oh, I didn't know there was one. We don't have that in labor. I was just going to say that in terms of people leaving the state, you know, I would love to see some of the taxes that we're talking about on wealth implemented at a federal level, so we can go big like President Biden has said. But I'm ready to go big in the state of Connecticut, even if the country isn't there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate the chance to speak. So I sit with the background of Greenwich, so with an assumption that I'm in a certain position in life. And I'm a boy from the Bronx. I paid for my college education waiting tables in graduate school and worked successfully on Wall Street. So it's not in the defense of a position. You know, I heard what Senator Fonfara said, and I'll take it from a very macro point to try to figure out where and how the solution rests. The state has been in not just a no growth strategy for the last 10 years on the economy, but on a population basis. So over the last 10 years, as our expenses, whether it be, as you see with the insurance and the debates on public policy or not, and the costs of insurance and healthcare and home care, et cetera, our costs continue to rise, but our tax base hasn't increased to the extent that job growth hasn't been there. I think the figures I saw were $120,000 jobs on those who left the state for employment, and those coming into the state were on the 80 or 90,000. So there's a disparity in the newcomers versus those people there. So generating the wealth in the state is important. I think the debate, I would leave the debate open on the tax question, but I understand the concern. For me, a basis to encourage more businesses in the state and to grow the job market is important. I think the issue on community colleges that Representative Mashinsky mentioned about making sure we have the pipeline right. So the job growth and education is going to the job opportunities in the state. Kind of not to criticize or to cut back on the university system. I'm a big supporter of public education. You want to see who we're graduating and where they're going and how many of the jobs are out of state versus in state, because that revenue stream of supporting the schools, it wouldn't change my support, but you'd love to be able to create jobs where 70% of the graduates are staying in state, or the jobs that they want are in state, so that we're not financing their education and then they're going to work in New York or Boston or whatever. Not that we can control it, but when I look at it is, are we using our resources effectively to grow the state? So next year, the tax rate is at a flat tax rate, the revenue stream is up 10 or 20% because the salaries or number of people working in the state grows. And I think that's the dynamic where I'd be more interested in trying to get to. And so when you talk about the taxing policy coming off the back of COVID, I understand there's been a wealth created, but I'm concerned that those are federal issues on those tax policies on capital gains and wealth, and that at the local level, I wouldn't want to lose those. I wouldn't want to lose the revenue stream that I capture from people for capturing a marginal increase in rates and kill that fatted calf. So I'm concerned about it. For me, I want to be fighting over where to spend incremental dollars because the state's economy is growing. And I think we're at the cusp of that on the back of the fiscal situation in New York and Massachusetts. We are going to have tax rises with very high fixed costs in Massachusetts and in New York that may make Connecticut the most attractive place for a lot of people to look for their businesses. And I'm concerned that we're signaling
30 seconds.
In front of a federal aid package, that we're signaling a willingness to raise taxes when we're picking up, what is it, something like $4 billion in aid from the federal government. So I'm a little more concerned, but I'm not, it's not like I'm so critical, but I'm concerned it might be the wrong way we're going. I'm open for the dialogue.
Representative Meskers is not giving you much time for an answer, Senator.
I apologize.
That's okay. I will just say, you know, I'd love to have this conversation with you, but I would say that there's also an equity question here. And I'm sorry, that's where I come from.
Yeah.
And there is something inequitable. I think Senator Fonfara correctly stated that it may be that the percentage is not lower for super wealthy people, but the percentage of their income is dramatically lower. And to me, there are basic equity questions at work here as well. So, you know, you're right, there are times of change tremendously, and we are getting some federal dollars, but these problems existed in Connecticut for a long time. And so from where I'm coming from and where I'm looking at, it's also about creating some equity in our state, much needed. So, but I thank you for I'd love to have a continued conversation.
I appreciate that. Sorry for taking up so much time.
Okay.
For the enlightenment of the public, even though we are all legislators, we don't always get to have an opportunity to dialogue on a specific issue like this. And as you can tell, when we get it, we have to resist taking advantage of it. But it's healthy, I think, anyway. Senator Kushner, thank you so much for your testimony here today.
Thank you for giving me the time. I appreciate it. It's good to see
And you ought to try the 5-minute rule. It does put a boundary around things.
It sounds pretty good to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Tracy Nurse, I believe you're up. And you're on mute, Tracy.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Tracy Nurse, and I live in Newington, Connecticut, and I'm a direct care worker at Oak Hill School for 37 years. I come before you today to urge you to raise the revenue necessary to increase funding for group homes like mine. As a group home direct care worker, I care for individuals with intellectual and physical disabilities. The teaching and caring we provide for our individuals allow them to live more comfortable and fulfilling lives. Over the years, I've developed close relationships with these people, and so today I am here to advocate not only for myself, but for them also. The fact is, when we underfund group homes, the low staffing and wages have a negative impact on the quality of care our individuals receive. My company has an overabundance of open shifts across the agency due to low staffing. With fewer staff, we're forced to work endlessly to ensure all shifts are covered. This leaves staff perpetually exhausted, and it is impossible to put your best foot forward when you're burnt out. Our individuals deserve our best. Working as we do is not only necessary because of low staffing, but also because of how little we are paid. A newly hired group home direct care staff makes $15 an hour. That person would be able to go to Target and get an entry-level position for $15 an hour without dealing with all the responsibilities of a group home worker. With higher wages, we could attract talented caregivers to fill staffing vacancies, improving the quality of care that we provide for our individuals. The wages in this industry doesn't just make it hard to hire new staff, but also to retain existing staff. In the last 10 years, I've received less than $1 for a raise. Where is a thank you for what you do in that? It doesn't even reflect the cost of living adjustment. My health insurance has risen much faster than the rate of inflation, causing me at times to skip some medical services.
30 seconds, Tracy, 30 seconds.
We have the opportunity to correct this with these bills. All the funding of our agency can come from the state. With the increase in the revenue from these bills, workers like me will be able to earn wages that we deserve. This will allow us to work less, spend more time with friends and family, and live our lives better. This will in turn improve the quality of care we can give our individuals. Please support these bills so that group homes can have the resources necessary to truly serve the people that rely upon us. Please pass Bill SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tracy. Did I hear you correct that in 10 years you have not received even $1 raise an hour?
Yeah, correct. Correct.
And do you work, are you a member of 1199 or?
I work at Oak Hill School. I've been there for 37 years, and yes, I am a member of 1199.
And they are a great organization, and I'm shocked, to be honest with you, that you you've had that experience of not having even a dollar's raise. That's over the full 10 years?
That's within the last 10 years, yes.
Wow, that's tough.
It is. It is.
Thank you for educating us. Anyone? I see none. Thank you, Tracy, very much.
Thank you very much.
Tom?
Yep. Next up, we have John Murphy.
There's John.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara.
How's my old friend doing?
Doing well, thanks. Thanks for asking.
You have the floor.
All right, so Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Ranking Members Martin and Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is John Murphy. I live in East Hartford. On behalf of United Auto Workers 376 and the Recovery for All Coalition, I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. On July 1, 1991, we had no state budget in place. It took 53 days until August 22nd to pass the budget. In the week before the final budget vote, Reverend Jesse Jackson joined with Connecticut community leaders, activists, and the public in the Connecticut March to Rebuild America from Bridgeport to Hartford. Jackson told the crowd in Bridgeport, jobs are gone, plants are closed, the tax base is limited, children are neglected, slums abound. This is a disaster born of greed. The march highlighted the economic differences in the two Connecticuts. It's sad to say that very little has changed. 30 years later, our state still leads our country in income and wealth inequality and disparity. The 2008 Great Recession weakened our economy, and the COVID-19 pandemic was even been worse. Yet the message we received from the governor is that we're going to limp along and do the same old things and expect different results. That is the definition of insanity. We cannot have strong and vibrant communities without adequate investment in them. Using one-shot revenues to fund general operating expenses just kicks the can down the road, something we excel at. With 8% unemployment, more than 15,000 families face an eviction, 1 in 5 families not having enough food to feed their children, more than 200,000 people without health insurance, and an aging infrastructure and other unmet needs, the time for bold action is now. I'd just like to point out, in response to the 2008 Great Recession, Connecticut was among the states that cut their public sector workforce the most, and it also suffered from one of the slowest private sector job growth rates. There's a correlation between cutting public sector workforce and growing our economy. States that retained or grew their public sector workforce saw greater private sector job growth after this Great Recession. In 1962, President John Kennedy set aspirational goals for our nation. We choose not to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one of which we intend to win. Building more equitable, just, and thriving communities is hard.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Investment is needed to build a better Connecticut, not just for now, but for years to come. Please show the political will and courage to pass House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Thank you.
Thank you, John, very much. Any questions? Seeing none.
Next up, Anson Smith.
I know that Anson has been very patient there in his car.
You noticed.
Yes.
Okay, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Commission. My name is Anson Smith, and I live in Wallingford. I appear here today as a member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001. I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. This year has been brutal for Connecticut residents. The unemployment rate tops 8%. Some 15,000 families are in danger of eviction. 1 in 5 adults in Connecticut report that their children don't have enough food to eat. Before the pandemic hit, more than 200,000 people were without health insurance, and 57,000 households with children now lack reliable internet access or electronic devices. This is in a state that was ranked 6th wealthiest in a March 11th article in US News and World Report. Yes, Connecticut is a leader in median household income, but is also a leader in income inequality. Some had fared very well during this pandemic. The billionaires, who added $3.6 billion to their wealth. They have also fared well with taxes, with an effective tax rate that's far less than ours. F. Scott Fitzgerald once observed, "The very rich, they're different. Their lavish lifestyles do something to them. It makes them soft when we are hard, and cynical when we are trustful." One thing Fitzgerald overlooked: they don't like to pay taxes. It was true during the early republic, and it's true today. From the 50s through the 70s, CEOs tried to balance the interests of all stakeholders: owners, investors, officers, suppliers, customers, and workers. Then the captains of industry were seduced by the goddess of greed. The focus on we became the focus on me. Taxes were for the lower classes. The rich are different. In 1991, Connecticut responded to this difference with a 4.5% income tax. The 13.8% corporate tax was lowered to 10.5%. The dividends and interest tax, which peaked at 14%, was eliminated, as was the 7% capital gains tax. Today, the rich zealously guard their tax advantage. Their media and legislative allies watch their backs, while their spin mill cranks out far-fetched arguments to con the public into backing them. Today,
30
the less
seconds,
fortunate.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll go fast. Today, the less fortunate pick up the slack, juggling limited finances to meet their tax bills. These people who can't afford it shoulder the tax burden, while those who can't afford it are different. I implore you folks to pass these two bills to restore fairness to our tax code. Thank you.
I'm victim of my own observations. So, Anson, thank you very much for your testimony and your patience, sitting in your car waiting to speak to us. Appreciate your comments. And I see no questions for you, sir. You're off the hook. Tom?
Thank you.
Yep. Sally Terrell. Miss Sally Terrell.
Ms.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you to the distinguished members of the Finance Committee for your time today. My name is Sally Terrell. I live in Collinsville. I'm a professor of English at Tunxus Community College, a chapter chair of the 4 Cs, SEIU, a member of SEIU Local 1973, and the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here today to strongly support these 2 tax equity bills. In a 30-year teaching career, I've had the joy and privilege of working with over 6,000 community college students in their quest to become college students, graduates, members of Connecticut's workforce. But the COVID pandemic, which has worsened economic disparity, along with misdirected resources wasted on a proposed consolidation of public colleges and universities, present grave threats to our state's most vulnerable populations and their most powerful vehicle for economic mobility. Since testimony involves sharing stories, I'm basing mine on the TED Talk, The Danger of the Single Story by Chimamanda Adichie. If you haven't had a chance to see it, please check it out. Hers is an inspiring story, and it calls us all to consider how we know the things we know. My students' stories are wonderfully varied and unique, but the common thread for those who struggle isn't only about their academic ability. It's the fraying thread holding their lives together outside the classroom. The young man working 3 jobs so he can afford the 1 car to drive his entire family, a single mom living in public housing, dropping her shield of anger to share her grief over her partner's death while trying to make ends meet and pass composition on her 3rd attempt, and a young woman crying in the Tunxus parking lot, pushing herself to get out of that car and into my communication class after driving from a 3rd shift job. There are so many stories. Every day, these students fight to convince themselves that it and they are worth it. The threads holding my family together fell apart when I was 6, and it was the security and support I had from a well-funded public school that saved me. I try to provide the same support for my students, whatever it takes, but I have fewer resources to offer them as I walk them to the offices and people who can connect them with the resources they so desperately need. A related problem is the assumption that the Connecticut Community College system needs to be torn down and rebuilt, resulting in some fiscal mismanagement at the Board of Regents. This assumption exemplifies the danger of a single story. Adichie reminds us, it's not that the story isn't partially true, it's that it's incomplete. Other stories that block grants for higher ed have plummeted and the wealth gap has widened need to be heard and fully understood. We need to fund the powerful local work at community colleges because students are not systems. Every day I see students struggle. To take advantage of educational opportunities, they need the resources we can't always provide in classrooms: food on the table, reliable transportation and internet, mental health services. These bills invest in those who need our help and who in turn will do their
30
part
seconds.
to drive the
30
economic
seconds.
recovery in Connecticut. Please pass these bills so students can author a story they and we can be proud of. Thank you so much. I'm willing to answer questions.
Thank you very much. There don't seem to be any for you today. Tom?
Next up, we have Lucas Blinn. Lucas Blinn.
Here's Lucas.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is Lucas Blinn. I live in Wallingford, and I'm a PCA caring for a consumer with an intellectual disability who receives DDS services. I like the fact that this job allows me to help my consumer live a quality of life that he would be unable to have without direct support. I like that I get to help him experience things in the community and discuss with him the hobbies and interests that we share. I enjoy that I get to help him with employment and increasing his dependence. Today, I am here to support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Though I love my job, the job doesn't love me back. There's not much else I can count on from this job. We don't have paid sick leave, so if we get sick, we lose a day's pay, and many of us go back to work much sooner than we should. If we had paid sick days, we would be able to care for ourselves and not worry about a health crisis putting us in financial ruin. We deserve to be treated as the professionals we are. We love our consumers, we love our jobs, but we need the basic human rights that are long overdue to this workforce. Jeff Bezos, CEO of Amazon, will generate more dollars during my testimony than I will all year. He's bringing in approximately $3,714 per second, or $22,884 a minute, $13.5 million an hour. I see fleets of Amazon branded trucks, Hertz rental vans with Amazon temporary plates on them, and lines miles long in North Haven and Wallingford as workers file in to start their day of breaking their backs for Amazon. Amazon has vending machines with over-the-counter painkillers so that their employees can swallow a fistful of ibuprofen at the expense of their stomach lining to start their shift. With all of the business that Amazon is doing in our state, it is your duty to ensure that they are paying their dues. Vince McMahon of the WWE and the XFL and his wife, Linda McMahon, from Donald Trump's Small Business Administration, brought in $5.6 million in 2018. They rest comfortably at night in a mansion in Greenwich, while home care workers living in Bridgeport, New Haven, Waterbury, Hartford, Meriden, Norwich, Danbury go to bed at night hoping against hope that they wake up to a paycheck, because if they don't, they won't be able to pay rent. If you weren't aware, Allied Community Resources, the company that gets paid $6 million by the state to handle payroll, regularly messes up payroll, and home care workers wake up and find out they haven't been paid. I volunteer twice a week at the Connecticut Food Bank with my consumer, trying to make sure that Connecticut residents don't starve to death. But the reality is that Jeff Bezos could end world hunger tomorrow if he decided to today. It's time that the ones who can afford it start paying their fair share in this state so that we can expand services like the Medicaid waiver program and mental health services and food and housing programs.
30-second warning, sir. 30 seconds.
Connecticut residents need the support right now. Have the courage to do the right thing and pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. It's your moral responsibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lucas. Seeing no questions, Tom?
Joseph Melendez. Joseph Melendez.
Joseph is here. You're on mute, sir.
Well, good afternoon. I've been listening to this on and off throughout the day, and quite honestly, been very shocked at what I've heard. I've been a resident here for over 25 years, and I'm here specifically to comment about Bill 171 and 172. I guess I'm one of those 1%ers that happens to be unfortunately living in Greenwich, whose taxes have gone up over 300% in the 15 years that I've been living in my current residence. I understand the plight of all of these folks, but I think what's being missed, and a gentleman talked about it earlier today, is mobility. Wealthy people have mobility. And for myself, my house is being listed, I'm leaving. My business is leaving. I cannot afford to stay here anymore. I love Connecticut. I'm a boater. I've enjoyed the coastline, but I can enjoy the coastline in Florida, and I don't pay any taxes. So for everybody who wants something, I understand there's a million reasons why they should get something. We just can't afford it. This state is bankrupt, and anybody who says different is not being truthful. We have more liabilities than we can fund. And really what we should be trying to figure out is, how do we get businesses back? How do we get people to stay? I think I heard a number earlier, 168,000 people have left the state. I know in my community alone, half of my neighbors have left. They've left and they've gone to Florida. And if they're not in Florida, they're in Nashville, Tennessee, or they're in Texas. And what do those states all have in common? Number one, they have robust economies. Number two, they have no state income taxes. Okay, so maybe there's something to understanding why people flee Connecticut, why people flee New Jersey, why people are fleeing New York. Okay, and maybe we need to reflect and understand that, yes, you can impose as many taxes as you want. The only people that are going to get hurt are the very people that you're intending to help, because they're the ones who can't leave. They're the ones who, this time around, it may only be $1 of incremental tax on their properties, but in 10 years from now, it'll be a lot more. Just like it was when the original the income tax was passed in the state. So, I've enjoyed, as I said, I've enjoyed living here. I've run my businesses here, but it doesn't make economic sense to stay here anymore. And especially in light of these two proposed bills, it just, again,
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Everybody can point to the rich down in Greenwich. But as you know, Greenwich has no more resident billionaires. Why? Because they left. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Melendez, before you go, there are some questions, but I'd like to, did you leave us? There you are.
No, I'm here.
Okay, great. You move around on my screen. That's why I said that, depending on who comes on. And but and this is not in no way a reflection on my views on the bills before us today. But I want to ask you, is that really where we are as a society, that in a state that educates better, in my opinion, better than any other state in the country, for most of our residents, certainly not all of our residents get the benefit of that quality education, but most of our state residents do. The children of this state get a quality education that costs a lot of money. And
I think that's a great point.
But your point.
Well, I'd like to stop you right there, because my kids went to private school. They went to Catholic school. Okay.
All right.
So the annual tuition at the Catholic school was $10,000 a year. In Greenwich, we spend close to $40,000 per child. Why? Why?
Well, that's the choice of your town.
No, but that's not the choice. There's a thing called the teachers' unions and what the cost of running these schools are.
That is the choice of your town to be able to, and you know what? It's wonderful that a town like yours has the ability to pay that kind of money for educating its children and do so many other things for its children and its residents that most towns in this state cannot. God bless them. But the question is, and by the way, your business is here. I'm sure you located your business here, started it here, maybe for a reason. And I assume that you've done well with that. But is that really where we are as a society, that, okay, I did well with this, but now I'm gonna pursue what's best for me by going somewhere else? And I just don't understand, frankly, whether, if that's the extent of our of our role as members of a community that,
You know, it's a wonderful question to ask, and all you have to do is look at how many people have left the state over the last couple of years. So whether you want to direct it to me personally or direct it to the 168,000 people who have already left, I mean, this is not going to be something that stops, because at the end of the day, the cost of living here is very expensive. And people like myself, I'm at retirement age, I'm done. I'm done paying for the types of taxes that we're paying in this state. And so, again, I suggest everybody take a page from the states where, guess what? They do fund schools, they do fund projects, they do fund benefits for the unfortunate. And I'm not suggesting that people who need a safety net don't get a safety net. I'm not suggesting that. But what I'm suggesting is you can do it in a way that is economically beneficial. And we just need to take a lesson from Florida, Texas, Tennessee, and you can see that you can provide services, but at the same time, keep the cost of living down and grow your economy. It's all about growing your economy. If you grow your economy, you'll have more revenues. We haven't grown our economy at all.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more with that statement. And I've said that repeatedly as chair of this committee, that we as a legislature spend very little time on the conversation of how to grow the state's economy. Couldn't agree more with you. But I also
have a 5-year tax holiday and see how many businesses come to Connecticut.
I also feel that if and by the way, I don't know if any studies ever been done, but I'm venture a guess that a greater percentage, if you did an analysis of that 168,000 or whatever the number is of people who have left the state of Connecticut, I guarantee you a greater percentage of those are of middle income or even less that have left our state. My bet is that probably more people of wealth have, as a greater percentage, remain here in this state. That's my guess, an educated guess, but a guess nonetheless. But we have questions, and that has engendered at least 4 hands now because I opened my mouth. Representative Cheeseman, you are first in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, see, you have to watch out, Senator, when you start talking. Mr. Melendez, I just had a few questions about the nature of the businesses that you created here in Connecticut. Can you tell me the background, how many people you employed? I gather you have some longevity as a business owner here.
They were in the insurance industry, and I'd rather not get into it anymore.
Okay. All right. And you've lived in Greenwich, how many years?
24, 25.
And raised your children?
Yes.
In the state. Were you originally a Connecticut resident?
No, New York resident.
Okay. But what brought you to Connecticut in the first place?
Just business opportunity.
Because the climate seemed conducive to starting a business here?
No, I got a job offer here 25 years ago.
Okay. And talking about, people relocating out of Connecticut, I've heard the conversation, and I will agree with Senator Fanfara that we all want to provide opportunities for every person, every child in Connecticut. But when you hear the rhetoric of, that people who don't want to pay their fair share, all this, how does it make you feel?
The whole idea of don't pay your fair share, I find insulting.
And so you say you're at retirement age?
Yes.
Okay. So you plan to take look at your options because there are more attractive places to retire?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Representative Devlin, good to see you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you too. So Joseph, I really appreciated listening to your testimony, and I've been listening to testimony in our hearing all morning, jumping back and forth between a couple of other legislative hearings and committee meetings. But specific to Senate Bill 171 that you were testifying on, which adds another state property tax, a new statewide property tax to anyone with a home that is valued at $300,000 or more, which is, or is assessed, which essentially is a $430,000 value. Could you just speak a little bit more about your feelings about that particular tax?
Well, it would price me significantly out of, I would not be able to pay. That's really what it boils down to. I would not be able to pay it, and I would, there's no way I could do it.
So
I happen to have a high dollar value home, and the increase would be significant.
So you've lived in Connecticut about the same length of time that I have. There have been several new taxes implemented during that time. Have any of them ever decreased in your experience?
Let's put it this way. When I bought my house, my taxes were about $6,000. Now they're $41,000. Do I need to say anything else?
No, I appreciate that very much. I moved here as a commuter to New York City because that's where my employment was. And as a worker in New York City, where you tend to earn a higher salary than you would in Connecticut, which I think is why in Fairfield County, there is probably a greater concentration of wealth, but you have a choice of where to live, and economics help drive that choice. You can be in Long Island, you can stay in the city, you can be in Westchester County, you can choose Connecticut, or you can choose New Jersey. So, there's lots of factors.
But, now in the time of Zoom, you can be anywhere.
Right.
All of my employees now are in Texas. There's nobody here because they're all on Zoom. They don't need to be here. And they live a wonderful life down there. I mean, what you can buy for $300,000 house down there is amazing. And so if it's not there, we've seen what's been going on in Florida, and, go to Nashville or Knoxville and you see the same thing. These are booming economies. And again, I'm not trashing the state, and I'm not trashing social networks. I am not one of these far right, conservatives. I would say I'm a fiscally conservative person, and I'm a socially moderate person. So I believe in folks. Everything I have, I built from scratch. So I want everybody to have an opportunity. I believe in it. But I also believe that there's only so much a government can do. And people have to, try to figure out other creative ways to fund these social safety nets.
So,
and again, if you can figure out how to raise revenue by bringing businesses to the state, that accomplishes the goal. And everybody wins, because what happens? We're lifting everybody's boat.
Right. No, I don't disagree with that at all. And I appreciate our chairman's comments that is something that he is focused on too. I would say is if our legislature as a whole was as committed to turning around our state and being supportive to businesses and put the energy in that we've put towards other issues this session, we'd be far better off. But there are two other bills that we've heard a lot of testimony on. You didn't particularly choose to testify on them, but what the rhetoric is around them, what we hear, they're progressive tax policies. And so the whole target is to take more from those who have wealth to distribute that. Now that's on top
30 seconds on the question and answer.
Property tax.
Well, we just passed $1.9 trillion in spending. How much is Connecticut getting? And what are we doing with that money that we're getting? I'm sure we're getting a large allocation of it. Where is that going? Is that going to beef up the unions, shore up the pension plans? What's it going to do? Or is it going to help the people that need it? That's the question.
Well, and that's a very good question, and we'll look towards that. Our governor is counting on Connecticut getting a windfall. So let's hope we do. And we'll see where all of that goes. Listen, I appreciate your comments. I guess the big question is who determines what a fair share is, and
that's it. I've been hearing that term my whole life.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
When I started working, the stock market was at 700. So now the stock market's at 33,000. What determines a fair share? Used to be able to buy a Coke for a nickel, or a piece of a Coke and bazooka bubble gum for a quarter. Now what?
Right.
So in other words, we can keep going on this spiral, and ultimately what's going to happen is people have there'll be plenty of money out there, but people will not be any better off. They'll just continue to be poor because the value of the dollar will continue to decline.
Thank you. And I know our time is up. I just
Thank you.
appreciate you making time today to share your views and testify in front of the committee. I appreciate very much the comments that you've made, and I'm sure we'll take them into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Before you go, Mr. Melendez, you have two more members wishing to interrogate you. But before I call on Representative Farrar to keep a balance here, I just say that we need to be careful regarding that 1.9 trillion and whatever Connecticut's share is, because there's a cliff attached to that. And if we build that into our budget, and when it's gone, we'll be right back into the soup as we have.
Most of what I heard today was that people needed help to get out of the COVID crisis. So if we're getting that money, it shouldn't be in the budget. It should be used to get the people out of the COVID crisis. We shouldn't be building new programs off of this. We should be helping the very people who
Sir,
need
we don't
help.
have a good history in the state of identifying revenue that is temporary or volatile versus steady income that we can count on an annual basis, on a regular basis. And so I'd make that point because of our history here in Connecticut. It's a dangerous road to go down. Thank you, Representative Devlin. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Joseph. Thanks for being with us today. I know you said you lived here for 25 years, which is wonderful. And you mentioned certainly your taxes had gone up over that time. What's really kept you here in Connecticut over those 25 years?
I'm just waiting for my two kids to finish high school.
So you've clearly kind of built a life here with all of them, and I can completely understand, as you said, how you're trying to weigh these things as someone who's lived in our state a while. The data last year, kind of indicated that over 7,000 folks moved into our state in 2019, and over 16,000 moved in 2020, and we know a lot of that was due to COVID. I certainly am curious from your perspective, because you're seeing the state as unattractive, for taxpayers. What do you think is making the state attractive to so many folks trying to move into the state?
Well, what I've seen personally, because I'm down here in Greenwich, is people fleeing Manhattan. You're seeing a large influx of people. All you have to do is look at the statistics in Greenwich as far as how the housing market, it's been on fire. People are moving in because they're getting out of the city, because there's no life in the city.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Because I think, as you noted, there's so many factors at play, but the fact that we've had so many thousands of folks come into our state, we clearly are attractive for any number of reasons. And you just noted a few of those, and people kind
But
of.
we're still net negative for all of the activity we've had. We're still net negative for the number of people who've left versus the number of people who've come.
Thanks, Joseph. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to acknowledge your point you made on funding cliffs. It's such a good point that you made, because with this stimulus money coming to Connecticut, if we don't realize that money ultimately will dry up and try to fund and plug areas of the budget, we could be in for a rude awakening. So I concur 100% with you. I'll be very brief. Mr. Melendez, thank you for your testimony today. I share a lot of your concerns about the state of Connecticut. I too am a small business owner, and you talked a little bit about the SB 171 statewide tax on real property, which would bring $1 million to to folks like you that have a house that's considered a mansion, quote unquote. Where I'm from in the Waterbury area, there are a lot of homes in the suburbs that assess at higher than whatever, 300,000, 320,000. I don't consider those mansions at all. But the one thing we heard today, and this is more of a comment than a question, was a lot of quotes from some people, namely former President Kennedy. And one of the things that he said that rings very true to me as a poli-sci major is he said, a rising tide lifts all boats. And today it might be more aligned with someone on my side of the aisle, but I think both sides of the aisle can concur that that is a statement that should be looked at any policy that we pass here in the state of Connecticut. So if folks down in Greenwich are doing well, then I'm sure folks on the suburbs are doing well. If folks in Watertown and Waterbury are doing well, then folks in Wolcott and Thomaston are doing well. Because again, as he said, a rising tide lifts all boats. The 1 mil tax, and I guess I'll just end it here. And if you want to comment, that's fine. If not, I know you've been up here for a while. Particularly is very concerning to me for folks that own some multifamilies. Most of them, as I sit on the housing committee as well, is that a lot of these 2 and 3 family homes in the area, people do that as a small business. They invest in a piece of real estate and they rent out, a couple of 2-bedroom apartments. Now they're going to be paying 1 mil on each of those rental unit properties. So that means, like you said, Mr. Melendez, before, and you were 100% right, you're hurting the very people that you're intending to help. The rent is going to go up. The cost of living is going to go up. People are going to pay more money. And unfortunately, the folks that can leave are going to leave, as they have been, and the folks that are unable to leave are going to be stuck here with a high cost of living. I'm unable to leave. I'm stuck paying the bill. You may be able to leave. I'm here. So from a little bit of a different perspective, I care about the state of Connecticut. I don't want to have a higher cost of living. I want to stay here. I want to retire here. I want to raise my family here. But these policies adversely affect how we live, how we do business, how we plan our future. And that's why you see, as the woman before, Representative Farrar before me said, people moving in, right, they're escaping New York City because of what's going on with, the government down there, not to name names, but they're fleeing that place like anything. It's a ghost town. So they're coming to Connecticut. But then there's also another realm of people that are leaving Connecticut to go to the more tax-friendly states. So it's a progression, and that's what's happening. So we're seeing people leave New York, but we're also seeing people leave Connecticut. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you for the indulgence.
I couldn't agree more with you. I couldn't agree more with you. Hopefully we'll focus on, growing the economy and lifting everybody instead of looking for one class to pay the
30
price.
seconds on the question and answer.
Mr. Melendez, we have one more, at least, now 2 more.
Meskers and I tend to go back and forth.
I'm popular.
This is like the COVID is so contagious. Representative Nuccio.
It's funny, Representative Meskers and I tend to go back and forth here. So, Mr. Melendez, you said a couple of things that really kind of spurred me a little bit. You said one thing that I have been saying for a long time, and I think that all of our statistics have proven it. In Senator Fanfara, I'd be very interested to also see the stats that you had, because all the research that I have seen shows that when one of the most wealthy people leaves the state of Connecticut, it has a far higher impact than if 10 middle-income people left the state of Connecticut. And you said something that I actually say all the time, which is the rich or the ultra rich, the 1%, however you want to classify it in whichever piece of legislation you're looking at, is you have something that the middle class really doesn't, and that is the ability of mobility and the ability to take your toys and leave the sandbox. So it's absolutely true that when it gets to be too much, whether it be a business or a person of wealth, they just leave to go someplace else. We used to see that a lot more back in the olden days, I guess you would say, before the internet, and people would have offshore businesses and that. And now everything can kind of be diversified everywhere. So I think it's a fine balance for us to make. And we've talked about the tax rate and the portion of income and about 20 other reasons why we should be taxing the quote unquote top 1% or wealthiest to give to others. And I still come back to the fact that
they have and will leave. And I agree with you again on the disparity of people leaving the state. I don't tend to always focus on the numbers so much, because if you sell your home, somebody comes and buys your home, you may leave, they come in, it could be a net of your kids are older, et cetera. They haven't started a family yet. But what I think the big thing we have to look at is the disparities in income. The income that is leaving the state and the income that is coming into the state is significantly different. And regardless of us getting a little pop because of COVID of people moving in, our net numbers are negative across the board. So I'm going to ask you something that I asked, that I struggle with here. You mentioned that you're here, you're waiting for your kids to graduate. Do your kids want to come back and live in Connecticut?
No. I mean, let me be, I don't want to be that. First of all, there's a couple of things I like to comment. Anybody who has the time, any night, just come to Greenwich, drive down Round Hill Road, Lake Avenue, North Street. And what you'll see is that 75% of the houses are black. There's no lights on them. Because people leave, but they don't necessarily sell their homes. So they're still paying their property taxes, but they're not paying the income tax. They've left for the income tax purpose. Okay, so there's plenty of homes in Greenwich that are now they're no longer primary residences. With respect to my kids, we've grown up on the water here in Greenwich. My kids are water rats, both of them. They love the water, they love the beach, they love the coastline. They'd love nothing more to be able to continue to enjoy that. But right now, they don't see the opportunity here. So I don't know what they're going to do after they finish college, but they haven't said that they're coming back here.
I struggle with that myself. I have 3 children. My oldest is going for her doctorate. She's down in Florida right now. My middle daughter is a nurse here in Connecticut. And my youngest daughter is graduating and has applied to the state police. And all 3 of them tell me on a regular basis, Mom, we need to just move. Go over the border and I can keep more of my money. It doesn't make any sense. Their aunt left. Lots of people in our family left. They go to, like you said, they go to Florida, they go to Tennessee. And you have people that make the same amount of money that keep a significant portion of their money that we don't have. And it's hard. There's the next generation doesn't see the value. It's sad because we've got great things in here in Connecticut. We've got a great education system. So hopefully they'll come back. But you definitely brought up some things that I think we need to listen to overall. There's a way to do this that does not alienate and create an environment where people with the ability for mobility take that opportunity and leave. Because we've seen it happen with people, we've seen it happen with businesses, and we're going to continue to see it if we don't stop the disparity in how we're going to do this. So I encourage us, as you and the good chairman have said, to look for ways to grow our economy instead of looking for ways to tax ourselves out of a very bad spending habit.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I believe it's Representative Meskers and to be followed by Representative Chafee.
So, Mr. Melendez, thank you, Chair. Mr. Melendez, thank you for testifying. As one of the representatives out of Greenwich, I appreciate the commentary. Of all of the commentary, I think the most important message you gave there just now was, and it's the question we need to think about where that top 1% is, because I've been successful in life, but I don't think I'm sitting there at that level. But as I ran for office and spoke to people, I was amazed at the number of people with more than one non-state property. So maybe out in Wyoming, maybe Colorado, maybe Florida. And in some cases, they're a heartbeat being a week, a month, or 6 weeks away from a different residential decision-making, right? Now, you can't always stop that, but the question becomes, when's the incentive high enough? I mean, to the other side, I could ask you personally, what would stop you? And if I drop the income tax rate, and that's another issue I wrestle with. If I drop the rate, do you stay? I mean, weather and opportunity in some cases, I can't get to 0 like Florida. I don't see it in the short term. So there's an inexorable pull. But I think when you start going more aggressively at that 1%, you run the risk that it's not that they have to move at all. They just change the residency and spend an extra month somewhere, Right?
As you know, just drive up and down the streets. You see the houses are dark.
No, I have noticed, and it concerns me. And that's why I'm looking more constructively on the observation from Representative Farrar. We've got the people moving in now because of COVID. Now the question is, they're going to look for the signaling from the state to affirm that they've made, that it's not just a flight, but it's the right decision, basically.
But Representative, all you have to do is go down Greenwich Avenue. I walk there every day. How many empty stores do we have?
Right.
30,
in the current
40?
environment. But my point is, the people who've moved here, I think we have to, I'm more worried about signaling the people who've moved here that we're going to raise their rates right after they've made a decision to locate here from New York. So I think that's an important issue as well, right?
Agreed.
All right. Well, thank you very much for testifying.
Thank you.
Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question. When you were listing the states of people moving, I noticed you said Texas, Tennessee, Florida. These states all have warm weather, and I'm just curious. You know, you didn't mention Alaska, Wyoming, or South Dakota, which also have zero income tax. So to me,
personally, I mean, I love Wyoming. I'm a snow skier, so I love Wyoming. You know. That's where most of my neighbors have gone. So, but certainly Wyoming is an option, but it's not warm weather. It's their right to work.
I do agree. It's a big problem, affordability in this state, and I don't think anybody who grows up here, raises their family here, spends their life here should have to move out of the state due to cost of living. So I do agree with you there. But you know, the narrative is that people are leaving because of the taxes, but you admittedly stayed here due to good schooling, your business was here, and you said you're retired and you're leaving, right? So if the taxes were that burdensome, you know, why did you keep your business here for so long? Why are you waiting to retire to leave?
It's probably what most people do. You think about your kids first. So this is about my children. When my children are done, we'll leave, but it's not about me. It's about how do you bring the next me who came here 25 years ago for an opportunity. If you don't have the opportunity, guys like me don't come. They go to where the jobs are. Where are the jobs here?
I agree. I mean, I'm a younger guy. I struggled to find a job. I graduated on the heels of the last recession, and you know, I was ready to move out of state because I couldn't find work. So I fully understand that point. You know, people who are retiring, you know, from what I've found anecdotally, most of them are tired of the winter. I'm 35 and I'm tired of the winter. You know, I can only imagine by the time I'm ready to retire.
You know, weather can certainly be part of the argument, but I would say that it's more financial than weather. And at the end of the day, it's really about how do you grow the economy here? How do you create the opportunities here? How do you get the small business guys that are going to come and create new industries to come here? Why has Massachusetts been able to do it so well? Why have they been able to, you know, basically pick our pocket of the best biotechnology companies that are going to Massachusetts? Why?
Because they invest.
Because they provide incentives, right?
Well, so I think that's part of what we're trying to do here is we're trying to
we're trying to incentivize the wrong focus. The focus should be to bring jobs, bring opportunity. All those people who need social safety nets, when the economy's flourishing, what happens? Revenues flourish. Then we can help all those people. More importantly, some of those people might not need help because they can get a job or they can get a better job. Right?
Well,
so
again,
it's
I
really
mean, this
more
is not
about
the bill
empowering.
we're talking about is raising revenue, right? We're talking about different components of this. If one of the reps
You can,
puts
you
before
know, I love the
rising
term
tides
raising
and
revenue.
seconds
Nobody's
on the question and answer. 30 seconds.
Raising revenue is nothing more than a fancy way of saying taxing. It's the same thing as we want to make investments. Investments, you guys aren't a business. You don't make investments. You spend other people's money. So
Well, you could say making a profit is a fancy way of saying charging more than you paid for.
That's called a margin. You're getting a return on your capital. But the government is not in that business, is it? The government collects money and redistributes it to pay for services or to buy services.
The government's core function is to build infrastructure to provide opportunity for its.
Oh, and I've seen 25 years of that on I-95. It's been really wonderful.
I don't know where you've seen that for the past 25 years. It wasn't here. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Well, thank you.
I would just say, Mr. Melendez, just one point on what you just said regarding Massachusetts. It's not incentives, it's talent. They've created the environment by pumping out a lot of talent from their universities and colleges in that state, particularly in Boston, and that's where businesses will go, where the talent is. And we have not done a good job in that regard. And so we lose businesses. We don't attract them and we don't keep them because we're not building.
Where do our Yale graduates go?
They don't stay in Connecticut.
And why is that?
Because we have not created the environment for them to
Right.
do so. I couldn't agree more. I've said that myself.
We have wonderful, bright kids. I have friends whose kids are. These are great kids, and they're not going to stay because there's no jobs.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the talent that these GE, we could debate this forever, but GE went to Boston. They didn't go to a lower tax environment. I would argue they went to a higher tax environment. Yes, they got incentives, but they went because of talent. And
what happened in Fairfield County? It got destroyed.
Until we get our act together in that regard, we're not going to attract the businesses that will keep the young people here, because they don't stay here because we don't create the environment. These young people are different than people our age who just, they're not looking for 3 acres and 3,000 square foot homes. They look for different things. And we have not done a good job in this state in offering young people that attraction. Maybe when they get to 30 years old, Connecticut's a great place to raise a family, but from 20 to 30, not so good. Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Challenged us here today, and we appreciate your testimony.
Well, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Lauren Andreo.
Is Lauren here?
Lauren, if they are not, we have Laura Garcia.
There's Laura.
Hi. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna park really quick because I was driving, but I'm here in one second. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Stay safe, please.
Thank you. I parked already. So I'm gonna need a translate, please.
I hope we didn't lose our.
Yep, we should have her.
Hello?
Hold on.
Hello?
I don't know if you're. Yeah.
One second. We're looking for
Do you
our.
hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We're looking for our interpreter.
I'm not sure if they're here, Senator. Christina, do you?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm gonna need a translate. I don't know who's gonna translate for me. Someone told me that she's gonna translate for me. I don't know if it's there.
Both our interpreters are not in the room or in the waiting room right now.
We'll have to come back.
Do you need help?
Okay, so
here she is.
no, I'm gonna. She's
Laura,
there.
she's
Okay.
here. She's here.
Hello. Okay, perfect. So my name is Laura. Mi nombre es Laura García. Vivo en Norwalk, Connecticut desde hace 7 años, pagando mis taxes como cualquier ciudadana.
My name is Laura Garcia. I've lived in Norwalk for 7 years, and I've paid my taxes just like any citizen.
Estoy aquí no solo por mí, sino representando a varios miembros de nuestro grupo llamado Chapinas Unidas y de ULA y de Recuperación para Todos.
Today, I'm speaking not just for myself, but to various members of my organization, Chapinas United and Latinos United in Action and Recovery for All.
Me represento a mí misma como una víctima más y a mi hijo Matías, que murió en mi vientre las 39 semanas de embarazo.
I am speaking for myself as one more victim and for my son, Matias, who died in my womb at 39 weeks of pregnancy.
Hoy quiero dar mi testimonio a favor de los proyectos de ley 821 y 6187. Estas leyes ayudarán a recaudar fondos para poder financiar los servicios que la comunidad necesita, tal como el seguro médico.
So I'm testifying today in support of SB 821 and HB 6187 because these laws would raise the revenue needed for essential services like healthcare.
Represento a esas mujeres que hemos sufrido discriminación por no contar con acceso a la salud. En noviembre pasado, mi hijo murió por no ser escuchada.
I represent all the women who have suffered discrimination as a result of not having access to healthcare. Last November, my son died because I was not heard.
Tengo que seguir luchando con el dolor de la muerte de mi hijo y con todas las consecuencias que se derivaron de un malpractice durante mi embarazo.
I have to keep fighting despite the pain I'm feeling from the death of my son and all the consequences that I continue to suffer as a result of medical malpractice during my pregnancy.
Me quejé muchas veces de síntomas que yo tenía. Por ejemplo, pasé vomitando todo el embarazo. Dije, por favor, me puedan dar algo y mandaron unas pastillas que me iban a costar $1,000 por no tener seguro médico. Entonces no las pude pagar.
I complained many times about different symptoms. I had excessive vomiting and I asked for a treatment. They prescribed pills that cost $1,000 because I had no health insurance.
Cuando les dije que si me pudieran mandar algo más, lo único que me dijeron fue que comprara Tums en CVS. I'm sorry.
When I asked if they could prescribe a more affordable medication, the only thing they told me was to go to CVS and buy Tums.
Me preguntaron si yo quería realizar el examen de síndrome de Down, que iba a tener un costo de $700 por no tener seguro. Y para mí lo primordial es la salud de mis hijos. Decidí pagarlo.
They asked me if I wanted to take a Down syndrome test for my son, which would cost $700 for lack of insurance. Because my children's health is of utmost importance to me, I said, yes, I will pay no matter what it costs.
Me hicieron el examen y resulta que perdieron mi examen. Cuando regresé nuevamente me dijeron que ya era demasiado tarde para el síndrome de Down y ya no lo podían hacer.
The clinic did the test, but then they lost the results of my blood test. When I returned to the clinic to get tested again, they said it was too late to get the tests.
También padecía diabetes gestacional y me resultaron muchas cosas. Las uñas se me pusieron moradas y me quejé. Y en lugar de mandarme a hacer estudios, la única respuesta fue, es por el frío.
I also had gestational diabetes and my nails and fingers turned purple. But when I complained of these symptoms, instead of sending me to do analyses, they just said it was because I was cold.
Todavía no puedo recuperarme porque mi hijo estuviera conmigo, si me hubieran hecho caso. Y aparte no era un feto de semanas, ya tenía 38 semanas y 6 días. Yo siento que se pudo haber salvado de haberme escuchado.
This is very difficult for me, and I still have not recovered because my son would be alive today if the clinic had listened. It was not just a fetus of a few weeks. He was already 38 weeks and 6 days old.
Yo entiendo que expandir el programa de Husky cuesta dinero, pero esa es la solución, es aprobar la ley 821 y 6178.
I understand that it costs money to expand the Husky program, and for that reason, I urge you to pass SB 821 and HB 6178. That is the solution.
Merecemos poder ser atendidos de una manera digna como seres humanos.
We deserve to be cared for in a dignified manner as human beings.
Es hora de cambios y así como mi hijo murió, así han muerto muchos en esta pandemia. Por todos los muertos, por todas las familias que perdimos a seres amados, es hora de un cambio por amor a la vida. Gracias.
It is time for a change. Just as my son died, so many others have died in this damn pandemic. For all of the dead, for all of the families who lost loved ones, it is time for a change, for the love of life. Thank you.
Laura, gracias por your testimony today. I am so grateful that you were able to share your story and that of your babies with us. And you certainly have my condolences and the condolences of the entire committee. And we will all be thinking of you as we go through the rest of our testimony today. Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Next we have Lauren Andreo, please. Lauren, are you with us? Okay, then we're going to move on for right now. We can come back to Lauren. We'll move on to Patricia, please. Patricia Burke.
Good afternoon, members of the financial committee at the CGA there. Sorry, my other screen went down. I'm here to testify about Bill 6187 today. I just want to give you a little background here real quick, and then I'll give you some of the thoughts that I have about that. I have a full-time job as a social worker for a nonprofit, a job which I dearly love and is really a blessing for me to be able to do this work. It's with people who have chronic mental illness, schizophrenia, major depression, who live generally in the community on their own. I also work as an adjunct faculty member at the community college system. And I also have a stipend through our union, the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. I want to, just from my observations over the last 26 years, and I just as an aside, I'm from Manchester. I was born and raised in Manchester, amazing school system. On either side of my family, I am the only one, I was the first one and only one to achieve a bachelor's and also a master's degree. So, child of immigrants. In the 26 years that I've been a social worker, I just have to point out to everyone that there are invisible people that live in the state of Connecticut. And I call them invisible because not that they're, invisible, like a Marvel comic kind of invisible, but they're people that are generally not seen by the public in any real way. Are folks that have mental illness, often are living in substandard housing. If someone has the base pay of $800 through Social Security a month, that's it. That's all they got. So if they're going to pay for something like utilities and a phone at the very base, they're going to need more than that. And how do they get that? And most people—
30-second warning, Ms. Burke.
Sure. Most people are unable to work for that. As an adjunct member, I see folks cobbling together jobs, gig work at different colleges all over the state. Again, those are folks that qualify for Medicaid, Husky, food stamps, supported housing, and a myriad of other social benefits that gladly the state offers. But the disparity in wealth, I mean, I saw the gentleman.
3 minutes is up, 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll just sum up. In watching Mr. Melendez there speak on the wealth in the lower part of the state, I was touched by people's unwillingness or willful ignorance of individuals who do not have those kind of opportunities, did not have those kind of opportunities and thus are living marginally in their communities.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for your testimony. I do not see any hands at this time. And I think we're going to go back to number 122, Lauren Andreo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
Mhm.
Lauren, are you with us? Okay, we'll try again later. So our next up would be, and please forgive me if I get this wrong, Alede Dominguez Jorge.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
How are you? Morning, good afternoon to all representatives of the committee, Finance Committee, Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Aledi Dominguez, and I'm representing the, I live in the city of East Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm representing the Forces Union. I am also a social service student at Capital Community College, and I'm supporting the bill HB 6187 and SB 821. Before COVID, I had 2 jobs. I was able to support myself and help my family. Now I just have 1 job, and I struggle to get at the end of the month. Because of the pandemic, thousands of Connecticut residents are going through a financial crisis. These days, the number of homeless people asking for money has increased in the street. For example, I work in West Hartford. I won't say the name of the street because I'm really bad with it, but before COVID, I saw like maybe 3 people in the street asking for money, but now I see the numbers is increasing. You can find like 7 people. You can find like 7 people or even more asking for money, for food, and more. Also, the number of businesses that are closing is increasing, and the unemployment is increasing as well. Children are not receiving the enough food. I work for a school system. I work in a cafeteria, and I have some students that are asking for if they can have more food. I had that problem in the past, but it wasn't like as much as I have right now. Also, elders are not receiving the attention they deserve. I believe I believe that Connecticut is the constitutional state. Years ago, we was an example for the whole country. I think now we can be an example.
30 seconds, lady. 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think now we can be an example for what is fair for I would say the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I don't see any hands yet, so I will ask a question myself. You mentioned that you had 2 jobs and that now you're down to 1 job. So can you just talk a little bit about the impact that's had on your family? I know we've heard a lot about underemployment. So could you just share a little bit about that?
Yeah, I always have 2 jobs, and I always go to school. I came to this country 7 years ago, and I always want to support to help my family. I have siblings in my country. I'm from the Dominican Republic. I have siblings in my country, and I want to contribute with their education. I try to send money, and because of that, I always try to get 2 jobs and also go to school. It's hard because now I'm not able to help them, and also my family that is here. I live with my mother, my grandmother, and my sister. And my grandmother, she has difficult medical situations, and it's hard because she doesn't have an insurance in the state of Connecticut. We tried, but there are like few problems that we have to get through, and the cost of the medication and all of that is really hard for us sometimes.
Well, I thank you so much for providing that background, and thank you so much for your testimony today. Up next, we are going back to Edward Gales. Edward, are you with us? Edward, if you're with us, we would love to hear from you. Okay, moving on, we're going to go to David Gabriel Lucchetti, please.
Hi. Hello, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am David Lucchetti. I'm a board member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester and a resident of Manchester, and I'm speaking in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. Our congregation supports the Recovery for All campaign. The last year has been extraordinarily difficult for essential workers, especially Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and other marginalized groups and individuals. In many cases, the disparities that existed before the pandemic have been amplified. We need an inclusive recovery, both from the pandemic and from these extreme disparities. Specifically, we need affordable, quality, and inclusive healthcare, including a public option, Husky for undocumented people in the state, rent relief, affordable housing, quality public schools in all districts, equitable funding for community colleges and state universities, expanded resources for mental health and addiction services, and funding to address domestic worker rights. We need in my opinion, our congregation's opinion, a funding adjustment. These are pressing needs. Any of us could easily identify more unmet social, economic, and health needs rooted in long-standing race-based and class-based policies. Our state needs to focus on making long-term changes and investments. The Recovery for All campaign is proposing over $3 billion in new permanent revenues, along with significant tax relief for working and middle-class families. These sustainable revenues will come from those who can best afford it, the state's wealthiest citizens and highest earners who have prospered during the pandemic. These bills will help end the suffering of so many who need it most. Please consider these bills. The investments they provide will provide recovery for all. Thank you.
Sorry, mute got me already. Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not seeing any hands at this time, so thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we're going to move on.
Thanks.
Edward Gales, by any chance, are you with us?
Yes, and this is concerning SB 171, a statewide property tax. Am I correct?
Thank you. Go ahead. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee members to have this public hearing. I'm speaking today in order to say that I'm opposed to a statewide property tax that would tack on an additional 1 mil to a property owner's existing town-based mill rate tax. With many residents being negatively affected by the COVID crisis, I cannot believe that we would even consider such an onerous tax. There are taxpayers who are making choices between food, medicine, and mortgages, and landlords who are not receiving rents from tenants who cannot pay. Are you thinking about the many taxpayers and businesses? Hello? Okay. Are you thinking about the many taxpayers and businesses who are already considering moving out of Connecticut because of the already high taxes and the poor business environment? Connecticut has had a net outflow of residents over the last 10 years. At what level of net outflow of residents would you understand that your job is to reduce spending, not increase taxes on residents? At what level of unfunded state pension liabilities, currently at over 90 billion, would make you understand that someone has to repay those liabilities? In other words, shouldn't you be thinking of how to reduce the burden on taxpayers than how to increase their burden? I urge you to vote no on this proposed legislation. Thank you very much. Edward Gales at Westbrook, Connecticut.
Edward, thank you so much. And I just have to add, thank you so much for your brevity. You managed to pack it all in there in under 3 minutes. So you were an example to all other testifiers today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions right now for you, sir. So I thank you again and appreciate your testimony today.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
By any chance, is Lauren Andreo with us? Okay, Lauren, you're up. I believe you're on mute, so.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, the Committee of Finance.
Revenue and Budgeting for hearing my testimony. I've been a resident of the state for all my life, 68 years, outside of going to school for 5 years out of state. I remember the days when first it was the lottery was going to take care of our ills. Then it was the state income tax was going to take care of our ills. And we had two large increases of tax increases under Governor Malloy. And still, it seems like the state, we're always looking for more and more money to solve our problems. We control 500,000 square feet of commercial real estate, retail real estate. And this bill, Senate Bill 171 would impact us. We'd probably have to pay another $20,000 a year in state tax. I know we constantly hear in advertisements and politicians on TV how the state is open for business, but by enacting this type of legislation, I think you're sending the wrong message to people who either want to expand business in the state or are business owners in the state as to trying to accommodate business in the state. According to the Tax Foundation, the 2021 analysis, Connecticut ranks third worst in the country for business tax and is dead last for property tax assessed on business in the country. Also, I know you've heard time again about the IRS, where the state has lost $12 billion in adjusted gross income from 2012 to 2018, and it's just the continual outflow of people who are fed up. I mean, and I listen to, we have national tendencies to mom and pop stores. We're all retail based, and we're hearing the same thing. It's just they're overtaxed. I don't care if it's a large national entity or your local mom and pop restaurants. We have both, and everybody's. It seems like the politicians don't have their ear to the ground. They're not listening to the people. And unfortunately, even like myself, you're so busy doing your day-to-day activity that you don't have time to participate in something like this. And I know I've been in and out, and thank you for letting me speak. But Connecticut's not when we instituted the income tax in 1990.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
We're supposed to take care of everything, and right now the top rate, was a flat 4.5%. Now you got a high as a 6.99%, and we're still looking for money. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. In regard to this bill specifically, I just wanted to make sure that there's been a lot of misinformation out there. So I do just want to point out that it starts with an assessed value of $300,000, and not, so in other words, it's not perhaps what your house would sell for, but is at the assessed value of $300,000, and then it's $1 for every 1,000 thereover. So
but our commercial real estate is from $1, way I understand it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure for people watching that they understand, because like I said, there has been a lot of misinformation. I do see one hand. Representative Devlin, questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate listening to your testimony. You were speaking about state taxes or programs to be able to provide for a lot of the needs that we're hearing today, such as the lottery and the two largest sales tax or income tax increases in our state's history. You did leave out the increased sales tax, which was supposed to also fund our local municipalities. But in your time in Connecticut, as all of these, there have been new taxes that have been implemented, can you identify one that has decreased?
Well, originally when the state income tax came into effect, I think the sales tax was reduced, but over a period of time, it crept up and crept up and crept up. And I'm afraid also with this tax, you'll see the same scenario after a period of 5-10 years. They'll be asking it. Now it's 1%, will be 2%, will be 3%. Where does it end?
Right. No, I do appreciate your testimony. I tend to agree with you in that respect. And I think the points, I believe it was you that did make them, that in this time of COVID, where people are struggling, our businesses are struggling, to impose a statewide tax is pretty egregious. And I'm really grateful that you made time in your day to spend time with us and share your point of view on this legislation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I don't see any other hands. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Likewise.
Okay, up next, we are going to go back to Phyllis Frazier. Phyllis, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Funfaro, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance Review and Bonding Committee. My name is Phyllis Frazier, and I live in Willimantic, Connecticut. I have worked as a direct support staff at Sunrise Northeast in Hebron for 21 years. I am here today to testify in support of the SB 821 and HB 6187. As a direct support staff, I work with individuals with intellectual disability and helping them to learn new skills to improve the quality of their lives. It is incredibly rewarding to work with my clients and to help them live normal lives. Well, of course, this is my job. My clients feel like family to me. One incredible challenging aspect of working at Sunrise Northeast is the outrageously expensive health insurance. The family plan offered by the Sunrise, for instance, is $5,800 a month. This is more than I make in a month. I've spent over 20 years of my life working for this company, and I feel insulted that this is what they offer my coworkers and I in terms of health insurance. On top of the unaffordable health care, we are not paid well at all. Many of my coworkers must work multiple jobs just to get by. This results in us constantly being tired and stressed out. Unfortunately, our low wages have a domino effect when it comes to staffing. We are incredibly low staffed, and it is difficult to find talented caregivers who are willing to do this challenging work for the poverty wages. When you combine in low wages and low staffing, you are left with a workforce who are barely holding on to trying to give the best care possible. Please show us care. Please show us you care about the work we do and the people we serve by raising revenue to fund our services. We desperately need more funding, and the only way for the state of Connecticut to truly fund these services is to raise revenue. We cannot do this by taxing the working poor, as it is the go-to method here in Connecticut. We must tax corporations and the ultra rich. Please support SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time, Ms. Frazier, and thank you for the work that you do. We truly appreciate it, and so does the state of Connecticut. I don't see any hands at this time, so thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. Okay, up next we have Kathy Flaherty. Kathy, if you're with us, please go ahead.
Thank you so much to members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I appreciate you taking me out of order. I had a doctor's appointment and just got back from New Haven. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and we are a statewide nonprofit agency that provides legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here to join the people in the Recovery for All Alliance in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I've submitted written testimony, which includes talking about the need for revenue. I do understand how a lot of people think that with the federal money that is coming into the state with COVID relief, that everything is all set. But the agencies that provide services to CLRP's clients, the private nonprofit providers that serve people under DEMIS, people under DDS, have been underfunded for years. It's a structural problem with the budget. And we need to have revenue options that are not regressive and are more progressive. So I would certainly encourage you to move those bills forward. I thank you for the time. I know you have a lot of other people, so I'll just end it there.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and it's always good to see you and hear your perspective. And I'm sure that the rest of the committee can find your written testimony and get the rest of it right there. I don't see any hands at this time, so have a wonderful evening, and thank you again for being here.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Judith, I'm going to say Paz or Paz. Judith, if you're with us, please go ahead.
Hi, I will be interpreting. Judith Paz, ¿está presente? Judith, hay que activar el micrófono.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is
Judith, if she turns off her camera, we might get a better audio.
Judith, Judith, sí, no te...
de alivio para
Okay, I think we're going to have to go back to Judith because we can't hear her right now. So I'm going to move on to Hannah Schmidt, please. Hannah Schmidt, if you're with us.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Schmidt. I live in New Haven. I'm an organizer with Local 217 Unite Here, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. Today, I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821.
No sé lo que pasa.
Keep going, Hannah.
I watched the pandemic take the deepest toll on the people who are already vulnerable in my community. Last March, it'll be a year ago tomorrow, actually, I was laid off from my job waiting tables. For months, I didn't know where my next paycheck would come from. Every day, I was waking up with a ball of anxiety in my stomach that wasn't there before. I watched as my coworkers and neighbors struggled to put food on the table, dipping into savings and retirement. I watched people I loved get sick and die. I watched this burden fall disproportionately on the shoulders of my Black and Latino friends and coworkers. Economic inequality and racism have been around for a long time. COVID made them worse. Meanwhile, corporations and billionaires made money. To this day, that fact blows me away. Corporations and billionaires made money while we suffered the way we did. There aren't words for that kind of unfairness. It doesn't have to be this way. These bills give us the chance to address the ways in which COVID deepened in economic inequality and racism in Connecticut, and the chance to ensure a more just future beyond the pandemic. We can't go back to the way things were before. It already wasn't working for too many families. Raising progressive revenue doesn't just set our state on the path to economic recovery. It charts a path to a new future where everyone in Connecticut has what they need to live with dignity. I'm 24 and my adult life is just beginning. The pandemic has brought me many moments of despair about the future I'm stepping into, but I refuse to let go of my conviction that it didn't have to be this way, and it doesn't have to be this way ever again. After a year of so much loss and grief, these bills would bring hope and stability to me, the people I love, and so many families across our state. I look at my future and I know that I want to step into it driving for a more equal Connecticut, for the decency and dignity we all deserve. I hope you do too.
Hannah, thank you very much for that. I don't see any hands, but I would just comment that it's really important that we hear from people of your generation because, you know, there's a lot of things that you're inheriting, so to speak. And so it's really good that we hear from any member of your generation on how they feel about certain bills coming before us. So thank you very much for your time and have a good evening. Let's see if we can go back. Is Judith with us still? Let's try Judith again. Judith, if you are there and our interpreter's with us, we'd like to go back to her. Okay. I think we may have to move on, but Judith, you're all is not lost. We will come back to you. Tara Maxwell, please go ahead. Tara, if you're with us, please unmute and give us your testimony. Okay, moving on. How about Jess Corbett? Jess, are you with us? If you are, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jess Corbett. I live in New Haven. I'm a member of New Haven Rising and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I grew up poor. Me and my brother raised by a single mom on welfare, food stamps, Section 8 housing, and other programs that kept the family afloat. Because of a union-led hiring initiative here in New Haven that my mom was able to take advantage of, things are a lot better now. Our family has been stable for years and is stable through this pandemic that so many others are struggling through. I'm thankful for that stability and my stable job, but I'm also thankful for the government programs that help my family survive some pretty lean times. So many Connecticut families are struggling now, and COVID has made things so much worse and exposed inequality in our state, with people already unemployed and underemployed, getting further behind on rent and bills, struggling with the hurdles of remote learning, not to mention all the people dealing with tremendous loss. Relief is needed now more than ever. That's why I'm asking you to support HB 6187 and SB 821, so more families get the lifeline and second chance that ours did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Really appreciate your testimony today. Not seeing any hands at this time. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on. Let's try Tara Maxwell. Are you with us? If you are, please unmute and give us your testimony. Okay, we'll move on to Rohan.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tara. That's okay, go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon. All right, hi, how are you? Can you see me?
Can, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so good afternoon. I'm Senator Fonterra, Representative Cameron, and distinguished members of the Finance Revenue Bonding Committee. My name is Tara Maxwell. Whew. Sorry, running back and forth right now. And I currently live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm a direct support staff at Mosaic. I'm currently in Bristol, and I work here for about 4 years. I come before you today to express how urgent the need for increased funding in the group homes like I work in is needed. As a direct care support staff, I work with individuals with intellectual and physical disabilities. On a daily basis, I bathe individuals, give them their medications, do their laundry, lead them through activities, keeping them active. Our individuals rely on our services. We provide them to thrive and have a normal life. When the state underfunds group homes, we feel undervalued. And lack of funding means we don't have equipment we need to care for our individuals. In some cases, we have equipment that has been broken and have not been replaced. And that's currently going on in most of our homes. Another issue with the underfunded group home services is low wages. It is hard to put your best foot forward on a job that is needed for these individuals to thrive day in and day out. When you worry about what bills you have to pay, how you're going to put food on your table and make it to work sometimes. The proposal for SB 821 and HB 6187 will raise the revenue necessary to provide group home workers with the equipment they need while also addressing low wages, both of which makes caring for our individuals easier. With the money raised through these bills, group homes like mine could be properly funded. Please do what is right by the group home workers and the staffing and for the people we care for. Please pass SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you.
Ms. Maxwell, thank you very much for your testimony, and certainly thank you and all your colleagues for all the work that you've done, especially in this last year. You are essential workers, and we are truly grateful. So thank you for the testimony and for your work. I don't see any questions at this time, so we are going to move on to Rohan Brown, please. And I apologize if I said your name wrong.
No, you did. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to jump straight into it. My name is Rohan Brown, and I currently work as an eligibility service worker in the Stamford DSS office. I'm here today to lend my support and throw my full advocacy behind HB 6187 and SB 821. Through my work with DSS, I've helped individuals within my community access important life-altering services, whether these individuals are trying to sign up for medical, food stamps, or any of the program we administer. I already have a pre-speech that I've already sent in to you guys, but I feel like this moment calls for a testimony. I myself migrated here to the United States, here in Connecticut, from Jamaica 15 years ago. It is services like these that were put in place that, due to my life crazy situation when I ended up a ward of the state in the Department of Children and Family, that helped me to survive. Not only to survive, but to thrive, to allow me to go to school, to get a formal education, and to now play my role as part of a productive Connecticut society, to now become a social worker myself. I am now at the face of this, of trying to help other people put their life together. And the basis of not having the appropriate tools in terms of having lack of staff, in condition to having not enough services, I must say, I did not expect the mantle to be this heavy. So at this particular moment, I urge you guys, for one moment, let's think of the time that we've all just gone through. I've gone through a global pandemic. I've gone through a government shutdown as a state employee, and this is something that none of us could have foreseen. So I ask you, take a moment to consider the Connecticut we live in now, and take a moment to consider the Connecticut that we wish to live in 15 years from now.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, so much for your testimony, and thank you for the work that and the services that you provide on behalf of our state, to our state. And I don't see any hands at this time, so thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. Moving on to our representative, Gary Turco. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you. And to Co-Chair Scanlon and Fonfara and Ranking Members Martin and Cheeseman and all of my colleagues on the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Gary Turco. I am the state representative from the 27th House District, which comprises most of the town of Newington. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821, which you know contain proposals on how to restructure certain taxes and provide more tax equity in our state. And I know you have all heard a lot of testimony regarding these bills today, and you have many more people to testify after me. So I will try not to take up a lot of your time. But here's what I kind of want to say and why I felt compelled to spend some time testifying to you all today. Connecticut, for as long as I've been living in this state and working in this state and learning about our state, we have had an income inequality problem. And it continues and continues to increase, with the top becoming wealthier and wealthier, and the working class and middle class really struggling. And that inequality has only been made worse by the pandemic. I believe that Connecticut's income inequality, from the data I've seen, is one of the worst in the entire nation. And it continues just to plague us. And as you know, this pandemic has not hit everybody negatively the same. A lot of the wealthy in the top have actually gotten a lot wealthier, when the working and middle class and the constituents that I represent in the Newington have really felt the effects from this. So I implore this committee, when you're putting together your tax revenue package, your finance plan, look at some of the proposals that are in these bills. Maybe you don't agree with them all. Maybe you have some other ideas that are even better that can solve this income inequality problem. But I think there are some really valid proposals in these bills that could help in restructuring a tax system that is more fair and more equitable. The current system we have does not give everyone in Connecticut a fair opportunity to live the American dream equally. It's not fair when you have those at the very top that pay such a smaller percentage of their income towards taxes than the working and middle class people. Let's create a fair system. Let's create an equitable system, not just for the recovery now, but for Connecticut's future, for many, many years to come, for our younger generation.
30 seconds.
So that, again, it's not just about this recovery, although this recovery makes this immediate. And I think it's this committee, please, I'm asking them to make a stand to help make sure this recovery is a recovery for all, especially the working and middle class. But I think we really need to fix this income inequality problem going forward, so our entire state can be more fiscally sound for all of our residents. And thank you so much again for this opportunity. I know you have a lot of tough work ahead on the Finance Committee, and I'm here to assist you in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Turco. I do not see any hands at this time, so I will wish you a pleasant evening and we will move on. Thanks again. Next up, we have Carl Chisholm. Sir, if you're in the room, please unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfero, Representative Scallon, and distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm. I am president of CEUI Local 511 and MEUI Local 506. I submit this testimony in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. As one of the richest states in the nation, Connecticut also leads the country in income inequality, leaving too many to deal with education gaps, health disparities, unattainable home ownership, and other hardships. Years of austerity, disinvestment have worsened inequalities and stifled economy growth. The current pandemic has exacerbated these injustices, leaving the vulnerable population struggling to survive. But even through all despair, the wealth continue to profit from booming stock market and tax systems of the regressive and unfair. The past time we faced a realization that our political system is emerged in posterity and racism. And unless we call it out as just that, we are complex in these problems. When the poorest families in the state, who make less than $53,000 a year, pay an effective tax rate that is more than triple that the wealthiest families making over $680,000 a year, there is a problem. And it's only unfair and unsustainable if we want to have the middle class in this state. Do we keep ignoring these facts, or do we finally say enough is enough and make the necessary changes in our tax system that allow us property investment in our communities? Doing what is right is not always easy, but when something is right, you keep fighting. As a representative of the working class and a member of the Recovery of All Coalition, I urge this committee to be bold and to have the courage to do what is right and fix our tax system now. Now is not the time to continue providing tax breaks to those who can afford to pay their fair share. Now is not the time to make service cuts or continue with fiscal controls that tie the hands of policymakers.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
To go big and increase revenue to ensure all, regardless of income, gender, race, and zip code, emerge from pandemic stronger than ever. With vision, determination, Connecticut can do better, implementing fair updates on our tax code to raise progressive revenue will help to undo the many inequalities and disparities in our state. Budget to build stronger economy where everyone can strive. I strongly urge the committee to support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chisholm, for your testimony. I am not seeing any hands at this time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Up next, we have a dual testimony from John Souza and Rick Bush. Reminder that you still only have 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is John Souza. I volunteer as president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. We're an organization that represents small and mid-sized property owners in Hartford at the legislature. We're also mostly small business people. We provide a lot of the housing that's around the state. We have members from one end of the state to the other. So we're in the thick of it every day. I'm calling today to oppose SB 171 and 172, as well as 6187. 171, for example, the statewide property tax would be a new tax. We already very highly taxed in Connecticut, very difficult to be a landlord to start with. This tax would include apartment buildings. Now, most apartment buildings, most poor people live in an apartment building somewhere, somehow. In Hartford, for example, the tax rate is 74 mils or something, 74.2 mils. You add another mill to it. Where is this money going to come from? This is going to come from the poorest people that you're trying to help. The way to have affordable housing is not to add more taxes to it. Never mind that we know, as we've seen in Connecticut's history, every taxes keep increasing. We went through this when they started the income tax 30 years ago. I was a young person just starting in business, and it was supposed to solve all our problems. I've heard all the things that I'm certainly hearing the same things that people talking about today that we need to solve. The income inequity, lack of jobs, everything else, and they keep increasing these taxes. And guess what? We still have the same problems 30 years later, and we have a higher tax rate for sales tax. We still have a higher tax rate for what was it? It was a temporary tax, the conveyance tax. It's never ended. These things do affect business climate, do affect what people do in the state. Briefly, I'll let Rick jump in a second. But the other one where they would raise lots of taxes on the most productive people in our state, including business owners. You got to remember, a lot of these people that make good money are business people. You may not like it, but they earn the money. They have people employed. That's how they do it. If it gets too tough to make it in the state, they're going to pick up and leave. They go down south where the tax climate is much more hospitable to them. And they take the jobs with them, and they take the money that they spend, let alone when they retire. I read some of the estate taxes. They want to, they make it sound like you work your whole life, that you should cough up, a third of your estate to the government. Come on, guys. It doesn't make any sense. People are going to leave. That's what happens. If you make the cost of doing business in Connecticut so high, the cost of success, then people take it with them, and they take the money they would have spent and they leave. They go someplace else. They make their chief residence Florida or Texas or whatever, because that's what they're forced to do, because they want to pass the money on to their kids or their alma maters or who they think should get the money.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Sure. I'm not saying the people don't deserve help, but we need to focus like a laser beam on increasing our business climate around here, lower costs for do business, our taxes, our workman's comp, our utility rates are through the roof. We can't compete. We need to have more jobs. That's going to solve all your problems, not increasing taxes on everybody else. Go ahead, Rick. Sorry for getting rambling. He's muted. Oh, well. I'll go for another 30 seconds if I need to. Here he is.
Okay. So ditto, I guess. So increased property taxes on multi-unit residential property and commercial property are not a tax on the wealthy. They're a tax on the middle class, the poor, and small business owners. Those costs simply get passed through to the end user, whether it's a tenant or a small business, and those it just increases the cost of living. We need more jobs. We need better jobs. We need to incentivize companies to move to Connecticut. We need to incentivize growth. We don't want our rich, affluent people moving to Florida and Wyoming. I have to say the testimony of Mr. Joseph Melendez and the comments by Representatives Spinella, Nuccio, and Devlin were just spot on. I think those are really the entire crux of the argument that we're all trying to make, that we love Connecticut. We want our children to stay here and to live here, but the jobs are not great. The taxes are too high. And we need to understand that we need to make a holistic approach to the solution and not continue to try to claim that rich people need to pay their share. I mean, I'm a real estate broker. Property taxes are very, very cost disineffective when you go to buy real estate. All right. Well, listen, you've heard the argument before. I really appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak today. Connecticut's already the second highest property tax rate in the country. We don't need to continue to move it up. Also, affluent people have the ability to move. We said that before. It's the ability that they have. They can move to Florida for 6 months and a day to Wyoming or Texas or Tennessee. My aunt lives in Tennessee. I mean, it's like, we got to stop the people leaving. We got to bring them here. We got to incentivize people to stay. Connecticut is a great, great state. We have a ton to offer people. Let's not tax our rich people out. They're the ones that produce the revenue, build the businesses, grow the businesses, provide the jobs, provide the housing. We got to keep those people. We got to make them want to stay here, not continue to push them out. It's not an us versus them. Rich people pay a lot of taxes. And I'm not denying anybody the right to pay their taxes, or that we shouldn't, but we got to protect Connecticut. We have to protect Connecticut. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. You do actually have a question, and it's from Representative Wood. If you wouldn't mind, if you have a preference on who answers it, just let us know. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I thank you both for your comments. I want to just share with you how the legislature works. If we propose a tax decrease, it's then labeled with a fiscal note. And I think the issue here is, for example, say we wanted to decrease the estate and gift tax, which is one of the bills that I've co-sponsored. It is a 5-year phase out. We get hit with this fiscal note that says, the state can't afford it because it's going to cost X, amount of dollars. When in fact, we all know that the return on investment for phasing out the estate and gift tax would far outweigh, phasing that tax out. So, New York right now is proposing to increase their estate and gift tax, and it would be a policy decision on our part, to phase that out and, attract people in New York, which is our neighbor, to move to Connecticut. So I think the way that we calculate, removing taxes, we aren't including a return on investment, which is really what we need, to make better policy choices here. So, and I do want to say we have done some policies that will be working to keep people here. And our good chairwoman also proposed to take the income tax out of IRAs. But we did propose, and it passed, no income tax on income for Social Security, pension, and annuity income, which is encouraging people who are in the retirement years to stay there. And you're right, we need to continue to move in that direction. So we are working on those things. And I think as a legislature, we just need to do things differently in order to pass policy so that it's not labeled with this huge cost, because the return on investment is not part of that, discussion when it really should be.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Appreciate that. Appreciate your comments and for referencing my bill. And I think that's it for you gentlemen. So thank you so much for your time and have a very pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving back to John O'Connor. John, if you're ready to go, please unmute and have at it.
Okay, thank you. Good night or good afternoon. I'm not sure what it is actually right now. To all the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John O'Connor and I teach in the Sociology Department at Central Connecticut State University. I'm a member of CSU AUP and my union is a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying today in strong support for SB 821 and HB 6187. As all the members of this committee know, Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in our nation, but we are riddled with crippling inequality. We are a state that promises a lot, but in important ways we deliver too little. Our state has suffered from a triple crisis over the past year. The COVID pandemic and economic contraction and racial injustice have all damaged our communities, and they have pushed the lives of working families into disarray. As a nation and as a state, we have a choice in front of us regarding how we respond to this accumulation of crises. We will either extend our hand to our neighbors or we will turn our backs to them. At CCSU, where I work, I have seen both the inequality that defines our state and the impact of these crises on the students who will lead Connecticut tomorrow. Since the CSCU system was created in 2011, the state has cut per student funding by about 20%. Compared to the late 80s, that spending has been reduced by 50%. This decline in funding has had serious implications. Our community colleges and state universities serve those populations that often have been marginalized and forgotten. It is those students often dismissed because of their race, class, age, immigration status, sexuality, or first-generation designation that get degrees at the CSCU system. At Central, we have far too many students that are housing and food insecure, who are juggling their course obligations with a struggle to find shelter and feed themselves. In lieu of having an adequate number of counselors to address mental health concerns of students, we put up chain link fence at the top level of parking garages. That is shameful and outrageous. On the outset of the COVID crisis, our community colleges and state universities have seen the exodus of too many students. We need to be clear, these are not students who did not possess the talent, the skills, and the drive to succeed. They simply did not have the money to pay. COVID has increased the ranks of Connecticut's higher ed disappeared. CSU, AUP, and the Recovery for All
30
Coalition
seconds, sir, 30 seconds.
believe that these two bills will lead to revenue gain, which will lessen our state's economic pain. If the members of this committee push these bills forward, you will all be heroes. If you don't, you'll all be forgotten. I implore you all, be heroes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Connor. Appreciate your testimony. I do not see any hands at this time, so have a good evening and thanks again.
Thanks a lot.
Moving on, we have Paul Martinello. If you're ready to go, please unmute. Sir, you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good afternoon. I was on this morning and it was very involved. So I took a break and I am surprised that you're still on. But yes, I would like to make my pitch. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Paul Martinello. My wife, Lauren, and I live in Somers, Connecticut. We've been in our 4th year now in retirement, and this is in regards to SB 171, the real property tax. I would just like to clarify, there was a gentleman, Stanley Phillips, that corrected my misunderstanding of that bill in regards to the $300,000 value of your home, and that it's actually against the assessed value. So I stand corrected for what I was going to read, and I appreciate his input. But in regards to taxes, I just would like to say, in general, and I probably represent a lot of people out there, the silent people that don't want to say anything, that Connecticut is known as a high tax state, and we just keep, as a middle class, even in retirement, we're still getting a lot of taxes hit against us to pay for a lot of funds, including all some of the other bills that you've been talking about all day today. In general, is there anything that could be done to manage all the taxes that are being paid currently that could help fund some of these without asking for new bills to go out into funding, new projects or those that are in need? It just seems to be, more and more taxes are being asked of those that are paying right now. And there was discussions about people leaving because of the cost of taxes. And especially now, us being in our 4th year of retirement, it's just getting harder and harder facing the taxes that keep coming along each year here in Connecticut. A couple of people have already spoken for what I was going to say in general, so I'm not going to go through reading all mine, but that seems to be an issue in regards to 171. Yes, I spoke my piece, so I'm pretty much got a better understanding it, and so I thank you for your time.
And we thank you for your time, Mr. Marnello. I do not see any hands, but I would let you know that if you continue watching, we will probably be here till late in the night. So thank you so much and have a pleasant evening.
You too.
Okay, up next we have Timothy Harch. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. My name is Tim Harch, and I'm 51 years old, and I was born and raised in Connecticut, and I live in Greenwich. I'm speaking to you today as a private citizen because I think a new state real estate tax is a terrible idea. Accordingly, I'm strongly opposed to Senate Bill 171. I was in college when Connecticut enacted the income tax in 1991. It originally was a flat tax, but today we have 7 brackets, and the top rate has been increased over 50% to 6.99%. The income tax was sold to Connecticut residents as a solution to the state's budget woes, but as we see today, the income tax has only driven out high and middle income earners, and we still have a high sales tax and owners' corporate and other taxes. Adding a state tax on houses and commercial real estate would be doubling down, in my opinion, on a failed high tax strategy. As the history of our income tax has shown, Connecticut would likely increase the real estate tax rate meaningfully over time. On Saturday, I told a good friend who lives in Norwalk about the proposed new real estate tax, and he responded by telling me it was time to move out of Connecticut. I was shocked, since this friend and I have known each other since high school, and he had never mentioned leaving before. Unfortunately, I've seen many childhood and adult friends leave this state for tax and other economic reasons. I want to stay here in Connecticut, and I think we have an opportunity to attract people and businesses to Connecticut. The way to do that is to reduce state spending and lower tax rates, not levy a new tax. And I would say I was very pleased to hear Representative Wood just make a comment about phasing out the estate tax. I think that's a superb idea and would actually encourage people from places like New York to move to Connecticut. So I'm very much in favor of that, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Harch. We do have one question. Representative Meskers, our beloved vice chair.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank you for speaking. I too am from Greenwich. You know, I think there's an aspect of this that everybody sees or thinks that it in terms of Greenwich being the Gold Coast. The fact of the matter is we have many, I have 40% of my residents are in Title I schools and free and reduced lunch. I also cover all of the shoreline with most of the affordable housing in town. Now, because of the high valuations of the property, all of the rental units in my district will fall under this new quote unquote mansion tax, raising the cost of living for most of my residents. So I agree with you. I think this is a big concern in terms of raising the tax levels and raising the cost of living for some of the people that we're actually looking to target to help. So I'm thanking you for speaking. I was glad to hear your voice today, and know that you'll have my concern on it. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that's your view.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Harch. We appreciate your testimony, and that's all the questions we have for you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ellen Kupo. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ellen Kupo. I live in New Haven, and I represent Ward 8 on the New Haven Board of Alders. I am a volunteer organizer with Local 34, the Clerical and Technical Union at Yale University, and I am here in solidarity with New Haven Rising and the Recovery for All Coalition to testify in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I'm also a proud, lifelong New Haven resident. Growing up in New Haven, you develop an understanding from a very young age that there are, in fact, two distinct cities here. There's Yale University and the more affluent neighborhoods that inch towards the suburbs, and then there's the rest of us. As my friends, neighbors, and I got older, we learned that the effects of generational poverty and segregation within our city has made opportunity and mobility for our most vulnerable neighbors impossible to attain. What I'm describing has existed for the 30 some odd years that I've been around, and it was created by design long before I was born. The effects of redlining in the 1930s is still evident and debilitates our neighborhoods of need in New Haven to this day. The pandemic did not create these inequalities, but it has exacerbated them. While thousands of our residents go to bed hungry, Yale University sits atop unimaginable wealth, hoarding the resources it should provide to the city of New Haven. All the while, not enough New Haven residents are given access to the best jobs in our city. The company has spent decades trying to keep the company town out. Those same redlining maps drawn in 1937 predicted the unemployment and home foreclosure rates in our city after the Great Recession. Now, those same maps of hardship predict COVID-19 infection rates. The neighborhoods with the highest proportion of Black residents have the shortest life expectancy, which is 10 years less than a bordering affluent white neighborhood. Yale could be working to undo this history, but has resisted campaigns that have called on them to lead. Yale and Yale New Haven Hospital are also receiving a tax break for their tax exempt real estate that cost New Haven $157 million this year. That money could have been invested in important city services like education, youth opportunities, elderly care, infrastructure, climate resilience, and more. Instead, New Haven is facing a dire budget year, with our mayor proposing the elimination of a public library, a senior center, and a fire station if our city's partners do not pay their fair share. This is why I'm dedicated to changing the maps in New Haven. We know the
30
economic
seconds,
recovery.
30 seconds, Ms. Cupo.
Thank you. We know the economic recovery at the state level is dependent upon strong economic recovery in New Haven. So we need to recover together. But recovery cannot simply be a return to normalcy, because what existed before the pandemic was never good enough. We need a fair tax system that holds the uber wealthy accountable and creates opportunity for our most vulnerable. State level austerity combined with Yale's austerity is perpetuating generations of poverty and actively harming the residents of New Haven. I strongly urge you to support these bills and enact a state tax policy that will create equitable opportunities for everyone in New Haven. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cupo, for your testimony. I am not seeing any hands at this time. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Moving on to Maria Weingarten, please. If you are available, please unmute.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a former auditor, current member of the New Canaan's Board of Finance, and a realtor in Fairfield County. I'm here to submit my personal testimony, not on behalf of any other entity, and I'm here to testify in strong opposition to SB 171, 172, 821, and 5280. SB 171 will tax a certain portion of the state that is the closest in proximity to New York at a disproportionate level and have a chilling effect on the real estate market here in Fairfield County at a time when it is finally just recovering from a long period of depressed values. In fact, pre-COVID, Connecticut was the only state in the country where property values have still not recovered to prior Great Recession. SB 172 is an interesting bill because it impacts the same communities and it specifically looks at 830G guidelines. If you combine these bills with what is being proposed by desegregating those other bills that are right now being heard in the zoning discussions, it will adversely impact because of its by right development. And it will lead all of these towns, in particular in Fairfield County, because of the market value by right development, it will lead them further away from any sort of 830G threshold. So there is a positive incentive here. It's just going to go in the opposite direction. And then the final one is SB 821 and 6187. It has some excellent, parts of it that would be helpful to people who have been adversely impacted. I have no issue with that. But I think we have to just take into consideration some past experience that Connecticut has had, where we've had the upper level income earners are the most mobile. They're the ones who are leaving. And we've seen in the past where the revenue that the state received from the top 100, let's say most wealthiest people who paid taxes, have gone, or they've made our state their second home, and they're not here as primary residents. So we're losing those taxpayers. So I think we need to be careful and just kind of consider the potential implications of these kind of changes. So that's all I wanted to say, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And at this time, I don't see any questions. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Tanisha Baptiste, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tanisha Jean-Baptiste. Good afternoon, Senator Funfair, Representative Scallon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am a resident here of Hartford, Connecticut. I am a direct support staff at Mosaic, and I have worked here now for a year and a half. I come before you today to express how urgent the need for increased funding is for group homes like mine. I love my job because I am a caregiver at heart. I enjoy working with my clients. I like having a direct impact on their quality of life. It is rewarding to build new relationships with my coworkers, as well as the clients we care for. This work is so important because not everyone can do it. It absolutely takes the heart to do this work. And so as a society, I really feel like we need the support for us to be able to work and do this work, including financially. I became involved with this work following a series of medical complications experienced by my father a few years back. My dad had a diabetic seizure that was followed with 2 strokes, and then he ended up in a nursing home for rehab. The number of days of our insurance would pay for had expired. And so ultimately my mother and I needed to care for him at home 100%. I shifted my full-time financial services job to be 100% remote so that I can assist with taking care of him from at home. After this experience, I did continue working in my financial services work from home job, but then I decided to supplement my income by getting a job at a group home. My father was then deemed to go to the nursing home full time, and I had the capability to do so. Having experienced caregiving, I knew it would be something I was good at, and it would be something that I would enjoy, and it was incredibly important work. A short time later, I got my job at Mosaic in Hartford. I was immediately shocked by the low pay. If I did not have my first full-time job, I don't know how I would even be able to consider surviving off the pay that Mosaic pays us. The only reason I'm able to get by paying my bills and to be able to save just a little bit is because I work over 80 hours a week to support me and my daughter as a single mom. My coworkers are not so lucky. While I can work my 80 hours a week with my primary job, that is good. That gives me benefits that I need for me and my child. My coworkers aren't afforded that.
30
Why
seconds.
Why they provide life-changing, thank you. Why they provide life-changing and uplifting care to our clients. They are paid poverty wages. Group home workers making $14 to $15 an hour is unrealistic. How can anyone support a family on this wage? Everyone wants to save money and to achieve financial security, but this wage does not allow for them to do so. Low wages also make it difficult to retain talented caregivers as they will leave seeking higher wages. This rampant turnover often results in poor staffing levels, which negatively impact the quality of care clients receive. But however, I do want to propose that SB 821 and HB 6187 are so important. They would raise the money necessary to fund these vital services, including increasing the tax burden on the working class in the state. Please support SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you so much for your time. You have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Jean-Baptiste. I didn't want to mess up your name because it seems to be spelled wrong. So that was why I went Baptiste. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions at this time. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, up next we have Tom Nicholas, please. Tom, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tom Nicholas. I am the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association, and I am with you today to testify with regardings to the Senate bill and, excuse me for having a little difficulties here, with regards to House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821, Recovery for All Bill. Living in Connecticut, which is the wealthiest state in the United States, and therefore living in the United States, which is the wealthiest country in the world, it's unconscionable to me that we do not take care of our own citizens. I've often felt, why are we not putting into the lives of those who need most? I know when I have a little bit of extra money, I do things to help other people with that money. And it is something that makes me feel good about who I am and who I am as a citizen of the state and the United States. And as I said before, it's unconscionable to me that we all don't take care of one another in this manner. I understand that might not be the priority of some people to want to do that, but it should be the priority of our state and our country to want to do that, especially when you look at this past year and the pandemic that we've been living through. Reaching out to one another to make sure that they have food and there isn't this food insecurity, that they have an ability to work or get to work. I don't know anybody who is unemployed who doesn't want to work. We need to bring people up, not tear them down, and we need to help people be able to survive and not feel guilty about wanting the government to help them out. When you look at the income of numerous people in this state, why should not they be taxed at a higher rate? Just makes sense. And you have a whole group of millionaires out there who want to pay their fair share of income. So we should impose a 5% capital gains dividend on taxable interest for individuals who are making $500,000 or more a year, as well as when you look at the property.
30 seconds, Mr. Nichols, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Creating a 2% statewide property tax for the portion of the market that has homes in excess of $100.5 million. That's a no-brainer to me, along with the wealth again. Income tax credits for our children and families. That needs to be coming up so that you're at 50% of the federal income and tax credit. I thank you very much for your time this morning and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholas. I am not seeing any hands at this time, so you are free to go. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Claire Martin, please. Claire, if you're with us, please unmute and go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Good morning, Senator, or good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Claire Martin. I live and work as a PCA in Middletown, Connecticut. I come before you today to talk about how increased revenue from bills like Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 could help fund home care services. To start, these services are critically important. And with more funding, these services can be expanded to more consumers throughout the state, in addition to giving more care hours to the many current consumers in the program who need them. More funding would also help PCAs like me receive a living wage and quality benefits. I have been working as a PCA for 15 years. I enjoy this work because of the connections and relationships I build with my consumer. I'm in their lives every day, so you become like family, and that aspect of the job is incredibly rewarding. While I do love my job, it is difficult to get by on the wages I earn. As PCAs, we do not earn a living wage. As a single person with no dependents, I should be able to have one full-time job and be able to support myself. I think it is natural to want to stand on your own 2 feet and provide for yourself. It is definitely something I have always strived for, but it feels impossible to do this on what I make. Housing insecurity is another issue I deal with. It has always been a goal of mine to live in my own place alone. However, I have never been able to afford to pay rent on my own, and I have always had to live with roommates. There have even been times when I've come close to being homeless. In these moments, you cannot afford to be picky. You must live with whatever meager dwelling you can afford, or with whoever will take you. It feels horrible to be this vulnerable and out of control of your own life. A lack of any health insurance is also a big issue for PCAs. We are not offered health insurance through our jobs like most people, so PCAs go without. I am somewhat fortunate because I am able to get health insurance through Access Health Connecticut, which helps me to afford EpiPens for my allergies and other medication I need to do my job efficiently. However, this plan is still expensive, and if I make any more money, I will lose my eligibility. With additional funding for home care services, PCAs could be paid more and receive quality benefits. If this happened, I would be so much less vulnerable. When you make low wages, you always have this feeling of
30-second warning.
Thank you. When you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. But with higher wages, I could be more in control of my life and future. Please support home care workers like me in Connecticut and support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your testimony, and we certainly appreciate the care that I'm sure you do your job with. I don't see any hands at this time, so have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jody Barr, please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jody Barr, and I serve as the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, a union representing over 30,000 public and private sector employees across Connecticut, which includes public workers that have been on the front lines throughout this COVID pandemic. AFSCME Council 4 strongly supports HB 6187 and SB 821. I've submitted a written testimony, so I'll not repeat it, but summarize and highlight some of the testimony you've heard since 9 o'clock this morning. The super wealthy can pay a little more. The working middle class, our members, they showed up throughout this pandemic and they kept Connecticut running, while the super wealthy added zeros to their stock portfolios. The middle class can't afford to pay more. I love the testimony earlier of David Granger, who was a national expert and had many, many great points. While we know that the federal relief will be here soon, but will not last for several years, we need to develop a plan to bring stability to our state and local governments. These proposed bills are bold proposals that will avoid issues and disruptions of government services if an emergency or a pandemic happens again. AFSCME Council 4 strongly urges the committee to support working families by passing these two bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Barr. Seeing no questions, you are free to go. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Up next, Nakia Collins, please. And hopefully I said your first name right.
Yes, you did. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Nakia Collins, and I live in Manchester, Connecticut. I'm a direct support staff at Sunrise, and I have worked here for over a year. I come before you today to ask that you increase funding for group homes like mine. I enjoy my job because I love caring for people. It makes me feel good knowing I am helping someone to live a more comfortable life. Being able to build strong relationships with my coworkers as well as the individuals we care for is incredibly fulfilling. My job is also very challenging. Some of our clients can be difficult, but it is the short staffing that really makes my job difficult. We are very short-staffed at Sunrise, which often leaves us high and dry when staffing issues arise. For instance, when someone calls out, it is rare that their shift is picked up due to low staffing. And so whosoever is currently there gets locked in their shift. Then oftentimes you're on the 7th hour of your shift and you're told you have to stay another 8 hours. This is incredibly problematic, especially when your children are being babysat and the sitter is expecting you, or when you are scheduled to run to a second job. Even worse, when you are locked into work and you can't do anything about it. If it wasn't for the fact that I am 1199 union member, I would have no voice at all in my workplace. Another challenging factor about my job is the low pay. We are not paid enough at Sunrise, which is why many of us are forced to work additional jobs just to make ends meet. Every day we go into work to improve the quality of life for our clients, but what about the quality of our lives? Much of the staff at Sunrise, myself included, live paycheck to paycheck. We struggle to put food on our tables to feed our families. We work tirelessly to barely get by, and it's not right. We are professional caregivers and deserve to make a professional wage, a wage that allows us to save and plan for the future. Group homes like Sunrise need an increase in funding so they can afford to hire more staff and pay those people a living wage. My coworkers and I need help. You can give us that help. More staff would reduce the stress and strain we feel every shift. We would not be locked into double shifts and could more easily plan our lives around work and spend more time with our families. With our funding, group homes could afford to pay their staff better. This would change our lives, making it easier to save money and ensure our families have the essential things they need. In order to make this funding increase a reality, we must raise revenue. Connecticut has always balanced the budget on the backs of workers like me. It's time to ask corporations and the ultra rich to pay their fair share.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Please support SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Collins. Seeing no hands, you are free to go. Thanks so much. Okay, up next we have Norma Martinez-Hosang, please.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Norma Martinez-Hosang. I live in Hamden, and I am the Project Director for Bargaining for the Common Good and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This year has been a painful struggle for so many Connecticut families. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet their needs. Because of this unprecedented need, labor unions and community organizations are uniting to demand that the state fully fund and expand services. SEIU 1199, who represents state healthcare workers, and organizations like Bridgeport Generation Now, the Connecticut Association of Social Workers, Hamden Action Now, Transitions Clinic, Alliance for Retired Americans, and the ACLU are working together to demand that critical healthcare services are available to those who need them. Over the last couple of years, all counties in Connecticut have seen increases in drug overdoses, and since the pandemic, calls into the Capital Region's Mobile Crisis Unit have tripled. For this reason, members of the Bargaining for the Common Good Coalition are fighting to expand DEMA's mobile crisis intervention services, expand state medical and mental health reentry services available to formerly incarcerated people, expand the continuum of housing supports available to all Connecticut residents, expand respite services available to families caring for loved ones with developmental disabilities, expand respite and other short-term stabilization services available to individuals with substance abuse and other mental health conditions. This perilous moment has exposed and exacerbated the devastating cuts that have been made to our healthcare infrastructure over many years. Long before the coronavirus appeared, state healthcare workers, long-term healthcare workers, and the people they serve have been forced to grapple
30-second warning. 30 seconds.
And therefore declining quality of care. In state agencies, cuts have caused massive staffing crisis, leaving 1,000 positions unfilled and reducing care for people who need it the most. Connecticut faces a choice whether to continue cutting services to the bone at a time when they're obviously needed more than ever, or to invest in the kind of robust, equitable healthcare infrastructure that our residents truly deserve by passive progressive taxation. The Bargaining for the Common Good organizations demand improved, expanded services so that people of Connecticut can thrive with healthy lives. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And seeing no hands, we appreciate you and have a good night. Okay, up next we have the small group. It's David Director, Jody Morneau, Mark Green, and Tim Phelan, please.
Thank you, Representative, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm going to go first, if that's okay. My name is Tim Phelan. I am the president of the Connecticut Retail Merchants Association. We're a statewide trade association representing thousands of Connecticut retailers, large and small, all across the state. I'm here today, as I am with my few of our members, to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Without question, this past year has been tough for Connecticut families and for our retail businesses. It's been more challenging to stay in business, and keeping costs in check have been more of an uphill battle than ever. The COVID-19 economy this year has put retail businesses, particularly smaller independent retailers, under increasing pressure just to stay in business and to stay in business here in Connecticut. So following my comments today, you'll hear from a few of our members who will share with you the impact these bills would have on their bottom line. And let me just remind you that these are just a very small sampling of the real life examples of damaging impact bills like the ones we're testifying on will have on all retailers. As you know, retail is in a new era. Whether you're a small independent retailer, a mid-sized retailer, or a multi-state retailer, the name of the game for survival in today's digital economy is meeting customers where they are. And currently, customers are all over the place. They're online, they're at curbside, and they're in store. And more often than not, communication with prospective customers and even returning customers is driven by online communication in the form of digital advertising. Nearly every hour of every day, the people that retailers need to reach to stay in business are online, using mobile devices, tablets, or PCs to make their decisions on where to make that purchase. That's why we're so very concerned with the bills that you're considering today, which would introduce a digital advertising tax. No matter the intent of the sponsors, the impact will be felt by our members. What is aimed at the industry giants will find its way onto invoices in the accounts payable departments of Connecticut's retail businesses. Make no mistake about that. And the timing could not be worse. I will conclude and then allow my members to speak by saying the negative impact that will be felt by the retailers throughout Connecticut if these bills pass through this committee and throughout the entire General Assembly will eventually have a dramatic impact on consumers and the communities in your district. I thank you for your time and your indulgence. I want to thank Tom Spinella, the clerk, for his helping and accommodating and organizing this. I'm happy to wrap up questions after the speakers are finished to answer any questions you might have. But I'd like now, if I could, to have Mr. Director lead us off.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you all. My name is Dave Director. I'm president of Connecticut Lighting Centers and Restoration Lighting Gallery, and I'm here to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Connecticut Lighting Centers is a family-owned business, started in 1972 by my dad and now on the third generation, and we have 4 active family members in that business. In addition to our store, we have a store in Southington, as well as a 23,000 square foot distribution center here in Hartford. We employ approximately 60 plus full-time people and 10 plus part-timers. As I mentioned, I'm here in opposition to these bills because although the intention may be to tax the major digital players, it will be local small business in Connecticut, including mine, that will take the hit and pay the price. I have absolutely no doubt that any tax imposed will not be absorbed by the big name digital players. I'll see it in the price of digital advertising for my business, which will cut into the already pressured margins that I have, which have been reduced even further by economic disruption of COVID. And that means I'll be able to afford less digital advertising. And make no mistake, digital advertising is where it's at. It's where my customers are, and we see it day in and day out, more than any other advertising. I reduce my digital presence at my own risk. That is a risk I'd like not to take, nor do I want to pass it along to my increased advertising cost onto my customers. I recognize the past year has been challenging, not only for me and others in the retail industry, but for families throughout our state. And those families are my customers as well as your constituents. So I believe we have a common interest here, an interest in helping business stay in business and not increasing the financial burdens on families or businesses. The bottom line is we just can't take another hit. We've seen substantial price increases from our suppliers. In our industry, we've seen an average of 30% price increase since January 1st of this year. 30%. I can't pass that all along. I've been absorbing an awful lot. This tax would really be adding
Coming up on the time limit here.
I urge you not to approve these digital advertising tax proposals. These are counterproductive and destructive, and I don't think that's what you have in mind. At least I sincerely hope not. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Mark.
Can you see me all right?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Hey, good morning. My name is Mark Green. I'm the co-owner of Lux Bond and Green Jewelers here in Hartford, West Hartford, Connecticut. We have about 80 employees throughout the state. I'm actually a fourth generation family business with the fifth on the way, just so you know that. In addition to our 4 stores, we have about 80 people in Connecticut that we employ. We've been here since 1898. I am testifying on 821 and 6187, and that would impose a digital tax on advertising, and we are against that tax. And I understand you're aiming at the Facebooks and Googles of the world. But that's not what the result will be. The plan will boomerang and land squarely on the backs and the bottom lines of Connecticut retail businesses for whom digital advertising is indispensable. This would be a classic case of penny wise and pound foolish. Under these proposals, the state may receive some additional tax money, but at what cost? Which is the whole issue. Our Connecticut businesses like mine, would end up paying the extra costs and pass them down, and don't think that this won't be done with every business throughout the state of Connecticut. They're not shy about raising rates to protect their profits at all. With 2020 hindsight, you'll end up saying it seemed like a good idea at the time, but it didn't pan out so well. I would urge you not to go down that road. Especially this past year, digital ads have helped us keep afloat. As you all know, when we were closed for almost 3 months in some of our businesses. Even as the pandemic recedes, digital advertising will remain essential. People aren't turning the pages of the newspaper as much as they're scrolling on their mobile phones. By the way, if you look across the street from the state capitol, you can see the for sale sign at the Hartford Current building. And if we can't, and times have changed, and imposing that tax you're considering would make it that much harder for us and other Connecticut retail businesses.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
In my role, I was also chairman of this association. We worked with the moms and the pop stores as well as the big box stores. You're going to hurt them bad. They're the ones that are really going to be hurt. The small businesses on Main Street, Connecticut, they're the ones that are going to be hurt because they have no choice. And that's sad. And I hope you will consider not passing that particular bill. Thank you very much for your time. Hope you all have a great day.
Tim, do you have one more or are we good?
Yes, with the indulgence of the chair, if we could have one more, if Jody.
Please just keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody?
Hi, my name is Jody Morneau, and my husband and myself own Morneau Stackpole Tryon, downtown Hartford. I'm here to testify in opposition of Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. As many of you know, our business has proudly served customers in Hartford for over 100 years. We were forced to close for more than 3.5 months during the COVID crisis. And currently, I think a lot of people who've been listening on this conversation today are not aware that the $1 trillion package that's going to get passed and did get passed is not going to help any small businesses. We got left out during this whole big windfall that everybody else is going to get. So our small business has only survived in a very desperate situation by being online and doing digital marketing. I believe what everyone else believes who opposes this bill. Although you have great intentions to want to get the money from big retailers and Google and Facebook, it'll end up on our doorstep. Somehow it's just amazing on how all the big businesses figure out a way not to pay taxes, and all the taxes land on the small property owners and the small businesses in our downtown. Our
30
downtown
seconds,
has
Jody.
been
30
closed.
seconds.
Our downtown has been closed for 3.5 months, and it is still closed. And I please urge you not to pass this bill. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you so much. You do actually have a couple questions. I'm going to start with Representative Meskers, please.
He's muted. So
you're on mute, bud.
I said, Tim, you're killing me. I'm going to change.
I just want to tell you, I did not mute you. That wasn't me who muted you.
I know, but you're killing me. I meant the testimony. You know, I think if you sat through the meetings, you understand what our intent is, right?
You know, Representative Metzler, that's an age-old question when testifying before a committee. You can only testify on what you see in the bill that's drafted. I did listen to testimony all day, and I see what's written in the bill, and I know that if we don't respond to what's written in the bill, and if we don't let people know that if you're thinking that this will not come back at us, we're here to remind you that the reality of the situation is it will.
No, you're thinking of me as more clever than I am, my friend. I think you understand the intent of the bill is to get to the major internet advertising companies and get the revenue out of the Googles and Facebook. And I'm hearing loud and clear from your testimony. So it's not that I disagree with the testimony. I understand the concern. So I guess the response from me would be, we have to make sure we're not shooting the messenger. So we have to figure out how we get a targeted approach, and whether that's with itemized, is there a way to force an itemization of advertising tax revenue and a force to work back for a credit for local stores, et cetera. We've got to see whether it's functional. I understand the concern. Certainly, I'm more than aware with the COVID relief programs and with the storefronts, our small businesses are suffering. So I guess there are two things I'd want to say. Let's see if we can figure out a better way to orchestrate the intent, possibly. Or I mean, I'm just one person. I can't speak for the committee. And secondly, obviously, in the short term, there's concern about the recovery of small businesses, and that's what I'm hearing from you guys, right? Basically.
I think just to echo a point that Jody made, the COVID relief package that was just adopted by Congress did not include any direct grants to independent retailers. I think there was a special a portion of that bill that went to restaurants, but not to retailers. So that's why, folks like we have on Jody and Mark and David are extremely sensitive to legislation like this. Be like, come on, I mean, we're not.
I meant it with some humor, but I appreciate I'm cognizant that their story rang true. So we'll have to have some conversations, obviously. But thank you for the testimony. Actually was very useful. It was just tough because I could see what you're worried about.
May I say one thing, sir? I know this is maybe speaking out of turn and I shouldn't say anything. I worked for a year and a half with Nancy Pelosi and John Larson, and they assured me that our small retail business community across the country was going to get folded into the restaurant rescue package.
30 seconds
when
on the
I
question
read the
and answer.
legislation, we got nothing.
And again, I will repeat for myself at least, and I would think for the committee, we all share your concerns, and we'll have conversations. So thank you very much for the testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Yeah, thanks, Chairwoman. Thank you, Tim, and thank you to our businesses for being here today. I know it's a little awkward in this format, but no matter what, we do appreciate hearing from you. And I appreciated what Representative Meskers clarified here, and Tim, your conversation a bit with him. It sounds like, and I just want confirmation from you, do any of your members have digital ad revenue of more than $10 billion?
I don't think so. I don't know, unless they're holding out on me.
Okay. Okay. I know they could be.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so to Representative Meskers' point, and I think he noted this a little bit when we had the hearing, this is seeking to be a very targeted approach, not on our small businesses. And I think as legislators, we'll do everything possible to ensure that's the case. We want to make sure that we're establishing a tax on the digital ads placed in Connecticut by companies only who've had digital ad revenue of more than $10 billion. And I certainly know this is happening in any number of states, but Maryland, is kind of the best example. And I'm curious, have you heard from folks in Maryland that this is affecting their local small business dollars? Because I haven't heard that and would like to hear it directly if you've heard otherwise.
Well, my colleague with the Maryland Retailers Association, I think my understanding of it is too soon to determine whether or not that's happened. But I know that retailers in Maryland are concerned about it as well, as she's expressed that to me when I've talked to her about it. But I don't think they've seen any results of it yet.
Okay.
I think the question for us really, though, is that the fact that Mark and David and Jody are in business every day and understand that the need to advertise where they have to advertise now, the reality of the situation is that there's a cost to that. And somewhere, although again, as well-intended as you may be, it's just the way, it's just the nature of business that eventually that cost will find its way. I think somebody said it earlier, it will find its way onto their invoices and into their onto their bottom line. So, I mean,
yeah, I think there hasn't been evidence to that yet. And as Representative Mesker said, I think we're going to do everything to partner with you to ensure that's not the case. And I just wanted to follow up to your point around small businesses. It is so well taken. I know every single one of our districts, you know, we want to do everything this session to ensure that our small businesses, you know, not only are thought about in this recovery, but that we're encouraging small business growth, because that is really the heart of our communities. So do you have any concerns about any other components of this bill?
You know, we focused really mostly on the digital ad tax. I didn't look at the rest of the stuff, but I would just say in general, you know, this is a theme that we have tried to say in other committees as well. You know, this is we're coming off a difficult period.
30 seconds on the question and answer, 30 seconds.
Pretty obvious. And the timing on this, you have to consider the timing on it. I mean, just a mere conversation about whether or not you're going to add a tax that we think may eventually come to us, man. We would prefer we focus on ways in order to show growth or to help consumers with disposable income so they could shop on main streets throughout the state.
Yep, absolutely, Tim. And we'll make sure that, you know, for us, this is all about ensuring that our small businesses are protected and that we're truly going after digital ad revenue of more than 10 billion. So thank you to you and your wonderful members for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I see no further hands, so I am going to move on. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Tom Spinella, the best.
Tom's the best. That's right.
He is.
Okay, up next we have Claudine Wilkins Chambers. If you are ready to go, please unmute and have at it.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Representatives and members of the Finance and Bonding Committee. My name is Claudine Wilkins Chambers, and I live in New Haven, in New Hallville, Ward 19. I've been in New Hallville for 52 years, and I'm a member of Local 3429 for the paraprofessionals and New Haven Rising, and also a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. We should tax the wealthy so that I don't have to pay their taxes. I cannot have a decent vacation. I'm a longtime homeowner in New Haven. We need to fully fund the pilot program so that my property taxes do not go up again. If it keeps going up, I'll have to sell my house because I can't afford to pay the taxes. I know someone who already had to do that because the taxes were just too high based on the pay she made, the salary she made. I'm also a paraprofessional in New Haven Public Schools, and I served as the president of the Powers Union for 16 years. Our members go above and beyond every day to meet the needs of students and teachers. Oftentimes, we are providing critical support to young people from families who simply do not have the resources to provide 3 meals a day, let alone tutor or help for their child's homework. Often, our families are living paycheck to paycheck, even working 2 or 3 jobs, when they rarely get time to have with their children. So we do everything we can to fill the gap and help these young people live up to their potential. And we do it at a very low salary, where parents themselves are often living paycheck to paycheck. making difficult decisions about which bill to pay and how to keep a roof over our heads. If the city was properly funded and the money was there, we could see more quality training for staff. We're dealing with many children with special needs, such as violent behavior and autism. I want to see high pay school paraprofessionals and professionals. I want to see incentives for school staff to go beyond that go beyond expectation. If we're highly valued, as we're told we are, I want to see us compensated for that. More pilot funding from the state would keep our jobs funded. More money for education, training, and supplies for the students. In my neighborhood, people have lost hope. We've been told there's no money.
30-second warning.
We've been told there's no money. We've been shown time and time again that we don't matter. And I get it. The money to fund the budget has come from someplace. But even though residents like me pay high property taxes, we still don't get the services we need. My neighborhood needs a better deal than the wealthy in Connecticut. They need to pay their fair share so I don't have to pay my taxes and theirs too. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Have a good day and stay safe.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wilkins Chambers. Really appreciate it and appreciate your comments. I do not see any hands at this time, so thank you again. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, up next we've got Seth Freeman, please.
Hello, distinguished members of this committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm a professor at Capital Community College in Hartford, Connecticut, and proud member of the Four Seas Union. I'm here to support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. I support a recovery for all. We have heard so many testimonies today from residents and workers in our state, the people in our state, crying out for help. The people demand a moral budget that puts equity, fairness, and justice at its core. The people demand a moral budget that protects the most vulnerable populations in our state, a budget that puts poor and working people first, not millionaires and billionaires. The people demand change, and the people demand justice. The people don't want charity. We don't want charity from the rich. We want the rich to pay their fair share. We want the rich to pay more. We need our elected leaders, that would be you, to protect the people and not the rich. As my colleague, Dr. Kalina Sasenker from Gateway Community College shared earlier, our 12 Connecticut community colleges are being destroyed right now due to a perceived lack of resources in our state to fund public higher education. This disastrous merger of our community colleges will predominantly hurt our poor, low-income, Black and brown students. And it's the fact that disinvestments into public services always hurt the marginalized and minoritized in our state. We need you, our state legislatures, to step up and stop what's happening to our community colleges. Disinvestments in public higher education, disinvestments in public education, disinvestments in public services generally are never the answer. SB 821 and HB 6187 provide another way. We all know that you elected leaders have a choice. It's time to make a change in our state. The ultra rich in our state can pay more. I ask our elected leaders, why are the millionaires and billionaires' lives and their money so much more valuable? Why do their lives mean so much more than the rest of us? Why is their money and wealth so much more important than our education, our healthcare, our security, and our lives? Why do we allow the death and suffering of the poor, immigrant, Black and brown in our state when there is another way? It is time for us as a state to prioritize life, not wealth. I believe SB 821 and HB 6187
30-second warning.
Thank you. I believe to not enact them would be another one of many moral failures in our state. We ask all of our elected leaders to stop prioritizing and protecting the rich, and please do what is right for the people in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for your testimony. We appreciate it. I see no hands at this time. Have a good evening. Okay, up next we have Mark Brault, left over from this morning. Sir, Mark, are you there? Please unmute and go ahead and start.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, I said this morning that, the state, I'm against the Bill 171 because the state keeps adding taxes and taxes on top of taxes. So one of my main concerns, because I have property in 490, is the exponential tax increases. What that leads to is it's going to lead to development and further fragmentation, of our forests. Another thing that I talked about this morning was the state could look into other things, like nature tourism, and that would bring in millions of dollars into the state coffers and to small businesses. It would have a huge impact on the state, and the state would not have to invest really any money to get that going. So I think the state should look at that, because deep with their benefits from the Robertson-Pittman Act, they get money from that plus state money, and they repeatedly, do what they call research on black bears.
Mr. Brault, did you testify this morning already?
I did, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, we can't have you testify twice, but thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good evening, sir. Okay. Next up, Representative Ann Hughes, please. Good to see you.
Well, good evening, beloved colleagues. I miss you. And actually, so do the people of Connecticut, because we missed a whole session last year due to the COVID shutdown. And we have come back to resume doing our jobs. And I'm so excited to be here in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821, because I think it's our job now to responsibly raise revenue and invest in the care infrastructure that really saved us and is at the breaking point, has been at the breaking point because of underinvestment. We've heard hours and hours of unconscionable suffering in front of our respective committees in the past several weeks of the cost and the catastrophic, losses that have that this pandemic has wreaked on our communities. And since we've resumed our legislative responsibilities, I want us to really find a way to responsibly raise revenue and provide tax relief and provide relief to those low and working class folks that have saved us, those first responders, those frontline workforce. And we promised some lower taxes on working class families, and by expanding the earned income tax credit. Well, we promised a property tax credit, which never went, but we have to invest in those that are most suffering and most harmed first. And I am inviting some of my own constituents to be first investors in an equitable recovery. Investing from those corporations and the wealthiest that have been least adversely impacted to invest in a responsible, equitable Connecticut recovery. I'm working right now at a ground zero of a long-term care nonprofit facility that has suffered catastrophic losses. We have to invest in our broken care infrastructure. Our residents of long-term care facilities are supported by a minimum of 1.9 hours of direct care per resident per day. That is way below the 4.1 hours of direct care staff that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid recommend. How are we going to increase staff and increase the workforce to a sustainable level? We have to raise revenue, and we have to raise it responsibly and demonstrate some credibility that we can do this, that our first investors can
30-second warning.
in a robust public sector workforce and a robust public service sector, so that we can have a thriving quality recovery that could be a leader for the entire country. Otherwise, if we don't go bold now, when to address the structural inequity that guarantees a slow and anemic recovery that will prolong the suffering if we don't do the bold revenue champion and tax relief now that HB 6187 and SB 821 propose. Go bold.
Thank you so much, Representative Hughes. I do see a hand up, but unfortunately, all I can see on my end is, oh, it's Mary Mashinsky, Representative Mashinsky.
Hi there, Representative Hughes. I just wanted to thank you for mentioning that part of the reason for some of these bills being on our agenda today is for property tax relief.
Yes.
And people forget that, but I know when I surveyed my own district and I said, you know, which is the tax that's hardest for you to pay, and they always say property tax. And if you,
it would go a long way towards saying
you live in New Haven
and we see you're suffering.
Yeah, so for some people in parts of the state, it's even worse in New Haven, which is the nearest big city to us. But in some parts of the state, it's a tremendous burden, and for us to pay the pilot payments to make their lives easier, we have to readjust the revenues. So I'm very happy that you reminded us of that and that you brought it up in your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. See you tomorrow.
Seeing no other hands, thank you so much, Representative Hughes, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yay, can't wait.
Have a good night. Okay, next up we have Jocelyn Delancey, please.
Hello, good evening, Senator, representatives, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jocelyn Delancey. I live in Stamford. I'm a 5th grade teacher for Darien Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Recovery for All Coalition and the Connecticut Education Association. I'm sure you all know how people are suffering and how this pandemic has affected the lives of everybody in Connecticut. That's not separate from how things are going in schools. As a teacher in Darien, I have benefited from a school district that is well-funded and taken care of. Because of this, during the pandemic, my students have been able to secure in-person learning. I teach 5th grade, so at the elementary level, since September 29th. We have been in school, we've been able to Zoom, we have access to cameras, we have access to every single resource, and our district takes does not hesitate to put every expense forward in order to provide that safety, security, and quality instruction. We know that's not the same for schools across Connecticut. Just in neighboring towns, Stamford, Norwalk, Danbury, it's not the same. I speak in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821 because we need to make a change and to have equity in our schools. These inequities were not a product of the pandemic. They've existed well before, and we need to take a proactive approach to funding. I know the ticket and the cost on some of these expenses is high. I know that it takes a lot of courage to stand up and say that these are the investments that we have to make. But we have to make these investments in our public schools because we need to have a state where our kids are growing up supported and that everybody is getting a fair and equitable education that is strong and that puts our kids out into society as productive, proactive leaders that can bring more to our state instead of less. And if we ignore these costs now, it's just going to bring problems later on. And so I truly, truly encourage you to take the step forward and support these bills. I know that it's not easy. I know that it's a high ticket. I know that it puts us, in a place where maybe some of these bigger companies or the ultra wealthy are not going to be happy, but we have to do it. We owe it to our students. We owe it to our teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Delancey, and thank you as a teacher for all that I'm sure you've done for your students during this pandemic and all you continue to do for students. Definitely on our minds. I do see a question from Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying today. I think you make a great point about the inequities in our educational system. Have you taught at any other school districts other than Darien?
I have been a proud Darien teacher for 17 years and fortunate enough to work there for my entire career.
Do you have any friends or colleagues of other school districts that you kind of get reports of what their conditions are like?
Sure do. I'm also the president of my local Darien Education Association, so I work very closely with other presidents and other locals. I can tell you that it hasn't been the same. Even just it down to the vaccine clinic that my district was able to provide for my teachers 2 weeks ago, where we got all 600 vaccinated all in the course of Friday afternoon to Saturday afternoon. It's just not the same, and the access to in-person learning. Danbury has just been returning into hybrid, I think. I'm not exactly sure. I wouldn't promise that that is the correct situation, but I would say that they haven't had the same access.
Yeah, I know we're in a similar situation here in my district. Do you or any of the teachers in Darien ever have to buy supplies out of pocket, or does the school district basically cover everything?
I always spend a little bit extra on my class just because we love our kids, but I don't have to. If I need something, I can ask for it and it's provided for us. If not by the school district, our parents have the means to be able to do that for us and do it willingly.
All right, great. Yeah, because I know I hear stories all the time across the state of teachers who have to buy the most basic supplies just to teach the children. I mean, I think that is a horrible disservice to the next generation. So thank you for coming and sharing your story. Really appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, have a wonderful evening. Okay, up next we have Jifeng Shen, and I hope I said your name correctly, sir.
Hi, people call me Tiff, but don't worry about it. Good afternoon, distinguished member of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Tiff Shen. I live in New Haven, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying today in strong support of HB 6187, SB 821, and SB 171. At the beginning of the pandemic, people have talked about COVID-19 as the great equalizer. At its face, a deadly and highly transmissible virus does not discriminate based on economical or social background. However, as the crisis deepens, the pandemic exacerbated the profound inequalities in our society. Billionaires in the US grew their wealth by over $1 trillion since last March. Meanwhile, working people in America, many of whom people of color are immigrants, either lost their source of income or had to risk exposing themselves and their families to COVID to get by. I work for Unite Here, a labor union representing hospitality workers in the state and across the country. Since March, over 90% of our members were laid off. Every week, I hear painful stories of our members who had to line up at food pantries to feed their children, of line cooks who had to go back to work in spite of a potential outbreak, or families who just can't afford to get sick in the pandemic because they lost their insurance. I have many friends who, after losing their job, struggle to care for their children while watching the bills piling up. People close to me had to live in a constant state of anxiety as case numbers in the state grew exponentially, as they did not have the luxury of working at home. Even among my friends who had the privilege of having a steady job and working from home, many had to watch their dreams and hope whittling away as job opportunities was drying up. Hopefully, we're a few months away from gradually exiting the crisis, yet many of us have been left behind while the wealthy watched their fortune grow in the comfort and safety of their home. We have an unprecedented opportunity to stop the hurt of so many families are feeling by funding essential services, reducing economic and racial inequality, and setting our state on a path to robust economic recovery by restoring fairness to our tax code. I urge the committee to make the right choice and pass HB 6187, SB 821, and SB 171. Thank you for the opportunity.
I thank you so much for your time and for your testimony today. Seeing no hands, have a wonderful evening. Okay, up next we have Patrick O'Brien and Sana Shah, please.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien. We are testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children in support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 with modifications to House Bill 6187 to include creating a state child tax credit as outlined in Senate Bill 821. We've been listening to today's public hearing, and instead of reading in our previously planned oral testimony, we thought it might be more helpful to highlight key points that address some of the questions that have been raised over these many hours. First, progressive tax reform would ensure that Connecticut's tax system advances racial and economic justice and help the state to close the projected general fund deficits of more than $1.4 billion a year on average in the years following the upcoming biennium budget. This problem is especially significant due to the combination of the state's poor economic performance over the last decade and its restrictive spending cap, which operates such that any cut in spending made to balance the budget decreases the budget base in subsequent years, thereby ratcheting down the level of investment in infrastructure and services and further weakening the economy and quality of life in the state. I will now defer to my colleague, Dr. Patrick O'Brien, for more technical points.
Thank you. So one of the most common arguments against raising income taxes on the wealthy at the state level is that it'll result in millionaire tax flight. And notably, there's almost no focus on the migration of working and middle-class families. And yet the most recent data from the IRS showed that 85% of tax filers leaving the state make less than $200,000 a year, meaning the state's primarily losing working and middle-class families. Equally notable, the IRS data show that the top destination for families leaving Connecticut is New York, which has a top income tax rate of 8.82% compared to a top rate of 6.99% in Connecticut. So there's no income tax incentive for millionaires to move to New York. However, there is currently an income tax incentive for middle-class families to move to New York. For example, in 2019, the median household income in Connecticut was $78,833. A family in Connecticut at that income level with 3 children would pay about $3,200 in the state income tax. In New York, in contrast, that same family would pay only about $2,100, or about $1,000 less than the state income tax. The reason is that the New York state income tax adjusts for family size, but the income tax does not, which makes Connecticut an extreme outlier and contributes to population decline and slow economic growth. HB 6187 and SB 821 would help to address these problems by raising taxes on the wealthy in order to cut taxes for working and middle-class families, which would boost economic growth and thereby benefit all of the state's families and businesses. In particular, research shows that a $1 tax cut in the form of the earned income tax credit, which primarily helps working class families, would have an overall effect on economic output equal to $1.27. And a $1 tax cut in the form of the child tax credit, which primarily helps both working and middle-class families, would have an overall effect on economic output equal to $1.25. So put simply, supporting Connecticut's working and middle-class families and growing the state's economy aren't in tension with one another. Rather, a tax reform program like those outlined in HB 6187 and SB 821 would grow the economy by making it more affordable for working middle-class families to stay and grow in this state. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions as of now, just wanted to give everybody a second. Thank you so much for your testimony and have a good evening. Okay, up next we have Stephen Tomczak, please.
Yes, good evening, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stephen Monroe Tomczak, and I'm a longtime resident of Wallingford. I serve on the Legislative Action Network of the National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut chapter, and I'm a leader in my chapter of the American Association of University Professors at Southern Connecticut State University, where I teach social welfare policy. Both NASW Connecticut and AUP are members of the Recovery for All Coalition, and I am here to testify in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This year has been a painful struggle for so many Connecticut families. The COVID pandemic has further exposed and exacerbated Connecticut's deep economic disparities and pushed many to the brink of desperation. The scale of this crisis demands, as Representative Hughes noted, a bold response. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet these human needs. Our current tax system is extremely unfair and exacerbates rather than reduces extreme economic inequality in Connecticut, as the report issued by my colleagues at Connecticut Voices for Children has demonstrated. Currently, if you make less than $53,000 a year, you pay an effective tax rate more than triple that of someone making $680,000 a year. These bills help address this unfairness and will benefit our economy by sending direct assistance to individuals who have lost their jobs during the pandemic with one-time direct stimulus payments of $500. This would cost $75 million. They will provide relief to property owners for taxes levied on residents and motor vehicles by doubling the maximum property tax credit to $400. This would cost an estimated $63 million. Additionally, this legislation will lower taxes on working class families by extending the earned income tax credit to 50% of the federal EITC and include taxpayers who file with an ITIN. And this will cost an estimated $155 million annually. Unfortunately, in the midst of the greatest crisis in 100 years, Governor Lamont has proposed an austerity budget that will guarantee a stagnant economy, drawn-out recession, and worsening inequality. The budget benefits the ultra-wealthy by continuing cuts
30 seconds.
to the estate tax for multi-million-dollar estates. There is a better way. Progressive taxation is at the heart of this. We have an unprecedented opportunity to stop the hurt that so many families are feeling. And I urge this committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass these two important bills. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. At this time, I'm not seeing any hands. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Betsy Eakins, please. Betsy, are you with us? There you are.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Good evening. I am testifying in support of these bills. My name is Betsy Eakins, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker working at Capital Region Mental Health Center on the mobile crisis team in Hartford. We at DEMAS are an essential service to our state, whether we are in a global pandemic or not, whether the economy is doing well or doing poorly. We are the department that has for decades provided a safety net for persons struggling with severe and prolonged mental illness, often complicated by illicit drug use. These issues are not new. They have only been brought out into the light as they have begun to impact the broader community. As we face huge strains on our state budget due to the pandemic, voices are sure to emerge calling for the state legislature to slash the budget for mental health services. Such cuts would be surely disproportionately impact communities of color and persons already marginalized in the community. I'm here to say that such cuts would not only be a horrible idea, but an expensive one. Take us out of the picture, and the only tool left in preventing or responding to a crisis becomes an ambulance and an ER, both at an astronomical cost to the taxpayer and no long-term solution. With our long-standing experience, unparalleled collaboration with our community partners, we are able to quickly identify needs and respond effectively. We are a partnership of providers seeking not only to resolve crises, but oftentimes preventing them. Best practices identified nationwide over the recent years include a comprehensive and integrated crisis response network as the first line of defense in preventing tragedies of public and patient safety, civil rights, extraordinary and unacceptable loss of lives, such as the overwhelming rise in suicides of all ages and opiate deaths right here in Connecticut. Every mental health crisis is unique, but over many years, we have learned the important lesson of working in partnership with the police, paramedics, and our sister agencies in addressing these crises. We are not in the business of making money. We are in the business of offering hope to those who too often have fallen victim to a broken system and forgotten promises. I would like to close by thanking all essential workers, not just in mental health, but in all sectors that have been keeping our state afloat. We stand with you and ask all to stand with us and support our critical mission here in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We truly appreciate it and the work that you do in mental health. Thank you so much. And seeing no questions, I'm going to move on to Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you. And thank you, esteemed members of the committee, for allowing me to testify in support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. My name is Jillian Gilchrist, and I'm the state representative for the 18th District of West Hartford. For many, Connecticut is an amazing place to live, work, and raise a family. We are also a state with extreme inequality, some of the worst in the nation, which has only been exacerbated during the pandemic. As we come out of the COVID pandemic, Connecticut has the opportunity to right the wrongs of our past. Communities across Connecticut have come together, determined to help each other and leave no one behind. Now we need a state tax policy that does the same thing, allowing us to invest in our future, not just respond to emergencies or fill holes. We need a recovery that makes significant investments in equitable pre-K through 12 public education, robust public colleges and universities, access to affordable healthcare, and realizing affordable housing goals. These investments will create equal opportunities for everyone, regardless of race, gender, income, or zip code. House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 include one-time direct stimulus payments of $500 to provide direct assistance to individuals who've lost their jobs during the pandemic and relief to property owners for taxes levied on residences and motor vehicles by doubling the property tax credit to $400. Recognizing what a struggle childcare has been prior to the pandemic and in particular during the coronavirus, Senate Bill 821 creates a child tax credit to provide tax relief to working and middle-class families with children. President Reagan was quoted as saying, "The earned income tax credit is the best anti-poverty, the best pro-family, the best job creation measure to come out of Congress." House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 will lower taxes on working class families by expanding the EITC to 50% of the federal EITC and include taxpayers who file with an ITIN. In order to make these much needed investments in public education, healthcare, and housing, Connecticut must fairly update our tax code to raise $3 billion in new progressive revenue in order to fortify state finances and build our future. House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 can help us get there. By establishing a 10% tax on digital ads placed in Connecticut, the bill also creates a 2% statewide property tax on the portion of the market value of homes in excess of 1.5 million and reduces the estate tax exemption to 2 million. House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 increase the base corporation business tax rate to 5%, and additionally impose a surtax of 5% on capital gains, dividends, and taxable interests for individuals with income in excess of 500,000, joint filers 800,000. Currently, working and middle-class families pay a larger percentage of their income in taxes than the wealthiest families in our state. Working and middle-class people have suffered enough. We need progressive taxation. I urge the committee to support House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, Representative Gilchrist. Nice to see you. I just wanted to thank you for being here as a fellow West Hartford legislator. And I know that I definitely heard throughout the campaign, and you may have as well, and I know several of our colleagues across this Zoom tonight, just about the burden of property taxes that so many of our families and seniors face. You noted in the bill one piece of it that is property tax relief, but one of the things I think we've been mentioning a bit today, and I appreciate your perspective, is how can this kind of fair tax code longer term really address some of this unfairness that's built into our property tax system from your perspective?
Great question. And yes, it is the number one thing I hear door knocking, and property taxes hit all demographics in my community, in particular, the aging population who desperately want to stay in their homes, but are getting unable to afford to do so. Well, if we can when I said right the wrongs of our past, I think our property tax structure is one of the wrongs of the past, because our property tax structure is what funds our public education. And in so doing, that's where we see large parts of the inequality in this state. And I also have many, many, many constituents who want us legislators to do more to support our surrounding communities so that their children can have as quality an education as the students do in West Hartford. And so I hear from, again, many of my constituents that enough already with recognizing Connecticut's extreme inequality, take action. And we have that opportunity now. And I don't think we should wait any longer. And this proposal really puts us on the right track.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I think to your point around we hear very much so that there's a long undue approach and action on these issues, and this proposal can address, I think, some of the really deep inequities that are built into our tax system and address some of those key things that we depend upon so often in our property taxes that exacerbate those inequalities. So thanks for speaking to that from what you're hearing too from your constituents. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Tom?
Next we have
Nope, sorry,
Representative
Christina.
Vargas. That's okay. Representative Vargas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs, Senator Fonfara, my senator, and Representative Scanlon, and also the vice chairs and ranking chairs of the committee and all the other esteemed members of the committee. I'd just like to say a few words. You have my written testimony, so I won't repeat that completely. I'll just summarize some things. Basically, it's I'm here to testify on House Bill 6187 and on its companion bill, Senate Bill 821. First, with HB 617, this is a bill that seeks to redress some of the tax inequities that we suffer in the state of Connecticut by giving people more of a credit in their property tax, and also making sure that the income, the applicable percentage of earned tax is addressed. Also, tax revenues from digital ads are secured by the state, and that we also establish a residential property tax on properties in excess of $1.5 million in assessed value. And SB 821 adds to that a couple of things, including a child tax credit. It also asked the labor commissioner to make a one-time payment to those people who collected unemployment between March 15 and December 31st of 2020. This is important because we're suffering right now coming out of this COVID crisis, and families are suffering, and it's an opportunity for Connecticut to step up and start addressing some of these problems, some of these institutional problems that have dragged on for decades. I was very, very happy to see President Biden address the whole issue of COVID and the COVID relief package with his $1.9 trillion, being bold and aggressive and coming out strongly to support families after we've had so many other bailouts that supported Wall Street and large corporations and rich individuals. At last, we have a package from our president coming out of Washington, D.C. that's aggressive and that fights for the average person out there and the average family that's struggling. And I wish Connecticut would join that effort, this opportunity, rather than, our governor's budget was quite timid, and it was quite a status quo budget that doesn't really address the structural problems of our state. But if you look around every single one of our legislative committees and at the state capitol, our legislators are pushing back with a much more aggressive legislation on all these issues. And I hope that in our conversations with the governor, we can nudge him into being a little more bold as our president was and follow his example. I mean, we do have a Democratic governor. We have supermajorities in the state Senate and in the state House. If there's a time we can address some of the structural issues that have burdened our state for so many
30 seconds.
Thank you very much for letting me know. I'll just wrap up and say this is the time to be bold and to take a page from President Biden and really address the needs of families. So I thank the members of the committee for allowing me to testify. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Edwin, I don't see any hands, but it's good to see you. We live right next to each other, but yet might as well be in California with COVID. So it's good to see you this way. And I just have to say that for the longest time, I've advised people who are coming up to speak that they not read, but they just try to speak from their heart or their head or whatever. And you are an example of that, as you always are. So we thank you for coming today and to testify.
Thank you, Senator Farnfetter.
Christina.
Next, we have John McNamara.
Hi, John.
Hi, Senator. Hope you're doing well.
Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you very much. To you and Representative Scanlon and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to support House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821 that so many folks have talked to you about today. In the spirit of framing my remarks, I just want to highlight a couple of things, I hope from the heart. My perspective is that as a member of the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, I've worked for the last 20 years at Capital Community College, where I obtained grants and philanthropic support outside of the state appropriations. Because of the budget constraints we've had, these state appropriations have steadily declined at our public two-year colleges and continue to do so under the constraints or under the weight of a costly consolidation and uncertain consolidation that leaves our campuses in deficits. My other hat, as you probably know, comes from being a town committee chairman over a period of time, helping to recruit and elect Board of Ed members, municipal officials, who folks, no matter what their political stripe, grapple every day with delivering local services under the weight of an unsustainable property tax structure. In my view, changing the tax structure at any time is one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult actions a legislature can take. I don't envy your task in making the tax system better, but the regressivity and injustice of the current tax system can no longer be ignored. Keeping the status quo on tax policy guarantees that the two Connecticuts, and I haven't listened to every word today, but I'm sure somebody's mentioned the two Connecticuts, will remain far apart. Opportunities for working poor to move up the economic ladder are diminished by the current tax policy. Attaining fair and lower taxes for middle-class families is not possible. Glad to mention a few minutes back, State Representative mentioned that these bills are property tax, they are tax cut bills for most Connecticut residents. So when you adopt a child tax credit and earned income tax credit linked to the federal one, you're helping the community college students I know at Capital get their degrees and obtain a career where they'll earn sustainable wages and be able to pay taxes. These bills are not about soaking the rich or pitting wealthy suburbs against economically distressed cities. It's not about frivolous spending, but investments that we need to make. And finally, it's to ensure there's a level playing field when it comes to who bears the tax burdens in every city and town. Thanks for your time, John.
Thank you, John, very much. I see no interrogators today, John. You're off the hook. Thanks so much. Good seeing you.
Good to see you, man. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Georgina Fuentes. I think I said that wrong.
Ms. Fuentes, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me. Members of the Finance, Revenue, and Board Committee. My name is Georgina Fuentes. I am speaking in favor of HB
6187 and SB 821 for fair tax policies that will lift up all Connecticut. I live in Hartford. I work with the Communist Party to make the lives of myself and my community better. I am part of the Recovery for All Coalition. In my neighborhood, many people who work are in lower wages jobs, can't make ends meet. It has been even harder during the pandemic. Some are also undocumented and do not have access to health care and other needs. I grew up in the projects with addictions and have worked hard for my recovery. I like to help people because I know the struggles of not being able to provide, and I know the struggles of not being able to take my kid to have fun. As a single mom, I know it's rough for single parents. The pandemic has highlighted how unacceptable it is for our state to have the greatest inequalities in the country. I am all for taxing the rich. Their share is so it's impossible to help people who really need it. The 3 billion HB 6187 and SB 821 will raise for our state could go a long way to invest in closing that gap. The 3 billion can help upgrade our education system, make sure everyone, including the undocumented, have health insurance and invest in affordable housing. The fundraise could help provide places for children to learn and play after school and on weekends in cities like Hartford, so they too can develop and learn like children in towns that have more. These funds could make sure that everyone has to get sick because they can't afford their medications. In my community, we pay our fair share of taxes. I support HB 6187 and SB 821 so that those at the top do the same, and so that it is possible for the state of Connecticut to make investments in a true recovery for all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share what I have. And I hope that, the bill do pass.
Thank you, Georgina. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us. I see no questions. And Christina?
Next, we have Taylor Binyard.
Yes. Taylor's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Taylor Binyars. I live in Ellington, and I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. This pandemic has further exposed CT's deep economic disparities and pushed many to the brink of desperation. This scale of crisis demands what should not be, but what is a bold response. We are suffering, and you have a responsibility to meet our needs. I work in this field, politics and campaigns, which, as you all know, were very different last year. It affected and limited which jobs I could get, and while I was able to snag one, it was for a very short time. This was a problem before, as I do not have a degree. It is difficult for me to find political work, which is where my drive and passion are, for longer than a few weeks, maybe a couple months. I have supported raising taxes on those who make more than they could ever realistically use for years now, as no one ever makes that much money without exploiting and stepping on the backs of the workers. The governor's budget fails to meet this moment because there's a lack of experience of what we are going through. The working class has had this burden placed on their back while the ultra wealthy avoid their responsibilities. If you make less than $53,000 a year, you pay an effective tax rate more than triple that of someone making over $680,000 a year. When you have that much money, more money than you could ever use in your life, I do not understand how you could see so much suffering and not help in any way that you could, how your greed and selfishness could win over seeing people sleep in the streets. People are dying. How people are taking on hundreds of thousands of debt just to get to a better place, which then moves out of reach again and again. I've heard some say that they cannot wait until we go back to the way it was before, and we cannot do that. This is an opportunity to fix those issues that have only been made worse in the past year. 18 of the 14 billionaires here have actually increased their wealth during this pandemic, while 400,000 lost their jobs and continue to struggle to get by, not knowing how they are going to survive. The rich have increased their amount of wealth by greedily continuing their known practices where they get richer while the rest of us keep falling further down. This is not new, and this is not due to the pandemic. This has been their strategy forever. There are people dying and suffering from easily preventable aspects of life. Last year, I participated in a protest where we brought.
Second.
Yep, thank you so much. I participated in a protest where we brought fake body bags to, and I've used it as my virtual background so you can see it, to the gated driveway of a billionaire's home. They were light in weight, but I only felt heaviness, as they were not truly fake. There are deaths before, and especially now, that were brought on by this greed of the wealthy and the selfishness of the state and national legislators who have continued to refuse to do what is right. And I hope that they and you all feel the same weight that I felt in this day. I urge the committee to have the courage to pass these bills. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Ms. Beniars, you've asked and you shall receive. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome you coming here today and sharing your passion. And I've got dogs in the background. You know, but as someone who was married to someone who left school at 15, came to this country, founded a business that at its height was employing 20 people across the United States and several in the UK, never was handed anything in his life. The idea that he is some sort of robber baron who climbed up on the backs of other people. I mean, he grew up in the UK. The class system is alive. George Bernard Shaw said one Englishman only has to open his mouth for another Englishman to hate him. And I'm sorry, I feel emotionally attached to this issue because everyone who's done well is not doing it on the backs of workers. They're employing people, they work hard. My husband died young, probably because he worked 80 hours a week. So I wish you would respect the efforts of those who don't have inherited wealth, who have worked their flippin' tails off. We all want the best for the people in the state of Connecticut, but I do find this idea that everyone who's done well has done it on the backs of the workers and is only profited from other people's suffering offensive. So thank you. I want us to find the middle ground. I want us to live in a state where we have the environment, where businesses thrive, where every child, whether they're in Greenwich or Griswold, Fairfield or Franklin, wherever they live, has the kind of future they want. But I don't think this kind of rhetoric advances this issue. I'm sorry, I'm as passionate as you are. And if we get together, we can do it, but we don't get it by name calling and casting aspersions on those who have worked so hard to provide for their families and provide for their workers. So thank you. Thank you again for your passion. We can do this together. Thank you, Senator, for indulging me.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry for your loss.
Representative Cheeseman, you have a voice as much as any here. Thank you, Ms. Beniars. And Senator Moore has a question or a comment for you.
Okay.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taylor, I wanted to thank you for your, excuse me, for your comments because you speak for a broad audience of people who have worked hard, and this United States has been built on the backs, not of everyone. I don't think everyone's out to beat us or take, but this country as a whole has been built on the backs of low-income people, people who didn't have a say. This whole process of believing that people had the same access as everyone else is just not true. It's not true. And that is the sin of the United States of America. The story that has been told about these people who come here with nothing and built their wealth. No, everyone is not a robber baron, but a lot of them are. And we're suffering because of the past. So I appreciate you coming on and speaking that, especially from a place of, yeah, You may not have a college degree, but you work hard, and you should have the same opportunities. And I appreciate you coming here speaking on behalf of those that probably wouldn't have the guts to say what you said in an open forum. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Christina.
Next, we have Robert Nixon.
Hello, Senator.
Mr. Nixon.
Yeah, I have also written testimony submitted, but I'm going to read some selected points of my testimony. Put up here a second. Good morning, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Robert Nixon. I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. I am a member of the Fair Share Coalition in Connecticut and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. Fair Share Connecticut is a group of affluent individuals who have come together to promote progressive taxes for the public good. Our commitment is to speak out for tax fairness and make sure we have the resources we need for a high quality of life in Connecticut. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the stark inequality in Connecticut. Our regressive tax structure is a major reason our state is the third most unequal state in the nation. This puts excessive burdens on the middle class and working class families and contributes to racial divisions. For those of us with healthy stock portfolios, we had a good year. Our investments flourished even as a record number of Connecticut residents were unemployed and essential workers struggled to survive. It is time for our Connecticut General Assembly to fix our unfair tax system. We simply have to look to New Jersey, which recently raised the top rate on millionaires and raised the surtax on the biggest corporations. Connecticut could fix the budget gap by raising top income tax rate closer to rates in New York and New Jersey. We should also put a new 5% surtax on capital gains and unearned income on people making over $500,000 a year. We should also lower the threshold on estate taxes to $2 million. The state budget is more than about dollars and cents. There's a moral compass on the state and our priorities for easing suffering during the pandemic. We should start correcting our stark inequality crisis in Connecticut, a land of steady habits. It is time to rebalance the scales of inequality and racism. I urge the committee to make the right choice and support HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. Christina.
Next up, we have Stephen Bob.
Mr. Bob.
Good afternoon, everyone. In support of SB 821, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equality, I support of HB 6187, an act concerning the restructuring of certain taxes and tax equity. Good afternoon, Senator Farah, Representative Scallion, and the members of the committee. My name is Stefan Bob, and I have worked for Demas for 13 and a half years. I started in 2008, and I'm currently a mental health assistant 1. I was hired with a class of 50, but only 12 of us remain. Many of my coworkers left CVH due to staffing shortages, risk of injury, and no opportunities for upward mobility. That is why I'm here today to ask you to pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 so that Connecticut can raise the revenue needed to increase the investment in Demas funding. Without this funding, we will be unable to staff our Demas facilities to the level that they should be staffed to deliver the best care that we can give. I work at Woodward Hall in the General Psychiatric Division at CVH. Originally, Woodward was designed for geriatric unit for elderly folks who couldn't live in long-term care or community nursing homes. Over time, we start bringing in other types of patients, such as traumatic brain injury and eating disorders. So now we have a total care geriatric patients on the same floor where we're treating patients with traumatic brain injuries who are often younger, more ambulatory, and who present more aggressive behaviors. When I started here, the base level of our staff was first and second shift for about 8 people per shift. Over the years, the base ratio has been reduced, so we currently work at 5 staff on the unit. The staffing shortages meaning we're mandating folks every day so staff are burnt out and patients don't get the individual attention they deserve. Working at Woodward means working with geriatric patients with psychiatric diagnoses. We have 15 patients per unit, and many of our patients need total care. Staff on the floor are needed to monitor meals because most of our patients are at risk for choking, have gastrostomy tubes, or their bellies or catheters, or a combination of the two. In addition, many of our patients are on special diets and also require bathing and some other things. We need a minimum of 2 people to bathe or monitor our meals for our patients. Most days, we have multiple patients on constant observations and require at least 1 staff to monitor the patient to ensure he or she is safe. If 3 of our patients are on a constant observation, we have 3 staff assigned to monitor these patients and only 2 more staff available for bathing, feeding, and engagement with these patients. Additional funding to DEMIS to fund position is critical for providing adequate care for our patients. Passing these bills is the only way to increase funding. We can't increase funding without increasing that we have to spend. DEMIS needs to increase funding to hire more staff and provide us with adequate training so we can provide necessary care to these folks.
That's 3
Please
minutes.
pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rob.
Mr. Bob.
I'm
Sir.
sorry, Mr. Bob. Apologize, sir.
It's okay. And I love your background, by the way.
Well, thank you. I've gotten a few comments. That's the lovely city of Hartford, in case anyone wonders.
That's my hometown.
All
And my
right.
son was gracious enough to play baseball there in that stadium. And I'm grateful to the owners of doing that for the kids. And that's what it's all about, the residents and making sure people have the fairness and equality. It starts here sometimes with the simplest thing, just playing sports.
Well, I could talk to you for an hour on that because there are a lot of people who didn't like us building that stadium. But I'm glad we did, and give your son an opportunity to play in a field like that and have him aspire to maybe play professionally there someday.
Well, yeah, I hope so. Right now, he's playing ball in New Jersey at College St. Elizabeth. And he's living out his dream to play at the next level.
Wonderful. All
Thank
the
you,
best
sir.
to him and to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Christina.
Next, we have Clark Peters.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and all the members of the committee. My name is Clark Peters. I live in Groton, Connecticut, and I'm a group home worker and a proud member of the Healthcare Workers Union 1199, testifying today in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. Both these measures are, I believe, critical to funding essential services for the people of Connecticut. I personally been working with people with developmental disabilities since 1979. That's over 4 decades. Through it all, there's one thing I've witnessed firsthand. It's the crucial importance of a trained and an experienced workforce to provide quality care. You simply can't have decent programs and services in an atmosphere of chaos and staff coming and going every 6 months and employees who are always just learning the job. In order to be effective teachers and caregivers, it's necessary to have consistency. You have to have skilled workers, building up personal relationships and trust. For that reason, and many others, Connecticut needs to abandon the false idea of care on the cheap. For workers to be able to stay on the job and gain the skills and experience they need, a decent, if modest living is required, and that takes funding. These bills would help generate that revenue, which we need to fund a stable long-term workforce for these services, to address the lack of a living wage and unaffordable health care. And that's the situation that creates a high turnover environment. So these bills would also generate that revenue from those who continue to do pretty well in the economy and can most afford it, rather than pitting the wages and benefits of workers in the essential services that we need against the income of the rest of the Connecticut's working class families who are struggling to make ends meet in the midst of a pandemic and an economic recession. In other words, if we can pass HB 6187 and SB 821, we'll be taking an important step in building an economy for not just a few, but for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Christina.
Next we have Shirley Watson.
Ms. Watson, you're on mute, ma'am.
Okay, I'm in. You can hear me?
Very well, thank you.
All right, thank you. I've been listening to the hearing for an incredibly long period of time. So I have submitted my written testimony. I am going to amend it a bit for certainly purposes of 3 minutes, but I'm going to amend it because I'd like to offer a different perspective. I am a state employee. I'm a clinical social worker in a maximum security prison for adult males. I'm also a small business owner, and I'm also a lifetime resident of Connecticut. So firstly, I want to talk about, and I will try to fit this within 3 minutes, is the work that I do with the ex-offenders in the, well, actually they're offenders in the correctional system. Once they leave the correctional system, they're ex-offenders. However, my concern is that as much as the work that we do in the facility, the work and the mental health service that they require once they leave the facility is sorely lacking. And what happens is when they're not adequately adjusted and trained, when they get back out in the community, they are likely to not just reoffend, but also at least re-engage in the behaviors that brought them back into corrections in the first place. Now, certainly recidivism only means if they come back into the system. It doesn't mean that they're not returning to the behaviors that they used to engage in. I want to make that very clear. Also, as a small business owner, I had to close down my office because of COVID, because of the safety concerns. And I wanted to make sure the clients that I had came into the most secure and safe environment that was at all possible. I felt that the service that I could provide would be better done through telehealth. I am a psychotherapist. I was listening to some of the testimony earlier today, and it struck a chord in me, and I want to just briefly touch on some of those statements. One, Mr. Melendez made some comments in regard to the fact that he's from Greenwich, he's leaving the state of Connecticut, he can't wait for his kids to graduate. And that really, to me, sums up the perspective of some of the wealthy. Basically, they've gotten what they want out of Connecticut, they're picking up their ball and they're changing state playgrounds. Business owners are productive, yet their productivity is based largely on the employees that provide the service and the energy that allows them to make their income. There's a reason why Connecticut is one of the top wealthy states. This is evidenced by the fact that the workers are the ones that do the job. Millionaires and CEOs are not the ones opening the mailbox looking for the pink slips. It's their employees. And I think that that needs to be respected. Lastly, and I promise I'm out, ex-offenders, we cannot change their history, but we can change their future. And as long as we are identifying and using different streams of revenue, we can do that. We can benefit them, the communities, and the state. I'm asking you to actively pursue different streams, different revenue streams. It will take courage, but please support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill, sorry about that, 6187. Thank you very much for your time.
Ms. Watson, thank you so much for your perspective and for being patient to testify today. I see no questions. You are off the hook. And Christina?
Next we have Catherine Newton-Jones.
Is Catherine here? Ms. Newton-Jones? I don't see her.
Okay, so then after her is Joseph Centilla.
Joseph Sentia, you have the floor. You're on mute, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, well, my name is Joseph J. Cynthia. I'm here to support HB 6187 and SB 821. Good afternoon. Well, I suppose it's good evening now, Senator Fanfara. I mean, we've all
You're right,
had
sir.
watching all of these testimonies. I hope I don't go over anything that you've heard already. I am a registered independent voter from Waterbury, Connecticut. I'm here to advocate for myself and people like me. I'm a client and end user of the services of the people that you've been hearing from today who provide the services that we need to survive out here in the community. And people like me can be considered disabled, but still able to be good citizens of our state and in our community. We ask that you keep the promise made to assist people with mental health issues outside of the hospital setting that was made when the state hospitals were closed down many years ago. I ask that you raise funds for mental health and other essential services through the acts that I support. I further ask that you impose surtaxes on capital gains, dividends, and taxable interest for individuals earning in excess of $500,000 to 5 or 10% even. Please increase taxes on personal income over $500,000 to 8 or 9%, and income over $1 million to 12 or 13%. To help the poor and needy, I ask for a one-time payment of $500 or $600 in stimulus to help them and to help the overall economy. Please create a child tax credit to provide relief to working class families that have been hit hard by the pandemic. Lower taxes on working class families by expanding the earned income tax credit to 50% of the federal earned income tax credit. Please consider restoring the $461 million that was taken from the DEMA's budget and help fund these mental health people that provide services to people like me and that keep us going out here in the community, especially during this tough time of the pandemic. And we can and must do better. How we treat the neediest people reflects on who we are and what we believe. Are we a ruthless capitalist society based just on materialism? Or are we rather a society that values the lives of the poor and needy and wants everyone to have a chance at a better life? What you do here and with the budget will affect the lives of millions. I've come to put a human face on the statistics that reduce us to numbers. But we are not numbers on a
30 minutes, 30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Okay, we are real people. We are voters, citizens of your community, your neighbors, and part of society. Please reflect the values of our society positively. Show your compassion by making those that can afford to pay more do so, and help those that are working hard and struggling not just survive, but to thrive. Thank you. That's my testimony for today.
Thank you, Mr. Sentia. I see no questions. Tom?
Yep. Next up, we have, is Catherine Newton-Jones back? I'm not sure.
Excuse me, Tom. This is the interpreter. I just want to let you know that Miss Carla Esquivel is in the waiting room. She's number 190. Thank you.
We can come back to her next.
There's
Thank
Catherine.
you.
Catherine just showed up. Where'd she go? There you are. Miss Newton-Jones,
Yes.
please proceed.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Hear you very well.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Catherine Jones Newton, and I am a consumer in the Medicaid waiver program that lives in New Haven. In 2012, I broke my hip in a bad car accident, and my mobility has been limited over since then. I have been able to stay in my home and live as much as normal life as possible, thanks to the help of my home care workers who are paid by Allied Community Resource. I am here today to testify and support the Senate Bill 821 and the House Bill 6187. If these bills are passed, then we will be able to find the service I receive, and we can invest in my PCA so they can earn $20 an hour, receive paid sick leave and retirement benefits. Being able to receive service in my own home has had a great impact on my quality of life. After being in the facility for 6 months, I know the difference that it makes to be able to be in my home where I feel secure, comfortable, and happy. My home care workers help me in every part of my life. They help me move, take, and shower, make sure I take my medication, get my groceries, clean my house, and a million other things they do that I might need throughout the day. They also become my friends and support me in the times, and I do the same for them. I've taken a lot of time and effort in finding my PCAs, training them and building trust and rapid in turn. My PCAs make me feel secure, comfortable, and happy in my home, but they can't be secure and comfortable and happy if they can't pay their bills and support their families. And I do not want to lose them. Or our home care workers work hard and they deserve better. Please pass Senator Bill 821 and the House Bill 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Newton-Jones.
Thank you so much.
I see no questions.
Yep, next up we have Julia Salcida.
Hi,
Ms.
everybody.
Salcida.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Julia Salceda. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I am a researcher with Unite Here Local 34. I'm testifying today in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes, and SB 171, an act establishing a statewide tax on real property. One of the most immediate impacts of the pandemic was that the travel industry shut down. Hotels closed, airlines canceled flights, and thousands of my brothers and sisters in Unite Here were laid off without any guarantee that they'd ever get their jobs back. During the first few months of the pandemic, I was a volunteer on an unemployment hotline for Unite Here Local 217, which represents hospitality and food service workers in Connecticut. While I was grateful to help make the unemployment process smoother for these workers, it was also one of the most painful things I've ever had to do. Union members, some of whom had worked for decades at their shops, were desperately trying to figure out how to keep their health insurance, how to pay rent, and how to afford groceries for their families. Even as so many people across the state experienced the pain and indignity of economic hardship, America's wealthiest individuals were expanding their wealth. Although the pandemic exacerbated this inequality, Connecticut has suffered from its effects for decades. Consider the last major economic contraction, which began with the foreclosure crisis in 2008. According to a report by Brandeis University researchers, half the collective wealth of African American families was stripped away during the Great Recession. The Latino community lost an astounding 67% of its total wealth during the housing collapse. If we do not take bold action now, the pandemic, like the Great Recession, will deepen inequality and have long-lasting or permanent consequences for our state's poorest residents. But as it forces us to reevaluate priorities and systems that have long gone unquestioned, the pandemic is also an opportunity for transformative change. In New Haven, where I live, our city has struggled to meet the needs created by the pandemic, while also
30 seconds, Julia, 30 seconds.
Thank you, to pay for a $150 million tax break to Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital. If Connecticut's wealthiest paid their fair share, it would have a transformative impact on our city's families and especially on our young students. If the university and hospital also contributed their fair share, that impact would be greater still. I urge the members of the committee to support HB 6187, SB 821, and SB 171. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salcida. Any questions? Seeing none.
Yep, next up we have Carla Esquivel, and I believe this is the interpreter, right? The one that needs it?
Hi, I will interpret.
Got it.
Carla Esquivel.
Ms. Esquivel, you please proceed.
Adelante, señora Esquivel.
Sí. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel.
My name is Carla Esquivel.
1 second, sorry.
You're doing fine. Go ahead.
Sorry. Buenas tardes, miembros del Comité de Finanzas.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee.
Vivo aquí en Stanford hace 15 años. Soy mamá de 2 niñas.
I have lived in Stamford for 15 years. I'm a mother of 2 little girls.
Pertenezco a un grupo de padres, Power.
I belong to a parent group called Power.
Y a la Alianza Nacional de las Trabajadoras del Hogar.
I also belong to the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Y a la Coalición de Recuperación para Todos.
And the Recovery for All Coalition.
Les solicito que aprueben la ley 821 y 6187.
I urge you to approve the bills 821 and 6187.
Porque es necesario invertir
Because
en
it's
la
necessary.
educación de nuestros hijos, que son nuestro futuro.
Because it's necessary to invest in the education of our children because they are our future.
Como madre de familia, yo vengo haciendo voluntariado en las escuelas públicas de Stanford. Desde que mis hijas entraron al daycare hasta el día de hoy, más de 10 años.
As a parent, I have been volunteering in the Stanford Public Schools since my girls started daycare until today. So more than 10 years.
Antes de la pandemia, ya teníamos algunos problemas en Stanford.
Before the pandemic, we already had some problems in the Stanford schools.
Las escuelas necesitan mucho apoyo de nosotros.
The schools need a lot of support.
I can imagine for saying,
Algunas escuelas necesitamos de los recursos para los profesores, que es muy importante para ellos. Muchos de ellos no tienen el salario justo que necesitan tener.
We need more support for the teachers. Many of them do not have the fair salary that they deserve.
La función de las facilitadoras es muy importante. Ellas necesitamos quien nos traduzca en las escuelas y en los últimos años se ha visto que les han recortado las horas de trabajo y son muy esenciales en la escuela.
The role of the family facilitator in the school is a very important role, and recently their hours have been cut because of a lack of funds, when this is a very important role in the school.
Cada escuela debería...
30 seconds.
Tiene 30 segundos, por favor.
Cada escuela debería de tener una facilitadora.
Every school should have a family facilitator. And I forgot to translate before that they're also necessary for translation.
Ellas hacen un trabajo importante, igual que los profesores, fundamental a los alumnos.
Their job is just as important as the teacher's job.
Y por falta de fondos de los que se ha recortado el horario de trabajo.
And their hours have been cut because of budget cuts.
Tenemos muy buenos profesores, pero a veces el salario y los beneficios que tienen son muy pocos. Los mejores profesores abandonan su profesión porque por falta de recursos para las escuelas.
We have very good teachers, but their salaries are low, and the best teachers abandon the profession because there are not enough resources in our schools.
En Stanford tuvimos la problemática de que tenía moho en las escuelas y tras esto de la pandemia y con recortes veríamos más afectado la educación de los niños.
In Stanford, we had a problem where the schools had mold on the walls. And now with the pandemic, the schools have been struggling even more. Hay que resumir, Carla.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Next,
I see no questions.
Yep. Carmen Lanche. Carmen?
Sí, estoy aquí.
I will also interpret for
Is
Carmen.
Carmen, there she
She's
is.
here.
Hi, Carmen. Hola.
Sí, buenas noches. Buenas noches, senador Fonfara, representante Escalón y senadora Martina, representante Chessman y los miembros del Comité de Finanzas.
Good evening, all of the esteemed chairs and members of the Finance Committee.
Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche, vivo en Norwalk. Pertenezco a la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y también somos miembros de la coalición Recuperación para Todos.
My name is Carmen Lanche. I live in Norwalk. I'm part of the organization Communities Without Borders, and we are part of the Recovery for All Coalition.
La pandemia del COVID-19 ha expuesto y afectado más las disparidades económicas en Connecticut y ha empujado a varias familias al nivel de la desesperación.
The pandemic has exacerbated inequalities in our state and have brought some working families to a level of desperation.
Necesitamos recuperación para todos.
We need a recovery for all.
Mi esposo estuvo enfermo y porque no tiene seguro médico no fue atendido adecuadamente.
My husband got sick, and for lack of health insurance, he did not get adequate care.
Su condición se hizo crónica y está discapacitado para toda la vida.
His condition became chronic, and now he, as a result, is disabled for the rest of his life.
Han pasado 2 años y todavía no lo han podido operar.
2 years have gone by, and he has not been able to get the operation.
Siempre dan largas y dicen que la operación se pospone porque no tiene seguro médico y eso ha afectado a toda nuestra familia.
They always delay and delay because he does not have insurance, they say, and this has impacted our entire family.
Tengo un hijo de 17 años que el próximo año tiene que ir a la universidad.
I have a 17-year-old son who next year has to go to university.
Él, como todos los estudiantes, aspiran y sueñan con tener un mejor futuro.
He, like all students, dreams of having a better future.
Y para eso necesitamos universidades gratuitas para nuestros hijos estudiantes.
And for that reason, we need free universities for our children, our students.
Ellos son el futuro de este país y le están negando la educación superior gratuita.
They are the future of this country, but they don't have a free university education.
Él dice que qué va a pasar de mí después de 1 año, mamá. Y yo le digo, hijo, si los representantes toman la mejor decisión a favor de las familias, tú seguirás estudiando.
My son asks me, Mom, what will happen to me after 1 year? And I say, my son, if the legislators make the right decision, then you will be going to college.
Y mi hija me pregunta,
30 seconds.
30 segundos.
Lo que yo estoy pidiendo es de que sean justos y equitativos. Queremos un presupuesto justo para nuestras comunidades, para las familias trabajadoras. Queremos educación gratuita para nuestros hijos y queremos que ustedes hoy que están escuchando testimonios hagan lo correcto para sus comunidades.
What we're asking for is fairness and equity. We need a fair budget for working people. We need free education. I ask you, honorable legislators, to make the right decision and to support these bills, to support a fair budget.
Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio.
Thank you
Buenas
for listening
noches.
to my testimony, and good evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lanche.
Muchas gracias, señora
Gracias.
Lanche.
Gracias. I see no questions.
Yep. Ann Pratt is next. Ann Pratt.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee. My name is Ann Pratt. I'm the Organizing Director for Connecticut Citizen Action, and we are also members of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Earlier today, there was a conversation about why these proposals do not focus on economic development or growing our economy. We believe that when we are, as a state, we address core inequities and we provide the kind of resources and investments in individuals, families, and communities, these actions will advance our economy and will provide real prosperity for all. In the words of Paul Wellstone, we all do better when we all do better. For instance, if as a state we made sure that all people in Connecticut have access to quality affordable health care, this would make a huge difference in people's lives, while at the same time improving health outcomes as well as the overall well-being of communities. Specifically, restoring coverage to the 11,000 plus parents who lost their Husky A coverage in 2015 when eligibility limits were lowered, or providing health coverage to all Connecticut residents, regardless of immigration status. These actions, we believe, would help our economy thrive. It hurts us all when over 52% of our immigrant community lacks health insurance. And when these individuals spend their precious resources on outrageous healthcare costs rather than investing in home ownership, their children's education, or other common sense investments. A second component in increasing overall opportunities for Connecticut residents and ultimately growing our economy is to fully fund our public schools. It is a travesty that Connecticut continues to allow the kind of inequities that currently exist within our public school system. The state school funding formula is failing to bridge the divide between what rich and poor towns can afford to spend on educating our students. According to many reports, the state needs to spend anywhere from an additional
30 seconds.
330 million to 1.7 billion more a year. The Federal Reserve Bank says that closing this gap is about between 940 million and 1.7 billion, depending on how many additional students are helped. Given these realities, instituting the proposed revenue generating policies, including one that calls on 17 Connecticut individuals who have increased their wealth by 3 billion in the last 10 months, to ask these individuals to pay their fair share is arguably just plain
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Jeremy?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Please proceed, sir.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Puya Garamy, born in Norwich, raised in Mansfield, and now I'm a resident in New Haven. I'm the campaign director of Recovery for All. I'm sure you've heard from a lot of our members today. And like them, I'm here to testify in favor of HB 6187 and SB 821. Recovery for All is a statewide coalition bringing together a broad range of labor, community, and faith organizations. We represent hundreds of thousands of residents across the state, Black, brown, and white. All our member organizations stand united behind a vision of rebuilding a better Connecticut, where systemic inequalities of race and class and gender are eliminated. Connecticut consistently ranks among the wealthiest states here in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but it also ranks among the most unequal and segregated. The intertwining crises today have starkly exposed the disparities that have devastated working people in Connecticut long before the coronavirus appeared 1 year ago. These disparities are morally unconscionable. I think what we've learned from the last year is that there's no way we can continue living this way. HB 6187 and SB 821 would generate the resources required to reduce these disparities and fund the goods, programs, services, and institutions our communities need. Right now, this committee faces a key question. What kind of recovery will we have in Connecticut? Will it be yet another recovery for the few, like the recovery we experienced over the last decade when a tiny handful of people prospered while the vast majority struggled? Or will it be a true recovery for all, a recovery where every resident of every color has the chance to survive and to flourish? This committee plays a crucial role in determining which path we take. Today, you've heard stories from nearly 300 people in our coalition about why we must enact progressive revenue now as a long-term investment in the future of our communities. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to these stories. I know it's been a long day and there's still a lot to go. But I think these diverse—
30 seconds.
Thank you. But I think these diverse voices have painted a vivid picture showing why we've got to pass this bold legislation, not only to meet the staggering level of human need across the state, but also to lay the foundation for a more just and caring and equal Connecticut. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions.
Yep. Marikai Phillips.
Hi, yes,
Phillips.
it's Marika. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Marika Phillips. I live in New Haven, and I'm a volunteer organizer with New Haven Rising and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. The time is long overdue for bold action to address segregation and inequality in Connecticut. Changing the maps of segregation that has been systemically here for generations is a call that's based on thousands and thousands of conversations that myself and my colleagues have had across New Haven. However, all of these priorities that are in these bills and all of the things that we want in our cities require resources. And truly addressing the legacy of redlining and reversing those decades of segregation and racial inequality require those resources. New Haven and other cities in Connecticut are stuck in a vicious cycle of underfunding, of cuts and tax increases for private homeowners, of austerity artificially imposed on us, which means that we in the cities of Connecticut can't even cobble together a basic budget, let alone tackle the systemic issues I mentioned. In New Haven, like Hartford and other cities, much of our taxable land is taken up by wealthy nonprofit institutions. Here it's Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital. And the city is forced to sell more of our land cheaply just to keep the lights on. COVID has been ravaging communities already in crisis, and 44 of our residents are now living in poverty. There's been a recent wave of violence and a loss of lives. And all of these are happening along the same maps that determined racist housing policy generations ago. All of this is in contrast to the suburb where I grew up in Connecticut. Just miles from Hartford, my town and my family never had to think about these things. Our public schools had college prep, after-school activities, and small class sizes as small as 16 kids. Families had access to good jobs. They could work just one job and spend their time outside of work with their kids on homework and sports, and had the time and energy, thank you, to be involved in their communities. Families didn't have to choose between medicine and food. The city I grew up in didn't have to choose between paying our firefighters and filling potholes. We must ask ourselves, why is there this disparity between the suburbs and the cities? And how do we allow this segregation and inequality to persist? The Recovery for All agenda, while progressive and inspiring, isn't unreasonable. It is basic justice and fairness. We will all work together to push back on decades of segregation. We'll do it by engaging our neighborhoods, sharing our struggles, and having thousands of conversations. We'll use this consensus to appeal to wealthy individuals and institutions.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Appreciate your testimony.
Next up, we have Melinda Tuis.
Is Melinda here? Melinda?
Yep, she's coming.
I think she's here.
Hi.
You've got a plant in the middle of
I
your
do, excuse me. Hold on, let me just go. I appreciate your taking me. I just missed my turn, so
There you are.
here I am. Okay, let me just bring it up. Oh, here, sorry. Here, okay, here it is. I'm ready. Okay. To the leaders and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Melinda Tuhus and I live in Hamden. I'm speaking in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I grew up in a white middle-class town in the 1950s and 60s, back when taxes on the wealthy under a Republican president were 90% of their income, and we had money for things like building the interstate highway system, built by everyone's taxes and shared by all. And cities could build baseball stadiums named after the team that played there, not the company of the super wealthy CEO who donated millions for naming rights. Our country wasn't a paradise. There was terrible discrimination and violence against both African Americans and women, but the income gap was much smaller than it is today, and we didn't have the homelessness we've come to see as normal since Ronald Reagan was president. Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the US, according to the American Community Survey of the Census Bureau. And we have one of the biggest wealth gaps from the wealthiest to the poorest of any state. The pandemic has only exacerbated the gap, with some at the top end making huge gains and those at the bottom literally depending on charity or mutual aid for food and at risk of eviction because they can't pay rent if they've lost their jobs. Working from home at our white-collar jobs, my husband and I have not suffered directly, but that's all the more reason to speak out at the growing inequality in our state. I am testifying in favor of these two bills because I believe we are a better country, a stronger and fairer country, when everyone pays their fair share in taxes. It is unconscionable in our state that undocumented immigrant workers who get almost no government benefits pay millions in state taxes, while the billionaires, who may or may not pay more in actual dollars, pay a pittance as a percentage of their total wealth. We need to change the system, and these bills will begin to address that need. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Next up, we have, sorry.
Go ahead, Tom.
Maggie Goodwin. Maggie Goodwin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think my camera is working, so.
You're fine.
Okay, my name is Maggie Goodwin and I live in West Haven, and I'm a board member of the National Organization for Women. And I've been asked to testify for them in favor of SB 171. Women understand that the unequal taxation of commercial and residential property needs to be corrected in Connecticut. Currently, if you live in Greenwich, your town services and schools are supported by $734,000 per person income, while if you live in a place like New Britain, your town resources are supported by only $50,000 per person income. This is not equitable. Property tax revenue needs to be partially collected statewide and then redistributed statewide to begin to equalize the lost revenue that poor communities created by this lower property value and the burden of the percent of non-taxable property in these poor communities throughout the state. The proposed legislation would collect, as I understand it, 1 mil statewide property tax assessed on commercial and residential property, 1 mil. The proposed legislation would create this tax only on property assessed at $300,000 or more. This tax would result, for an example, in an assessment of $50 for a property that's worth $500,000 a year, and only $400 for a property that's assessed at $1 million. This is a small step to equalizing the tax burden on the working poor and lower income residents of Connecticut. Many of them who are Black, Latinx, Native American residents, and the majority of the people in the state of Connecticut are women. I want to note that women's income is still 81 cents to $1 per men's per hour income. Compared to men, women will make $500,000 less in their lifetime. And Black and Latina and Native American women will make around $1 million less than men in their lifetime. The passage of this revenue-producing legislation is a small step
30 seconds.
in creating equity, and it will help women. Please vote to support this initiative and begin to move Connecticut toward tax equity and equity in the availability of and cost of community services from town to town. It is right, it's just, and it's time in Connecticut to start taking economic and taxation and making it equitable. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Maggie. Something you must have said got Representative Devlin's attention because she has her hand up. So if you'll prepare yourself.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being recognized. Maggie, thank you so much for your testimony. You know, it is interesting because you did mention Greenwich, which is not a town that I represent. And for years, the state of Connecticut really didn't pay any attention to Fairfield County, and it was really treated as almost a separate state in itself. And residents were just happy that Fairfield County provided 70% of the income tax revenue to the state. As wealth has been leaving from Fairfield County and the rest of the state is also feeling that pain, clearly there is a goal to try to get more money from the wealthiest, however that is defined. But what I'd like to know is, you know, for the widow who lives on Social Security, might have a small pension, which they're also being taxed on in our state, lives in a home that perhaps, you know, she's raised her family with her spouse, and that property has appreciated, and it's appreciated maybe to $450,000. Now, listen, I'm from Illinois, and I've lived in Kentucky. My $50,000 house in Kentucky was a $1,500 ranch in Fairfield for $200,000. There is no doubt our housing is expensive here, and that was well over 20 years ago, maybe closer to 30. But my point is, you know, for this widow who lives in a $450,000 market value home, well, what do you say to her who is now going to be faced with a new statewide property tax that, in all fairness, I mean, when does a tax in Connecticut go down? So what would you say to that widow trying to survive?
Well, I mean, I guess I would talk about equity, because I do feel like, I mean, we're not asking for thousands and thousands of dollars, but that we're asking everybody to work together and to share in some of the, you know, in some of the burden. And that, I mean, I know that those I've worked in, I live in West Haven, but I worked in North Haven in community services for a long time. And I know that there are a lot of those widows are widowers who are living in a home. But I think we need to help them as well. It's like with the medical savings plan and some things like that, not having an asset test for that. But this is basically an equity that if you live in Connecticut, you should have access to equal community services, and that it's something that it may not be you, but maybe it's your daughter, maybe it's your niece, maybe it's the lady that cleans your house. That I don't think it's too much, and I would make that case to her. Let's help the other women, because the women in the state are the ones that are suffering the most, even if they're a widow as well. And that we've got to work together. The women are the working and poor class in Connecticut, and it's I think we need to help our mothers, help our daughters, help our sisters. We need it to be fairer for everyone, but that's going to really help the women the most. And I'd be glad to talk to her about this tax if she has a $500,000, that $50 more is there, and talk to her about what other services that she might use and what kind of things we need to look at so that she's not in a rough situation.
Actually, it would be about $300 more a year. And, you know, we have very high energy costs. We have increasing property taxes, let alone the state imposing additional property taxes. It is costly to live here. So I think that that is something to think about. I understand your, point about equity, but it can be a dangerous road also to say, let's just keep taking from Peter and spread it out to all the Pauls. I think that defining what fair share is probably really important. But you clearly delivered your testimony with a lot of passion, and I really support and appreciate your advocacy for women and girls, because we should rule the world. But and I appreciate you answering my question. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank
Next
you.
up, we have Sydney Marks.
Yes, good evening, committee members. My name is Sydney Marks, and like Maggie, I am a woman, but unlike Maggie, I am testifying strongly in protest of Senate Bill 171 and 172 in their current forms. I'm 27 years old, and I just purchased my first home in Stamford, Connecticut this past December. We paid $445,000 for this home, which would result in an assessment around $320,000, which would qualify it for this mansion tax. And as much as I wish this house was a mansion, it couldn't be farther from it. So let me tell you what $445,000 got us in Stamford. It got us 1/10 of an acre of land, a house that is 10 feet from our neighbors on either side. It got us a house built in the 20s that came with a leaking roof, lead paint, and asbestos. We're actually having the abatement done right now. It came with 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. It came with a kitchen and a bathroom that haven't been updated in 50 years. $445,000 is a lot of money for a house like this, and it pained me to spend so much on so little, but that's the bottom of the market in this area in Southern Connecticut. And what this $445,000 represents is not that we are wealthy. It does not represent that we've done well for ourselves financially and can afford more taxes than we currently pay. It represents the fact that the cost of living where we do is already unsustainably high. And what you're suggesting is going to make that problem even worse. Additionally, by imposing a statewide mansion tax for houses that are appraised over a certain value, by default, you are disproportionately penalizing and discriminating against those who live in Southern Connecticut, just given where the bottom of the market is. This house that cost $445,000 in Stamford, Connecticut would have had a hard time selling for $200,000 elsewhere, which would have resulted in a significantly lower appraised value. Just check Zillow. You can buy a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house on 6 acres of land with brand new finishings elsewhere. Because of this, I must firmly protest Senate Bill 171 and 172. Now, no one really wants more taxes, myself included, but if these tax dollars are proven to be absolutely necessary for budgetary purposes, a more appropriate measure of what constitutes a mansion in various places of Connecticut would be to go county by county and apply this tax to the top 5% of appraised homes in each county. It is critical that you do this on a county by county basis and not view the state as one unit for purposes of this tax, because $1 spent in Southern Connecticut gets you far less than $1 spent elsewhere in this state. I implore you to reconsider the manner in which you implement this tax. We can only just afford to live where we do now. Please don't price us out of our—
30 seconds.
Yeah. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. I don't know if you heard commentary earlier today, but I asked the question about wealthy people leaving the state and what the speaker at that point thought of poor people leaving the state because they can't afford to be here either. And I think your comments, your testimony today supports that people living in Fairfield County, irrespective of their income, and probably more so for those of lower income, have a hard time making it. it just goes to the cost of living in Connecticut in general, which I would hope that's one area that people speaking today, pro or con, can agree on. Won't hear a lot of testimony about that, but I think that's a fact. I see no questions. Thank you, Ms. Marks.
Representative Meskers has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't, your hand is blending in with the foliage there, Representative Meskers.
Well,
So-
it's that and my complexion, so I apologize. I wanted to thank you for your testimony. You know, Sydney, it's the same as I deal. People think of my district as being the Gold Coast, and I cover the shoreline of Greenwich. And I have 4 housing, affordable housing complexes in my district. I also have a huge Hispanic population bordering with New York and Portchester, in the area called Byram. In my neighborhood, because of the grand list and the property valuations generically, all of my houses in all of my districts are north of that price point. And my rental stock with my moderate income housing is in a large proportion in that neck of the woods. So when we put the assessment through all of my commercial properties with all the rental districts, those taxes will impact my residents. So I'm concerned as well because, you know, I think we want to look at how we effectively raise revenue for the state. And I would argue, more importantly, we want to look at how we effectively build the job profile of the state. And right now we've got people leaving the city to move to Fairfield County because of the city's issues. And I think it's important that we welcome them. And I'm concerned as well that the first message coming into Connecticut, in this wellspring of new residents buying into our market, and my market was flat for 10 years and now it's moving up. It's welcome to Connecticut. Here's your new bill. And I would prefer not to see that being the first message, because I think it's important that we convince people that they made that purchase decision and it was the right one, and that they stay for the long term. So I will, even though you can't vote for me because you made the mistake of moving to Stamford instead of Greenwich, you can count on my support on that. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Well, I couldn't afford Greenwich if I tried.
We'll have to take you around sometime. You might be surprised.
I would look forward to it. No, I completely agree with what you're saying. And, you know, one of the reasons you did point out there that I'll just comment on briefly is, you know, I was a New Yorker. I actually moved to Connecticut about a year ago, so a bit before the pandemic hit. But, you know, I did move out of the city for, you know, many of the reasons why the city is still struggling now. And I do have an influx of people that I know who are considering moving to Connecticut over New York, over New Jersey, because they do at this point view the state as slightly more favorable from a tax perspective. But having seen these bills, are concerned that that's no longer going to be the case going forward. And so I do think it's important that that be considered in this as well, the image that you are going to be showing these new residents of your state, because I now have friends who, you know, who were looking at Connecticut, who are now considering other options just because of this bill and other similar bills.
So but I'll throw you, there's another pending issue you should pay attention to. New Hampshire is suing Massachusetts. It's called, it's a bizarre name. It's called the convenience tax, but it's essentially a tax based on where you are performing your work. Massachusetts and New York are taking an aggressive stance. So if you're working from home, they're still claiming that you owe Massachusetts tax, even if you're living and working out of New Hampshire, because the office is there. And New York is making that claim. New Hampshire has filed a court brief with the Supreme Court, and Connecticut has stepped up behind them to file a friend of the court, and that what they call an amicus brief. So you might find that people who are looking both to relocate and are working from home might be able to deal with a lower tax environment in Connecticut versus working and dealing with New York City and state income tax. So let them know that that's in the way, you know, tell them to come on down and let them know that there's opportunity space.
You got it. Just keep fighting against these bills, and I'll keep doing that. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Well, Representative Meskers, you're consistent as usual. You cause other people to have to raise their hand after you speak. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today. Congratulations on the new home. Sorry to hear about the lead paint and asbestos issues. It's definitely no fun. So you said you recently moved to Connecticut. I'm curious, did you come here for a job, or what made you decide to move into Connecticut?
So I actually did come for a job. My company is located in Stamford, Connecticut. So I wanted to not have a 2-hour-long commute.
Great. And you also said that you would be in favor if this bill was structured differently. There's a separate bill we're hearing today that is actually a mansion tax, I would call it, for homes valued over 1.5 million. It's assessed just on the value of the house over 1.5 million. I was curious if you'd be in favor of that.
I am not opposed to that. I have taken a look at the corresponding House bill to that as well, and the proposed changes in that bill. I think it's 6170, something like that. I have taken a look at that bill. I am more in favor of that. I do still think that does disproportionately impact, Fairfield County. And I do still think that a more appropriate mansion tax really would be based on, the top X% county by county, just given how far a dollar of income really goes in each place. I do still think that is the most fair way to go about a tax like this. I do think that, for someone who has a house worth $1.5 million that's appraised at that value, in more cases, they probably do, have more dollars than, say, someone who has a house worth $300,000. So I'm not opposed to it. I still think there are better ways to go about it that are more equitable to all the counties throughout Connecticut. And
thank you.
You could still disproportionately allocate those funds, if those funds, if you tax the top 5% of homes in each county, you can still disproportionately take those funds and apply them to the places in the state that need it most. They don't stay within the county, the state applies them as needed.
All right, well, thank you for your input. Welcome to Connecticut. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up, we have Angel Hawes.
Angel.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everyone. Senator, I might pronounce your name wrong. Senator Fonfero.
That's fine.
Okay. Representative Scanlon and members of the committee. My name is Angel Hawes, and I'm a personal care attendant, PCA, from Easonia. I am here today to speak in support of State Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Because our service are completely unfunded, and these bills will raise funding for basic service like the ones I provide. I care for a consumer with physical disability, and I'm one of her lifelines. I'm a PCA because I care about people, and I love taking care of people and being that lifeline for them. Not only am I a lifeline for the person I care for, but my work becomes a lifeline for me. The state says the work I do is essential, and my consumers truly relies on me. But if we're essential, why don't we have any of these benefits that will allow us to take care of our own health, like health insurance, retirement, or paid sick days? How can we care for the health and safety of the consumers if we are forced to choose between working sick or going with them without pay? I have asthma, so every time I get sick, my asthma flares up. Last winter, a cold took me out for several days. I wanted to take longer, but I couldn't afford it because I needed the money. As PCAs, we don't just work paycheck to paycheck. We work a paycheck or two behind. Even a couple of days without pay can have a huge impact on us. Our landlords don't care if we are sick. They want their money. If the state really value our work, we would have paid sick days, health insurance, and all the other basic rights that will allow us to care for ourselves and our consumers. Passing these bills would be a huge investment in the PCA workforce, which is a major Black and brown women like me. We should not have to choose between our health or our paycheck. That's slavery. We don't want to be called essential, but treated as expendable. Please hear our cries and pass. Okay. Please hear our cries and pass Senator Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Tom? Christina?
We have Brooke. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Brooke Carta.
Is Brooke here?
Yes.
There you are.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Brooke Carta, and I am here to support House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. I am the Vice President of AFSCME Local 466, which represents town employees in Middletown. I am also a lifelong resident of Connecticut and have worked as a school secretary for the City of Middletown Board of Education for 19 years. These bills would raise revenue from the wealthiest in our state to help fund vital public services. Billionaires in Connecticut have made an additional $3 billion to their wealth during COVID-19 as working families have struggled throughout the last year. HB 6187 and SB 821 would increase their taxes a small amount and still raise hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. The revenue raised by the ultra wealthy in Connecticut would help fund additional aid to cities and towns, which would keep property taxes flat. The federal funds from the federal COVID relief bills will help alleviate some of this burden, but it is also a one-time revenue that would need to be replaced. HB 6187 and SB 821 will bring long-term stability for local governments and help avoid property tax increases that would impact working families in our communities. Both bills would reverse the practice of austerity in favor of reinvesting in our communities. This would be accomplished through a reasonable surtax on our wealthiest citizens, along with increases in the tax rate for large profitable corporations and individuals making more than $1 million a year. This is a small sacrifice for the wealthiest in Connecticut to make in order to bring much needed relief to working families and investments in our communities. We can level the playing field by making the bold investments we need, especially in essential public services and education. We need to support our educators, students, and working families. We need a tax code that allows us to make significant investments in an equitable pre-K to 12 public education. These investments will create equal opportunities for everyone, regardless of race, gender, income, or zip code, and ensure Connecticut's recovery is shared by all. Our school staff, and especially our teachers, are some of the hardest working people I know. They have worked even harder during this pandemic to provide equitable education and services to our students, and they deserve to be supported. I strongly urge the committee to support working families in Connecticut by passing HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Seeing no questions.
Yep, we have Angie Murphy.
Ms. Murphy.
Good evening, everyone. Senator Fanfara and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Angie Murphy, and I live in Stamford. I serve as co-chair of the Civil Rights Committee of UAW 9A, Financial Secretary of United Auto Workers Local 2377, and as a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. UAW Local 2377 represents City of Stamford employees. In what was once a typical year, our members dealt with many of our societal problems every day: lack of affordable and adequate housing, childcare, public health issues, food insecurity, domestic violence, racial and gender equality, inequities in our schools, and the list goes on. The 2008 Great Recession put a strain on our city services, and the COVID pandemic has made these issues so much worse, bringing the issue of mental health to the forefront. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. People are suffering, and we have a responsibility to meet the needs of our communities. The phrase, "those who cannot remember the past are doomed to repeat it," applies to these two revenue bills. The state response to the 2008 Great Recession was too small. Austerity and cuts to the public sector was a severe drag on our economic recovery. States that cut public sector jobs after the Great Recession had slower economic recoveries and slower sector job growth. It is no wonder that Connecticut was one of the states that cut their public sector workforce the most in response to the Great Recession and suffered from one of the slowest private sector job growth rates. As others had shared in their testimonies today, the crises we face today are not new. Our members take great pride in their jobs, but many of them cannot afford to live in the city that they love or work in anymore. They know that an inadequate response to our current economic crisis would disproportionately hurt women and people of color, just as it did 13 years ago. We are here today to make sure that you remember the past so you can learn a better way to respond. And that is with bold action on strengthening
30 seconds.
Through progressive tax policy. We have a unique opportunity to stop the pain so many families are feeling by funding essential services, reducing economic and racial inequality, and setting our state on a path to robust economic recovery by establishing fairness in our tax code. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy, for that testimony. I don't see any questions for you, so I appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too.
All right. Next, we have Indria Mito.
Good evening, Senator Farrow, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is Indria Mito. I'm a discharge planner at Osborne Correctional Center. I have worked at DOC for 13 years. My job duties are as a discharge planner is to activate medical and mental health insurance, provide facilities for continued mental health and medical treatment, provide 30 days of medical and mental health medication, assist in acquiring skills, programs needed for successful reintegration into the community, and prepare inmates for successful lives. I am here today to support Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 because we can use this increased revenue to fund much needed reentry services. The lack of access to reentry services that the governor has proposed in his budget is bone crushing to the success of these inmates leaving prison. With services for treatment, everything we do is in vain. Without services for treatment, everything we do is in vain. District 1199 has joined the Justice Reinvestment Coalition to demand that we fight for equity for justice, impact people in Connecticut. We demand investment of current and future DOC dollars into resources such as assistance, finding and retaining housing, skilled training programs for driving skills, expanding medical and behavioral health services in the community, funding criminal record erasure, and creating a 24-hour mobile crisis unit to respond to people in mental health crisis. This will help avoid criminalization and incarceration. We must fund, support, and staff inmate medical services within the DOC in order to fix systemic staffing crises in prison healthcare. Our demand to expand reentry service is a demand for racial justice. Statistics show that state disproportionately incarcerates people of color. The population we serve, people of every color, but especially Black and Brown, often have very acute medical and mental health needs that are barely addressed. On a daily basis, I am making sure inmates being released from prison have active medical orders for medication, appointments, insurance, etc. Over the last several years, we have been cut to the bone, along with other critical medical and mental health services for inmates.
30 seconds, ma'am, 30 seconds.
Restore these services. We must expand the reentry service that people need. especially now that more individuals are getting released due to the pandemic. We need more support for people when they leave prison: housing, employment, transportation, mental health, and medical care. Only with these community supports will individuals have a chance to succeed. I see firsthand how the absence of robust reentry services for the formerly incarcerated reinforces structural racism. Because of the huge barriers these communities of color face in terms of employment, housing, healthcare, and education. People of color who are leaving prison and trying to re-enter their communities lack the support system necessary to do so, making a situation even worse. These people have to grapple with non-violent charges like marijuana. The system in our society have failed many people, especially people of color. The reward for this failure is send them to prison. Prison is what happens when people don't have their basic needs met, and it is what sends people back to prison. In order to meet their basic needs, we need funding for the programs, the people to follow them, the people to encourage them and assist them so that they can be successful. We encourage revenue and invest in these services if you pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Meadow. Let me just check to see if anybody has a question. Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to give your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Next up, Senator, we have Harry Aurora.
Mr. Aurora, Representative Aurora, I was wondering if that was you. Good evening.
Yes, that's me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed chairs of the committee, Fonfara and Scanlon, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Harry Aurora, and I am the state representative from the 151st District. I'm joined today by 905 other residents from Greenwich, Stamford, Norwalk, and other towns in Connecticut to testify against SB 171, an act establishing a statewide tax on real property. As you hear me testify, please visualize 905 other citizens who are unable to join in person today. We represent the diverse citizenry of Connecticut, men and women, Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated, young and old, and people of Connecticut who are in different phases of life with different life circumstances. We all stand together and speak to oppose this bill and urge you not to advance it out of this committee. We urge all members of this committee to vote against this bill. The state of Connecticut does not need another tax. The state imposes income tax, sales tax, gas tax, conveyance tax, mileage tax, business tax, franchise tax, and many others. There exists no reason whatsoever to enact one more tax on our hardworking citizens. Property tax has and should always be reserved as a source of funding for local governments and school districts. The state should keep its hands out of that cookie jar. At this time, the state is receiving billions of dollars from the federal government and will have a surplus. Hence, there is no justification whatsoever for this new tax. Secondly, property tax is a regressive tax because property values are a poor measure of ability to pay. A house owned by seniors who live on fixed income should not be taxed anymore. A new home buyer who is trying to make ends meet, a first-time home buyer trying to make ends meet, should not be taxed anymore. People who may have lost their jobs in this pandemic should not be taxed anymore. The $300,000 assessment threshold makes this proposed tax a tax on the common man or woman or man in Connecticut. In Fairfield County, $300,000 hardly gets you a modest home. Finally, the proponents have said this tax is small. It's just $1 million. Well, the $1 million may be small to the proponents, but to many Connecticut residents, it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Furthermore, the history of taxation tells us that it is only a matter of time that $1 million becomes $2 million and 2 becomes 5. Hence, the right idea is to not impose this tax at all. This bill has no support from the people of Connecticut. While 905 of us stand before you today in opposition of this bill, our survey shows that 90% of our citizens across party lines oppose this bill. If this committee of the General Assembly passes this bill into law, you will be passing a law which is opposed by most of our voters, most. The 905 citizens of Connecticut who have deputed me to testify for all of us regret that they cannot be in person today, but have asked me to read their names aloud. I know it will not be possible to read all names in the 3 minutes allocated, but I'll just read the first 20 names.
Sir, 30 seconds.
I'll just read the first 20 names. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions. Harry Aurora, Steve Akunta, Peggy Adams, Craig Adier, Rich Adler, Susan Adler, Chris Adon, Michelle Albanese, Tamara Albrecht, Marie Aloisi, Hugo Alzati, Abigail Anders, Carol Anderson, Luke Anderson, Roberta Anderson, David Arison, Tomas Arlia, Armory Armstrong. I'll stop there. I'm still on the A's though. So I want to tell you, this is really a lot of us testifying here. And I'm thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Holly Chessman. She has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here tonight, Representative Aurora. You said you had 905 people who couldn't be here tonight. Can you can you give me some, example of what they're like? You said they were all different walks of life. So you put some flesh on the bones of these people so we can picture why this matters to them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. So I had informed everybody in our communities here that they could either testify by in person on this Zoom, or they could send the testimony. And if they really couldn't do that, for or against, I was going to testify, and they could join me. Because as you understand, the process of testimony, of providing a testimony is new to many, and many are unable to devote this much time. So I had expected 10 or 20 people to join me, and the email just kept running. I just couldn't keep up. I couldn't even reply individually until 4 hours later, or 6 hours later. And it is across the cross section of our entire community of Greenwich, Stamford, and somewhat in other towns. But primarily, and I would get them from my neighbors. I would recognize so many streets, people I see all the time, people who I might know but never have communicated with me on a political issue or a issue of government. So this is across people who live in houses which are across the economic the cross section, definitely across age groups. I have 24-year-old who wanted to join me, and an 88-year-old. So you see the whole cross section, men and women equal. I think I cannot say by party lines what the count is, but I do know it's across party lines. It's not just one party or the other. This is a broad section of our communities.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Aurora. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Representative Steve Meskers.
Yeah, to answer the question, it's across party lines. Harry and I agree about 50% of the time, maybe 60, I'm not sure. But I can tell you, I've got a housing stock that is both, it's an expensive housing stock. It's a low mill rate, so therefore the property values are high. But I have people who've inherited property who might be on Social Security and a small pension. And so it's a tipping point for many people who also are marginalized. So it's an interesting issue. They've got the wealth, but you're basically telling them they need to sell their house and move to afford to continue their existence. So, these taxes are complicated. So unfortunately, well, like I said, like Harry and I don't always agree. I'd have to say that on something like this, it's problematic, particularly in Fairfield County.
Thank you, Representative. And I will also add here that not just Greenwich, I got actually a very large number of people, and I think it might be 20% of those who are on this list. And this testimony is being submitted so you can see all the names. There's so many people from Stamford because our community was forwarding the information, and I was surprised because People told me, well, this is just because you're Greenwich. No, that's not true. I think this represents Connecticut, and you will see this across. I'm sure you've already heard it, but you're going to feel this more as the process goes forward, that this bill has no support because of the reasons I put forward. I strongly urge you to vote against the bill.
Mr. Aurora, you mentioned you have a survey where 90% of the people were against. Would you be willing to share that survey?
Absolutely. That survey had a very high statistical significance and that was done about 2 or 3 weeks ago when the actual language of the bill was not there. Yesterday, when I spoke and emailed over the whole weekend, my whole weekend was spent really speaking to the constituents who have deputed me, as I say. But they knew the language of the bill. They saw the language of the bill. They read parts of it. They quoted things to me, include this or do not include this in your testimony. Whereas the survey which I did was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, when just the whole idea, a one-liner concept was available. And we had a very high statistical significance on that survey. And 90% of the people across, once again, we don't know the exact party makeup, but it was across party lines. And I'm very happy to share that with you.
Thank you. I don't think there's anybody, I don't care, rich, poor, anyone, who wants to pay more in taxes. I don't know anybody who's going to jump up and down and say, oh, take my money. But I do want to say this. I am a senior. I am on a fixed income. I am on Social Security and a small pension. And if it meant that I had to give somebody $40 a month for 1% of my whatever I have, I would do that. Because most people who care about others give more than that. Give more than that in the way of philanthropy, in 10% tithing, right? So if you put in the concept of it's not just a tax, but that tax dollar is going to help those people who are essential workers for education, all these other things that are essential to bringing equity to the table, I think if it's framed that way, more people would accept it. I also understand where you're saying like it's a 1% this year and it's another percent. But for most people who have access, their income is growing. They are making more money, and they may consider giving 1% or a 0.5% later. So I know there are people out there. I heard the gentleman earlier who had the 2 children in college and 25 years in Lower Fairfield County. I'm quite sure if that gentleman had the time to sit down and talk, how you take that 1% or that amount of money and make it better for everybody else, that it lifts all of us up. I think that is really what humanity and we should be about. But that's my commentary, and I won't do it again, I promise.
Yeah, no, Madam Chair, you are very generous. I am aware also with your time. You know what you do with your time, because I have seen you in one committee and then later on in another committee on the same day. So I really appreciate what you do. But I'll tell you, the 905 people who are here today are also very incredibly good, generous, and warm-hearted people. They are, I'm so proud to represent my constituents, because, for one moment, irrespective of what economics may be, they contribute to nonprofits and pay good taxes as well. So my point being that this is just an additional one is what we're talking about. And they really urge you. We really urge you all together that, not to consider it, especially at this moment. This is not the right time to look at this bill. We just urge you.
You know my saying, Representative Farrar, well, if it's not now, when? When is the right time?
Well,
all right. Well, thank you so much.
Maybe not the right time to raise taxes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you for the hard work all of you.
You have another question there, Senator.
Okay.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a comment. Thank you, Representative Aurora, for coming. And I agree with you and Senator Moore. I do think now is not the time because people are hurting. I do think people are very generous. And to me, it's not about this one tax. It's that there'll be more coming down. So would people mind paying maybe 1%? Maybe not if that was it. But what the legislature tends to do is it'll be this tax and another tax and another tax and another tax. So I think that's where people have had it and draw the line. It's not that I don't mind paying my fair share. I am philanthropic and I help people, but it's that the legislature constantly imposes all kinds of different taxes and fees on people. And I think that's where they're tired of it and they just can't afford it anymore. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you for indulging me.
You're welcome.
Representative Zupkus, if I may share one comment from my constituent, exactly in line with what you said. You know, when I said when they read that it was going to be 1 mil, they said, well, they laughed and it was in quotes. They said, well, that's how the income tax started, and it was supposed to be temporary. Right. And then somebody else said the same thing about a mileage or a gas tax, which again, I did not know the history, that it also started very low. So perhaps even beyond this body, beyond the 151 and 36 of us, you know, this is, once you start it, it's a beast out of control, a tax which, it could go to 5 mil. And some mentioned, listen, this is where this is going to end up is you're going to starve the municipality and the local school districts of funding. And all they will have to do is basically go to the state to ask for money, and their autonomy and their local control will be completely destroyed in 10 or 20 years. And I said that, listen, an extrapolation. And they said, well, may seem to you like this, Mr. Aurora, right now, but that's where this will go. So stop it now.
Yeah.
That's just a comment.
And and it's like the education money that for the lottery or for the casinos, the money should be there for education, yet it's not, because legislatures take the money and they sweep these funds. So I think if we could focus on, as a legislature, keeping money that is intended for all these different funds, we would be in better shape. But that's my opinion. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom?
Yep. Next up, we have Tom Connolly, followed by Nayla Garcia. Tom Connolly.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my video is not working for some reason. Senator Ferrara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. First, I want to thank you for taking the time to do this. It's really appreciated. And I hope that we heard those people that gave testimony that were struggling. They're struggling every day to make food, clothing, health care. It's such a difficult thing for a lot of people to make their lives meet. And they came here today. And they took the time. They didn't fill out a survey. They came here today and spread their heart out to you, saying that we need help. And so I hope we felt their pain very sincerely, because they came here very sincerely. My name is Tom Conley, and I am a resident of West Hartford, and member of the People's Center Jobs and Unemployment Committee and Recovery for All that represents thousands of people. We could have got thousands and thousands of signatures to support our actions. I offer the following testimony in full support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. I also support all efforts to equalize the tax structure in Connecticut so that the wealthy and major corporations pay their fair share. My children were plaintiffs in the Sheff versus O'Neill school desegregation, a lawsuit that was filed back in 1989. The Sheff Coalition is still meeting and the lawsuit continues. In the tunnel between the Legislative Office Building and the Senate in the state capitol hangs a photo of our group of plaintiffs. There has been some progress, but not nearly enough given all these years. The pandemic clearly puts a spotlight not only on the educational deficiencies, but also the many inequities between Connecticut cities and the wealthy communities that continue to this day. The lack of computers and internet access in the home is only one example. This pandemic hit the poor and people of color disproportionately. but people who never even thought they would need food assistance, they wouldn't worry about a job, they wouldn't have to care about health care or always have a house over the roof over their head, are now experiencing that reality. All this while the rich of our nation and our state are getting wealthier. Jeff Bezos' net worth exploded by $75 billion in 2020, reaching $128 billion before
30 seconds, Mr. Connolly, 30 seconds.
Gotcha. 88 billion before he stepped down on Amazon. This obscene wealth in the midst of poverty, unprecedented deaths, and the millions of people who have lost their jobs in the struggle to survive cannot be tolerated. A government that cares for its people has a responsibility to ensure that all its citizens have their basic needs met by balancing the wealth of the state through taxing the rich. That's the right thing to do. That's the moral thing to do. And supporting Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 is the time is right. And thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the tremendous work you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I don't see any questions for you. Do you, Tom?
Nope, I do not.
I'll take the next one.
I don't know why I was frozen on another person either. Sorry about that. I have Nayla Garcia, and she is in need of an interpreter, so there'll be two people, Senator. Nayla
Hi,
Garcia.
I'm here to interpret. Estela está ahí. ¿Podría prender el micrófono?
Sí, sí, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Buenas noches a todos. Estoy apoyando la ley HB 6187 y SB 821. Este año ha sido bastante batalloso para mi familia porque tengo un niño con necesidades especiales y la escuela tardó 4 años para poder darle una educación especial que funcionara para él.
Una
Tuve
pausa,
okay.
Estela.
Okay.
Good evening, esteemed members of the committee. I'm giving my testimony in support of the Recovery for All bills. This year has been very hard for me. I had to battle for my son in order to get him the special education services that he needed.
Que funcionara para él. Él tuve que buscar ayuda por medio de un abogado para que mi niño tuviera esa educación especial. Mi familia ha pasado muy mal en esta pandemia, ya que no hemos conseguido un trabajo y estamos muy necesitados de ayuda, ya que por ser indocumentados no recibimos ningún tipo de ayuda. Por eso
Una pausa, por favor. My son had to hire a lawyer to get the special education services that would work for him because the school system was not providing it. My family has been really hard hit during the pandemic. We have been jobless and we have no support from the state because we are undocumented.
Por eso necesitamos la ayuda para que algunos fondos de esos deben ir un poco más para los niños con necesidades especiales. Gracias.
So I ask you this evening to put a little bit more funding for the children who need special education services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Let me see. I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for coming tonight.
Muchísimas gracias por su presencia esta noche. Feliz noche.
Gracias igualmente.
Well, Megan, I think we have one more for you, possibly. Ubaldo Garcia.
Yes. Ubaldo García, adelante.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Sí, miembros del Comité de Finanzas, mi nombre es Ubaldo García, soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción y de la Coalición de Recuperación para Todos. Yo quiero dar mi testimonio a favor de los proyectos de ley SB 821 y HB 6187.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. I am a member of ULA, Latinos United in Action. I'm a member of Recovery for All, and I want to give my testimony in support of SB 821 and HB 6187.
Familias como la mía están sufriendo por falta de servicios como el seguro médico. Estas propuestas ayudarán a recaudar fondos para poder financiar los servicios de la comunidad necesitada. Por ejemplo, la expansión del seguro Husky.
Families like mine are suffering from lack of essential services like healthcare, and these bills would help raise the revenue needed for the services that the community needs.
Vivo en New Haven desde hace ya 20 años. Hace 1 año y medio fui víctima de un gran crimen. Un hombre que conducía ebrio me atropelló mutilándome la pierna derecha y dejándome con fallas en mis riñones. Ahora necesito atención médica de por vida, además de una prótesis que me permita volver a caminar de nuevo para llevar una vida ligeramente normal.
I have lived in New Haven for 20 years, working and paying taxes. 1.5 years ago, I was the victim of a terrible crime. A drunk driver ran me over, mutilating my right leg and leaving me with kidney problems. Now I need medical care for the rest of my life, as well as a prosthesis that would allow me to start walking again and have a slightly normal life.
Pero esto me resulta completamente difícil, ya que no cuento con seguro médico y no me ayuda el gobierno de ninguna manera a costear mis múltiples medicamentos y citas médicas con especialistas.
But this is extremely difficult since I don't have insurance and the government does not help me pay for my medications or medical appointments with specialists.
Lo cual es una gran ironía porque por un lado el gobierno rechaza cualquier ayuda que solicito, pero por el otro pagamos impuestos que se destinan a pagar salarios de todos los servidores públicos y que muchas veces hacen estas leyes tan injustas, ya que no es cuestión de estas leyes, no es cuestión de discriminación, de ser inmigrante o racial, sino que el problema va más allá. Todo se resume a que es un sistema clasista y opresor, porque en este país nuestra salud es solo un negocio y no una prioridad.
This is a great irony because on the one hand, the government excludes me from any assistance, but on the other hand, I pay taxes, and people like me, we pay taxes that end up paying the salaries of public officials who make these laws that are so unjust. This is not only a matter of excluding immigrants from healthcare. This is not only a matter of excluding people based on their race. The problem goes much deeper. This is a classist and oppressive system because in this country, our health is just a business.
Por lo cual exigimos que mejoren las políticas públicas para la salud, en donde esté accesible para todos sin importar su estatus o cuánto dinero lleves en el bolsillo, porque sea por humanidad. Cuando perdí la pierna, la indemnización del seguro del borracho que me cercenó la pierna solo llegó a pagar los gastos médicos de emergencia. Al no tener seguro médico no recibí ningún descuento, no sobró ni $1 para mi sustento de rehabilitación y el sistema de salud no le importó mi seguro ni de cubrir una prótesis para tener una vida mínimamente normal.
So if you approve these laws, it would move us forward so that healthcare is available to all, regardless of their status or how much money is in their pockets. It would be available to them because they are human. When I lost my leg, the insurance payment from the drunk driver who amputated my leg was only enough to cover emergency medical costs. There was not a single dollar to help me pay my bills or go through rehabilitation, or to cover a prosthesis that could give me a minimally normal life.
4 minutes.
Okay, ya está. Si usted puede llegar a la conclusión, por favor, señor García.
Sí, hoy no trabajo ni puedo sustentar una prótesis, cuesta más de $40,000, cosa que hoy no puedo ni pagar mi cuenta de gas. Menos podré tener una prótesis adecuada para que me reinserte a la sociedad, por eso solo pido lo justo. Y en sus manos está aprobar una ley más equitativa que piense en las personas y no en las empresas. Necesitamos un seguro médico accesible y gratuito para todos. La clase trabajadora está sufriendo Necesitamos un rescate económico para la gente trabajadora. Le pido que pase SB 821 y HB 6187. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio.
So to conclude, today I cannot work or support myself as I would like to. So I can't purchase the prosthesis, which costs more than $40,000, which would allow me to re-enter society. I can't even pay my gas bill right now. HB 6187 and SB 821 would raise the revenue needed so that healthcare can be affordable and free to those who need it. I urge the committee to have the courage to approve these laws for fairness, for equity, to put people over profit. The working people are suffering and working people need a bailout. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and thank you to the interpreter for coming forward to help us with this. Are there any questions for Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry for what you've been through. I hope we will at some point we will be able to help you, but thank you.
Señor García, lo siento mucho por lo que le ha pasado y espero que algún día vamos a poder ayudarle. Muchas gracias por su testimonio.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Elias Easterbrook.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Fonfera, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, and Representative Chessman, and the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Elias Estabrook. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying along with many others in support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I live one block from a cluster of newly constructed two-family homes in the New Hallville neighborhood, a predominantly Black and working class neighborhood of our city. These 9 homes were built with funds from the State Department of Housing and the federal government. A recent article in the New Haven Independent highlighted the stories of several Black New Haveners who were selected to purchase those homes. I'm excited, I'm really excited for them to join the community on our street and bring vibrancy to lots that used to be vacant for years. These new opportunities for homeownership and affordable rentals are great, but they are not enough to address the need for affordable housing in New Haven and our entire state. 18% of all Connecticut renters are not caught up on rent, and we urgently need to expand the state rent relief program with at least $100 million. I also think our state needs to make massive investments in affordable housing construction. Governor Lamont himself proposed $300 million for new construction. But of course, where will that funding come from? I think the provisions of these 2 bills could help provide the funding. These public dollars can also leverage private investment in multifamily home construction. And according to the National Association of Home Builders, they could leverage private investment at a rate of $4.57 in private money for every $1 of state money. But our state needs to set the tone. New Haven has raised property taxes several times in the last few years to try to maintain the same level of city services. I rent. For me, it meant that my downstairs neighbor, a friend, but also my landlord passed on some of the costs of those tax increases. Fortunately, I've had a good job for the last 3 years, and I was able to stay in my apartment, but it was financially challenging. Others in my neighborhood will not be able to continue to absorb these tax hikes.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
While the city gets no additional pilot revenue and barely any increased contribution from large nonprofits such as Yale University and Yale New Haven Health. Lost jobs and prolonged unemployment during the COVID-19 pandemic will make it even harder for some New Haven households to afford any more property tax increases. We really need the state to fully fund pilot. So I urge you on the committee to pass HB 6187 and SB 821. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Estabrook. Are there any questions? I see none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jamie Myers McPhail. Jamie McPhail. Yep.
Hi, good evening, senators, representatives, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jamie Myers McPhail. I live in New Haven. I'm here with New Haven Rising and the Recovery for All Coalition, testifying in strong support of HB 6187, SB 821, and SB 171. These bills are critical steps in tackling Connecticut's crises of COVID, segregation, and spiraling inequality, which our current policies and tax structure perpetuate. If we're serious about the health and well-being of both our economy and our residents and the health of regional economic hubs like New Haven, then we must change course now. New Haven Rising knows we simply can't go back to normal when normal was a crisis for so many. I invite you to knock on doors with me in redline neighborhoods like Newhallville or The Hill, where unemployment has been double digits for decades, where food lines stretch around the block, where gunshots are everyday sounds, where small businesses have shut down, and where everyone you meet has known someone in their family that's gotten sick or died from COVID. The pandemic and the maps of systemic racism call for a reckoning. For too long, working people and people of color have borne the brunt of Connecticut's failed trickle-down policies. Budgets have been balanced on our backs, and we have shouldered the burden of constant cuts to services while the wealthy and corporations amass unthinkable fortunes off of our labor and our tax subsidies, while the jobs and benefits promised never manifest. There must be a reckoning. That means that wealthy, powerful institutions must step up and pay their fair share. If we look at what, quote, made America great when there was a real middle class and strong economy, we should look at the middle of the last century when unions were strong and taxes on the wealthiest was 91% and corporations paid up to 50%. Leaders of Yale and wealthy institutions and leaders here at the Capitol have an obligation to partner with our communities to finally end decades of segregated development and ensure a just recovery. It takes all of us to do what our Board of Alders President Taisha Walker-Myers called change the maps. Collectively, we must ensure that policies like redlining in 1937 no longer influence the outcomes for our residents today. Our city is reaching a breaking point. Decades of austerity have reinforced patterns of racial inequality. Every year, elected leaders are forced to make impossible decisions to either further cut underfunded essential city services like libraries, schools, or public works, or further raise taxes on stretched homeowners. Every year, the Yale tax break grows larger and larger. This year, I alone am paying an additional $2,348 to subsidize a $31 billion institution's tax break. We need our leaders here at the Capitol to lead. We need it today, we need it right now. I urge you to help us change the maps of systemic racism by supporting these bills. Don't believe the scare tactics. It's working people that are the ones that can't afford it.
30 seconds, sir.
Pushed out of the place that we call home. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for you, but I want to tell you, I certainly do appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Tom?
Yep. Next up, we have Peter Del Franco, followed by Ken Gerardian. Let me see if Peter, I'll ask him. If Peter's not ready, do we have Ken ready? Is Ken ready?
Ken's nodding yes, he's ready.
There we go.
Go ahead, Ken.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair. Today's discussion about creating or increasing taxes is anomalous because it comes as the state simply doesn't need the money. Governor Lamont has proposed a balanced budget without layoffs, and after giving state workers raises totaling more than 5%. We can debate how federal aid should be used, but he's managing expenses without raising general fund taxes and tapping reserves responsibly. Connecticut does not have a revenue problem, either by national or our own historic standards. Please consider, the stakes around tax policy are the highest ever. The federal deductibility cap increased the effective cost of Connecticut personal income and property taxes, and state data show high earners are moving to limit their exposure. Connecticut has fewer residents in the 2 million plus income bracket than it did in 2007. Bringing the top income tax rate to almost 13%, as 6187 would, will address income inequality because fewer wealthy people will remain. In 1992, Connecticut got half of its income tax revenues from about 12% of filers. In 2019, it was down to 6%. The state is leaning more on a smaller group and more volatile income. The state added almost no private sector jobs in 2017, 2018, or 2019, and the COVID recovery has essentially stalled, with 110,000 jobs seemingly gone for good. and only a third are in leisure and hospitality. There is a wet blanket on Connecticut's economy. Taxes are a big part of it, and entertaining tax increases as extreme as these have a chilling effect on job creation. We have the nation's second highest per capita state and local taxes, 15% higher than New Jersey, 22% higher than Massachusetts, 25% higher than California. The state doesn't have a resource problem, nor has it practiced austerity. Most of us have just concluded a 12-month education in the diminished importance of place or proximity, and these bills do not adequately consider the mobility of some of their targets. I talk more about this in my written testimony, but an expanded EITC with advanced payments definitely deserves discussion. The child tax credit in 821, on the other hand, would wind up going to many of the same mansions targeted for new taxes. As to property taxes, the more they're subsidized, the faster they grow. If property tax relief is the goal, a property tax cap is the way to go. Massachusetts has one, New York has one, Connecticut needs one, and Co-Chairman Scanlon and Representatives Wood and Zawistowski have proposals that deserve consideration. I'll close on a positive note. The US Supreme Court may soon curb other states' abilities to tax Connecticut residents on days they work from home. If that happens, we will have a chance to capture part of the 1.3 billion residents now pay New York and then have credited against their Connecticut income taxes. The more advantageous our tax structure, the more we'll collect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Representative Laura Devlin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ken, thank you for your testimony. Have to say I love your background, but I just wanted, if you could expound a little bit. We've been listening to testimony since 9 o'clock this morning, and a lot of it has been on fair share and that, you know, certain populations aren't paying their fair share in taxes. And there seems to be maybe a lack of understanding or a disbelief that imposing any further taxes on those that are considered wealthy in our state does result in them leaving and the cycle that that creates. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
There are a few items there. Number one, I'd encourage folks to look at the state's own statistics of income data in terms of who is paying taxes. If you look at the history of the state income tax, this is the 30th anniversary. Thank you, Lowell Weicker. If you look at the breakdown of residents versus non-residents in 1992, there were about 2 resident taxpayers in the top bracket for every 1 non-resident. That's now flipped. That is to say, most people in the top brackets are limiting their exposure to Connecticut. So we can see that they are, their filing is either part-year residents or non-residents. And that has the effect, that means that they're spending less money in Connecticut. They are doing less to energize the economy. Looking at, how Connecticut became the wealthiest state in the country, we were the last ones to bring an income tax online. We went throughout our, entire history, through the almost the entire 20th century without an income tax until we adopted one. That was a big part of what made Connecticut prosperous. And I mean prosperous overall. We were the wealthiest state per capita. By the way, Massachusetts is on pace to overtake us in terms of per capita wealth next year. So I would encourage people to look at the IRS migration data and to look at the state's own definition of who is paying these taxes.
Thank you for that. It's interesting you talk about the income tax because I think that was the year I moved to Connecticut for the first time. I was, in my 20s, and somebody said, you ought to be careful. They're putting in an income tax. And I thought, well, I already pay that where I'm coming from. So what do I care? Well, little did I know that our state that was at the top was going to head down. But can you speak also a little bit, you mentioned in your testimony about jobs, and it seems that higher paying jobs have been leaving our state, and maybe those higher paying jobs also support a level of wealth that also contributes to other services that are provided for, and that lower income jobs have grown. Can you just talk about that dynamic and what that does to our economy? Because based on that, I just wonder about some of these proposals actually having an impact in the way that they're intended.
Looking, in terms of sectors, looking at the financial and insurance sector, the level of jobs in that sector has been sliding since the early 90s, and it just hasn't turned around. I'd say it's roughly, we're down to roughly 25% from levels of employment in the finance and insurance sector from where we were in the 1990s. I need to look more closely at the state data, and I'm happy to do that in writing. But the concern there is Connecticut evolved basically as this oasis that didn't have a state income tax. And when we first imposed it at 4.5% as a flat tax, and we have ramped it up each time on a permanent basis 4 times. And simultaneously squeezing corporations out of Connecticut with higher taxes. And it's not just about what the General Assembly does. There's a signaling effect every time these conversations come up that forces people to ask, what is next? And people, businesses will look at their own exposures and they'll say, how can I be harmed next? And if there's a likelihood, not a certainty, but if there's a likelihood that they're going to be harmed next, then that weighs against Connecticut when they're looking at states that have no income tax or have a better corporate tax treatment or have better regulatory climate. We have none of those things. We have all those disadvantages, and these
30
these
seconds
proposals
on the
today will make
question
it
and
worse.
answer. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much for that. And you make a good point how particularly businesses look for predictability and stability. And even the fact that some of these things are being talked about sends a signal that we're really not serious about making Connecticut business friendly and trying to grow our economy through good paying jobs and workforce. I really appreciate your testimony. Our 5 minutes is up. That's our challenge when we bring up controversial bills. In a pandemic, when our Capitol is closed, our discussion is limited. So I appreciate, though, you making the time to testify today and sharing your point of view and answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Brandon Caffey, representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. I heard you make the argument that Connecticut was prosperous up until we implemented the income tax. And I hear this argument quite often. And I did a little bit of research here, and prior to Connecticut having an income tax, the corporate tax rate was 13.8%. It got decreased to 10.5%. when the income tax went into effect. The tax rate on dividends and interest income was between 7% and 14%. And when the income tax went into effect, that dropped to 4.5%. And the average worker paid nothing in income tax. And then suddenly they paid 4.5% of what they made in income taxes. So to me, that looks like a massive shift of the tax burden off of the wealthy and onto working people. So when you say that we were prosperous prior to that, that leads me to believe that taking money out of working people's pockets and funneling it to those with the most money in society is not beneficial to the economy.
Representative, I would please ask to clarify that the tax levels that you're describing were at the absolute apex of the state fiscal crisis in 1989 and 1990. A better example would be to look at the earlier 80s when sales tax was lower, corporate taxes were lower. The state really backed itself into a corner because they basically went on a spending binge with their surplus instead of putting it in reserves.
Well, that aside, I mean, would you agree that that was a massive shift of the tax burden on the working people?
I'd want to look more closely. I'll be quite honest. I don't have the tables in front of me. I'd need to. I mean, the fact that the sales tax dropped was definitely a progressive measure. First and foremost, there were other taxes in play at the time. The General Assembly towards the end of the 80s got a little crazy with how they were putting taxes on working class people. So I'd also want to look at how the lower end exemptions on the personal income tax changed around that time too.
I've also heard, the fees fair share often gets thrown out in these debates, and some people use that in a mocking sense. So I just want to give a little bit of a story, and I want you to tell me whether you think this is fair. So there's two people, right? Let's call one Willie the worker, and the other one is Donald Dividend. So Willie the worker goes to work every day, 2,000 hours a year. He makes $54,000 in a year in Connecticut. Donald Dividend sits on the couch and collects checks from his stock investments. He gets the same $54,000 in a year. He pays $0 in taxes to the state, while the person who goes to work every day pays $2,500, would you say that that is a fair tax system?
Are you describing an unearned income system in Connecticut where those are not taxed as personal income?
I'm talking about someone who works every day to earn a living compared to someone who gets dividend payments.
Yes, but isn't Connecticut's tax treatment of dividends to treat them as earned income?
No, the dividend rate is different.
Representative,
Ken?
I apologize. I mean, the closer analogy is capital gains, to be quite honest. And that's, capital gains are taxed as normal income. Capital gains are taxed at, a top marginal rate of 6.99%.
30 seconds on the question
as is
and answer.
interest. As is interest. And as I understand it,
I
so are dividends too.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see if I have anybody else, Ken. No, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative, for your question.
Next up, we have Ed Hawthorne, followed by Lisa Avery. Ed Hawthorne is here.
I am. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to commend this committee. When I saw I was as down the list on 229, I thought I'd be testifying at 5 a.m. So I just want to commend all of you for your stamina and your ability to get through this list today. But good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Scanlon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I reside in Wolcott. I'm proud to represent the working men and women of Connecticut as president of the AFL-CIO's Western Connecticut Area Labor Federation. I'm here today to testify in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. Governor Lamont's proposed budget is more of the status quo, but a once-in-a-century pandemic calls for a once-in-a-century budget. It calls for bold action to ensure those who had very little prior to the pandemic and next to nothing now have hope for a better tomorrow. The bills before you will provide hope to the hopeless by asking those whom the pandemic has not devastated to sacrifice a little more to help those who do not lead the same privileged existence. Prior to the pandemic, Connecticut was the land of haves and have-nots. Since then, Connecticut has become the land of greater wealth for the privileged haves and despair for the have-nots. Driving down Interstate 95, you see the extreme poverty, followed shortly by extreme wealth. One zip code should not determine one's future. The governor's austerity budget does nothing to address the extreme inequality present in our state. In fact, that exacerbates it by failing to expand public services during a time of unprecedented need. Now, I represent workers at the Connecticut Department of Labor as Vice President of AFSCME Local 269. By personally speaking with the unprecedented number of unemployed workers, I've heard firsthand the panic and utter desperation in their voices. I can feel the sense of hopelessness under such uncertain circumstances. On a daily basis, I and my union brothers and sisters are told, I'm going to lose my house, or I cannot pay my rent. In Connecticut, 18% of renters are behind in rental payments. If we fail to take serious action now, our state is on the brink of witnessing thousands of evictions. The only moral choice is to make massive investments in affordable housing and establish a legal right to counsel for tenants facing eviction who cannot afford an attorney. When considering the budgets proposed to you during this session, ask yourself, who needs the most help during the pandemic? Who has suffered the greatest loss? Is it the millionaire or billionaire who owns a mansion most of us can only dream of owning? Who has continued to profit from a record-breaking stock market? Who was able to work remotely since the onset of the pandemic? Whose greatest sacrifice has been wearing a mask? Or is it the person out of work, about to lose their home, and is consistently overlooked by our budgetary process? The bills before you are truly the people's budget. Conversely, the governor's budget is best described as the country club budget that fails to see the suffering outside of its golf course. I implore you to choose the working people's budget and say loudly and proudly, let change start with me. I urge you all to have the courage to choose the have-nots and restore hope to the forgotten working class by passing HB 6187 and Senate Bill 821. Thank you for your opportunity to testify here today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you to the workers who serve in Connecticut also. I appreciate them. I don't see any questions for you, Ed, but I appreciate you coming forward today.
Thank you all. Stay safe, everyone.
Take care.
Yep. Next up, we have Lisa Avery.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance and Bonding and Revenue Committee. My name is Lisa Avery. I live in Griswold, Connecticut, and work for DEMIS as a registered nurse for Southeastern Mental Health Authority. I have come before you today to testify in support of SB 821 and HB 6187. At Southeastern Mental Health Authority, we provide services to individuals 18 and older who struggle with mental health and substance use disorders in New London County and surrounding towns. Services which include case management, outpatient services, behavioral health services, mobile crisis intervention, residential care, and forensic services. The care we provide is critical to the stabilization and progression of the most vulnerable individuals within our communities. We are the foundation of mental health services in the community for many, the only support to aid in maximizing their optimum level of functioning in the community. The importance of the services we provide are not only essential for the individuals that we serve, but inherently indispensable to the community agencies that benefit from our programs. Our agencies deter multiple emergency room visits, overcapacity in homeless shelters, reduce recidivism in correctional systems, and improving safety and quality of life of our most vulnerable mentally ill clients. Our presence in the community is critical to the safety and well-being of those who suffer from mental illness and substance use disorders who are unable to gain access to services they need. These folks that the state has an obligation to protect find themselves sleeping in the streets, panhandling for survival, finding themselves subject to violence, leading to hopelessness and relapse in sentinel events. As a registered nurse with 17 years of experience, I have not observed such a rapid increase in demand on services. I believe this in part related to COVID-19 pandemic and, yep, that's fine, and impact of economic and social fallout in the communities. Our affiliate agencies have reached their maximum capacity and have placed a moratorium on intakes for new clients' services. The inability for the private sector to meet the growing need for mental health care has Southeastern Mental Health Authority trying to keep pace with amplified residual demand. This has caused a delay in our ability to engage with clients and perform intake assessments and coordinate services that are desperately needed. The dedication to the clients we serve is abundant and the desire to provide quality service is thriving. The challenge we are faced with as mental health service providers is engaging the leadership at the legislative level to protect the vulnerable Connecticut residents and expand our services to those who are relying on us to help them in their time of need. The state has de-invested the vital services over the past several years. At Southeastern Mental Health, the housing and community support program were cut. These were vital in helping individuals with clinical support skills to adjust in the community. And this time in 2021, there is nothing left to cut. Our community is in crisis. As one of the richest states in the nation, we have an obligation to help those in need. We are failing our community, our brothers, our sisters, your family, and ours. As multiple crises intertwine during the unprecedented moment in history, working people in Connecticut, Black, brown, white, are struggling for their very survival. We have to meet the needs of the times, expand access to services for those who are struggling. The lives of your constituents are at stake. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's time to invest in the public health system. It's time for you all to do the right thing. We are the faces on the front line, and we are asking you to put your people before your bottom line. Please pass SB 821 and HB 6187. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa, and great job navigating that child, as we all are being accustomed to doing on Zoom. So that was expertly played. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Tom, Christina, who do we have next?
Anthony Ligon.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much. The proper pronunciation is Ligon.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries, no worries. Hello, everyone, all the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Anthony Pina Lagan. I am from New Haven, Connecticut. I am a caregiver, a home care worker. I've been doing this all my life. I've been getting paid from Allied Community Resources since about 2012, 2013. I'm here to ask you guys to please pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Wait, 1 second. Yes, House Bill 6187. I'm asking for this because along with other PCA workers like myself, caregivers like myself under Allied Community Resources, we don't currently have things like health insurance. You know, it's really ironic. We're out here providing health care to people in their homes, but we don't have health insurance. I don't understand how this is still going on in the state of Connecticut right now. I was one of the people who, my parents, they were state workers. My father is a correctional officer. He's retired. And my mom worked for DDS. Well, she still does. And I had health insurance up until I was 27. Now I currently don't. So I was, I'm 28 now. So I didn't have health insurance during this whole entire pandemic. One of my individuals that I take care of, he actually caught COVID, and I had to take him to the hospital in my own car. I had to quarantine for 14 days, but you know, I was able to get tested or anything like that. But what if I would have caught COVID myself? I wouldn't have any type of health insurance to take care of myself. I also, right now, I need a root canal, and I was able to, you know, pay for some of the things that, you know, can temporarily fix the problem, but it's not something that's gonna be a long-term solution. So I'm sitting here, you know, asking you guys to please support this bill, because I have asthma and I can't be going this long without health insurance, you know, and I know other people who don't have health insurance, they can't go this long without it either. Also, because we're getting raises and pay raises and stuff like that with Ally, it puts us in a different tax bracket. I also have 3 consumers, so it puts me in a different tax bracket where I can't qualify for certain things like Husky or other things like that. So please, you guys, we need some support out here. I'm asking you guys to please support these bills, because it would definitely benefit people like me, and I know other people who are struggling right now. You know, healthcare is important, and if anything this last year has taught us, I think that every citizen in America should be, you know, receiving healthcare, especially the people like me who are on the front line that are taking care of individuals that are
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to wrap up by just asking you guys, you members of the Finance Committee, to please support this bill for people like me and other people in the state of Connecticut that really, really need it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your time as well and for being here tonight. I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to the next witness.
Peter Del Franco. Peter Del Franco, followed by Brian Williams. If Peter is in here. Peter is in here, but he's not responding. If you want to go to the next one, Rep. Scanlon, you want me to call him? Brian Williams. Brian Williams.
Go ahead, Brian. I think you're on mute still.
Good evening. Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and particularly the members who are currently present. My name is Brian Williams, and I'm currently a certified addictions counselor with 9 years of state service. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Because these bills can help to bring the necessary revenue to Connecticut so we can invest in mental health services. I'm here to tell you that addiction services alone need $6.3 million to expand access to the waiting list that is hundreds of people long. There are people in our state currently with a medical need for treatment. Before this pandemic that currently preoccupies us, we had an epidemic, and that epidemic has not stopped. It is getting worse, as a matter of fact. We read stories every day in the newspapers telling us how awful it is, how many people we are losing. Before the pandemic, we had a need to expand services. And while the pandemic continues, the need is even greater. We need a 22%, we have seen a 22% increase in overdose deaths in Connecticut since the start of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, at Connecticut Valley Hospital, we were operating 110 beds at Merritt Hall in Middletown. We had a waiting list then. Currently, because we had to realign to respond to the pandemic, to have staffing available to deal with patients, who may contract COVID, our current capacity is 32 beds. And as such, we have an even longer waiting list. In the course of an addict's journey, in the course of the life of an addict, there are a few moments when denial breaks through and the addict is willing to accept treatment and to respond to treatment. For those of you who are familiar with substance use disorder, you are familiar with the fact that denial is a part of that illness. It is extremely important that when an addict gets to the point where they are willing to accept treatment, that we are there to respond to them. That when a family member calls for treatment, when somebody in the community calls to aid this addict, that they do not receive an answer from the other end of the phone saying, sorry, we have a waiting list, it's too long, and we cannot respond to you. This is happening, and this is leading to the death of people who should otherwise be providing care for. I came to the United States as a 19-year-old with dreams of going to business school and becoming an international banker. I was in college studying international business. And I had the opportunity to go get a job at a group home so I could have a few extra dollars to make my life comfortable. This transformed my life because I was working with emotionally troubled boys, something I was not familiar with in any way. And this experience changed me. It helped me to understand my own life, and it helped me to discover my passion for
30
this.
seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Prioritizing recovery by passing these bills and using the revenue to invest in DMAS will save lives. We have an opportunity to invest in our residents and the services that help save lives. Please have the courage to pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 so we can raise the money needed to invest in these services long term. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your testimony today. I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to the next witness.
Yep. Peter Del Franco, and if he's still not available, it is Jordan D'Angelo. Looks like Peter might not be ready, but oh, here comes Peter.
Hello, my name is Peter Del Franco. I've been a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I'm a small business owner. I don't have any issues with taxes or paying my fair share of taxes, but some of the comments that I heard today make me wonder if everyone that's contesting this is somehow greedy or thinks that they're not doing their fair share. It's disheartening to see. We don't get a lot of the tax breaks that money the millionaires get, or the poor. I mean, either you have to be very, very poor in Connecticut and you get free insurance and you get everything else, free housing. But if you're right in the middle, you're right in the middle. You get hit from both sides. I'd like to know how much it's going to cost to pay these programs, how the tax is going to be spent. Because I remember when the state income tax came in 30 years ago, it was supposed to be temporary, never temporary. The lottery, there's so many lotteries. There's the Play For, there's the Lotto, there's the Super Bowl, there's all kinds of gaming, there's all kinds of, just want to know where the money goes. How is it spent? How much of the money that we make is going for other programs that are not part of what we vote for? I mean, where is the representation of where our money is being spent? Let's see where it's going. Let's see where the money is being spent. Nobody wants to see anybody not get health insurance. In fact, I think that part of the nonprofit should be that if the hospitals are going to get nonprofit status, they should be able to afford taking care of some of the people that can't afford health care. That's the way I understood it in the beginning. So take a deep breath. I'm taking a deep breath. I mean, I've been watching this for 6 hours, almost 7 hours. So, it's hard to watch. I mean, everybody says, oh, you could pay a little bit more. You could pay a little bit more, but somehow, somewhere, it's going to
30 seconds.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. I'm not sure if my word means anything because, we can find money for everything else, but to keep raising taxes without saying how you're going to pay for it, it's ridiculous. It's you see that Connecticut is not doing as well. I've been all my life. I can tell you right now, I've seen the changes just in the past 20 years in Connecticut, and it's a shame. It really is a shame because it's just land. It's the people that run it that's ruining it, nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Delfranco, for being with us today. I don't see any questions, but appreciate you watching with us for a few hours and sticking around to testify.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jordan D'Angelo, followed by Niles Heilman. Jordan D'Angelo.
Hello. I just want to say thank you all for being with us for as long as everyone has been. I would say good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. My name is Jordan D'Angelo, and I'm a personal care attendant for PCA living and working in Winston, Connecticut, and I care for my mother. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187. Caring for others has always been a part of my life. As a teenager, I cared for my grandmother with dementia, and so when it became obvious that my mother would benefit from a personal care attendant, I stepped into that role. I enjoy caring for my mom. It makes me happy to know that I'm able to allow her to continue living in her home and do so comfortably. That said, the fact that I'm caring for my mother doesn't make things a lot easier. In fact, it is even harder because there's the emotional tax to watching a loved one struggle and become sicker. And even though I'm only paid for 40 hours a week, I'm essentially working 24/7 to care for my mom. Home care workers in Connecticut are professional caregivers, no matter what anyone says. The work we do allows people to receive the critical care they need while remaining in their own homes. We don't just clean their homes or help them get in and out of bed. We help them socialize and continue to do the things that they love. We care about our consumers deeply. They're human beings and deserve to live normal lives like everyone else. It saddens me deeply that the work that we do so hard to provide, that we work so hard, I do apologize, that we work so hard to provide a dignified life for our consumers, yet we are treated with utter disregard by the society that we live in. I constantly feel emotionally strained and burned out. We deserve much higher wages for the work we do. We deserve sick pay and leave benefits, a pension plan, or at least a 401k. At 27, I have not had health insurance in almost a decade. I have needed glasses since at least 2013, but I simply cannot afford them. I was born with a heart arrhythmia, which means my heart will skip beats every so often. When I was 23, I suffered a heart attack and was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. The ambulance ride alone was $1,000, and I'm still paying it off today. Additionally, the doctor at the hospital urged me to see a cardiologist, but I didn't and still cannot because I cannot afford it. Even routine preventative measures are out of the question for me. It has been so long since I've been to the dentist, I don't even remember my last cleaning.
30 seconds, 30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
And thank you. And unfortunately, there's so much more I could say. I've been watching testimony for hours now, but unfortunately, time will not allow me. Both PCAs and consumers we care for deserve better. Please pass Senate Bill 821 and House Bill 6187 so that PCAs can earn the wages and receive the benefits that we so duly deserve. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to pass these two bills.
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo, for sharing your story with us tonight. We really appreciate that. I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to the next witness.
Yep. Bill Bueller, followed by Niles Heilman.
You hear me okay?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, or I should say good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Chessman, and distinguished members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. My name's William Bueller. I live in Cromwell, and I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 6187 and Senate Bill 821. I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. And I applaud those items in the bill which give direct relief to those affected by loss of jobs, loss of health insurance, and businesses. I've been listening to a lot of the stories of pain, and I don't doubt them for a minute. You know, these bills also address problems that have been long in the making, which have led to extreme racial and economic disparities in housing, in healthcare, in education, and in opportunity, all of which have been amplified by the pandemic. They include Connecticut's budget shortfalls, Connecticut's declining revenue, and Connecticut's lack of economic growth for the decade just prior to the pandemic. You know, Connecticut enjoyed yearly revenue growth of 10% up until 1989. But for the 15 years ending in fiscal 16-17, revenue growth had sunk to only 4% per year, hardly more than inflation. Connecticut's tax system deserves much of the blame for the lack of revenue growth. Families in the lowest 10% of income pay an effective tax rate nearly 24%, which is almost 4 times the rate paid by those in the top 10%. You've heard this a dozen times, I'm sure, at least. But the number of households in the lowest 10% income range number almost half the households in Connecticut. So to have almost half the households in Connecticut paying such a high tax rate puts a tremendous damper on consumer spending. Consumer spending is what we need to grow the economy. Connecticut's richest residents could restart the state's economy if they spent more in it, but they don't. Their income gains are not reaching the real economy, as evidenced by a deficiency in all four measures of gross state product: consumer spending, government spending, capital investment, and net exports. By restoring fairness to the tax code, there's an opportunity to
Mr. Bueller, 30 seconds.
To put Connecticut on a path to robust recovery. Our extreme inequality has become a major obstacle to sustainable and inclusive growth, and these bills can level the playing field. I urge you to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller, for being here tonight. I don't see any questions.
Yep. Niles Heilman.
Hello, Senator Fonfara and Senator Moore, Representatives Scanlon and members of the committee. My name is Niels Heilman. I live in Bridgeport. I'm a member of Bridgeport Generation Now, which is part of the Recovery for All Coalition. I grew up in Greenwich, and I live in Bridgeport. I work in the finance industry as a biotechnology investor. I'm a parent in the Bridgeport Public Schools. As such, I'm a rare Connecticut citizen that is in community with folks on both sides of the deep income and wealth divide that exists in our state. I hope that that fairly unique position makes my testimony valuable for your consideration today. I'm also an individual that would pay higher taxes in the proposed bills, and I am testifying in strong support of HB 6187 and SB 821. I think we'd benefit from an assessment of what's driving huge income and wealth divide in the US and Connecticut, since it's one of the top states in wealth disparity. Economic trends of inequality. For the last 20 years, we've seen a consistent and enormous widening of the wealth and income gaps on top of a similar trend that's lasted a century. What has been happening since before the financial crisis of 2008, but got a lot sharper then, is synchronized global monetary stimulus. This has resulted in huge inflation in the price of assets with little to no inflation in wages. So those who own assets, stocks, real estate over $400,000, fancy paintings, have seen that wealth stock increase in value enormously. Wages adjusted for inflation have not increased, and therefore net purchasing power and livability for workers has declined. COVID has exacerbated the divide. In the past year, this trend that I talked about went hyperbolic as governments went all in on monetary stimulus with lower interest rates, buying bonds, and only partway in on fiscal stimulus, infrastructure, and direct payment to citizens, wage increases. Assets moved up sharply again, and obviously many workers either got laid off or were asked to take on much higher risk as our essential workers. Lastly, Connecticut has a very unprogressive tax structure. Our middle income citizens tend to pay much higher percent of income and wealth as our wealthiest. Now, I'll speak from my own recent experience.